Come on!
Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome to the Analyst Lounge here at EUIC. We're kicking things off with a nice countdown show. Me and my buddies are going to be breaking down the stakes and the players to watch for this massive event. My name is Adam Watson, joined here by, I'm representing TCG, by the way, joined here with Pokemon Go. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing? I'm Pedro. Nice to be here with all of you. I'm super hyped up for everything that's happening today. It's going to be amazing. It's jam-packed with people and excitement to see who will be the next European International Champion.
And here with VG, we've got...
Hello, my name is Sierra Dawn. I'm going to be here representing the Pokemon VG for the Analyst, a little pre-show thing, get everyone hyped up for some great video game action this weekend.
And Pokemon Unite down there at the far end.
That's me. Doobsnacks here, excited to be here at EUIC again. Tons of players in the hall, tons of people in the area. Excited to get it going.
This is a massive event, absolutely massive. So many Pokemon fans and competitors here to show their love for Pokemon. The same reason we're here, not just to break things down for you beautiful people at home, but to show our appreciation for Pokemon. Has brought us all together.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially for EUIC. First off, one of my favorite events of all time. That's always so great. The atmosphere here is absolutely amazing. But this European International Championships is also really special because I don't know about for y'all's games, but for VG, we have over 1,200 masters competing, which makes it for sure the largest European event, let alone potentially one of the most stacked and biggest VG events of all time.
Wow. Like, for me in Go, it's the biggest tournament yet. We are still like the babies with Unite. We're just like getting the hang of it. But this, like, it's really, really good. Like every time, every new IC, more people are coming, playing, and having great, great fun because Pokemon, it's all about that. Communities having fun and enjoying this, this world, you know?
Yeah, Pokemon Go has grown and grown so rapidly. Got to give a special shout out to the fans every single time. Their just love and dedication for their game is unmatched. But I'd be remiss not to mention Pokemon Unite when it comes to community dedication and hype.
That's us. Yeah. First off, ain't nothing baby about this. Come on. What are you talking about? But EUIC historically for Pokemon Unite has been one of the most exciting events just in terms of the amazing grand finals we've had. Now that it's international representation, we have a team from LATAM that won this last year that we'll talk about a little bit later. They're representing. We have former champions that are rolling through, trying to get back their crown on the international stage. So kind of everybody in the world meeting here in London to kind of do a litmus test as we're on the road to Worlds is incredibly important and exciting to see.
And now that you've all had your fun, I do have to, of course, bring things back around to TCG. Absolutely ridiculously big tournament. Over 4,000 competitors here for Pokemon TCG. Woo. We show up in numbers, folks. We love to compete.
Can they even all fit in the hall?
Yeah. How do you do it?
That's why we're here at the XL Center in London, because we need a place big enough to fit all of these competitors for the Pokemon TCG. And, you know, if you're trying to get that World's invite, if you can make top forward in IC, then you're going to lock up that World's invite. You've got to be in the top 0.001% of the competitors for TCG to get that invite. And if my math is off, you know, let me know, viewers, because I know there's nothing.
They will let you know.
TCG players
100% of the comments like, no, that's not it.
Crunch those numbers for sure. But I guess we can move right along to the TCG players that I would like to highlight, actually. Big names here. We've got Tord Reklev, absolutely the grand master of EU, a player that really doesn't need an introduction. If you aren't familiar with Tord Reklev, I'm sure over the course of this weekend, he is going to remind you why he is constantly in the conversation to be the GOAT, the greatest of all time. He's been testing not only for this format for UIC, but the upcoming post-rotation format, so this man has the meta on lock. Going up against him, however, Henry Chow, a player who has already won 2 regionals so far this season. Already has his World's invite, is just here taking some victory laps. Has done it with Gardevoir EX, a deck that at the time wasn't considered meta relevant when he took that first win, and is considered to be an incredibly strong meta pick for this specific format with Prismatic Evolutions. However, with these two players, we've got a wild card. Alex Szymanski, he won EUIC 2 years ago, took down Tord Reklev, recently got second place in San Antonio, lost to Henry Chow. He's got history with both of these players, and I want to see all three of them make deep runs in this tournament and show the people what they're made of.
I just love how you're like, oh, if someone's not familiar with Tord, who doesn't know Tord at this point?
Yeah.
Like,
Genuine
I know
question.
Tord. Yeah, I mean, every game knows Tord because he is just a perennial champion, especially at ICs, which is like a dominating ground for him specifically. So unsurprising that he made your list of top 3 players to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, you took the easy way. Nah.
But like, work harder next time.
Yeah,
That's
like,
what I'm saying.
more creativity, you know?
If you want me to shout you out as a player to watch, then hey, EUIC is the place to make a name for yourself. Let's do it.
I mean, fair play. But you're talking about for Pokemon Go that the events are just getting bigger and bigger. This is the biggest Pokemon Go one, so
yes. I'm really happy. Like, the community is growing and growing, and it's been really exciting seeing this season develop. You know, because there's so many players that are getting like GOAT status, you know. There's if we talk about players to watch in Pokemon Go, we got like a couple of them that are like really good in this tournament. We got from Latam, from where I'm from, Marto Galde, one of my best friends. You know, greetings. He's one of the best players in the world right now. He is actually winning everything. In this season, he has won special events, he has won regionals, and he won LAIC. So the only thing left is Worlds, and he has won everything. So he is here to take the championship back to Latam. We now have, we also have Emmy Weedle, one of the greatest players in Europe. He's the reigning champion right now. He's here to defend his title. He was last year amazing with his Skeledirge, and his team was incredibly unexpected and did incredible things. And we have Dumbug, that was the second place finalist last year. He's a great player. He has done incredible things. He's known for being able to win with whatever Pokemon he wants. He won a regional with Shadow Pidgeot back in the day, which was like a totally unexpected Pokemon back in the day, and he's here to take you know, his little friendly revenge from Emmy Weedle, who defeated him in the finals last year.
I like the picture too. It's like, how many medals was that? You got the trophy, you got all the medals. Like,
yeah.
Is that on stage too?
Yeah, he wins everything. He can win everything. Yeah. He has been like an unstoppable force. So it's like last year, Emmy Weedle and him was like an unstoppable force against an unmovable object. You know, like a heck of a match, and hopefully we could see it again this year.
I mean, we definitely have a couple of those players for Pokemon VG. You're talking about that unstoppable force, or people that just win everything, and talking about the players to watch going into this weekend. Got a couple of good ones, I'm not going to lie. It was really difficult to make the list. I actually don't know how much y'all struggled with y'all's list, but oh my goodness. But first off, you have to talk about none other than the Pokemon World Champion here for Pokemon VG. And I know, Kirk, taking the easy way out, but no, Luca's team, the world-winning team with this Miraidon, has shaped the meta. We're going back into a meta game that we had at the World Championship. So this is something that is directly impacted, that you have to have a lot of respect going for this event. So that's going to be a lot of eyes, not just on Luca as a player, but his team and what he's been able to accomplish. And Luca, I think more so going for a little bit more of a comfort pick into this, but of course has to be super aware of that meta that he's created and respect it in return. You can also see the meta with the pitchers, with the little skip loom. That's the additional, it's the pitcher meta, guys. And it has worked so well for Marco Silva. This is our LAIC champion, not just from this year, by the way, last year's LAIC champion and winning OCIC in the past. So this is someone who's really looking to make a standout performance at EUIC, which is the one international that he's failed to cut despite being European player. So that is humongous right there. Then his LAIC run, Charizard for this meta of Pokemon, like, is not really common. And that's what he won the event with, after getting second at the regional right prior. So you're talking about a winning player. Yeah. He is that for sure. And not just the only one. Coming from NA, none other than Justin Tang. Justin Tang was a breakout star back in 2023, winning his first ever regional that he attended.
Wow.
2 regionals later, wins another one.
Why not?
Crazy stuff. And then just won the San Antonio Regional Championships that happened in January. So this is someone that, even in this current meta, can really just rise to the top. So looking to have that performance here at an international as well. And this is only just a handful of the storylines. There's so much great stuff happening to Pokemon VG right now.
A player that can just show up seemingly out of nowhere, go from winning a regional and then suddenly being a massive point of discussion here for the IC. Spectacular.
Yeah, I love the underdog stories.
He's no longer an
No,
underdog.
right now. Right now, no. No. But at the beginning, no. He's earning his place amongst the best, you know?
Yeah, and that's so exciting for every international because that can happen at any point, right? Our NAIC champion from last year, this was his first international and then he won. Tim Edwards last year made it to the finals and is here again. So it's like there's so many exciting storylines and it's really cool to be able to highlight the veterans, but knowing at any point that there is someone out there that can rival and can contest them. I love that.
Yeah, sometimes it's just getting that first result to start the train on your way to many more results. I guess I'll talk about Unite teams to watch, right?
If you want to.
We got to do that. So let Old Snack spin your yarn one time. Let's start with kind of the hometown favorites. They've perennially dominated EU. I'm talking about Nouns Esports here. Next to them, you'll see Peru Unite from LATAM and Luminosity from North America. But we're going to start left to right because that's what it is on the screen. Nouns. Absolutely dominant squad in EU. They're a fixture. They have been since year 1 when they were runner-ups to the world champion in just Unite's fledgling season. And this year's no exception. They've won and kind of been on a hot streak all the way up until just this last month where they faltered after they added a new player that they thought was going to give them a stronger chance to win. And that is actually Inder from NA, who's an NAIC champion over there on a different squad. So they came over here. They're rooming with Bruv, the tank player for that squad, and they're looking to find some magic here and kick their season off right at EUIC. I think the cup finish of second place was a little bit disappointing for them because I think they were ramping up, but this is a great proving ground. So definitely an EU team to watch here in London. Next, right on down the line, Peru, formerly known as Fusion.
Right.
They won EUIC last year. And something that we're doing here at EUIC, AOS Cup at EUIC, the AOS Cup champion is the first team in the world to qualify for the World Championships. Wow. So not only are they playing for money, championship points, they're playing for the first world spot allocated. And it's hard to not bet on the past champions. They just had a great run at Worlds as well. LAIC, they had a decent run, setting themselves up for success, or I guess back-to-back success here at EUIC. Bunch of strong, aggressive players that really put the pedal to the metal, and if you're not ready for them, they're going to run right through you. But that leads us to, we've talked about LAIC there for just a moment, that leads you to Luminosity Gaming. Back-to-back world champions, a lot of that roster is back. They just won LAIC. They won LAIC, immediately go into the AOS Cup play-ins where you can get a chance to travel here, lose. Next monthly cup, lose. And then they finally got back to the LAIC form, won the last 2 monthly cups, so they've got a heck of a momentum coming into EUIC. An interesting kind of sub-storyline with Luminosity specifically is if they win this event, they get their World Championship invite.
Oh, yeah.
But because they won LAIC, they qualified for the Asia Champions League. So they're the only Western team that's going to go compete over there. And Asia Champions League is awarding World Championship spots. So they have an opportunity to do kind of like an Infinity Stones World Championship invite thing where they can just gather them all up and by proxy shrink the World Championship team pool, which I think is just a very cool sub-storyline of just global dominance that they have an opportunity to kick off here in London.
Imagine rolling up to the World Championships too, like, okay, like I just won like 4 different invites, no big deal whatsoever, right?
Like,
exactly.
Like you get to Worlds and there's no one there. You took all the invites. Like,
World
okay.
champion.
Preemptively winning Worlds, absolutely new ground being broken by the Unite scene, making the World Championships in a completely new format. But these are just a handful of the stories, folks, that we're going to be looking forward to at EUIC. We've got some special treats for you you at home that are taking the time to tune in and pay attention to these stories and these players. We got some TCG distributions. If you're tuning in chat, make sure you enter these codes. EUIC 25 Rainbow DNA, that EVEX, beautiful special illustration rare for TCG Live. And we've got some drops as well. Make sure you've got your accounts linked properly so you can get these cards and these card backs added to your game. I love these new evolutions. There's a lot of rumblings in the works if the evolution toolbox deck is going to be good coming up, but might as well pick it up now, set you up perfectly for the future. I know that Pokemon Go also has some special treats for the viewers.
Yeah, we always try to give some Pokemon that are used on the competitive scene in Pokemon Go. We try to sometimes get the champions Pokemon. For example, here we got, to celebrate, we got Jumpluff. That's one of the most useful Pokemon right now. In Worlds did really, really great. My great friend Marto Galda used it to get to the 3rd place. And to win, oh, my bad. To win LAIC. He used it to win LAIC, and we got a couple of elite TMs that are really good to... we use them to make Pokemon learn attacks that they are no longer available. So like it's a really, really good tool to start playing Pokemon. If you want to start now and you're gonna get one of those like really special attacks, this is a really, really good moment to go and grab those rewards because they're really, really, really good to start and to get up and play the next event near you. Yeah,
I love that Pokemon Go is always helping new players find their footing to break into the scene. But if you're a Jumpluff fan, you know, VG's got you covered as well.
I did a double take when I saw the graphic. Honestly, I was like, wait, was it my turn next? You're also giving away a Jumpluff. So,
well, I mean, it's a great Pokemon. I love it.
It is, and crazy too, because you were saying that it won LASC. It won LASC for us.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, so we're like
the GOAT. Yeah.
They're so different after all.
Yeah.
But this is, we were talking about Marco Silva. He won LAIC with this Jumpluff team. And even going into a new format for not just this event, but even a couple more events, Jumpluff has been something that we've seen popping up, which seems crazy now that we're in this restricted format, but being able to have great utility. The Sun Pokemon to allow for the Chlorophyll ability, it goes super fast. And then it's super annoying from there on out, guys. It's sleep powders, it can encore, so your Pokemon's stuck doing the same thing. If you're looking to get into competitive, being able to pick up an actual like utilized Pokemon, a international winning Pokemon, great way to start that journey.
Jumpluff is just going to be available for a lot of different team builds as well. Speed control, I know, very important for VG, but it brings us back around to you, Nike. What do we got for the viewers, dude?
Let me check my notes. I'm a fraud. There are no notes on this. I am going to need, I'm eyeing this down. I'm not looking at you at home. I'm actually looking at the folks in the production booth. I'm going to need you to put that graphic on the screen so I know what we're doing. And that's what we're giving away, a globe. There we go. We did it.
That's it.
Just one thing here, if my memory serves correctly, that is an item enhancer. So you can get those held. Thank you, non-game person that I'm supposed to be the expert of.
You're cooked, man. You're cooked.
Absolutely. Just crunch.
That's why you bring notes, you know?
Well, but again, fraudulent behavior out here.
At least is already fully enhanced. It's beyond the level of the peons in the audience. You've already upped your game, and you're here to break it down.
Oh, is that right? Okay, well, at least I can say a little bit about item enhancers for the people that might be tuning in and getting those item enhancers, of course, level up your held items, and that's what you do with them. That's what they're there for, so do that. Get those, and then do that. I don't recommend starting with leftovers or like Rocky Helmet. You know, maybe experience share. Put one of those on your Pokemon. Help your team. Be a good teammate. Help us wade through the solo queue crime scenes, please.
I mean,
preach.
Yeah. And I gotta say, at least, like, I really appreciate you being honest, not having anything prepared for the show. Like, that's bravery. That's really brave.
Hold on. Now, what you might have noticed is I threw the front card, right? If I throw the front card, he's not even looking at that when he's got more cards. Guess what? None of them have notes. I'm just a finicky person, and I need to hold stuff in my hand.
No, dude, the cameraman.
I told the cameraman before this whole thing started that I was going to be throwing cards. I did say that.
Okay.
Validation. Thumbs up.
Listen,
thumbs up.
We are the only ones who are allowed to throw cards over here. My players are here to throw down.
That was egregious.
And I wonder, you know, we've got a new metagame with the Prismatic Evolutions now available. Everybody's got their eyes on this new card called Badoo that has the ability to item lock. You probably heard about this. Item lock their opponents. And if you can take items out of your opponent's repertoire, out of their game plan, really slows things down. This is what is making this meta so strange, is a lot of decks that take time to set up before they start to beat down on their opponents are a lot more viable as the meta game becomes slower. This plays into, again, the Gardevoir deck. There's a lot of different decks like what Tord Reklev is bringing with Gardevoir. Potentially, he's known as a Gardevoir player. Maybe even Charizard, who knows? If you want to skip over Rare Candy, folks, try to just put some extra Charmeleons in your deck. But that's neither here nor there. I think that if you don't need items and you just start beating down immediately, maybe that might be the strategy.
It could be. It could be. I mean, I think we might be done with Charizard now. I think we kind of left that behind at LAIC. It'd be super cool if it showed up, do not get me wrong, and I know Marco's definitely playing something a little out of comfort zone, but instead, our current format, we have our restricted Pokemon back. So we have stuff like this Calyrex Ice Rider, the Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, we have Miraidon, that is the world-winning Pokemon. All of that is back. And since this is a format that was decently solved going into the World Championships, it's really interesting to see how trainers are leveling that up and using what they learned at Worlds, which was, of course, everyone bringing crazy picks and being able to kind of mold the meta from there. So going into this weekend, I think we're going to see a lot of familiar things, but those little tweaks to kind of elevate just a little bit more.
It's a rare event to really revisit a past metagame. Are you going to refine what we found the last time, or do you think you can take it that next step further beyond? But what's going on with Unite?
I was going to talk about Unite, but I was going to convert that. I was going to transition that because Sierra yesterday taught us that Zamazenta is a horse.
Yeah.
and look, you're probably asking yourself, well, first off, number one, Snacks, that's not a horse, which most of us agree, except for Sierra, of course. Ice Rider, Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Calyrex, of course, there's a horse involved.
The rehearsal's got a little wild.
I learned that the puppet is not the thing that changes, it's the horse.
Calyrex is the rider.
Calyrex is the rider.
Okay, so yeah, so the puppet stays the same.
Yes.
The horse changes.
Yes.
Okay. Now that we've settled that for all of you at home, definitely for your all's knowledge, Galarian Rapidash was just added to Pokemon Unite. And on release, it was crazy strong. It was really, really good. But they kind of turned the dial back on it, turned it from like an 11 back onto the meter somewhere. Might be around 50%, maybe a little bit lower play rate. But because it's so new and the nerfs that came out are so new, we don't know how these teams have been able to prepare with it or for it. So this is a real opportunity for somebody to kind of break the game open if they figure out a strategy using specifically this Pokemon, because it motors around the map, similar to, in our game, Dodrio, which has just a lot of map mobility. So they're going to use that to leverage maybe a scoring strategy, an engagement strategy, use it kind of like as a scout to get an idea of where the enemy team is. So a lot of potential options for that Pokemon specifically. And now that it's been reined in,
I see what you did there.
It's got a reasonable opportunity to be played, because before, if it was involved in the game, it would have gotten banned every single time. But now, because they pulled it back, it's got a real opportunity to hit the island, so I'm looking forward to see it played.
Yeah. Super fast with Go. We got a really interesting meta right now. There's some really interesting picks that I really like. Shadow Zapdos, I saw Shadow Palkia, and Annihilate and Primate with the Shadow versions are really, really interesting. They can do a lot of work and carry teams, whole teams, with the Rage Fist bonus, the Rage Fist special attack that buffs his attack stat. So it's really interesting what's going to happen this weekend.
I mean, we got an opportunity to talk about the players to watch, the Pokemon to watch, the stakes that we have going up into EUIC. I personally can't wait to kick off another great international event. This is the second one of the season. We got so much on the line for the trainers here. And I know that we got even more special ways to be kicking off the event. The internationals have only been gearing up. I know everyone is excited to start getting forward. So with that, we're gonna kick it over to the stage for a special opening ceremony.
Welcome to the 2025 European International Championships. These championships are a cornerstone in the competitive Pokémon season. We're bringing you the world's top trainers for a weekend of electrifying battles. Last season, Emmy Weedle mastered every strategy and dominated their battles to claim the crown. An unstoppable force in Pokémon Go history. Combining teamwork and flawless execution, Fusion turned each skirmish into a victory and claimed the champion title. Tord Reklev made precise plays and maintained an unshakable focus, outmaneuvering every opponent to become a TCG legend. Through flawless strategy and perfectly calculated moves, Nils Dunlop rose to the top and became the Pokémon VG champion.
This event is going to be one for the history books.
Oh, the energy! Brainbird is coming through! That is literally the example of 1 HP in a North American dream.
Currently have the lead. Cole Vixen here for Rayquaza. Comic Trunks earns the range shield. See if it's there. Get by both the counter catcher and the dark energy.
It's been locked in! Benjamin Polster is your champion!
Absolutely incredible scenes here in London for the European International Championship.
Welcome to the European International Championships. Let the games begin!
So fare thee well, my own true love. When I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but my darling, when I think of thee. Very well, to Princess Landing Stage, River Mersey, fare thee well. I am bound for California, a place that I know right well. So fare thee well, my own true love. When I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but my darling, when I think of thee. Oh, I'm bound for California, a place that I know right well. And the captain's name is Burgess, and they say she's a floating hell. So fare thee well, my own true love. When I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but my darling, when I think of thee. Oh, I'm bound by Yankee Clipper ship, Davy Crockett is her name, and the captain's name is Burgess, and they say she's a floating hell. So fare thee well, my own true love. When I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but the darling, when I think of thee. So farewell to Lower Frederick Street and St. Terrace and Park Lane. I think it will be a long, long time before I see you again. So fare thee well, my own true love. When I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but my darling, when I think of thee.
And other greetings.
Insert greeting here to Pokemon trainers around the globe. Wasn't that incredible from the Longest Johns? They'll be back with a very special song, especially for you, in just a moment. But for now, trainers, welcome to the Pokemon European International Championships 2025!
EUIC, let's go!
EUIC, 4 of the best letters of the alphabet. We are coming to you live from the iconic Excel Centre right here in London, UK. I'm Charlie Merriman.
And I am Jake Sprague. And let me tell you, Charlie and I are beyond thrilled to be kicking off, we got it, this first event here, this second international event of the season. You know, Charlie, EUIC is known for its unmatched energy and legendary moments. And I feel like a little bumblebee here, buddy, because day one is already buzzing with excitement. What surprises does this weekend have in store for us? I cannot wait to find out.
Jake, I've emerged from the hive to tell you becoming an international champion is no easy feat, my friend.
He's not lying.
Oh, no, and only a very few trainers manage to defend their crown. But that means it's all to play for. Anyone here could claim that oh-so-coveted trophy and leave as our EUIC 2025 champion. And just how many competing trainers do we have here this weekend? Wait for it. Over 5,000. How exciting is that?
Incredible. But you know, Charlie, you dashing hero, what really makes an event like this unforgettable is the unity that we have in our global Pokemon community. This event is all about you guys, the fans. So let's hear it for some of your favorite games this weekend. Pokemon Unite fans, give it up!
Not bad. Not bad. Pretty good. Pretty good. It's not like I couldn't hear you, but I think we can do better. Brace yourself, trainers, because now I want to hear you give it up for our trainers from Pokemon Go. Yeah, there we go. Whoa. There we go.
Good.
You took the note and you ran with it.
Good.
Very good. Nice.
Now, I know this next group could blow the roof off this place, all right? So be careful, but I want to hear it for our trainers playing the Pokemon trading card game.
Okay. Whoa.
Wow.
That was close, Jake, but I think the roof is just about still intact.
Hanging on by a thread right now, Charlie.
There's some structural damage maybe, but we're okay for now. I'm not sure it's going to stay that way for long.
Okay.
Last but never least, please go absolutely wild for your trainers from the Pokemon video game. There it is. Oh,
there it goes.
It's gone.
Yeah,
it's gone.
They got it. Roof's gone.
That roof is gone.
Yep.
Congratulations, you tore it off. We're in an open-air venue now, trainers. Good luck.
Yeah, fun. I hope you brought your umbrellas. Good luck with that, everybody. And you know, Charlie, this isn't just about the hype this weekend.
Is it not?
Oh, no, my friend. They're competing for so much more. Of course for the glory, of course for the hype, but there is also a massive prize pool this weekend. Let me take, this can't be right. Production, is this right? It is. They are competing for over $500,000 in prizing between our titles. And of course, those all-important championship points. Do you see that off in the distance, Chuck?
What is that, Jake?
All the way down there. That, my friend, that shining light, that is Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The ultimate stage this August. Some of these trainers will be there.
Jake, you colossus of the world. We're going to need some music to accompany that journey to world. It's coming down the road fast, trainers. Tell you what, why do we have one more song that celebrates your journey as a Pokemon trainer? Let it ignite your passion through the competition ahead. You ready, Jake?
Me, 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 me.
It's not me and Jake.
They will not let us sing.
Yeah, we auditioned, but they were like, we'll get back to you. No, please welcome back to the stage, the Longest Johns.
We were young, we grew up with the stories of champions and journeys, searching for glory. Awake from your slumber, for now it's your turn. You've made preparations, studied and learned. You'll find partners to practice, and mentors to teach you, friends to cheer on, and those who'll defeat you. You win some, you lose some, 'cause that's how you learn. But every tough match is experience earned. Step out and face the world. Once you have learned all your homelands can yield, it's time to face challenges farther afield. Take to the path with friends by your side, new rivals before you from all the world wide. Set your sights firm on the battling ground, where titles are claimed and champions are found. Almost within the realm of the victor, soon it could be you, my friend. Step out and face the world. Won't you step out and face the world? Soon comes the day we've reached the arena where legends are made. There's no room for doubt and no room for fear. Think of the victories along your way here. Surrounded by veterans, the best are the best. You steel yourself now for this final test. You square to the challenge, excitement it swirls. This is your moment, my friend. Step out and face the world. Step out. Taste his face. The pressure's intense. Everyone's waiting. Crowd in suspense. The end it approaches. The hush fills the hall. It's come down to the wire. But you gave it your all. But you gave it your all. Step up to the podium. Hold your head high as you raise the trophy right up to the sky. You are the victor. No one denies. Stand proud and face the world. 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 Good luck, trainers!
The Longest Johns, everybody. I absolutely love them. What an incredible band. We're here. I'm Charlie Berryman. I'm joined on the desk by, well, knock.
Who's there?
Ben Kiriak.
Ben Kiriakou.
There we go.
Oh,
exactly.
you got, yeah,
it's
okay.
the European
I didn't even know where that was
International
going.
Championship.
Oh, look at us go.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, I like that. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that.
Yeah, but you have to say credit Charlie Merriman after every
Yeah,
time.
I will. I will.
Yeah.
I think that probably just cements the underlying of the joke.
I think so.
I really
yeah,
like
thank
that.
you.
Yeah,
Thank you very
that's
much for that, Ben. Well, trainers, how are you all doing? We've been working hard up to this event, but now it's here. All bets are off. We're at EUIC. How are you feeling, Ben?
I'm feeling great, and there are so many things on the line for our trainers. This is our first international, of course, in the Europe region, and this is probably the biggest event that we've ever had in Europe as well at the same time. So everything is on the line this weekend.
One of the biggest Pokemon events we've ever had. Let's take a look at how those all-important championship points are going to be working this season. So, winning here, if you win at the European International Championships, 500 points. But of course, the first 4 finishers here at the tournament this weekend get an automatic qualification to Worlds.
And that's massive. That really does affect the rest of your season. You know, it allows you to play a little bit differently in the run-up to the World Championships. You can kind of test the waters a little bit. You can kind of go for different things. But of course, if you don't get those top 4 automatic invitation spots, if you're going from 5th place down to top 64, you've got a boatload of championship points to add to that top 75 finish that will, of course, qualify you for Europe, to the World Championships, US and Canada, and of course going into other regions, Latin America being 50, Oceania 20, and ME and SA as 5.
But how do they accrue those points this weekend? Let's explain how the weekend's going to work to you.
This is the 2025 European International Championships, broadcasting live from the Excel Centre here in London, UK. Pokemon VG trainers have traveled from around the world to compete for a $500,000 prize pool, a heap of booster packs, and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This tournament is a 3-day event that kicks off with Swiss rounds. Trainers whose total match points exceed the threshold for their division will advance to Day 2. On Day 2, trainers continue battling in Swiss rounds. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors and up to 24 competitors with the same match points as 8th place will advance into an asymmetrical top cut, battling through a single elimination bracket until only 2 trainers remain. These finalists will face off on Championship Sunday, where they'll compete for the EU IC trophy and try to claim their piece of Pokemon glory. Every match is a best of 3 and uses an open team sheet format. That means each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. It's anyone's guess who will be crowned the European International Champion and receive invites to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. But we'll be here to guide you through all of the action as we find out who the last trainer standing will be. Let's send it back to our casters and get this tournament started.
And if you make it all the way through that, of course, there are some fantastic prizes on offer this weekend. Look at that, Charlie. $15,000 in our Masters division for top placing.
I'll take it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no,
Thanks
well,
so much for
absolutely.
offering that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
If you're going to offer it.
Yeah, no, you're doing the offering here, my friend. Yeah, so much on the line for these trainers and such an exciting event to be a part of. The atmosphere out there, Ben, of course, I was just on stage there opening the show with Jay Sprague from Pokémon Unite. It is electric. The crowd has been waiting for this moment for so long, and now we can finally get the games underway.
Yeah, and this is it. I can't say this enough, how much this tournament really means to all of our players in Europe. And of course, our international players coming to play as well. The points they earn here, the prize money potentially giving them a little bit of boost to get to more events for the rest of the season. It all adds up, but this is the big one, Charlie.
Want to know how I'm feeling about it, Ben?
How are you feeling about it?
Knock, knock.
Hmm?
Knock, knock.
Knock, knock.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Woo.
Woohoo.
Exactly. And Ben, thank you so much for representing my Kingdra
Oh my God, you got me again.
Pocket Square.
Yeah, well, I couldn't find my Pocket Square this morning, so Kingdra's going to have to do it for me today.
Well, we'll do more than do it for you, my friend. The best Pokemon there possibly is. What's the weather we're expecting this weekend, trainers? What are we keeping our eyes out for? Well, it's Reg G2, Electra Pikachu, if you get it. Then you get it. How's the meta shaping up for our first Reg G International Championship since Worlds 2024? Of course, this was the competitive format we were using up to Worlds last year in Honolulu, and now we're revisiting it. But is what has worked before going to work this time?
And that's the thing that we've been seeing in our regional championships on the run-up across all of the globe. Different Pokemon taking the limelight. Of course, in Birmingham, it was Miraidon, and the same composition that Luca Ceribelli was able to win the World Championships with was able to win the Birmingham Regional Championships again. But since then, Miraidon hasn't been able to make that top spot. We're seeing those metagame adaptations come into full force.
Yeah. I think there was a slight adaptation from Luca's team. I think Iron Hands went from Terra Bug to Terra Poison, for example.
It's,
all
it's
of
the
those,
little things that count.
Exactly, they really do. And we've seen teams of all kinds, like San Juan just last weekend. Our most recent, I believe, that was a special championships. That was a Kyogre team coming out on top, and a team that was, I think, the same as or very similar to Oliver Escalin's team that came second at the Birmingham Regional Championships. I mean, we'll get into this later, trainers, but my money's on Kyogre this weekend.
Well, it could be. I mean, we'll have to get into our predictions a little bit later on, Charlie. In the meantime, let's go around the world in 80 metas, because we've got so many different metagames from different places around the world that are coming together in our international championships. We saw it already at LAIC, where we had regulation set H, but different players opting for different strategies, and you have to prepare differently coming into this. I mean, you go back to the World Championships, we of course had Miraidon, we've had Kyogre doing well, we've had Calyrex Shadow Rider, but we've also seen a resurgence recently of Groudon and Koraidon coming around, Groudon in Europe, and of course Koraidon doing pretty well in San Antonio.
Yeah.
And coming into this international championships, players are going to be having to work out. It's like, well, this did well over here, this did well over there. How am I going to actually adapt for all of these different play styles and give myself the best opportunity to do well?
Well, we've gone all around the world in 80 metas. Now let's go around the world in terms of how our players are doing in each region with their points. Marco Silva, and he's here this weekend as well. 1,930. Let's not forget, traders, Marco Silva defending Latin America International Championships champion. That is something that only a very few traders have managed to do, winning back-to-back international championships.
And our only player, I think, that has 3 international championships to their name. Definitely one of our players to watch this weekend. And someone's going to tell us, like, there's some championship points for everyone else. You know, it's okay. You only need to get into the top 75, Marco. But yeah, looking down the list here, we've got some other fantastic names. Of course, Victor Medina being in 2nd place. But looking a little bit further down the list, Matty Morgan doing very well. Oliver Escalin, our Birmingham runner-up, sitting very high in the championship point standings as well.
You know, Francesco Piopero told me the other day that he left home for London, realised he'd forgotten his Switch, but he was also locked out. So he then had to, you know, wait to be able to be let in to pick up his Switch, just about made his flight, and is here in London, thankfully. So congratulations, Francesco. Made it a whole lot harder for yourself than it needed to be. Right, let's move on to our next region. Let's see how our leaderboards are shaping up around the world. It's going to be Latin America, Ben.
And Juan Salerno there, our regional champion, of course, from our most recent Latin America special event. He's leading the charge there with 16, 15 points. Lots of special events in that in the Latin American region. They have their own little metagame that they develop and play very, very well. Sebastian Escalante and Renzo Navarro, they were telling me they're actually staying together this weekend, so they're going to be testing very, very hard coming into this tournament. Of course, we have Gabriela Cacci as well. He was our 2023 EUIC runner-up. So really fascinated to see if he can make the run back this time round.
Daniel Nunez, your Merida regional champion as well from a couple of weeks ago. Fascinating to see how all these trainers match up against each other. Of course, it's not just EU and Latin America, other regions too. The NA region, there it is. My eyes immediately drawn to Hunter Brown there, the winner of that San Juan Special Championships. But I mean, a list of names that we're so familiar with.
Yeah, especially the Tang gang that were able to pilot basically the same team, if not the same team, to the finals of San Antonio. And of course, we have Joseph Ugarte, our absolute regular here. Speaking to him, he's not necessarily feeling as prepared as maybe he could coming into this international championships, but he's pretty comfortable with what he's been working on for quite a while. So I'm interested to see how he gets on this weekend and if he can just go deep in it. You always know that Joe's a player that you expect to do pretty well regularly, consistently.
Yeah, Joe is saying that it feels like he's taking some pressure off himself, and he had a fantastic run at NAIC 2022 when he did just that. So hopefully just having fun this weekend, that's what it's all about. We teed it up before, Ben. We were talking about Kyogre and Groudon. Why don't we take a look at the Pokemon we've each got our eyes on this weekend? Okay, so we've got a few Dittos here, bit of a case of deja vu. We've got a few Dittos here, bit of a case of deja vu. There's the Kingdra jumping out of your pocket onto my predictions. It's the best Pokemon. Wolf Glick won a regional championship with it. Different regulation, we don't need to think too hard about that. It still was your Toronto regional champion. I'm leaning into the Dondozo here as well. Dondozo Tinglu, that is a composition that Dawei C did so well with at regional championships recently, and you know, it provides a much slower pace of game that can complement a faster one so well.
For me, it's the Groudon that really has been standing out in this second try at Regulation Set G, bringing the sun. And I think, like, if it's Groudon or Koraidon, I'm pretty happy either way, but it's using a different condition that we didn't really see too much. Like, Kyogre's bringing the rain, it brings that pretty consistently in restricted formats, but then players have opted for a different strategy, especially after Miraidon was able to win the World Championships. Groudon came back, it was able to get a couple of top 8 spots already. For me, Ditto is definitely a Pokemon to watch. A lot of players are bringing it to counter Pokemon like Calyrex Shadow Rider, which is definitely one of the strongest Pokemon that we're seeing coming into this Internationals. It's definitely the most balanced Pokemon of all. while still being really powerful, really fast right off the bat. And then, of course, those Pokemon that work well with Sun for me, Ogerpon, Halflame, and Fluttermane.
Yeah, of course. With the sun being set up, Hearthflame Mask, Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgels doing so much more damage, and Fluttermane's Photosynthesis being activated by the sun. But that's just me and you, Ben. We've also got Lee, Lou, and Sierra here this weekend. 2 Miraidon for Lee and Sierra here. Of course, the restricted that won the World Championships, piloted by Luca Cherubelli in Honolulu. Just, well, I mean, half a year ago now, absolutely crazy. Blood Moon Ursaluna for Lee as well. That is a Pokemon that's been on the rise. Otherwise, Lee's really leaning quite hard into Luca Cherubelli's team there with Frigoroth and the Iron Hands.
I mean, it's definitely a good call. That's one of those things where, Luca Cherubelli say, like, he's preparing for this event, but actually he just keeps losing to his own team in practice, and that's really saying something about the quality of the team that he used to win the World Championships. I really like the representation for Terapagos here. I think out of all of the restricted Pokemon that we have, it's probably one of the most fair Pokemon that we have in the format. Like, if it doesn't get a Calm Mind boost off, if it's running that set, it tends to struggle with doing lots of damage. That makes it a little bit easier to play. But then if you're able to get it into a position, if you're able to get a substitute Calm Mind off, or even as Aurelian Sula did in the NAIC back last season, go for those choice specs, go more offensive off the bat, it can be a really good option and has so many different ways that you can train it.
Yeah, that's what my money is on, Ben. If a Terapagos does well, I think it's going to be a more offensive one. Either the Choice Specs or the Meteor Beam to allow it to get, or a Power Herb, I mean, in order to get that Meteor Beam off in one turn. Smeargle as well, as Pokemon I think we are going to see a lot of. And Sierra, there's no Slitherwing, but there certainly is a Volcarona there. Yeah. Please do make sure you're following along, trainers, with all of the action. Pokemon.com/broadcast. No, it's not the most imaginatively titled, but that's so that you can remember it easily, trainers. Get going with that and follow our socials as well. Use hashtag PokemonEUIC. Join the buzzing conversation online. It is certainly thriving. I want to see what you're getting up to. What are you doing alongside the stream this weekend? What plans do you have? Make sure you've got the stream on at least one screen, though, at some point in your display.
And of course, trainers in the venue as well. Let us know how you're getting on this weekend too. We want to hear how the event's being for you. If you're a spectator watching along, what is your favorite moment across the weekend? Things that we do really like to see across the board. But I think, Charlie, we're getting our players ready on stage to get us kicked off here at the Europe International Championships. Round 1, we have Robbie versus Marco.
Robbie Charge and Marco Silva. Marco Silva, a trainer we were talking up a big game about before, Ben, so let's hope it doesn't let us down here. But Marco, 2-time LAIC champion and defending champion as well, winning in the 2024 season and the 2025. And it's going to be a Calyrex Shadow and Terapagos matchup, and that brings up all sorts of interesting questions, Ben.
It does. I mean, this is going to be quite a difficult matchup for both of these trainers. And we were just talking about it just a minute ago. Terapagos is one of those fair Pokemon. You've got to get it into a good spot. You've got to make sure it's set up and ready. But fortunately for Marco, Calyrex Shadow Rider's Astral Barrage does no damage to it because it's a Ghost type move. That's a normal type Pokemon. So it's definitely something that swings the matchup a little bit in Marco's favor on the face of it, but it's going to be all down to those supporting 5 Pokemon cast.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see Marco running this Terapagos. Tends to go for a more offensive, faster mode of play, but first, let's talk about Robbie's team here. So Terradark, that gives the Calyrex Shadow Rider a much better matchup into opposing Calyrexes. Whimsicott, Incineroar, Urshifu, Ogerpon, Cornerstone, and Indeedee. Really interesting to note the Wood Hammer on Robbie's Ogerpon Cornerstone Master as well, because with the Sturdy ability, going for Wood Hammer, you break your own Sturdy. That means you're not able to withstand at least one attack with 1 HP, as the Sturdy ability normally tends to do.
It's that gambit, whether you think that the Sturdy is more important, or actually, if it just gets targeted down by an Urshifu using Surging Strikes regularly, well, you might as well make sure it's a Wood Hammer, make sure the Urshifu gets knocked out, then you don't really have to worry about it at all. A really cool team composition, and I like the Expanding Force as well on the Calyrex Shadow Rider. That's going to make it a lot easier to do damage to this Terapagos here on Marco's side, backed up, of course, by the infamous pair of Rillaboom and Incineroar. nothing major really standing out other than the Terra Grass on the Rillaboom. That could make it do a lot more damage.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. I thought you meant in the team as a whole, but Screamtail, that's not a Pokemon we see very frequently at all. That Encore Disable combination, you've got to be so careful in front of that, trainers. Ben, the number of times I've accidentally protected in front of an Encore.
Don't do that.
I say accidentally. I mean, I clicked the button. I was very much conscious when I clicked that button, but it could just shut down the game for you, giving your opponent the opening they need, because of course Encore means that you have to use the move you just used again. Now there's Heatran here as well.
With Magma Storm, which allows it to trap in opponents, and that just makes this Screamtail all the more difficult to deal with. And it kind of, it's a defensive part of Marco's team, but it also works quite offensively. If you can Encore and disable a Pokemon into a move, then it has to struggle. It takes a quarter of its HP and recoil damage, and then you can get a Pokemon to knock itself out for you, so your Terrapagos doesn't have to do as much work, and you get the opportunity to take a Pokemon out of the game that Terrapagos really struggles with, so that it gets into a position where it's feeling like it's good, it can get its Calm Mind boost up, it's not worried about having to take a lot of damage before it gets its substitute off and play really slowly to get the leftovers recovery, get the grassy terrain recovery from Rillaboom.
Yeah, exactly, and there it is. There's the Power Whip on the Ogerpon. Ogerpon, there we go. Ogerpon Cornerstone Mars. Trainers, it's early. Power Whip, that's not a move that deals recoil damage, but it is a move that can miss. So, Robbie's going all in on the offense at the expense of breaking that Sturdy. Marco is risking the miss, but keeping the Sturdy intact. Let's see what's going to work out for them. Let's get into it, trainers. It's our very first game at the European International Championships.
And Incineroar on both sides of the field, and a restricted on both sides of the field. Here's Calyrex Shadow Rider for Robbie, and Marco leading out with Terrapagos, trying to get things set up.
This weekend.
Yeah, I think so. Incineroar restricted Pokemon. Yep, you called it, Charlie. I can't believe you managed to figure that one out.
Yeah. We're kicking off EUIC as we mean to go on. Now, that's very interesting here. The Intimidate over on Marco's side of the field is going off after Robbie's own. That could be an indication that Robbie's Incineroar is faster, but we'll have to see in successive turns if that's a speed tie or not.
Now, one of the upsides and downsides of Terrapagos is that you kind of want to use your Terra on Terrapagos. Like, it takes it away from the rest of the team, and that means that this Incineroar on Marco's side of the field is less inclined to go for a preemptive Terra Ghost, but also, of course, in front of a Calyrex Shadow Rider, you don't want to do that anyway. So I think if Robbie wants to go for a fake out here, it's a lot more safe than it could be in other matchups. And just try to get the Calyrex going for a nasty plot. It's not under a lot of threat from the Terrapagos right now. Here it is, fake out coming out here. Robbie was able to outspeed the Incineroar on Marco's side of the field. It is that nasty plot.
There it is, the Calyrex getting nice and boosted. The Terrapagos didn't protect there. That could have been an opportunity for Robbie to stop this Calm Mind boost. Not only that, break the Terra Shell of this Terrapagos to soften it up for successive turns. Having said that, of course, Marco's own Terrapagos is holding the leftovers, might be able to get back up to full HP, but once that Terra Shell is broken, it's going to take any further incoming attacks so much worse.
Both of these trainers getting set up and ready to get some damage on the board. But both of these trainers are kind of struggling at the minute to actually get their damage off. And I think it really comes down to how they both play, if they play defensively or offensively. Robbie doesn't have too many options with the Calyrex to play defensively, only being able to protect itself. But if you protect in front of a Terrapagos that has a substitute, like we're seeing now, that does give a little bit of an opportunity to use that Terra Shell and then get the substitute off, or even just another Calm Mind.
That Terrapagos couldn't really have a chill ahead right now, exactly. Yeah. It's actually withdrawn into its shell here. It doesn't mind. There's a parting shot, though. It's not going into Terrapagos. It's going into Marco's Incineroar. Terrapagos, though, it feels like Robbie has already given Marco's Terrapagos too much wiggle room here. It might now just be able to sweep through the game. We'll have to see.
Urshifu coming in here in favor of Incineroar and putting a lot of threat to Terrapagos on the field. Parting shot going into that Urshifu, so it is going to lower the attack, that's going to lower the damage of close combat, but not those surging strikes that always get a critical hit.
Yeah, you could go for a single target expanding force with your Calyrex. Of course, there's no psychic terrain on the field, so it wouldn't be spread damage, but you break the Terra Shell and then follow up with something like a close combat, and Marco could well have their back against the wall there, but maybe an opportunity at some point to set up a substitute. Incineroar, though, has just pivoted out. You'd have to pivot something in from the back, like the Rillaboom maybe, to provide another fake out there. You can't fake out the Calyrex because it's a ghost type, and fake out's a normal type move. You can certainly fake out the Urshifu.
And I think that's the key to this this general composition that Marco is using. Terrapagos really does want to sit there, get itself boosted up, have this consistent cycle of fake out and intimidate to make sure that it stays safe, but then be able to go for its Terra Starstorm. Once it has gone for its Terra and is going for Terra Starstorm in its Terra Stellar form, it will be able to hit the Calyrex Shadow Rider with a 2+ Terra Starstorm and do a lot of damage. It's going to be neutral across the board.
Well, exactly. This Calyrex has +2 to its special attack as well. So Terrapagos will be taking what looks like regular damage from that because it's now at +2 in its special defense as well. And with Rillaboom on the field, not only is there the fake out, but you've got the grassy terrain. Terrapagos with the leftovers, it's going to be healing up a huge amount each turn.
And Urshifu just not wanting to stay in front of a Rillaboom, and I don't blame it one bit. Incineroar comes in, gets that Intimidate onto the field.
There it is, Rillaboom's attack lower. Terrapagos now finally going for its Protect here. Scouting out for what Robbie's going to do with this Calyrex. Just an Astral Barrage, okay.
Yeah,
and,
nice.
The Rillaboom over on Marco's side is holding the Assault Vest, so it's going to be taking this better than it otherwise would. It's still +2. Interested to see how much damage it's... Oh my goodness! Brings it down so low, and that could be a pivotal part of Marco's team already down and out. U-turn, chipping at the Calyrex, pivoting to the back. Are we going to see an Incineroar coming back in, Ben? We may well do.
You called it, Charlie. I don't think I've ever seen an Incineroar switch in this position, personally.
Oh!
Hey! Incineroar coming back in. But that was critical damage there on the Rillaboom. Let's bring this back down to earth. Because the Rillaboom and the Incineroar do like switching in like this. And as soon as you remove the ability for the Incineroar or Rillaboom to switch in safely, that really does make the cycle much more difficult to be able to do. So Robbie's playing this very well, and this is the advantage of having a Calyrex that sort of gets going a lot quicker, and especially with that Life Orb boost as well, just adding to the damage there. But Rillaboom being able to shrug it off is really good for Marco. At least it preserves that ability to just go for a fake out turn after turn after turn. But we are getting close to that point where Terrapagos is going to need to start picking things up and start putting damage on Robbie's side of the field.
Not this turn, just a flinch for its troubles. There's the Expanding Force, just enabling Robbie to whittle away at this Terrapagos before it can recover its Terra Shell intact. Not going to be able to move this turn. There it is, there's a parting shot, lowering Calyrex's special attack. I believe it's now at +1.
+1. Yeah, that Calyrex is still quite threatening, and it still did quite a lot of damage to that Terrapagos. And let's not forget that the Terrapagos can go for its Terra and recover just a little bit of more HP, because it gets a little bit more HP when it goes for its Terrastalization. I think that's going to be critical here. The combination of the parting shot and the combination of the Terrastalization allows it to be able to be pretty healthy in this situation. And the choice to bring in Cornerstone Ogerpon here actually is really nice, because you preserve the grassy terrain in the back, you put some pressure onto the Incineroar on Robbie's side, maybe put some pressure on the Incineroar to go for its Terra option, but then you also preserve the ability to go for the Terrastalization this turn, remove the grassy terrain, and then put it back on the board.
Exactly, the Terraform Zero ability of Terrapagos there, but also if you Terrastalize, then a Terra Starstorm is going to be hitting the Calyrex. It's a stellar type move after Terrastalization, and it will be hitting the Incineroar, plus you've got your Rock Ogerpon there, your Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, which is unintimidated in order to provide a super effective Ivy Cudgel onto the Incineroar. So Marco in a pretty good position right now.
Yeah, I think so. I think this has been pretty tight. I think Robbie's done a really great job of spreading around a little bit of damage. Getting that Terra Shell properly broken is a big, big deal. But here it is, our first sparkles of the weekend. The Terrapagos is going for its Terrastalization into its Terra Terra Stella type.
It's a mouthful.
It's a mouthful.
And it's going to trip us up all weekend.
Absolutely.
There it is, Terraform Zero, removing the grassy terrain from the field. Just the once, though, it can be reset by the Rillaboom. There it is, Astral Barrage not doing anything into Terrapagos, but connecting with Ogerpon at +1. Oh, goodness, looks like it brings it right down to Sturdy, just the 1 HP. And now all eyes moving onto our Ogerpon. Is it going to pick up the KO onto the Incineroar on Robbie's side? No, it's not. Incineroar hanging on with a sliver. Here's the Terra Starstorm, though. It's going to do enough to the Incineroar. How well is the Calyrex going to take it? Raining down from the skies, pummeling this Calyrex.
Oh, and it
with
hangs
a critical
on.
hit. You want the critical hit into the other slot, buddy. The Calyrex is hanging on.
Wow, that Calyrex being able to take that attack is a really, really big deal. Something I was thinking about during that turn is that Robbie's Pokemon in the back are actually quite well suited to be able to knock out Terrapagos, but they kind of struggle with the Incineroar Rillaboom combination, and that's the thing that you really need that Calyrex to stay on the field for. Now, unfortunately for Calyrex, it is holding a Life Orb. The next attack that it lands out onto the field will be able to knock it out and remove it. So Robbie's going to have to play really carefully in this situation. I wouldn't be surprised to see him trying to preserve the Calyrex, or even just do that last little bit of damage to the Terrapagos to be able to remove that and allow the Urshifu to play with the Whimsicott that we've seen in the back that Marco hasn't quite seen yet, to be able to play into the Incineroar.
Going to be Ogerpon retreating here in favor of potentially the Incineroar coming in for the back for an Intimidate drop onto the Urshifu as well. Calyrex, you called it, Ben, goes for one more attack and it goes down in a blaze of glory. But first, it's going to be blazing Terra Crystals on the stage, trainers. Robbie responding with the Terra into the Urshifu. It's become a Terra Stella as well. It's not often that we see two Terra Stella Pokemon facing each other down from either side of the field. It's going to give a one-time boost to any individual type of move this Urshifu chooses. Here's the Expanding Force, not doing too much damage to this well-boosted up Terrapagos. There it is. Calyrex goes down. That's the restricted down for Robbie. Now, is the Urshifu going to be able to secure the knockout? Boosted by Terra Stella. Super effective into the Terrapagos. Here we go, traders.
Oh, it's enough.
There it is. It's enough.
Wow, this Urshifu, just that Terra Stella boost probably was the thing that took it over the line to be able to pick up the knockout on that Terrapagos. Now it is 3 Pokemon to 2. This Urshifu cannot switch out. It still has the Terra Stella boost to its Surging Strikes, which I think is a really big deal in front of that Incineroar. Now both players have burnt their Terastallization. It is going to be 2 Grass-type Pokemon in Rillaboom and Ogerpon with that Fire-type Incineroar, of course, that does not like the Surging Strikes one little bit. And now the Whimsicott coming in with its Covert Cloak. It's not susceptible to a Fake Out. And it will come down to how this Ogerpon and Whimsicott are trained. Whimsicott is naturally faster than the Ogerpon. If it's able to get a Moonblast off first, which it will be able to do in front of a Fake Out from Incineroar because of its Covert Cloak, then Urshifu is free to go for a Surging Strikes. And that Astral Barrage damage on the Rillaboom comes into play here because a Moonblast might even be able to pick it up from the HP range that it was at.
And let's not forget, trainers, that Urshifu with its Surging Strikes guaranteed critical hits, so Incineroar's Intimidate won't be mitigating that damage. But we know, of course, there is the Rillaboom in the back. Is Robbie going to have enough in the tank to be able to deal with that? It's down to the wire, locking in the moves, and every decision counts. There's a Fake Out into the Urshifu, not going to be moving this turn, giving the opening to Ogerpon to go for the Ivy Cudgel, actually faster than the Whimsicott here. Moonblast taking care of a little bit of HP over on Marco's Incineroar.
Special attack drop there on Incineroar, not making any difference whatsoever. But that's really good information for both of these trainers, that this Whimsicott is in fact slower than the Ogerpon. That changes the dynamic of how this turn has to play. Urshifu has to think about his priority move in Aqua Jet to knock out the Ogerpon first, but then it's not getting the Terra Stella boost, nor is it going for a Surging Strikes onto Incineroar.
But you have encore pressure now as well. You could lock one of these Pokemon into this move. Probably the Incineroar, but then again, it would be the Ogerpon that's threatening the Whimsicott with more damage. Marco's Incineroar only has Knockoff as a damaging move, not Flare Blitz, but it's still something you've always got to be mindful of. I think Robbie's just playing out this game to the best of their ability. A comeback could happen. I think that's going to be timeout. Ooh, maybe just lock that in time. Ivy Cudgel, Ogerpon not wanting to deal with any rounds of applause. It doesn't like being the center of attention. That's Whimsicott's job. There we go, Whimsicott down. Now all eyes just on this. Big surging strikes from Urshifu. Going into the Ogre Bomb, that's probably the most excessive surging strikes I've ever seen, Ben. Just the one, picking up the 1 HP. But now, of course, you're vulnerable to something like a Will-O-Wisp coming out from this Incineroar, mitigating its damage output.
And yeah, well, it's not going to be this turn. It's going to be a knockoff
yeah.
instead, just that extra little bit of damage. And I think that's clever in this situation. With Rillaboom in the back and its fake out pressure and the extra bits of damage that knockoff can do, even with the recovery, I would say this Urshifu is right now in range of a Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom. You've got to be thinking, though, in preparation for the maybe couple of turns of grassy terrain recovery from that Urshifu, is it still going to be in range? The answer is probably, but it does depend on how the Rillaboom, how offensively this Rillaboom has been trained.
Interesting, so not protecting with the Urshifu there. Robbie just decided to go Hail Mary and trying to do what they can at the end of this game one. There's the Will-O-Wisp here. So Urshifu, Marco just playing it calm and steady, mitigating the damage output. And this is what I was saying before. We so often see Marco running these very fast hyper-offense team. Just look at the team that won the Latin America International Championships for him with the Charizard in the sun. But no, Terapagos, definitely a slower, steadier team composition. Makes sense for the Turtle.
I think it does, and it's definitely a call coming into this event. All of the talk that I've been hearing about as this Aqua Jet goes into Rillaboom is not quite enough, of course.
It's good information, though. You might need to know that calculation
yeah, I mean,
at some point.
You know, burnt Aqua Jet is not something that you really see too many times overall. Look at Marco there, cool as a cucumber there. He's just, you know, he's playing this sort of slow-paced game where it's going to take turn after turn after turn. You try to carve out little bits of an advantage over and over again until you're in a completely dominating position. And I think that's what Marco is able to do there really, really effectively.
Yeah, piloting the team so well, but let's not forget, Ben, a lot of it came down to those Calm Mind boosts on the Terapagos. So if you're Robbie, how are you going to be denying that? And I think one option is just going all out on the offense. You want to break that Terra Shell as quickly as possible. You want to have the flinches available. Maybe you go in with something like the Calyrex and the Indeedee, setting up the Psychic Terrain, just so you're dealing damage across the board. So not only are you dealing with the Terapagos, but you're taking care of the pieces around it.
But it's a kind of double whammy there. You're both having the expanding force doing more damage and hitting both targets, and that can be really important for like the turn that the Ogerpon switches in potentially. You want to be able to get some psychic type damage onto that. Where here you go, the Astral Barrage went into the Rillaboom before, it did damage to the Rillaboom, but it didn't do damage to the Terapagos. But also you remove that recovery potential from the Terapagos and keep it a little bit more under check at the same time.
Terra Starstorm, this is one thing that trainers say about these Terapagos teams. On a Terapagos team, it's most likely going to be the Terapagos that goes for the Terastallization. A bit of a Terra Hog, you could say. And that does limit Marco's options, and that could be a little bit of an out that Robbie can try and play towards in this game too. Let's not forget, traders, Robbie has to win this next game in order to take it to a third game. Best of 3 is how it works here.
Best of 3 all weekend long, all the way up, but you do get an opportunity to scout out how your opponent's going to be reacting to your team and how you can adapt yourself for getting into game 2 here. We've got an Incineroar apiece.
Oh!
The Terapagos is on the different side here, but it's still the Incineroar and the restricted Pokemon of choice. And I think it's now down to how these trainers act, of course, in turn 1, but also what Pokemon have they brought in the back? Are all 4 of the same Pokemon for both trainers going to be present in this game or not?
Marco, thank you for switching it up for the sake of the casters. The thrill of seeing the Terapagos and Incineroar in different positions. Now, could something switch in from the back here? Could something completely change up the game plan? It certainly looks like that's what Robbie's plan is going to be. Here comes Whimsicott, the great friend. Certainly a friendly one, as Calyrex is just going to be keeping itself safe. You want to do that in the front of a knockoff from Incineroar, potentially. But, of course, giving Marco's Terapagos the opportunity to get that Calm Mind off, start to get boosted up. +1 special attack and special defense.
And at this time, you don't get the nasty plot off, but that's probably for the best when Robbie protects himself from a knockoff. And that's a really big deal, because you really don't want to take a double weak knockoff to lose your Calyrex turn 1 without getting any damage on to the Terapagos, but then also the Terapagos getting a Calm Mind at the same time. Like, that would be a really bad game plan. So great call from Marco there for going for it, but I would say like Robbie did really well not to fall for it for the adaptation to game 2.
You sometimes do see a focus sash on Calyrex Shadow Riders to give it just that little bit of extra longevity hanging on 1 HP. But of course, Robbie's is running the Life Orb. He's going to be whittling away at its HP, just as we saw in that previous game, securing its own knockout.
Yeah.
So Marco is sacrificing the Calm Mind boost here. Marco sending in instead the Rillaboom. There they are, Incineroar Rillaboom. Best friends on the field right now, providing the fake heading into next turn. But let's not forget the Whimsicott has Covert Cloak, so it wouldn't be taking a flinch, but if you're terastallizing one of your pieces, yes, the Calyrex here, now it would be able to be flinched by a fake out. It's no longer a ghost type, trainers. It's gone all cheeky. It's a Terra Dark.
This is a really great strategy coming in here for Robbie. The Encore stops the Terrapagos from going for the boost. You said earlier on that you tend to fall for it, but Marco has played this game
Marco's a better player
once or
than I am.
twice before. He's managed to avoid it, and of course, Robbie's doing really well here, making that knockoff a resisted hit instead. So the Rillaboom comes in, and this just forces Marco to lose that Calm Mind boost. Have both of the fake outers on the field, which means that there isn't any of the back. So you know you've got to sort of, if you're Marco, kind of work out how to reset the board.
Resisted hit on the Calyrex, but you have now lost your Life Orb. The Calyrex is not going to be dealing as much damage as it was before, so something Robbie is going to have to pivot around pretty masterfully here to be able to deal with. Rillaboom exerting so much pressure with this fake out that, you know, Whimsicott, as long as it's on the field and it's not taking much damage from Incineroar or Rillaboom, you've got the ever-present threat of Encore, so Marco's going to want to be dealing with that swiftly.
I think I would happily trade a Life Orb for a 2+ nasty plot boost there.
True.
I think that's definitely a good trade for Robbie to be making in this situation. Now Whimsicott going out, Urshifu coming in and getting some offensive pressure going.
Calyrex wanting to preserve those boosts, going for the Protect. Urshifu, of course, cannot be blocked by Protect thanks to its Unseen Fist ability. U-turn will now do super effective damage to the Calyrex.
That's how you get fake out back home.
Hurling a parting shot Urshifu's way. Yes, now enabling the Incineroar to pivot out. Marco can switch it back in on a successive turn, get another Intimidate down, and yes, Bird, as you say, provide the threat of another fake out.
Well, here is the opportunity for Robbie to start going on the offensive, but he does have to be careful, as he has been so far, that the Calyrex isn't taking too much damage. The U-turn is now super effective into the Calyrex, and that presents its own little bit of an issue. You can now stand in front of the Incineroar, but the Rillaboom's causing you a few more problems than it did before. But more than that, this Terrapagos, if it goes for its Terra Stella and Terra Starstorm, it's going to be doing super effective damage to the Calyrex. So just one Calm Mind boost, maybe even not a Calm Mind boost, and a little bit of extra damage would be enough for this Calyrex to go down.
You handled the Terra Stella, Terra Starstorm mouthful masterfully.
I'm practicing.
Congratulations to you. Incineroar, surprise, surprise, going back onto the field. It's going to drop the attack of the Rillaboom on Marco's side and provide that all-important fake out. This Terrapagos still hasn't had its Terra Shell broken, and even though it does, if it's just a little bit of chip, it could get right back up there with the grassy terrain and indeed the leftovers. Rillaboom, oh, look at that. Take a good long look in the mirror, my friend, Incineroar, because we've got one staring you down.
I wonder if when Incineroar looks in the mirror, it gets intimidated by itself.
It's a really good question, actually, Ben. We're going to have to, let's hope we can interview an Incineroar. Production, if we can interview an Incineroar at some point, it'd be great to know that. Thank you. But here we go. Terrapagos going once more for its Terra Stella, doing what it does best. Now Terra Starstorm going to be dealing spread damage. It does no longer have the Terra Shell ability intact. It's got rid of its own helpful grassy terrain. Astral Bravado not doing anything to Terrapagos, and it's threatening super effective damage onto the Calyrex. Very unique way that the Terra Starstorm damage calculations work. Super effective into a terrestrialized Pokemon. Raining down once more. Calyrex going not quite back to the stables. It has
critical hit as well.
With the critical hit, a very bulky Calyrex. You can see from Marco's face there, was not expecting that.
This is why Terrapagos is a little bit more fair as a restricted Pokemon. It's a super effective hit. You've gone for a Terra Starstorm, which increases the base damage of that move. And you've done it into a super effective, into a Calyrex. And you've got a critical hit, and it's still not knocked out. That means, like, if the Terrapagos had got a Calm Mind and then went for the Terra Starstorm and it didn't crit, it's you know, the same damage depending on, you know, the small little variations in damage that we get from turn to turn. But it just makes it difficult, I think, for Terapagos to really look so threatening. Now Marco has it at full HP. He's going to be able to pivot the Incineroar out. It's probably going to be the Rillaboom that's coming in. It's going to be able to launch out a lot more Terra Star Storms, but it's going to have to at this point.
Robbie playing the way I like to play, bringing it right down to the timer, making sure you're locking in the right moves, but able to get there just about. Another Astral Barrage, another immunity from Terapagos. It's really decent damage into the Rillaboom, holding the Assault Vest. Terra Star Storm is going to be dealing way more than enough damage to this Calyrex. 3 HP, Incineroar chipping away as well. Every little bit of chip damage counts, especially against a piece that can be so annoying to your game plan as the Incineroar, especially if it is the Ogerpon in the back once more for Marco. That would mean that Marco, aside from the restricted, left with all physical attackers. That's the knockoff. Good damage. The Assault Vest not really mattering in this position. The Rillaboom is so low already.
And the Incineroar's Intimidate, or the Intimidate on the Incineroar on Robbie's side, really paying dividends there for the Rillaboom on Marco's side. Having it lost there would be a little bit more detrimental because the Urshifu is in the back. And of course, Urshifu is one of the most dangerous Pokemon for Terapagos to be able to face. This time, it doesn't have its Terra Stella available to it because Calyrex went for the Terra Dark. So I think Robbie's going to have to be a little bit more careful about how he positions the Urshifu to be able to deal with the Terapagos potentially in an endgame. But now the Whimsicott coming onto the field, it's not going to be as effective. And I think this is a game plan shift that Marco's been able to execute so effectively, not going for its boosting moves, just going for damage in front of the encoring Whimsicott.
Yeah, really masterfully played by Marco. Is it going to be able to take another Terra Star Storm? Terapagos just dishing them out, chipping away at Robbie's team. Crit on the Incineroar, doesn't matter. But for style points, thank you so much, Terapagos, for that. Now, Whimsicott here, if it goes for something like an Encore on a successive turn, you're just taking more damage. If you've got 2 Pokemon in the back, the Whimsicott and this Urshifu, yes, the Terapagos is threatened, but you've got the Incineroar in the back if you're Marco, providing Intimidate and Fake Out.
And of course, the Incineroar on Marco's side is carrying that Rocky Helmet, so Surging Strikes is definitely not free. Incineroar is going to be able to intimidate the Urshifu to make close combat do less damage, so that sort of one-strike hit that you really want to be able to play. And of course, let's not forget that this Ogerpon is faster than both Urshifu and Whimsicott on Robbie's side. Makes this a really uphill battle. If you try to target down the Terapagos, which you really need to do if you're Robbie to be able to remove that spread damage, you're allowing the Ogerpon to just get an Ivy Cudgel onto Whimsicott. That might even be in KO range. You're also allowing multiple turns where Power Whip can go into the Urshifu. And as soon as it's at its focus sash, well, you can just go for Ivy Cudgel. Robbie doesn't have even have the opportunity to risk the miss in that situation.
Well, exactly. Ivy Cudgel is going to be enough to secure the knockout there. And now, once more, another case of deja vu. Just the Urshifu on the field for Robbie. There it is, close combat. Terra Shell, no longer a thing that this Terapagos has terastallized. Brought down about 1/4 of its HP, but is the Urshifu going to be able to hang on? Here comes Terra Star Storm. It will be dealing more than enough damage to this Urshifu, so that just one more hit will secure the knockout here. Yeah, there it is, down to 1 HP. Now, Urshifu, I believe, has access to that Aqua Jet option, but I don't think it's going to cut the mustard here, trainers, at EUIC in London. To coin a Britishism there. As the Terapagos gets, there it is, the leftovers and the grassy terrain recovery just stack so much.
And of course, there is Fake Out in the back in that Incineroar. There's a Rocky Helmet if it switches in.
It's going to be Marco Silva claiming the victory here in Game 1 of EUIC.
What a fabulous start to this weekend here, Charlie. Marco just showing why he's one of our top trainers across the whole world, being able to give us a masterclass in why this Terapagos build, slow and steady, sometimes wins the race.
Yep, it's like we always knew from our good friend Aesop. Marco potentially at the dawn of another undefeated run here at EUIC. Will Marco claim another international championship title? Let's find out. It's very early days, trainers, but it could happen.
It certainly could. It's all to play for, of course. We saw the championship point standings. Marco doesn't necessarily need any championship points. I think we could probably confidently say here he's got his automatic invitation to the World Championships. But of course, it's all about the journey to the World Championships as well. Proving why you're one of the best trainers out there and continuing to practice on the way, making sure that you're match fit for that all-important Worlds.
The fact that Terrapagos just takes no damage from Astral Barrage was absolutely crucial. I mean, it is for any Caloret Shadow Rider Terrapagos matchup. Have no doubt, trainers, that everyone running a Caloret Shadow Rider this weekend will have practiced all of their matchups, but Marco just not giving the room for Robbie to execute that game plan. It's interesting, we were talking about Marco being more of a hyper-offense player, but also has the benefit of that more EU play style, so to speak, of the pivoting around, getting the fake outs in, and it's a combination that so far is paying dividends for Marco.
And it really is that supporting cast that's the dangerous part of that Terrapagos team, because you're not able to execute your own strategy because you're constantly having to worry about a fake out coming in and a pivot here, and well, the Terrapagos protected itself this turn. This was the only turn I was able to get an attack off, and that game was a perfect example of that, where in game one, Robbie was trying to go for the expanding force, target it down, put it in a position where the Terrapagos was more vulnerable. But in doing so, yeah, okay, you got some damage on the Rillaboom, but the cycle was still there. The Ogerpon was there in the back to do that last bit of damage. And in game two, the Terrapagos just stayed at pretty much full health the entirety of the game.
Yeah, and it took that close combat so well. It's interesting to note, both trainers in both of those games brought the same 4 Pokemon, I believe.
Yeah.
There was no switch up in the game plan for Robbie, and that's what I mean. That's an indication that Robbie has practiced his game plan so much, because bringing the same Pokemon shows, no, he's set in his ways. He knows what to do. It's just a question of whether he's going to have the room to be able to execute it.
And you saw the adaptation in game two for Robbie there. He did really well. I mean, you know, it's quite tempting to look at an Incineroar, and it doesn't normally go for damaging moves. It's there to fake out. It's there to parting shot, make sure that the restricted Pokemon of choice is kind of kept under wraps, kept under control, pivot in the other fake out Pokemon. Sometimes it can do damage. I think this is like a very easy thing for trainers to sort of not really have in the forefront of their minds. Like, if an Incineroar is going for knockoff into a Kyogre, well, the most annoying part of that is that the item is no longer there, right? But on a Calyrex Shadow, that's something that you've definitely got to keep in mind. Robbie did a really good job in that turn one of game two to be conscious of that and also get the call right.
Love that you made that call out there, Ben. Yes, congratulations to Robbie, but our winner of that previous game, Marco Silva, going for gold, is ready on stage with Sierra. Let's pick his brains.
I am here at the winner of the first round here at EUIC and 3-time international champion, none other than Marco Silva. Congratulations on the match. I want to know your confidence levels now going into EUIC, or having already won an Internats this season.
Yeah, so of course I'm feeling really confident. I tested a lot this team, and I feel like it's a really good call. So I will try to play my best and hopefully get to the finals again.
I want to talk a little bit about this team, because I spoke to you and you said this team was a little bit more outside of your comfort zone, but obviously something you're still looking at the event, you think this is a strong pick. So I want to know how you kind of discovered and leaned into this team and felt so confident bringing something that's a little more outside the box.
So in general, I always been playing Caloret Shadow, and I feel like it was the restricted I was supposed to play in all the remaining events. But at some point, I realized that, especially into like this Terrapagos team, I was really having like lots of trouble. And while playing against it, like lots of time, I figured out I was really, really strong. So recently, a friend of mine, Francesco Piopero, won a grassroots tournament with it, like with this X6. So I picked it up like 2 weeks ago, like 10 days ago, basically. And I don't know, like I felt like it was pretty cool. I played it on locals. The locals went well, and then yeah, I decided to play it here as well.
I mean, definitely fared well. That was a really strong showing to start things off. And I know you had also posted about like testing up against Cali Shadow and that you didn't necessarily enjoy that. You won a pretty strong match. Do you feel like that preparation helped a lot?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Like I basically had in mind all the scenario about the matchup, because usually I'm the guy that plays Caloret Shadow. So I'm like from the side of like Incineroar, Calyrex, or Shifu. So I was able to like cover most of the plays in like both games. My opponent played really well, but I think the matchup clearly shows that I had a really good advantage.
All And then last but not least, of course, because I want you to get rest. It's a long day ahead of you here. I know that there's always great friends to help you along the way, so any opportunity to thank anyone else. And a little shout out, a little confidence to them before the game starts.
Yeah, so I want to shout out my competitive team, Novo, and I also want to shout out my friend group of Il Server and Momo Nation.
Marco, congratulations. Best of luck going on for the rest of the day. There's still so much more action, but for right now, we're just going to head back to our casters.
Really fascinating to hear Marco there talking about how he was worried about the Calyrex Shadow Rider matchup, but we were talking about how actually it seems on paper quite nice for a Terrapagos team.
Yeah, it does, but I think that's one of the advantages of being the Calyrex Shadow guy.
Right.
That you can understand what's going on and, as he said, cover those plays and make sure that you're putting yourself in a good spot. Even if he's not comfortable, he made it look like he was comfortable because he's practiced that matchup so many times. And of course, yeah, he's Marco Silva. It's like he's like a pretty good player.
Yeah. I would say so. Yeah, probably. Let's face it, a 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 in terms of Pokemon ability. Marco Silva at the beginning of a long day ahead, trainers. So many Swiss rounds. We're going to be seeing some phenomenal trainers on stage. And that was just round one. That was just round one. The names we have in the venue this weekend, we're keeping our eye on so many trainers throughout EUIC, and we're looking forward to showcasing them right now. There he is, front row center, Marco Silva. Fantastic that we get to see the teams these trainers are running as well. There's Luca Cherubelli running back the world's winning team, and Victor Medina there as well. I think this is a composition they're familiar with, but it's really exciting to see the Reggie Alecki there.
It's so... like, this is just already so stacked as a graphic here.
Yeah.
We've got the current reigning world champion who was crowned world champion in Regulation Set G, basically using the same composition that they used to win the world championships. Of course, then Marco Silva, we've just seen how good they are on form. They playing a matchup that they weren't particularly comfortable with, but just showing us exactly why they are one of the best. And of course, Marco being our LAIC reigning champion from the 2025 season, Victor Medina was the runner-up as well. And Victor's one of those trainers that's like, we've seen him get to the finals so many times. He's so consistent. He's always right up there, but he hasn't converted that to a win just yet. And I'm going to focus on the yet here because EUIC could be his event.
Now let's talk about the plushie metagame here, Ben.
Okay.
You'd be forgiven for thinking that Larvitar evolves into Skiploom, which evolves into Incineroar. That couldn't be more wrong, trainers. But really interesting to see. We've got a first form, a second form, and a final form on the screen. I want to see the Eviolite Larvitar being brought from Victor. I want to see the Focus Sash Skiploom from Marco, and Incineroar, well, I think we've seen enough.
You know what? Jumpluff was a Pokemon that Marco was using quite a lot. Skiploom evolves into Jumpluff, so maybe it's got a little bit of competitive viability going on. Slap a little Covert Cloak on there. But let's get moving on, because we've got more trainers from our EU region that we are going to be featuring here. Oliver Eskelin, Michael Kelsch, and Frederick Hoy Nielsen.
And these are all teams these trainers are so familiar with. Oliver Eskelin, that is the team.
Isn't it?
They reached the second position at the Birmingham Regional Championships with Michael Kelsch, Zamazenta, been putting in so much work for Michael, really throughout Regulation Set G, as including back around the World Championships. Now, Frederick's been doing fantastically well with this team in grassroots tournaments. You might be thinking, well, we back in Regulation Set H, that's a Sneasler on screen. We are not. But Frederick realizing, I think that Sneasler has a place in this metagame.
And I think a lot of trainers after these grassroots events really realized that Sneasler did have a place, and I think Frederick was one of the key components in that metagame shift. And of course, this Sneasler, if you haven't seen it before, it's not running the Dire Claw that it was so infamous for in Regulation Set H, instead running Gunk Shot and coaching to just, really give its teammates a little bit more of a boost. So a slightly different role from Regulation Set H, but an example of how that really combines with Regulation Set G.
Yeah, certainly does, and 3 different restricted on screen too. Speaking of different on screen, let's switch it up. Let's get NA into the building. They are out there. Justin Tang, Wolf Glick, Marcus Dion. Justin Tang, our San Antonio regional champion. Wolf Glick, our everything regional champion, a 10-time regional champion, going for another decisive win. And Marcus Dion, runner-up at the Merida Special event a couple of weeks ago.
rocking Zamazenta as well with Entei, and we've seen a little bit of that composition come into the fore, but I'm really excited to see how Marcus is able to compete with that combination of Pokemon. And again, 3 different restricteds to what we had on the last slide there. So it is really anyone's game as to what restricted. It's all about the team that they have alongside it. And of course, on Justin Tang's side, he won the San Antonio Regional Championships just a few weeks ago with, again, the same composition that he's using this weekend.
Wolf Glick is still running something familiar here, what with Gothitelle.
Screamtail Gothitelle.
Exactly, with that Perish Song and the Shadow Tag in order to trap opposing Pokemon in, and that gives Wolf so many options. The same cannot be said for Wolf's opponents. We've got 3 Amoonguss on the screen here as well, Ben. Pokemon that, of course, infamous right now, and has always been in Pokemon competitive video games, slowing things down where it has the space to. Marcus has been a Zamazenta believer for quite some time now.
But it's not only the North American region we have represented here, it's also the LATAM region. We have Sebastian Escalante, a player that's been playing for quite a long time and known for running different Pokemon. I remember he ran like a Klefki in the 2017 World Championships, and that was, this Raichu coming out here as an example of how he approaches the game. Gabriel Agati there with the more typical Miraidon build. He's known for using teams that are a little bit more, standard, as we say, or a little bit more meta type teams, but playing them really, really well.
I feel like Sebastian's plushie might have been slightly cut off by the graphic there. I feel like it's probably a Terrapagos, but we do have another Skiploom over on Juan trying to follow in Lucas' footsteps, rocking the Skiploom plushie. Gabriel just going in, no plushie. We'll see how this plushie meta game evolves during the weekend.
Is that an Azumarill?
I think it's Terrapagos. I think it's little like antenna, it's its legs or something, and his name is cutting it off there, or maybe the rest.
No,
of
I think.
the graphic.
Do you know what?
It might be an Azumarill. No, you might be right.
That's a little Azumarill.
Yeah. Let's give more devotion to this Azumarill plushie.
What do you reckon, Charlie? What do you reckon Gabriel's plush would be? Like, let's say he's holding it down a little bit lower. What do you reckon?
Sure. Well, if we're going with the team, I don't think it would be an Incineroar. I think it might be a Chien-Pao. I would say it would be a Chien-Pao.
That's a solid plushie.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
Yeah, it's a really good
one. But another different restricted being run here. Now, Raichu, you might be wondering what that does. It provides fake out pressure. It can go for something like a Nuzzle. It can paralyze an opponent. It could go for Endeavor if it's holding a Focus Sash, bring it down to 1 HP, all sorts of annoying moves.
But of course, it also has that Lightning Rod ability.
Oh, yeah.
So it's protecting Terrapagos in this archetype from Pokemon like Miraidon, and that's definitely something that is very, very valuable. Now, of course, there is also the Oceania region that we have here. Representing them is Nick Khan, Diego Fieria, and Joji Kaida.
It's Diego's team that's got me all aflutter. I say aflutter, but there's no main on their trainers.
Diego's going to have their cake and eat it this weekend.
Yeah, quite literally, with that whipped cream that Alchemy provides. There it is. It's a Pokemon that can go for the move, decorate, boosting up the stats of an ally. I really hope we get to see this. Diego is a player that's really familiar with this Size Spam and Trick Room mode. Now, Size Spam, Armor Rouge and DD, that means they can deal out huge damage with their Psychic type moves. Alchemy just boosting it up. Got the Wellspring Ogerpon. Feels strange to say, Ben, but it's the Ogerpon form, one of the Ogerpon forms we see least often these days.
Yeah, you'd
whereas
never,
once it was so good in Regulation Set G.
Coming from Regulation Set like F, where it was absolutely everywhere. Something I do also want to call out here, Nick has come over for EUIC, but it's actually his birthday this weekend.
Hey!
So he gets to play an IC on his birthday and play in this meta game that we have. Here is the top 8 restricted Pokemon there, and Calyrex Shadow Rider leading the charge.
Notice, Ben, that on none of our caster predictions were either of the Calyrexes. We might have made an absolute blunder this weekend, trainers. Let's find out. I'm personally not backing that horse, but Calyrex Shadow Rider is out in front. And if I'm expecting one of them to do better, it would be the Ice Rider, but that's in 3rd position. Miraidon nestled in between them there. Zamazenta 4th. Terrapagos that we just saw Marco Silva running in 5th, and there it is. The Weather Wars, Kyogre and Groudon, 6th and 8th place respectively. Koraidon, the Scarlet counterpart of Miraidon, way down there in 7th.
Yeah, and interesting to see that the free weather generating Pokemon are all clustered there at the bottom of our top 8. And of course, there are probably some other restricted Pokemon. I'd love to see how many Eternatus are playing this weekend.
Bring your
as well.
Lugia trainers.
But also, we've got so many trainers this weekend that actually these small percentages are actually quite a big proportion of players that are running it. So there's, even though, you know, you're seeing Groudon, my boy down there at 3.8%, I think he's viable. Yeah,
I agree with you.
I really want to check in on Groudon all the way through. But that's still quite a few players that are playing it and have opted for that strategy going into this weekend.
Yeah, 2 Sunsetters there, 7th and 8th. Groudon's really been on the rise, especially when, you know, trainers have been lamenting Groudon for its not 100% accurate Precipice Blades, but if you run it with something like a Sableye Bear, your favorite Pokemon, gotta give that shout out, can go full Gravity, and then Precipice Blades becomes so much more accurate, indeed 100% accurate. Interesting to see Koraidon here, and the Wolf Glick is running Koraidon as well. If you're just tuning in, trainers, we did just feature our players to watch, and yes, Wolf running a Koraidon. Zamazenta, I'm not surprised to see it in full position. I think if you'd asked me before this weekend, where do you think Zamazenta's going to be in the restricted standings on day 1 for usage stats, I think I would have said 4th.
You could have said Zamazenta or Sarapagus, I think. Could have been either one of those. Maybe Kyogre if you're feeling like the metagame's going a little bit differently, but
One San Juan.
Yeah.
Yeah, could do. But we've got so much excitement this weekend, trainers, but that's not where the Pokemon excitement ends. Oh no, we're getting into one of the biggest weeks for competitive Pokemon. It's Pokemon Day on Thursday, 27th of February, 6 AM PST, 2 PM UTC. Make sure you're missing it. All the latest news, what games do we have coming out, covering everything Pokemon Go, Unite, trading card game, as well as the video game Pokemon Sleep. Everything there, Cafe Remix. Do not miss that, trainers. We cannot wait to see what we've got in store.
Definitely make sure you're tuning in, because this is where all of the new news is going to be coming. We've got so much excitement this weekend, but also being excited for all of the extra Pokemon stuff that we're going to be able to feature going on from there. The excitement never ends, Charlie.
You say that, but that Pikachu is definitely dragging its heels there, plodding across the screen. Look alive, Pikachu. More like this Pikachu EX card here as well. Couple of little hints as to what's coming up here. Demo decks. Really nice Sylveon card. Okay, a celebratory Sylveon card for Pokemon Day. I love the flowers in that meadow there, especially with spring just around the corner.
Definitely going to have to talk to our trading card game counterparts to see if this Sylveon is looking a little bit spicy, because I'm reading its ability safeguard and that looks really, really cool. And look at the art on that for Alligator as well.
Ben, I was just about to call it out.
Like,
yeah.
Oh man, these cards are awesome.
For Alligator, I absolutely love, and these are the winners of our illustration contest from last year. If you're seeing your own card here represented, congratulations. Absolutely fantastic ideas for Pokemon cards. Pikachu, that's not a position we often see it in. Yawning away, love that. And Toxtricity just jamming out, playing that riff, getting us all hyped for the weekend.
What a great set of artwork there. Absolutely congratulations to everyone that won and has their cards featured here. Well, Charlie,
should we take a bit of a breather?
I think we could.
Yeah. Why don't we throw it over to Sierra? She's out there on the floor, soaking in the atmosphere. Sierra, what do you got for us?
Hello, I'm here at the floor at EUIC. I'll be here all day chatting with everybody. So if you're out there on the floor, you want a chance to maybe be on stream, fine, we might be able to make that happen. But for right now, talking with 2 competitors here and a very familiar face, but we'll go through the formalities of it all. Introduce yourself. What are you playing this weekend?
Hi, I'm Zoe Liu, and I'm playing Calyrex Shadow Rider this weekend.
Ooh, exciting. Top usage, you know, good choice. All right, what about yourself?
Oh, my name's Scott, and I'm also running Calyrex Shadow Rider as well.
Okay, did you 2 build together then, or?
No, I didn't. I had help from a friend, and I've got quite an unorthodox team. I have a Suicune and a Root Bonnet, and an Okie Dokie. So, don't ask me what's going to happen, because I'm not entirely sure. I just hope it goes well.
You saw that I was going to ask what was going to happen with the team, but now you got me intrigued for how it's going to go down. But what about you with the Calyrex Shadow Rider? A little bit more like the usual set, or?
Well, I think my team is a little bit more conventional, but I am running Sneasler, and I've clicked Diaclaw 5 times, and it hasn't gotten a single status, so I'm due for some RNG any moment now.
Hopefully soon. So I want to know, going into EUIC, the biggest EU event that we've had, how are you feeling being able to compete here? How are you feeling for the day?
Oh, it's been really exciting. For me, I compete mostly for fun now, so it's just really great to be able to catch up with all my friends here at the event. That, for me, is the main draw of the event.
No, it's always nice being able to be here, see friends and everyone else, and then you at this team that you're saying that you don't even know how it's going to go. How are you feeling for the rest of the day? Because there's a lot of Pokemon to be played.
I think a lot more confident. I managed to win my first game, first round, so that boosted my confidence a lot. But I made a lot of changes, a lot of last minute. But just like Zoe, I'm here like to see friends and stuff and just have a good time. I've realised that I'm not very good at this point, so I just enjoy the community and I enjoy spending time with the friends. The community is just so good, so that's the main reason why I'm here.
It honestly is so good. You have to have the confidence, all right? I don't want to hear none of this. All right, not that good.
I'll see you on stream.
All right, no, that's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. So going into this, both with the Calyrex Shadow Rider, how are you feeling about this meta, especially too that we're going back to Reg G, something we've already seen, already explored, got to see at Worlds?
I think I'm maybe a little bit behind because everyone seems to be running Terrapagos this weekend, which Calyrex Shadow Rider does not enjoy going up against. But I'm here to have fun, so fingers crossed no more Calyrex, no more Terrapagos.
Hopefully no more. Hopefully. You're talking about needing that good RNG. I'm hoping that's where it goes. But what about yourself?
Well, it felt like there's probably going to be a lot of CSR this weekend. It feels like it might be. It's this tournament. But, I mean, we've started to see more Terrapagos than I thought. So maybe it might be sort of a balance. But I'm pretty confident going into CSR. So I'm hoping the matchups are in my favor, really. But we'll just have to wait and see. Okie dokie helps a lot.
You need to be winning out so we can see that on stream. I'm here for it. All right. Last, I'm going to put you both on the spot. If it's not you that's winning EUIC, who is?
Scott.
Okay, except for each other. Except for each other. Let's get that for everybody.
Well, Wolf Click is here with Perish Trap, so I'm really curious to see that.
Especially in this meta. Yeah, no, I'm so excited. What about you? Who's taking it other than one of you two?
I mean, Luca's world champ, and he's on the world champ team, so he's going to be pretty cracked with it. So it'll definitely, I reckon, be in top cut.
Basic answer, but it's my answer too. So
yeah, I mean, it's a good choice.
Well, best of luck to both you throughout the day. Everything else, thank you so much for chatting. As for us, quick break, and then we'll get started with round 2 at EUIC.
Marco Silva, he is just one step away. So it would be so amazing to see Marco be able to get the first 3-time international championship glory.
I got into competitive play in 2016. I just stumbled upon like a YouTube video. From there, I saw that there was tournaments near my area. I did really well, and the organizers actually told me, yeah, you could probably play like a major event and you would probably do well, and that's what I did. My earliest memory from this game is definitely building my first team, trying out like new stats, learning new things about the game. It was really, really good. One moment in my career in which I wanted to quit was after the 2018 World Championship. It was my last year in the senior division, and I wasn't planning on playing anymore in the master division. I got really, really unlucky in my top 16 match, and it kind of made me like try way harder. I think one of the reasons that keeps me getting back to tournaments is definitely my competitive nature.
There's a pretty good special attack, and it's just a one-hit! No way!
Since I first time playing, there's definitely way more people. It's really hard to keep up because, of course, you have to practice a lot. I feel like it's also way more fun because there's more competition. At first, I feel like I was living the tournament kind of in a different way. Like every time I was going to a tournament, I was like stressing out a lot about the teams that I was supposed to bring. Right now, going to a tournament, I tend to test way less, and I focus more on something that I know that I'm able to play well. My strategy going to this tournament was based on having a lot of different modes. I had the Sun mode with Charizard, the Torkoal, and Jumpluff. I also had a really, really slow core with Incineroar, Porygon 2, and Ursaluna, and Torkoal as well. So I think the flexibility of my team was probably the strongest point of it.
Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters division.
This was a dream of mine that I tried to accomplish for a lot of years, and I'm really grateful that it finally happened. Once I will stop playing competitive Pokémon, I'll definitely remember the time in which I was able to defend my title. In the senior division, my brother was also able to win it all, so I'm extremely proud of him. My overall goal is to improve as much as I can, and of course, being able to win the World Championship one day. Hopefully, this will be the year. I feel like at this point, probably my results speak for themselves, so yeah. My greatest memory from the World Championship was definitely when my really close friend, Luca Civelli, was able to win it all. I think playing my brother in the World Final would definitely be a possibility because of the level he's been playing at and has been really high. One of the advice I would give to somebody that's starting out with the competitive Pokemon would definitely be try to get some friends involved into it, because if you all test together, it'll definitely be more fun.
Another day, another moment you can't waste, cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
What a swap by Yakai!
Bow down to your chiefs of Unite!
From
The Electro Drift, this might just be all she throws.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Pokemon trainers, welcome back to the European International Championships here in London. My name is Lee Provost. I have the pleasure to be behind the desk with my old partner in crime, Lou Actos-Gromi. How are you doing, Lou? It's great to be here with you. The atmosphere is electric.
how are you feeling?
It's EUIC, Lee. It is my favorite event of the Pokemon competitive season, and it's nice to have a friend behind the desk as well in the form of your good self. We're back in action, and what a tournament we have got so far. It's only been one match, and it has already set the precedent to be a fantastic weekend of competitive action.
Yeah, really great way for us to kick off the show with Marco on a tear this season as well. No surprise, obviously coming off the back of that LAIC win, and coming into a different format this weekend, but having a great start with that Terrapagos team as well. So something that maybe a lot of players weren't looking at as the top restricted to bring into this tournament. But
speak for yourself, Lee. It was on my caster prediction.
Yes,
you know, I think it's one of those Pokemon that, you know, I think has been very unique coming in with, you know, its unique abilities and move pool and everything. But it's such a difficult Pokemon to pilot because you want to set it up correctly with the Calm Mind and the Substitute, and that means you've got to revolve your Fake Outs in with Incineroar and Rillaboom, for example, that is really hard to get set up perfectly. But if anyone can do it, the trainers at an international have the potential and capability to do so. So I'm looking out for it.
Yeah, sure. And I think when it's in the hands of a really capable trainer as well, you know, I think a lot of the aspect of that protect the queen, protect the king, that you've got to play with the Terrapagos, you've got to have a lot of patience with that. And I think Marco is one of those players that's so, you know, experienced in these sort of tournaments. He's not going to rush into anything unnecessarily and just wait for that right moment. And we saw in that game too, the terrestrialization really taking advantage of the hindrance going up against Terrapagos. You want to terrestrialize your Pokemon, but it can be a real double-edged sword. The Terrestrial Starstorm just cutting through that Shadow Rider Calyrex. And we'll see how things play out for the rest of the day. But we had a quick look at the usage stats as well.
Yeah.
Shadow Rider is still on top, surprisingly. But we can have a look at some of the non-restricted Pokemon. These are the top 12 Pokemon coming into day one of this event.
I think this is the thing. Everybody's always like, which restricted is going to win the championship? But it's not going to be able to get there without 5 key Pokemon by its side as well.
So true.
And I think when you take a look at it, there's no surprises kind of in that top row a little bit. You know, Urshifu, the Rapid Strike variant, bringing that water typing, does kind of cement that Fire, Water, Grass core so strongly that we've seen consistently through every season and generation of competitive Pokemon. You've got your Incineroar or your Ogerpon there bringing in that fire element, and Amoonguss and Rillaboom. I know Ogerpon's also a grass type, but in this case, it's really about Rillaboom and Amoonguss being able to bring in that supportive nature. Amoonguss being able to put Pokemon to sleep with Spore, have redirection, and Rillaboom just being so formidable with Fake Out, and then that U-turn to pivot in and off the field as well.
Yeah, the terrain for the Rillaboom is really its biggest selling point. I think a lot of players kind of rely on it heavily for the Miraidon matchup in particular, because that electric terrain on the field, you want to get rid of it as soon as possible. Rillaboom with the Assault Vest, like we see it commonly ran, is one of those Pokemon that can come in and sponge hits a little bit better than a lot of the other things in the format, and then get rid of that terrain, which does in turn weaken the Miraidon. And then you've got the Fake Out, like you say, and then you've got the pivot with that U-turn. It's such a great Pokemon, you know, and it played tandem with the Incineroar so well. I liked the kind of change-up we saw going into Birmingham region as well, where we saw the rise of players kind of leaning on not just one grass type, but double grass types with that Amoonguss, with the Rillaboom as being that kind of sync pair, what a lot of players were leaning on to pivot around and utilize these tools to get the most out of those restricted Pokemon. But like you say, the Pokemon that support these restricted are
key,
just as important as the restricted themselves. They allow the restricted to kind of operate to their full potential in these games.
And I think your comment about the rising of kind of grass types out there has led to the increase in Pokemon like Chi-Pao and Chi-Yu being able to hit offensively with their ice and fire type damage respectively. Really does put those grass type Pokemon in check, as well as bringing these unique abilities, these Treasure of Ruin Pokemon, Chi-Pao using Sword of Ruin to lower the defense on the field, and Chi using Beads of Ruin to lower the special defense, just enables it to be such a pivotive member of the team, even without doing anything. It can sit there and protect and help its partner Pokemon on the special or physical side deal a huge amount of damage to their opponents.
Yeah, I love Chen-Pao in this format as well. I think it offers a lot of utility, not only for having things like Ice Spinner to get rid of terrain that can be a bit of an annoyance, but it also has that sort of Ruin ability, like you say, with the Sash as well. It's got that always little bit of a blanket of security, so it can protect when it needs to, but it can attack when it needs to as well, and not have to worry about getting removed from the field. And if your opponent wants to go into it, it's drawing all the attention away from whatever's next to it, allowing it to function a little bit better. Why it functions so well with something like Zamazenta that we might see, hopefully, at some point later today. But like you say, the Chi-Yu as well, another really great Ruin Pokemon, one of the legendaries there. Commonly seen with things like Fluttermane. When that combination, it's so oppressive. That lead, we've seen it throughout the regulations where those two have been allowed to be used by our players, and just that Beads of Ruin with the Fluttermane giving that boost, and then you've got the Fire type and Dark type attacks to think about on top of that. Your Grass types are in a terrible position most of the time, but that's, I think, a really good point you make, why we're seeing those Pokemon in particular have such a good time at the moment in this format is because of these key tools that players are relying on to allow the restricteds to work. Raging Bolt's another one that's been kind of a mainstay hanging about the usage stats in that middling kind of
It's pretty consistent, right?
Yeah. But it's such a good Pokemon with that, you know, and the different ways that we're seeing players utilize it with Booster Energy, Life Orb if you want to go a bit more offensive. But then you've always got the Assault Vest variants as well that, and you know, act a little bit like the Rillaboom, can come in, sponge and be disruptive, got priority as well with Thunderclap, and nice ways to disrupt your opponent with things like Snarl and also Electro Web.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Electro Web because the kind of speed tiers is something else that's been so pivotal with these supportive Pokemon. Being able to control whether you're going for a speedier environment, the Whimsicott, for example, there, really well known for clicking Tailwind, and just giving your team an immediate speed boost, as well as the Farigiraf that's on that team as well. We often see that going for that Trick Room, and whether it's there to actually set up Trick Room for your team or go for something to reverse a Trick Room maybe and just kind of stop your opponent from going from that strategy, does just show how well-versed these top 12 Pokemon are. You've got everything there. You've got offensive pressure, you've got defensive capabilities, and speed control options as well. Like, you can see why they're the top 12 league.
You can, and it'll be interesting to see how it changes from day one into day two.
Oh, always,
Will some of them make their way up the top of the leaderboard, or will some of them fall away, you know? I'm interested in probably the most in that Landorus theory and sorry, the Incarnate. I've got theory on the brain, but
Not
here we
today.
go. We are getting into our round two. We've got our players getting set up, and what a match for us to go into this next one with our current world champion, Luca Cherubelli, going up against the almighty Gabriel Agati.
I'm pinching myself. I cannot believe that this is our Swiss round two pairing. Luca Cherubelli, the reigning world champion, against Gabriel Agati, a formidable competitor from Brazil. And he's a trainer who has been in the grand finals of EUIC previously as well. Wasn't able to get the #1 spot, but has been a regional champion, has always been up there in the top cuts, and coming from the Latin America region as well, is going to be a favorite from them to try and take the European International Trophy, which has not been won by a Latin player so far.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Gabriel, just one of those players. 2 years ago was a finalist here. Can he go one step further this weekend? But we're taking a quick look at the teams here. You might seem very familiar with Luca's team here. A lot of the same Pokemon that they had success with at the World Championships earlier last year, well, last World. So we can see there's a few changes though coming into this, which is nice to see. The big one I think here is that Urshifu. It's dropped close combat from what we saw Luca run at Worlds and has changed over to the U-turn, has that ability to kind of pivot out, doesn't have the fighting type stab that it would have had before. That you've got that on the Iron Hand, so you're not missing that there. But I like the ability of not being able to kind of lower those defensive stats in a situation that keeps the Urshifu in a bit more of a prime position.
And this is obviously a team he's so well versed with. He became a world champion with this team, and a lot of trainers have been picking up, meaning it'll be out there in the field, but also a lot of counter teams will be prepared for it. Does Gabriel Agati maybe have the team that can meet its match? He was a Miraidon player at the World Championships himself and is running a similar team with a few adjustments. So he's going to be well versed in how this team functions, but maybe he's made a few medicals with the Chi Power, for example, and changing the format on that Urshifu from single strike to rapid strike. Maybe it'll be the adjustment he feels is the call for this meta we have now.
Yeah, I love the Chen Power adjustment because I believe it was the Iron Treads in Gabriel's Worlds team. And also Gabriel ran the single strike Urshifu, so he's opted for the change there for the more reliable, probably rapid strike in this sort of build. But the Chen Power, not something that we commonly see run with Miraidon. I love it though because it gives a lot more power to things like Urshifu and Iron Hands, especially if you've got that electric train on the field, the Quark Drive activated on the Iron Hands, and then you can boost that even further with something like the Chen Power. And you've got nice support options as well to alleviate the kind of frailties of Chen Power with the fake out on Incineroar, the fake out on the Iron Hands, and you have that alleviation where you've got the Armor Till on the Farigiraf in situations where you need it to block priority incoming onto your side of the field.
And we're not going to see any terrain rules here either, not seeing any Rillaboom or Indeedee, for example, bringing their respective terrains to the field. So the fake outs are going to be able to go pretty relatively safely, except for Farigiraf. That's going to be the key that's going to disrupt that strategy you kind of mentioned here. We know that the Incineroar and the Iron Hands, for example, these all want to go for things like fake out. But if that that Farigiraf is on the field with his Armor Tail ability, the priority is going to be slowed down. And I think that's going to be a unique and I think critical Pokemon choice for both our trainers to bring here.
Yeah, and the mind games are going to start straight off with Miraidon having terrestrialization of Fairy on both sides of the field. Do you lock into the Draco early to get rid of it, or do you lock in with one of those electric type attacks to kind of eke out what each other are going to do?
Well, the leads are out on the field for Luca Cherubelli. It's going to be the Whimsicott and the Urshifu that has taken an Intimidate from Gabriel Agati's Incineroar and the Miraidon. The Restricted is out and the Electric Terrain is in play.
Yeah, well, we've got nice options on the Whimsicott. It's got that Tailwind, so you can get the speed advantage very early on in this match if you want, if you're Luca, which is great. It's going to help you later on in this match. You've got the Light Screen as well. It's going to kind of get around the Miraidon. Big attacks there. We've already discussed there's no way to get rid of the terrain, so that hit on engine boost is going to be active whenever this Miraidon's on the field. It is pressuring down on the Urshifu. Of course, the Urshifu not really got ways to damage this Miraidon as long as it stays in its Dragon and Electric typing. It will resist those water type attacks, and the Urshifu is a bit threatened from that Surging Strikes, maybe why we're seeing it switch off the field.
Yeah, so it wants to be able to come back and use its Fake Out and Null a Day. Instead, it's going to be the Iron Hands that joins the field. The Quark Drive is going to be activated by the Electric Terrain in play, boosting the attack on that Iron Hands. Urshifu just going straight up for a Detect here, not wanting to take any unnecessary electric type damage from the opposing Miraidon, as Whimsicott does what it does best, clicks that Tailwind button, doubles up the speed on Luca's side of the field straight away. Miraidon was actually going for the Draco Meteor, and it falls into the Detect here.
Yeah, the Draco Meteor now, I like this play a lot. The Protect allows you to kind of scout out what the Miraidon's doing, but a nice play as well from Gabriel, where you've got that Iron Hands and you've got active Fake Out now. You have to be careful with the Fake Out, especially in front of the Whimsicott, because it does have On-Call. So it can lock you into that and kind of shut you down for the rest of the turns that you're on the field for 3 to 4. So maybe you don't want to go for that. You've got the Quark Drive activated now, and this Urshifu sitting in a really awkward position. Do you switch it out? It might open the door for Gabriel to take a little bit of a lead here early on in this match. You see Luca has got that Tailwind up. The Whimsicott maybe doesn't want to go for an attack, get the Light Screen up. It could be an option, but we're just seeing that Moonblast, Lou.
Yep, no Fake Out. Like you said, there's Encore on the field, and there's a Covert Cloak on the Whimsicott, so you don't even want to bother wasting that move down into that slot. Instead, it is going to be a full-out attack here coming down onto the opposing side. Miraidon's going to have to take these Surging Strikes, but they're really not going to do too much damage. You have the critical hits coming through, but Miraidon able to take those reasonably well. A significant chunk of damage from the Moonblast coming through from the Whimsicott, but now it is Gabriel Agati's turn to turn up the heat. The Draco Meteor comes through, connects, one-hit KO straight away, and Iron Hands has still yet to move and get its damage out on the field.
Yeah, and because you don't have the Focus Sash on that Urshifu, the Mystic Water, it is giving a little bit of a boost, but unfortunately not quite enough. Followed up with that Heavy Slam, and it is going to be a 2-hit KO here for Gabriel, taking a dominant lead in this first game.
Wow, I mean, the two Pokemon were a little bit slower on there thanks to the Tailwind, but it wasn't about speed, it was about damage in that turn. Luca does now have the utility to bring in Pokemon from the back and capitalize on the speed that Whimsicott was able to set up. Ogerpon and Miraidon now are in play to be able to get some significant damage on the field. Remember as well, the Ogerpon has the utility to go for that Follow Me and draw in all of those attacks.
Yeah, the other option that Luca has here is to lock in with the Terrestrialization, that Fairy typing on the Miraidon. It means it gives you that complete immunity to the Draco Meteor that's coming in from Gabriel's side of the field. You might see that Miraidon switch out now. It has taken a special attack drop, and maybe you want to get something else in its place, or you could go for the Fairy Terrestrialization yourself. That is an option, but we're seeing Gabriel just play it calm and coolly, keeping it around for later on in this match.
Like to see this adjustment. Chien-Pao joins the field, like you said, resets the special attack drop that the Draco Meteor has given the Miraidon. It's actually going to be a double shake-up here. I was thinking maybe Chien-Pao using Sword of Ruin could help out the Iron Hands, but instead Incineroar's going to join the fray. You don't have to worry about On-Call for Whimsicott. You can throw the Intimidate down. That's only really going to affect the Ogerpon, but critically you now have Fake Out to play around with going into the next turn. The Miraidon is running the Choice Spec, so you know it can't protect. It could be a very easy target for that, and you called this perfectly, Lee. It is going to be that Terrestrialization into the Fairy type. You now no longer take damage from Dragon type moves, as well as giving your Dazzling Gleam an extra boost too.
Yeah, which is going to really help out against this Chien-Pao that's just joined the field, and that's exactly what Luca's locked into. It's going to do some big damage here into this Pokemon, take it right down to the Sash, and the Incineroar taking a massive amount of damage, around 50% there, and you've still got the Ogerpon ready to go, and it is going to be the Wood Hammer, Lou.
Oh, it's not enough to be able to get the KO. If that had been on the Chien-Pao, for example, though, that would have been a knockout, but I really do think it now puts both these Pokemon in range to get picked up by another Dazzling Gleam. The speed advantage is on Luca's side. The Incineroar and the Chien-Pao are going to have to play very defensively if they want to be able to hang on here, but the Incineroar doesn't even have Protect.
No, it doesn't have Protect, and that's the big problem here. You do have active Fake Out this turn, so you could utilize that, which would be, you know, an option here to give you a little bit of alleviation. But the Chen Pao in that situation where is it going to be able to get an attack off? Maybe if it can outspeed the Miraidon, but it will go down. The nice thing about this switch from Gabriel is you know what's going to come out from this Miraidon. We are seeing that Fake Out.
Yes, the Sucker Punch getting that priority to try and bypass the Tailwind does get good damage onto the Ogerpon, but it isn't enough to be able to get the knockout. So the Ivy Cudgel is going to come through, connect onto the Chien Pao and get the knockout here. But Gabriel has a plethora of Pokemon in the back. You now have the utility to bring in your Iron Hands and apply Fake Out pressure once again. Tailwind has gone down now as well, so the speeds are going to be neutralized out here. This could be the opportunity for Miraidon on Gabriel's side as well to try and get some damage here too.
Yeah, but we are going to see that Iron Hands come in, and I think this is probably the right play because you've got another Fake Out where you can stop and slow down that Miraidon for at least one more turn. The Ogerpon is going to be left alone though. That's the problem. Where do you go for your Fake Out? It has to be into that Miraidon to stop that Dazzling Gleam to allow at least Incineroar to stay active, because you could almost parting shot into that Ogerpon, hoping that you see the Ogerpon go for the Ivy Cudgel into the Iron Hands to put it in range for that Dazzling Gleam, and then get your own Miraidon onto the field, and then in a position where you can maybe start to disrupt with those Electro Drifts. But you've got to be cautious because the electric terrain hasn't got many turns left. It will run out. If you get your timings wrong and you're relying on that Electro Drift and the electric terrain disappears, it's going to be a negative for both players, but probably more of a negative for Gabriel in this situation.
It's all about that ball position, slow and steady with these Fake Outs so that you can get your Miraidon back in with the electric terrain in play. That's going to help out the Iron Hands too. Spark Drive. Incineroar able to just hang on, go for that U-turn. It's a little bit of chip damage, but as you were saying, Lee, it's not about the damage here. It's all about the ball position for Gabriel Agati. The issue is the only Pokemon in the back is going to be that Miraidon, so it's going to join the field now, and the electric terrain is currently still in play.
Yeah, it's still in play for the moment. The Miraidon is nice and healthy from Gabriel's side of the field, and it all comes down to which Miraidon is going to be faster than the other. We do see that electric terrain disappear now. It's not on the field. The Hadron Engine ability on the Miraidons on both sides not active, and the Iron Hands does lose his Quark Drive, so not going to be as effective. The Iron Hand's going to be susceptible to that Dazzling Gleam. The Miraidon currently in its base typing going to be susceptible to the Dazzling Gleam. The Ogerpon here is in that nice position where it does have Follow Me, but it probably would go down to any sort of attack coming out from the Miraidon. And we are seeing a little bit more of a switch up from Gabriel.
Yep, Electric Terrain looks like it's not going to be on the field though. The Miraidon is here to stay, will be going for some damage in this turn as the Incineroar comes back into play. I think again it's just trying to weaken the damage that Ogerpon can deal with to follow up from the Miraidon once Luca goes for his attack, and then you possibly have the utility to get a Fake Out in the next turn. But if Dazzling Gleam is coming through from the Miraidon on Luca's side, this is going to be able to do so much damage to that Incineroar, get the knockout, and still do a significant chunk to the opposing Miraidon here as well. It is running the choice specs. This is still going to hurt.
Yeah, it's still going to do a lot of damage. It's going to be enough to pick up the Incineroar here, but not enough to get the Miraidon. And if the Miraidon can get rid of that Ogerpon with its own Dazzling Gleam here, chip down Lucas, it's going to be in a better position, especially with that support from the Iron Hands. But we're not seeing it, Lou. It is that Electro Drift into the Miraidon. It is going to be a critical hit. Probably didn't matter in that situation, but is enough to take down that big threat in the Miraidon on Lucas' side.
I like this choice by Gabriel, going for the guaranteed knockout there. The extra damage, the extra oomph that the Miraidon is able to deal. You are going to get KO'd by the Ogerpon in return, but you still have your Iron Hands in the back. You have the capability to go for that Fake Out and deal some damage. And because of all the Intimidates that have stacked down against this Ogerpon, I feel like Iron Hands can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Obviously, critical hits can still play a role in this game.
They definitely can. And Ivy Cudgel, one of those moves that has that heightened critical hit rate. Is it going to be enough to get the Iron Hands? The Iron Hands, one of those Pokemon renowned for its defensive capabilities. It's going to have the active Fake Out here. It can't really do much else. You want to go for the Fake Out, though, because if you do, then you're going to take damage from that Spiky Shield, which is inevitably going to come out from Lucas' side. I don't see any reason why you wouldn't go for it just to alleviate that turn. Even if a Drain Punch comes out, it's still going to make contact, still going to get that chip damage. So there's not really too many ways for the Iron Hands to get around that. And I think if you are Luca, you're relying then on that Ivy Cudgel to land a critical hit the turn after that. I think if you're Gabriel, you need to alleviate as much damage as possible. Can you get around not hitting into the Ogerpon to activate that Spiky Shield recall damage this turn?
Yes, and of course the Ogerpon is going to be faster as well, so you might be trying to think of some kind of mind game here. Could you maybe try and get some damage on the board? But like you said, go for the Spiky Shield. I see no reason for Gabriel not to go for the Fake Out there either anyway. Yes, you'll take a little bit of recall damage from the spikes that went up defensively on this Ogerpon, but I think you still have plenty of HP in the tank to be able to handle an Ivy Cudgel. The critical hit, however, will make it a little bit dicey, but I think Iron Hands can hang on.
We're going to find out. The Ivy Cudgel, it's a huge critical hit! And Luca steals the game from Gabriel in this game 1.
Oh my goodness, I am sorry, Iron Hands, that I, made that call, and Ogerpon able to get the victory. That's what makes a world champion at the end of the day. Wow. Oh my goodness, game 1 goes to Luca Cherubelli, but oh wow, that was close. Gabriel had him on the ropes.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to feel for Gabriel in that situation, because I think the only out for Luca right there and then was the critical hit.
Yeah.
A bit of a caster's curse going into
I'm
that
sorry,
one.
my bad,
we
my
do
bad.
apologize, but it is what happens with these higher ratio critical hit moves like the Avid Cudgel. That's why players opt to use them, and in that moment right there for Luca, it really came through. The Iron Hands, I think, otherwise would have been able to really close that up. But that's why I was talking about that spiky shield damage, because that could have been the difference between that crit mattering or not. It'd be interesting to know the actual damage calculations there to see if it was a factor in that, but I don't think in that end game Gabriel really had any way to get around that. But really interesting game from both players, back and forth, fast and furious, but the way that Gabriel preserved those fake out uses in that game to manage the Miraidon when it came onto the field, I think really set up an end game for him to close out. Locking in with that Electro Drift as well was key there, really, to getting rid of the Miraidon. Unfortunately went down to a really well-timed Woodhammer from that Ogerpon, which was a pivotal player in Luca's success in that game 1.
You always have to ask yourself if maybe that had been like the Dazzling Gleam coming through, maybe getting the KO on the Ogerpon, could you then have dealt a little easier with the Miraidon in that endgame where you don't have the additional critical hit chance coming through from the Ivy Cudgel? But then again, it's still a Miraidon. It would have been in that Dazzling Gleam dealing a huge amount of damage. By that time, single target as well to the Iron Hands. Yes, it has the Assault Vest, but it's still going to be dealing a significant amount of damage. And I feel like Gabriel played that well. He rolled the dice the way he needed to, but Luca had an ace up his sleeve.
Yeah, the ace, and the ace is what turned the tables there. And I think when you look at that match from an overview, you saw such a dominant lead from Gabriel, and then that double switch kind of really lost him a lot of the momentum there, especially when Luca got the Miraidon and the Ogerpon onto the field. It was like, well, you're 2 Pokemon against 4, it's not looking good for you, but the well-timed terrestrialization, the lock into Dazzling Gleam, and then the utility of that Ivy Cudgel just chipping things away, putting things in range. The Chen Pao, you feel like you want to get it onto the field fresh with that Focus Sash intact. I think the fact that, Gabriel had to switch it in and take damage, and it was down to the Focus Sash straight away, it really limited what it was able to do. Be interesting to see any change-ups coming into this game too.
Well, Chen Pao's coming front and center in this match, and I quite like this. You want to be able to get the damage off while you can, and like you say, not use it for a defensive switch in to take unnecessary damage. Both Restrictors are on the field as well. It's going to be both the Miraidons in play, and you can just see hiding behind the Miraidon on Luca's side, the Whimsicott once again to threaten that Tailwind and that speed.
Yeah, I love this situation here for Luca, because with that Tailwind, you can put your Miraidon ahead of the opposing Miraidon on Gabriel's side. You can terrestrialize if you want, and you can lock into something like a Dazzling Gleam that's going to force maybe the hand of Gabriel to terrestrialize their own Miraidon to get rid of that weakness. The Chen Pao in a situation where it's probably not going to get doubled up into this turn, so it's going to have the ability to go for maybe an Icicle Crash, which could be very, very good into that opposing Miraidon. Fortunately, you're not going to have the chance of a flinch if the Tailwind goes up from the Whimsicott, but you also got to be careful around the Whimsicott if it doesn't decide to go for the Tailwind here. Maybe go for a Moonblast, double up into something like the Chen Pao to remove it straight away. But I think the Tailwind's so key here to just give Luca that little bit of a boost up into this turn 1.
Well, I think without Terrestrialization, the Icicle Crash does threaten KOs on either side there on Luca's side. So Luca, I believe it's Luca's one here, going straight away for this Terra Fairy Miraidon here. Able to apply a lot of pressure with the Dazzling Gleam. Whimsicott goes straight away for that Tailwind, doubles up the speed on Luca's side of the field. No messing around here in this game too. He wants to try and close up the set. As Miraidon does indeed go for that Dazzling Gleam, there's no Terrestrialization on the opposing Miraidon either. So this is going to do so much damage. Not enough to get the KO, but it is looking very dangerous for Gabriel.
Yeah, taking so much damage from the Miraidon there, unnecessarily really, with the Icicle Crash coming in. Not quite enough to pick up the knockout, but followed up by that Volt Switch, boosted by the terrain, and a really nice play from a situation that looked dire, turning into a really positive one for Gabriel.
Even though there was the defensive terror in play, just by the pure damage of capabilities of both these Pokemon, they're able to get that damage out on the board, and I really, really like to see that. The Volt Switch as well, giving Gabriel the opportunity to start pivoting Pokemon once again that we saw him do really well in Game 1. Iron Hand's now in play, can threaten something like a Fake Out into this next turn, obviously not into the Whimsicott because it's got that Covert Cloak, but then maybe something like the Chen Pao is able to deal with it.
Yeah, and Luca has got that speed control now with the Tailwind for the next couple of turns, but you've got to say that the Chen Pao, next to that Iron Hands, you've got the Fake Out, so you can disrupt whatever you want on Luca's side this turn. You can maybe go for the Urshifu here, or go for that Whimsicott, prevent that Moonblast coming out, which is going to be enough to pick up the Chen Pao. You've got to be careful around the Aqua Jet, though, on the Urshifu, because it's going to be enough to pick up the Chen Pao down to that sash. So there's a little few kind of tweaks here. The Urshifu not in the safest situation, especially in front of the Iron Hands with that electric terrain active. And without the focus sash on Luca's side, it will go down to something like a Wild Charge if we do see that option coming out. It hasn't got the... yes, it has. It has not got the Wild Charge. So that is something that, you know, if you are Luca, you're not going to have to worry about too much. So the Urshifu in a pretty decent commanding position here where it can pick off the Chen Pao, has to deal with maybe a Drain Punch or a low kick from the Iron Hands, but not in a position where it's going to get knocked out here.
Chen Pao, once again, is in a really difficult spot. It can only really go for the Sucker Punch. Like you mentioned, there's the Aqua Jet. You can't even protect against that thanks to Unseen Fist that would just bypass it and get the knockout. But instead, I really like this play, the U-turn. Luca now taking a leaf out of Gabrielle's playbook and going for these kind of switching turns and these adaptations. The U-turn's really nice because it guarantees you the KO if Chen Pao stays in, and if Gabrielle wanted to switch things up, well, you can then pivot and adjust to what the board position is that Gabrielle has decided to go with. Whimsicott is able to join the field once again here as Iron Hands will go for the close combat into this very type. It's not very effective, but it still does a significant chunk of damage.
Yeah, the close combat there, and I really, like you say, a nice switch in to just keep that Urshifu really safe, because I think with how low health the Miraidon is on Gabrielle's side, you want to preserve that for later on. You want to get it out of the fray of all of these fake outs, disruption that are coming in, especially from things like the Incineroar, the Iron Hands. It's currently out in the field. The Intimidate dropping onto the Ogrepon's not ideal, of course. It's not going to be hitting as hard, but it's still going to be able to support the Whimsicott. The Whimsicott going to be able to get a Moonblast off into the Iron Hands. There's very limited options for Gabrielle to switch here, because we know anything going out, the Miraidon's going to come in, and without it terrestrializing, then it's going to be weak to that Moonblast and in the range for it to be picked up. So are we going to see maybe a little bit of a play here from Luca where you go for that Spiky Shield just to alleviate that kind of incoming fake out from potentially the Incineroar to allow you just to get around the threat from the Iron Hands that could come out this turn, but you can't ignore the Whimsicott. You have got the Heavy Slam that could come out into that slot as well.
Well, the Moonblast does go through the close combat, obviously weakening the defenses on that Iron Hands as well, but it's not enough to be able to get the knockout against it. Iron Hands still going to be able to play in this turn. Incineroar this time going for the U-turn. Again, no KO, but a nullable position adjustment for Gabrielle. Able to now bring in the Miraidon from the back again and start applying some pressure into these next turns. You need to start getting some more damage on the board, particularly as the Tailwind turns are ticking away, and Whimsicott's still in play. It can get that set up again if you leave it on the field.
Yeah, that's it. And the close combat now coming out from the Iron Hands, and it will be enough, powerful enough with this electric terrain to get that revenge onto the Ogopon this time around it. You would say that's a really good play, because the Miraidon here in a situation where it's on the field, it's still going to be threatened because of the speed control that Luca has access to. The Urshifu now in a position where it can go for the Surgeon Strikes, it can go for the Aqua Jet into either one of these targets and pick up. And now the situation's changed a little bit where you've got the Incineroar on the back, but that again isn't going to want to switch in on either one of these slots on Gabrielle's side because of the weakness that it's got to the Surgeon Strikes, to the Aqua Jet, and you want to try and mitigate as much damage as possible. And you need, I think, if you're Gabrielle, you need to get rid of this Whimsicott as soon as possible.
Yes, the Whimsicott's very disruptive. Like you've mentioned, the Moonblast's going to be able to have a pick of KOs here, as well as just doing some decent damage into Incineroar in the back. But critically, if it hangs on, it's going to be able to get that Tailwind up again and give the Miraidon on Luca's side the edge. Iron Hands is going to be withdrawing on Gabrielle's side, that we know the Incineroar is the only Pokemon that can come in here. The Intimidate will be nice against the opposing Urshifu, as long as it doesn't go for those Surging Strikes with the guaranteed critical hits. That's going to be able to pick up a KO on that Miraidon, and obviously Incineroar being a fire type does not want to take those water damages either. The Moonblast giving it a little bit of extra damage here as the Surging Strikes comes through. It only takes one to fell the restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, taking full advantage of this Tailwind, still in effect getting the jump on that Miraidon, and yet the smarter play there, I think, not locking into the Aqua Jet. I think that's maybe what Gabrielle was fishing for. The Aqua Jet coming out, you get the Intimidate onto it, and with the resistance, have you got enough to then take that attack to get something off, to get rid of the Whimsicott? If it was a Dazzling Gleam, it would have been able to remove both of these. Now the Iron Hands on the field, it does have access to that fake out, of course, but when you're looking at the Iron Hands, so low health, and this Incineroar as well, it's not looking good, especially you don't want to lock into fake out when you've got a kind of, if you can't get rid of the Whimsicott, because you've got that Encore that could lock you in for the rest of the game, and then it'd be easy for Luca to close this one up.
I wonder almost if the fake out could get the KO onto that opposing Whimsicott, and then you kind of just neutralize it there and then. But the issue is then you're leaving the Urshifu unchecked. It's going to be able to get some damage out on the board. But Incineroar able to go for the fake out. Oh, it's just a double fake out. Can it get the knockout? Yes, it can. Okay, so both fake outs were in play. This is a really nice way to just stop Luca literally in his tracks in this match. And now it is this 2v1. We know, of course, that the Incineroar is going to be able to imply, you know, some decent damage into the opposing Urshifu, can chip away at it. Obviously, the Iron Hands can do as well. But the issue is Urshifu is so strong, and it's going to be fast.
Yeah, it's going to be faster than both of these targets on Gabriel's side of the field. It's going to be able to just pick off this Iron Hands quite easily now, because you don't really worry about the Flare Blitz, the knockoff, or the U-turn too much from the Incineroar. But we are going to see, in response to that, a terrestrialization from Gabriel's side, and it is going to be into the Incineroar, going to take away that water-type weakness that it has into that Ghost typing.
This can be nice, and yes, the move ball isn't the strongest, but even something like a knockoff, you can get rid of the Mystic Water, and then the water type attacks aren't dealing as much damage. Iron Hands, unfortunately, is the first target, will be Feltis, so it really is all eyes on Incineroar, one of the titans of the competitive video game, to see if it can pull through here for Gabriel. The knockoff is going to come through. Decent chunk of damage here, removes the Mystic Water, but obviously we know that now the item's gone, knockoff can't deal that much damage going into the next turn.
Yeah, and talking about items, the key item here with that terrestrialization is the Rocky Helmet on that Incineroar. So if we do see the Surging Strikes, it's probably going to be enough recoil damage with that to pick up the knockout on the Urshifu. And even if it's not, you've got a knockout to follow up on that. Are you going to be able to survive the 3 Surging Strikes?
Okay, the first one comes through, the second one's going to come through, Incineroar's going to be able to hang on. I think it's going to be able to hang on from the 3rd Surging Strike, but can Urshifu hang on from the recoil? Luca's looking a little bit nervous here, connects through on the 3rd, and it will get the knockout.
Yeah, just was so well played here from Gabriel in a situation that just looked untenable at times. Had an end game in mind with that terrestrialization with the Incineroar, played it at the perfect time, and took full advantage of really such a key and clever item choice in that Rocky Helmet.
I love that late game terrestrialization as well. Almost forgot that Gabriel had it in his back pocket, and it was just the perfect play, like you said, neutralizing the damage from these Surging Strikes, making sure as well that that Rocky Helmet was in play while removing the Mystic Water that could have given him an edge, even as a Ghost type. We've got a game 3 on our hands, Pokemon trainers. This is the thrilling action we want to bring you at EUIC, as much Pokemon play from such esteemed trainers as possible.
Yeah, this is so exciting. It's what we all want, and we're getting exactly that going into this. Now, going into game 3, I think it's been fast-paced all the way through and really kind of just getting damage onto the field as soon as possible. The one thing that you can say about Luca is relying heavily on that Tailwind, and it came into play quite a lot in that first game, and Gabriel was able to kind of mitigate it quite well. Is it going to be something that Gabriel approaches in the same way? Because I think the one thing is that the Pokemon on Gabriel's side are trained so well. You can see the Miraidon being able to take that Dazzling Gleam from the terrestrialized Miraidon on Luca's side was really key here, allowing it to get that Volt Switch off, pick up the knockout onto the opposing Miraidon, and then keep it for later on in this batch. But then the Incineroar and the Iron Hands pivoting out and in so well here, just to get rid and pick off those key remaining players on Luca's side.
Yes, and having that double fake out at the end as well did just give him that kind of one ticket to get rid of the Whimsicott and then start piloting out the end game that Gabriel needed to even out the score here. I think the Chien Pao has come both games. It's been underwhelming in certain ways, but at the same time, the fact that its presence has been on there, that you have to double into it because of that Focus Sash, it means it actually takes up some of Luca's resources in order to deal with it. And we have to admit that the Icicle Crash did a significant chunk into the opposing Miraidon, and if maybe it finds its mark on the Whimsicott, you could remove that pesky Pokemon from play even earlier in a game 3, so you really don't have to deal with the threat of the Moonblast or of the Encore as well, that you can see Gabriel playing hesitantly around when it comes to that fake out.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think the one thing, if you are Luca, do you look at Gabriel's setup and say, is Farigiraf an option to bring here because of the reliance on the fake out? And maybe you catch him out, keep the Farigiraf in the back, and you can bring it in the right time. It could be the difference between tipping this match in your favor or not. But we are into game 3, Lou. We are seeing a little bit of a change up on Gabriel's side.
Yes, can the world's winning team hold its nerve in this new meta? Fantastic to be able to see Whimsicott and Miraidon out front and center once again with Chien Pao and Incineroar in play.
Yeah, you can keep the Chien Pao pretty safe this turn with a fake out, but like we said, you've got to worry about the Farigiraf in the back. If the Farigiraf's there, you've got the option to switch out that Whimsicott, bring it in, get around the fake out that's incoming, and get some big damage onto something like the Chien Pao. Taking it down to Sash is key, so maybe we see something like that, but it's whether or not Lucas brought that to this battle. Maybe we just see it tried and tested. Dazzling Gleam, Terrestrialization, get that damage onto both these targets. We've seen the damage from that boosted Terrestrialized Dazzling Gleam before. It does a lot to that Incineroar, and it's definitely going to take that Chien Pao down to its stash. Is the Whimsicott just going to go for the Tailwind again?
I mean, it's got to be tempting when you're down against 2 Dark-type Pokemon. Yes, Incineroar's got the Fire-type to kind of balance it out in the face of the Fairy damage, but we've seen how much it can deal. Whimsicott, once again, clicking the Tailwind button, getting the speed up, and the momentum building on Luca's side. The Dazzling Gleam will come through. We know this will shoot right down to the Focus Sash on this Chien-Pao, and Incineroar's going to have to take 50% here as well. Another one of those is going to put it in a very dangerous spot.
Yeah, really big hits here. The Chien-Pao going to be able to move now. Icicle Crash does land and get some really key damage onto the Miraidon. Unlike the situation before, not going to be able to get the double up into the Miraidon, but the Incineroar playing it safe, turning out, keeping it around for later, and allowing Gabrielle to get something back onto the field, maybe a little bit more healthy in the situation. But Luca got that Tailwind up. It's so key for them now because the Chien-Pao down to that Sash, the Whimsicott's going to be able to pick it up with a Moonblast if you want. And I think the fake out there would have been an option because you know, with Incineroar being a dog type, you're not susceptible to that Encore. You're immune to it because of the Prankster ability onto dog types. So you did have that play, but obviously Gabrielle has a game plan in mind, wanting to get that just chip damage onto the Miraidon because it's key to get rid of that as soon as possible. We are seeing the Iron Hands make its way onto the field now.
And it looked like a very similar run back of that game too as well, with the Tailwind and the Dazzling Gleam, the damage coming through from the Icicle Crash, and then a pivot. Last time it was the Miraidon with the Volt Switch, this time it's been the U-turn on the Incineroar. And we've got the Iron Hands joining the field now. Iron Hands will be susceptible to something like an Encore here, but we know that it can deal a significant chunk of damage with the Heavy Slam, for example, into that Whimsicott. That could be a way to try and deal with that pesky Pokemon. It's running the Assault Vest as well, so it can take some of these special attacks, but I don't think it can take a double up.
No, it's definitely not going to take a double up, and the Heavy Slam into either the Miraidon or the Whimsicott's going to do a significant amount of damage. You can see both these Fairy types. Unfortunately, the Sucker Punch is your option if you're keeping the Chien-Pao in the field just to get some damage off. Not really going to be that effective, but it might be key damage into that Miraidon that you know is going to have to attack if it stays on the field with that Dazzling Gleam. We are actually seeing it leave. Gabrielle wanted to preserve it for later on in this match.
Yeah, interestingly enough, one of the only Pokemon that the Sword of Ruin ability can really help out is that Iron Hands, and it's not going to be able to have that by its side. Instead, the Intimidating Incineroar coming into the field again. Intimidate, not really working here against these special attackers. The Fake Out does come through into Miraidon though and slow it down, so no Dazzling Gleam coming through. The Moonblast will connect onto Incineroar, able to take that reasonably well. But now Iron Hands has to watch out because the Encore could come its way. But if it does, then Whimsicott is not attacking.
Yeah, and I think that's a big part of it. If you do see the Encore come out, you're not taking any damage. That's a plus for Gabrielle. And you've got that Fake Out now with the Incineroar into the Miraidon to slow it down and also chip it down a little bit further to maybe put it in range for that Sucker Punch when the Chien-Pao does make its way onto the field. If there's no damage coming out from the Whimsicott this turn, maybe it gives you an opening to get the Iron Hands off the field, get that Chien-Pao back into play.
I like this play as well. Luca kind of thinking, hey, probably the Iron Hands is going to leave the field. I can utilize this opportunity, not waste a turn with Encore, and bring in my Urshifu, a Pokemon that can apply a lot of pressure into that opposing Incineroar, and it gets in unintimidated as well. Chien-Pao joins the field. This is actually a delight for that Urshifu.
Yeah, it is really. It's looking forward to this next turn playing out, but before that, we get the Fake Out, and it is going to be significant damage because although you resist that Sucker Punch, it's now going to be in range of that attack, and you do have Aqua Jet, you do have the Tailwind, so you will be able to supersede the Sucker Punch in this situation, get rid of that Chien-Pao, and allow your Miraidon to get that Dazzling Gleam off into the Incineroar, which we know will be enough, especially single target, to pick up that Pokemon.
It is coming right down to the wire here in this Game 3 of Swiss Round 2. The Urshifu, as you said, able to apply pressure with that Aqua Jet, and the Incineroar just going to be trying to get the damage out on the board. Chien-Pao not falling for it though, wants to be able to stay in the field a little bit later on, and we're going to see the Iron Hands rejoin once again, a Pokemon that's going to be able to take that Aqua Jet with so much more resilience.
Yeah, but the problem is switching in on an incoming Dazzling Gleam here is not going to be something that the Iron Hand wants to deal with, but it is going to be one of the better options I think that Gabrielle's got in the back. We are seeing the Incineroar also switch out. This is questionable because the Miraidon coming in, it hasn't terrestrialized, is going to be weak to that Dazzling Gleam. The Aqua Jet coming out, not doing too much damage, but followed up by this Miraidon and the Dazzling Gleam. Let's see the damage. We've seen the Miraidon take it once before, but how much to this Iron Hands? And it's a huge knockout onto the Miraidon, falling a fray for Gabrielle, losing his restricted from this Game 3.
That is not how Gabrielle wanted that turn to play out. Dazzling Gleam, called Destructive Gleam instead, able to get the knockout as Chien-Pao can return to the field. Oh my goodness, I mean, Chien-Pao, yes, able to now go for that Sucker Punch again, but you have to contend once again with the Aqua Jet. It just really feels like Luca's in the driving seat. That gave him so much momentum in the match.
Yeah, so much momentum there, and it's really took a turn for the worse for Gabrielle in a situation where their Pokemon now are really hanging by a thread. And Luca's got the option here, if they want to just switch out, they got two Pokemon in the back that can switch in, just get themselves into a better position if not feeling like it now. Ooh, big critical hit coming out from that Fake Out.
There's a lot of damage stacked there, though. You've got the Quark Drive attack boost, you've got the Sword of Ruin on the field. You're able to deal a significant chunk to that opposing Urshifu, but obviously you can't use Fake Out again once you're on the field. And you do manage to get the Miraidon felled here. That Sucker Punch just able to clean up. But Luca still has 3 Pokemon, 1 yet to be revealed in this match as well. So that's something Gabriel has to contend with, considering he's only got these 3 pivotal Pokemon, you know, that can rotate in, can do some damage. The Whimsicott, when it comes back on, you need to find a way to slow it down. Otherwise, Tailwind is going to go up, and it's still got full HP here, Lee.
Yeah, it has. And this is the problem. The Whimsicott coming in now for Gabriel, it's got that Encore, so can lock that Iron Hands into the Fake Out, really kind of just decommission it for the next few turns. The other thing is, with the Aqua Jet in play, you're kind of forced with your Chen Pao to go for the Sucker Punch, which is not going to be super effective into either the Urshifu or that Whimsicott. Is that what Luca brings onto the field? It might look like Luca opting for the Ogerpon. No, just going to be the Whimsicott. And then if you do want to preserve that Chen Pao, you switch it into the Incineroars. Well, that's not going to want to take an Aqua Jet either, so you're really in a locked situation. A lot to do for Gabriel, looking good for Luca at this stage in the match.
And the thing is, you can threaten the Encore, but you really don't need to go with it as the Whimsicott. You don't worry about a Sucker Punch coming through. It's not going to give you the knockout, so you can go for a Moonblast, pick your target, and get a knockout here from that Whimsicott.
Yeah, really good call there. You don't need to. You've got the pressure to. It might force a switch in this situation, which makes it even worse for Gabriel, but the threat of it probably is enough just to allow you to go for a straight-up attack in this situation. And that's the big thing, because the Chen Pao getting taken down to Sash in a really unfortunate situation earlier in this game. It's just limited its ability to really utilize its big, powerful play here in the Icicle Crash.
It's had a lot more longevity than games 1 and 2, but the issue you've also got when Sword of Ruin's on the field is you're boosting up the physical damage of that Urshifu too. So the Aqua Jet, yes, it was only on 1 HP, able to get the KO, but it could have still then made things a bit more detrimental for that Iron Hands. Whimsicott, however, I think is able to clean that up, get the KO with the Moonblast, and now it is just Incineroar once again. And we have seen Incineroar be incredible in this match, but that was against just the opposing Urshifu. Now there are 3 Pokemon on Luca's side.
Yeah, and now you have to bring it in a situation where the Ogerpon's in the back, so you can't drop an Intimidate onto it. And it's looking bleak here, because the Surging Strikes, even though you're probably going to take the knockout from the recall damage, is going to be enough. And we do see the match locked in. And Luca Cherubelli, our winner of round 2 here at the European International Championships.
Hey, he's the reigning world champion. He's already making waves to try and take the EUIC title as well. But you can see how intense this match was. Both him and Gabriel were focused every single second, and it wasn't an easy victory by any stroke of the imagination.
No, not at all. And I think we know now how difficult, it wasn't an exact mirror match, but a very similar kind of team concept between both players. It's always difficult to go up against that team in particular. You kind of would prefer to go up against restrictors that you aren't running yourself.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of trying to do the similar sort of things as what you're doing. But I think it comes back to that Tailwind really on Luca's side. It really was so pivotal in all 3 games, just giving them the kind of the leg up that they needed in the situations where Gabriel had to almost pivot round to get around that issue, and just taking damage so many turns by doing that just put him at such a deficit. Did really well in game 2 to kind of have that end game situation, and even game 1.
I was going to say, game 1 also came right down to the wire at the end there.
I think, yeah, without that critical hit, it probably would have been Gabriel. And then would we say, you know, this is how fine the margins are, and these like micro decisions are so pivotal in these games, and how they can turn the tide from a win to a loss.
And I think as well, Luca was able to really well exploit the weaknesses in Gabriel's team, because there were a lot of fairy weaknesses there when you look at it. You got the Miraidon, the Chien Pao, Iron Hands, Urshifu as well. You know, these Pokemon don't want to take these fairy-type attacks, and Incineroar doesn't either when it's a Dazzling Gleam from a Terra Fairy Miraidon, for example. You can see how significant this damage was, and particularly later on when we see it again go into the Miraidon here. This is able to get the 1-hit KO and a significant amount of damage into Iron Hands. It really came about Luca making sure that his fairy Pokemon, as it were, from the Dazzling Gleam on the Terra Fairy and the Whimsicott, were in the position to just keep steamrolling that damage.
Yeah, I think the importance is as well from game 2 to game 3. Obviously that game 2 Dazzling Gleam in the same sort of situation, it was a roll, so just missed out on the knockout. So surprise KO, because you were feeling in that situation that, oh, the Miraidon, and maybe Gabriel was in that mindset of being able to think, well, I took it game 1, I'm going to be able to take it and get my Miraidon into a better position game 3, and unfortunately it didn't work out. Luca got the roll there, and yeah, well, it was a story all unfolding in front of us.
Yeah, so the story is definitely, as you say, unfolding, and it's still being written here at EUIC. And it sounds like Sierra is already ready with the interview. So let's go hear how the story is continuing.
Thanks, you two. I'm here with the winner of round 2 here at EUIC, none other than our world champion, Luca Cherubelli. That was a crazy set against a crazy accomplished player. How are you feeling after that?
Well, definitely it feels good to beat a player as good as Gabriel. Obviously, there's like the fact that without a very lucky crit, I wouldn't have gotten the game 1. So without it, I may not even be here to talk about this in this interview. So luckily, the chances were like favor me. So you have to be grateful for what you have. So we're here right now, but it could have, like, we couldn't have been like backstage while Gabriel was here. So yeah, the match could have gone very either way, especially like in game 3. It was very, very strange in a sense because I was making play that I would say this plays like really feels like I just started pick up the game yesterday and I will just attack. But the point is that the Gabriel's team is very good, but it has to rely on player ability. And in fact, like you saw that in game 1, where like he needed to outplay me really well to be in a position where still like with me getting lucky, I could have still won. And what happened in game 3 was I'm thinking that he will need to get some calls right. So I will probably like play with someone that picked up the game yesterday and just clicked every time the attack as soon as I can, because if Gabriel plays like I think he will, like anticipating me playing a little bit conservatively, I think I can get that little bit of upper hand in those micro situations, and in the end, it's what ended up in game 3.
I mean, yeah, that game 3, we saw that situation where this Miraidon's putting in damage, it's putting in work, and Gabriel goes for the double switch. Instantly, his Miraidon gets KO'd. Is that the moment like, oh, hey, like, I just took this set?
Kinda, yeah. I was thinking that I was in a great position regardless. Like, I expected, to be honest, Miraidon to just leave, but judging from like the damage that he did in game 2, I would assume like Aquajet would have 1-hit KO'd the remaining elf of Miraidon. Maybe like with Intimidate he could survive, but he didn't have Intimidate on the field, so he needed to switch at the exact time, and I had Miraidon, so he needed to apply fake out pressure there. So yeah.
Now I want to talk about your team, because this is the team, almost the exact same team that we got to see you win the World Championships with. We get to see a little bit of difference on the Urshifu, and I want to know how you prep going into this event, considering that you know that there's going to be people that took inspiration from your team or are running your team, and how you're like, okay, I want to stick with what I'm comfortable with, or is this, I just truly think this is the best team?
I thought that it was the best team, to be honest. I tried different teams throughout my practice. I also tried a lot of Gabriel's team as well, because he has those kind of very innovative ideas that I wanted to see if they work. But in the end, like, I always had in the back of my mind that if I don't find something that is crazy good, I will just have this safe caution of just running this team, which proved to be the best in the format. I adapted it from seeing other great players, such as the 2023 World Champion Shuei Kimura, playing these exact sets, and I thought that they were pretty cool, especially like the U-turner Shifu, like in game 2, he gave me an edge. Unfortunately, I couldn't be able to convert it to a win, but it really gave me an edge when I used U-turn to reposition myself while also attacking, which is super weird because I had to forgo close combat, but so far it's been working, so I'm feeling okay with the team.
Yeah, no close combat is dangerous, but the U-turn definitely coming in work. And now with other people running your team out there, because there's a lot of people here, surely there is. How do you feel going up against a potential mirror match, maybe, up against what is the best team?
Well, that was something that I thought at Worlds as well. In my opinion, even if a matchup is weird, Miraidon will always find at least some out to play. Maybe it's gonna be difficult. Maybe you're gonna be very, very read reliant. But next to no good team, as good as a matchup it has against Miraidon, as a 100% win condition. So yeah, in the end, I also am allowed to drop a couple of games. So there's that as well. I think if I'm playing correctly, I will make it to the top cut. But let's take it one step at a time. There are still like 4 matches to win today, so.
I mean, it's a good start for sure, 2-0. Last but not least, because I want to let you get a little bit rest. Anyone you want to thank? Any shout-outs?
Well, there are a lot of shout-outs. First of all, I want to shout out Simone Sanvito, who helped me with World's team before, and he has helped me immensely prepping for this match, for this event. So the first shout-out is him. And after that, also my friends of Il Server and all my parents watching from home.
And best of luck going on for the rest of the competition. 4 more. You got this. Congratulations. As for us, only round 2. Back over to our cashers. Get ready for round 3.
I think he knows how good that team is as well. You know, he is the man who is the reigning world champion at the moment, and time will tell whether he will be a London boy with a champion title as well here at EUIC.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be such a tough opponent for anyone to go up against this weekend. It's so daunting as well, thinking it's not only just Luca Cerabelli, who we know is a quality player, but the fact that he's the current reigning world champion. You know, some players will relish that opportunity, but it's such a tall order, and especially when Luca's coming in and playing so well and being calm, cool, and collected, like we saw him at the World Championships and how he was able to kind of clinch that title. So, yeah, I hope we see more of Luca throughout this tournament. I think the team choice is a smart one. He's comfortable with it. He knows it inside out, and I love some of the little adaptations that he's made coming into this event, because you just feel like you've refined it even more and more and more. And obviously, we're not going to get into the details and nitty-gritty of the team training, but the move choices are something that we can definitely see some alterations of.
And we've seen trainers pick it up as well. You know, William was able to win the Birmingham Regional Championships with the same 6 Pokemon. I think it was almost an exact copy of the World's teams, other than the Iron Hands Terra type. It changed from Bug to Poison, I believe. And it just does show that so many trainers are inspired by this team, pick it up, and can have great success with it. But ultimately, Luca is the #1 pilot of that team.
Yeah, you've got to say he's the #1. Yeah, if you want anyone piloting this team to its maximum ability, it's going to be Luca.
Yeah.
And I think it's testament to the team as well, because we've seen ebbs and flows throughout this format of real changes. You know, we saw Terapagos come into play. We've seen Groudon kind of have its little time. Koraidon seems to be coming into play a lot more now as well. But the one thing they have said is Miraidon's kind of been that mainstay throughout Regulation G, where it has just been at the forefront of one of those best restricteds. I always say it's when you play Miraidon, it's like playing the game on easy mode.
Yeah, it's got a very kind of easy flowchart that you can navigate.
If you're a good trainer,
yeah, but it's where you pick it up from the first time. And you know, a lot of trainers out there might be going to their first kind of local events and want to pick up a Pokemon. And I think Miraidon is a fantastic choice to be able to pick up and just play with. And then, yes, you refine it and get the expertise, but it does help you learn the mechanics of the game. And another way to learn these mechanics as well is through other games, like the Pokemon trading card game. They have started demo decks to get you started in that realm of the competitive Pokemon play as well. Gotta love that Pikachu EX in the background. He's having a great time.
Yeah, it's a great card and a great way, like you say, for players that want to get involved in any of the games going on TCG this weekend. The demo deck's a great way to kind of get your first feel of how TCG works. And I think if you pick this up, this is a promo Sylveon card that you can get that's celebrating Pokemon Day, which is a matter of days away now, which is very, very exciting. Illustration contest as well with these cards. We were talking about these backstage.
They're amazing. The Pikachu is just so beautiful. It's obviously one of my favorite Pokemon, but also this animation kind of really reminds me of my cat. So it's kind of an extra cute little harmony between my favorite animal and one of my favorite Pokemon. And honestly, the art, the entire kind of collaboration with this contest was so amazing. Toxtricity looks like it's having a great time, really, you know, bringing the energy to EUIC, as well as for Alligator hanging out with those Magikarps.
Yeah, the Feraligatr. One of my favorites, the first partner Pokemon, of course, from Generation 2. But I love that Toxtricity card and the way the art kind of merges into the card. And it's kind of like opaque almost. Yeah, I love that. Really great, but some amazing artwork. And I definitely see the Gimli resemblance there on the Pikachu.
Yes, definitely. A very sweet Pokemon card. But of course, on video game, as much as we do like opening trading cards, we're all about the video game. And we have got a fantastic giveaway. Marco Silva's 2025 LEIC winning Jumpluff. This is a fantastic Pokemon, not only in competitive video game, but also across on Pokemon Go as well. It is making some waves. You can redeem it now using EUIC 25 Sunny Day. Make sure you get the #1 there on the eye of EUIC, and you can pick up this Jumpluff.
Yeah, brilliant little gift to celebrate EUIC this weekend, and especially because it is from the champion of our last international champion, Marco Silva, from the Latin America International Championships, where the Jumpluff was so pivotal throughout their run that weekend to take the champion. And yeah, really nice little commemorative mystery gift Pokemon to pick up while it is running, and it looks like it expires on the 28th of February, so you've got a little bit of an extended time to take advantage of this event, running over Pokemon Day as well.
And Sun teams are on the rise. You want to be able to pick up a Chlorophyll Jumpluff while you can. Turning up the heat, however, in the venue as well is Pokemon Unite. They always bring the fire to their stage, and we have got some celebrations here by watching and earning some Twitch drops if you want to catch any of that Pokemon Unite action.
Yeah, make sure that you do stick around for their stream, because you'll be able to pick up useful items, useful Pokemon, and everything in between from Pokemon Unite throughout the weekend over their broadcast while we get on the road to crowning their champion here at the European International Championships.
We can't forget TCG as well. We've already talked about some amazing cards you can get, but specifically for EUIC, it's the adorable Eevee
Beautiful
EX.
cards,
Oh,
isn't
look
it?
at it. It's absolutely majestic. It's got that Terra Stella crown on as well. You can redeem it now using EUIC 25 Rainbow DNA. And oh, I have to say, that ability on the Eevee is amazing.
Yeah, it's a really great ability. Definitely a card you want to pick up, and to celebrate the year of Eevee.
Yeah,
what better
that's
way
so
with
true.
this beautiful card to do it? So the redeem code is EUIC 25 Rainbow DNA.
Yeah, that's one I'm definitely going to be picking up. But of course, there are also some Twitch drops that you can earn by watching. You can get these on Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. You have the Eevee. How about some Evolutions to add to your collection with Glaceon, Leafeon, Sylveon? Who's your favorite Evolution, Lee?
Oh, it's a really tough one. I really like Glaceon.
Yeah?
It's made a little bit of a splash in competitive play in the past. Maybe here or there, maybe a drop.
Okay, like a Twitch drop.
I do, yeah, like a Twitch, just like that. But it's hard because they're all great, right? I love Sylveon, Umbreon, Espeon. Glaceon I'm going to throw up there because it probably isn't as popular as some of the other ones. What about you, though, Liv?
I'm a big Leafeon fan. I just think it's so majestic, and I love the color green, so it just kind of, it vibes. It's a really, really great Pokemon choice. Last but not least, though, speaking of the color green, we're going to kick over to Pokemon Go and check out what they've got. And look, it's a familiar face. It's that Jumpluff, once again, causing a lot of action. You can again watch and earn some timed research via some Twitch drops. And who knows, maybe you'll even see a Jumpluff roaming around.
Yeah, that's a really great one to pick up because it's so good and competitive as well. You know, it's definitely something I would like to pick up myself. But yeah, keep an eye on the streams for those drops this weekend. Hopefully you all manage to get yourselves a little Jumpluff while all the other action is going on.
I feel like almost TCG and Pokemon Unite didn't get the memo about Jumpluff. You know, they've got some other cool Pokemon, but it really is about Pokemon video game and Pokemon Go that are bringing the Jumpluff to the action. And I wonder how many of them are out there here at EUIC, because we are seeing a trend of Pokemon trainers bringing Pokemon like Koraidon and Groudon to kind of counter a lot of other teams, but critically bring the sun. That can boost up photosynthesis and a lot of these Pokemon, as well as then using Chlorophyll on Venusaur or on Jumpluff to be able to get that speed advantage.
Yeah, that's such a good point as well. I think we've really not seen the splash that Groudon's kind of could make in this format, and maybe it's never going to. But Koraidon, I think, is a different side to that coin, where it does bring the sun as well. It's got a really nice ability that kind of takes advantage of the sun, and different typing as well, different speed stat, but it's a perfect Pokemon to bring with something like the Jumpluff to just give you that little bit of alleviation from those big threats that, you know, if you're a Koraidon player and you're in front of a Fluttermane, your hand is almost forced to go for that Terrestrialization, whereas the Jumpluff, even if there's a booster energy on the Fluttermane like we do see, or if there's not, the photosynthesis will activate because the sun's up anyway, the Jumpluff will be able to get the jump on it and put it to sleep. It is risky because it's not 100%, but you also have things like Rage Powder as well to protect the Koraidon. And Tailwind, so important to allow that Koraidon to perform a lot better in those awkward situations. And Groudon works a lot of the same, but it's kind of a little bit slow, a little bit, you know, it's got some more accuracy issues of its own. We'll not go down that route just yet. But yeah, these Pokemon that really take advantage of the sun, it's not just those photosynthesis Pokemon. You have to remember that there are things like Jumpluff, things like Venusaur. It'll be interesting to see if there's players in the field, I'm sure there is, relying on those sorts of Pokemon this weekend.
It is funny with the accuracy though. You can always see lots of trainers out there kind of like looking up to Arceus and being like, please, please, please let me hit my sleep powders. And then turns out to be a bit of a false god, not always there to be able to come through for the Pokemon and allow it to get the connections that it wants. But I feel like Sierra Dawn is out there getting some of the EUIC action, soaking up some of the energy. So let's go check in with her.
Hey, I'm here out on the floor as the competition gearing up to get ready with round 3, but want to talk about a couple of the other notable players that we have here sitting at a 2-0 record. Starting off, we have none other than Simone Sanvito with Miraidon. We've seen a lot of Miraidon today. We're going to see a lot more of it. Nice 2-0 record. Coming over from NA, James Evans with Calyrex. Regional champion, 2-0, strong start for the day. Frederick Nielsen is also someone that we got to talk about earlier on in the day at 2-0. Also Miraidon. I was not kidding. I know that the Calyrexes have the highest usage out here, but Miraidon's definitely been making a splash throughout this competition. Yotam Cohen is someone that we've gotten to see and it's been praised a lot in terms of this team building with other people who have managed to take down regionals, get these top cuts, and has also had some strong performances himself. 2-0, great start to the day. And this is the thing. You got to get those 6-round wins to make your way into day 2 of the competition. So to start the day off hot, awesome. Alex Soto as well. We're looking at Kyogre over here. Those weather modes, the Kyogre, the Groudon, 2 Pokemon that are definitely expected to really be able to show up. Even if it's the not top in usage, well, they still have a lot of potential here for the competition. That is it for our update on our current 2-0 players. As for us, for a break and after, let's see some people win their 3rd round.
This was the biggest world championships we have ever had. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm not even in my seat.
My name is Luca Ceribelli and I'm from Bergamo in Italy.
This is a player that has worked so hard for this moment.
My starter among any generation will probably be, I think, Prigatito. I just love cats. I have been a lifelong Pokemon fan, but I never entertained the idea of playing competitive Pokemon. Just seeing all the action, all the intricacies of the play really made me fall in love with the game. I started playing VGCs in 2017 after watching an Italian stream of the 2016 World Championships. The reason I keep coming back to tournaments is the fact that I'm always able to play against different players and I can both learn from them and improve myself out of the plays I make. There's always something that you are able to learn from another player. My favorite players are Wolfiglick, Eduardo Cunha, Alex Gomez, because they just make it seem so easy, just so well thought out. You can really grasp how they feel, how they think, how they plan. My friend Marco Silva is also one of the best players in the world. He always knows what to do and what he's gonna achieve. I've never been to a World Finals before. I've been to 2 finals in regional events. Obviously, I think the difference is pretty high, but just from the number of people watching you, the tension is sky high. My number 1 goal was to top cut Worlds. I guess I exceeded the expectations.
Doesn't get closer than this, and he's done it.
After winning the World Championships, I haven't really kicked in how much this means for me. I don't think anybody else would really wish for something different. This game, it's really about the friendship you make and the improvement you can all achieve together. The advice I'd give to newer Pokemon players is talk to as many people as you can because you're gonna be able to find yourself friends that can help you and let you help them.
Luca Ceribelli is your 2024 World Champion.
Well, hello, trainers. Fancy seeing you here. We are in London for the European International Championships, and so I've gathered two of the least British people that I know to test them on their Britishisms. These turns of phrase that might not mean anything else around the world. Let's see. Spriggles, Dupe Snacks, Pokemon Unite. How good is your knowledge? We're going to start with cracking.
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 Could you use it in a sentence, please?
That was beautiful. That was such a good lean in. Slightly intimidated. That was a cracking film.
Could you use it in one more sentence, please?
That's unnecessary, Spriggles. That is very unnecessary. We're trying to get through this quickly. Production told us that. Cracking, I'm going to say that means great, terrific.
I'm going to say I actually know what cracking means. So good that it hurts.
Wow, okay, very specific. You know what, you're both right. It just means very good. Excellent. That was a cracking film. Yeah, cracking joke you just told there. Nice. Good job, guys. What's next? Faffing around.
Faffing around?
Faffing around.
Could you please use that in a sentence?
I was late for my train because I was faffing around.
Faffing around is like fiddle farting around, which is something we say in Kentucky, so I'm going to say fiddle farting around. So it's a
what does that mean?
it means like dragging your heels, procrastinating, farting around.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, you're right, yeah.
knows what fiddle farting around is.
You heard it here first. They don't. I don't. But anyway, yeah, you're right. Just sort of wasting time, doing unnecessary things, not really having a decisive plan.
So
very
right.
good.
You didn't even get a chance to answer.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're going to go on to Spriggles. What, for that one or the next one?
Wouldn't I be famping or whatever if I did that?
Now you need to define what fiddle farting around is.
We are defining faffing around right now, trainer, so perfect. Thank you for helping us with that. Okay, moving on. Bagsy.
Bagsy?
Bagsy.
A very popular artist. You'll see some of his works selling for millions of dollars. Bagsy's incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Could you use it in a sentence?
A cartoon bunny often hunted by Elmerfoot.
Okay, right, okay. Bagsy. Oh, I love that T-shirt. I Bagsy it.
Great. Moving to the next one.
What do you think?
I love that T-shirt.
Okay, another example.
Criminal behavior. Stealing a shirt is what you just described. You are stealing a shirt.
Interesting. Yeah, you're right. You do have the bagging in a shop, but no, Bagsy actually means I reserve it for myself. You know, that's mine. Everyone else hands off. Bagsy.
I would like to, for those at home, that was a terrible sentence use for that word. We would have never been able to guess it based on that.
Come up with a better sentence.
I will
Stop fiddle farting here, dude.
Well, it's your word. It's not like we're supposed to guess based on it's whatever.
All right, moving on. Next word. Whinging.
Whinging.
Whinging or to whinge.
Okay. To create incredible art, something that would be selling for millions of dollars.
You mean like a Bagsy?
Like a classic Bagsy.
Yeah, classic Bagsy. Okay, what about you?
Whinging to me feels like it's also or similar to wincing, like wincing at something.
Oh, okay. You're close.
Yeah,
you're close.
Flip the script here. It was jokes, but now it's a real guess.
Wait, hold on. Can you use it in a sentence with all the other words?
Sure. All the other words so far, yeah. That was a cracking question, Jake. I'm going to start faffing around and Bagsy the answer right now. Stop whinging, dude. Look alive.
It's complaining, right?
Yeah. Very good. Very good. Good job, Jay. Yeah. He's won. Mic drop. Mic drop moment.
I wasn't even complaining.
You are now.
You are.
Okay, let's move on. Quid.
Quit?
Quid.
Like a pound. It's a form of money.
Exactly.
Well, not a form of money.
It's a currency. It's an alternative currency we have here in the UK. Yeah, quid. Yeah, that costs £5.
Great.
Exactly. Yeah,
like
fine.
that.
Okay, last one. Last one, everybody. Have a kip.
Have a kip?
A kip. K-I-P.
Have a kip?
Would you like a sentence?
No.
Okay. Hard mode. Sure.
I think I do know this.
Yeah?
So I will, is it to rest? Like to have almost like a bit of a nap?
A nap, exactly. Let's have a nap. And we're going to need a bit of a kip after all that, trainers. How many of those did you know? Let us know in the comments. Doob, Jake, Spriggles, thank you so much for being here with me. And
goodbye.
Continue your cultural education. All right, bye then. Just going to say, fine.
laughed so hard as watching that segment, being able to see the comedy of that iconic trio going through these amazing British isms. I mean, I'd forgotten some of those myself, man.
Yeah, we were talking behind the desk here. It's like, oh, Bagsy that. I haven't heard that for a long time either. Yeah, but my highlight from that, Lou, fiddle farting. That's
a new one.
That's a new one for me too.
Yeah, but also what's new, throw out the paper rings, hang them up. I'm behind the desk with Ben Kiriaki for the first time at EUIC. I'm still Lou Just Chromie, same old me, but now I have the fantastic Ben next to me. How are you finding EUIC?
It's absolutely fantastic. What a lovely intro, Lou. Thank you so much.
Try
You're
my
wonderful
best.
as well. This is great.
It's been a long time coming where we're behind the desk together, and I'm so excited to be able to do it. It's just amazing. And what a tournament we're having so far as well. Like, I have to say, the matches have blown me away.
Yes, starting off with Marco Silva, probably one of the top trainers here. Definitely, if you're thinking, like, who's going to win EUIC, there's definitely a smart call, and Marco is up there as one of the smartest calls that you could make for this weekend. But then reigning world champion Luca Ceribelli versus Gabriel Agacci, who is a runner-up in 2023 EUIC, but not just that, he's one of LATAM's best players. And seeing them go to a free game set, Lou, like...
It was a proper treat.
Yeah.
Such a treat. I was literally basking in the afterglow after that match, kind of just being like, what a privilege to be able to watch, to see Gabriel Agacci do so well. And like we said, he's been a runner-up previously at EUIC, but then he comes down against the reigning world champion, using the team with maybe a tweak here or there that he was able to be victorious with, I think is absolutely incredible. And it's a team that, everyone will have prepared for coming into this tournament because, yes, Luca might have changed up his team, but because it was such a standout, it won world, a lot of trainers will pick it up and make their own variation of it.
And we saw that in the Birmingham Regional Championships, William Basilino being able to take the win with a variant of Luca Ceribelli's team. And Charlie and I were talking about this on the opening the show just a little while ago. But if you just joined us, Luca, we were talking to Luca beforehand.
Yeah.
He was saying, like, yeah, I'm preparing for the tournament. Like, I'm trying out some different stuff from my Worlds team. Like, it's going pretty well. But I keep losing to my Worlds team.
Oh no, practicing on the ladder, he just kept running into it?
Keep running into like variants of his Worlds team and keep losing. And after that, I'm not actually surprised whatsoever to see him bringing that for this event. It's just like sticking to what he knows works well. And of course as well, this is coming back into an international sort of metagame here where all the different metagames from all the different places are colliding. Well, that's what the World Championships is, of course. So it's a strong call to be able to make to bring back to this first international event in Europe.
And I think as well, when you pick up a very popular core or an archetype of team, at the beginning, it's always a little bit of trial and error, but soon you'll get better once you make an adaptation of your own and maybe tweak it to your own playstyle, because there are trainers out there, for example, I always think of Wolfie Glick with Perish, for example. Perish Trap is not something that everybody can just pick up and play. Some trainers really like hyper-offensive matches. Some trainers like Eric Rios really love a balance, for example, and they play those kind of slow, calculated games, really using moves and counter moves, for example. And you as the trainer, whether you're new or a veteran, have to figure out what works best for you and then bring it to the tournament.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I think this regulation set is very good for the ability to run just what you want.
Yeah.
We've seen across the usage stats, yes, the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Calyrex Ice Rider are high up there. Yes, Miraidon's up there, but they're not the only options. And I think like something that really does stand out is that when you come back to a regulation set, especially when you see that regulation set come to fruition at the World Championships, when you're having another go at it, when you've got a little bit longer to do it, those extra 5 Pokemon really make up the difference, where you've got that restricted Pokemon, it's got good and bad matchups, but it's about how the other 5 Pokemon interact with those matchups that really swing it in your favor and allow you to play whatever you want.
And more time has passed, so you've kind of let time do its thing, where you can figure out different matchups and what kind of might sing and rise to the top. And like you say, trainers can use a little bit of what they want, and there are only 8 trainers out there running what I want, which is Gastrodon out there on the field. There are 8 in the Masters division.
Are they? Is it the right Gastrodon?
That I don't know. I'm just going to assume. I'm going to assume the ones at 2-0 are indeed the right Gastrodon, my little blue boy. So hopefully, they're going to do well, as well as all the trainers out there using maybe their favorite Pokemon or a quirky choice. We always love to see it, and sometimes it can go the distance. It can do really well, and I will always forever remember the Latin America International Championships Ashton Cox won with that Lilligant Torkoal combination that everybody said was kind of just a thing, and it can be counted, and it's never going to win, and then it did.
Any team in the right hands can really make a splash. And like that reminds me, just recently, Charlie, I'm repping for you. I'm repping for you this
I
weekend.
did see him. Very cute little gentleman at the desk.
Kingdra is my pocket square for this weekend. So, but Wolf was able to win with a Kingdra using his Perish Trap team that you mentioned just a minute ago. And in the hands of a trainer like Wolfie, yeah, it can win. Maybe that's a little bit more out there than some of the other spicy picks. I mean, like Marco Silva's running a Heatran this weekend. That's not a Pokemon that we've seen since what, regulation like D or E? Back last season or the season before.
Yeah.
You know, it's not been popular for quite a while, but it's still here because it does certain things very, very well. And he thinks it's the complement to his Terrapagos team. And I think those spicy picks really do make a difference. It's that other 5 that are really defining what the restricted Pokemon are capable of.
Well, we have seen some spice, looking at the San Juan regionals as well. In 3rd place, getting top 4, we saw a Sylveon, we saw a Tinkaton, and we saw that Galarian Zapdos as well, getting to top 4 at a regional championship.
I couldn't believe to see a Galarian Zapdos there.
Yeah, that was so cool, right?
Yeah, like when was the last time you saw a Galarian Zapdos doing like...
I saw a Galarian Articuno do some good stuff recently, but not the Zapdos. You're quite right. Moltres does good on Pokemon Go. We'll let that game have that Galarian variant, I think.
Yeah, I think so. It's like, and seeing that like variation, but then again, I'm just going to come back to it, Luke, because it just bears repeating. Like coming back into an international event where you put all of that in the mixer. I'm going to take a different spin on it, Luke. It's like, how do you prepare for a tournament like this?
It's the time-old question, right? Do you go for the meta call, looking at maybe regional results, maybe the online grassroots circuits as well, and kind of see what people are picking up? And do you try and build a team that counters that is like the meta call? Or do you do something like Luca has done and gone, this is a team that I'm so well versed with, I know it inside and out, I'm not going to have to hesitate or second guess any calculations or ball positions. I know this team and I can then pilot it to the best of my ability. Whereas if you pick up a new meta team, just depending on maybe time or just the fact that there are so many different scenarios you have to calculate for and start from scratch from, I guess, you might then be in a position where you're like, I don't know what to do here, or I don't know how this is going to play out. So you've got to flip a coin and figure out which side you want it to land on and which one you go for.
Absolutely. And one of the other Pokemon that I think like really leans into that we've been seeing a little bit more of a rise in usage of, top 4 at San Antonio, Ditto.
I'm really glad you mentioned Ditto. Because Ditto can be anything it wants to be. And I feel like in a single restricted format, having a Ditto in your back pocket and aligning it perfectly, it can just be amazing.
I was talking to Joe Ugarte the other day, and he's running a Ditto, shout outs to Ditto users out there.
Yeah.
But he was telling me about the way that his team was operating, where he would force a opposing Calyrex Shadow Rider to get a boost. But then bring the Ditto in at the end game and copy it.
Wow, okay.
Copy the boosts and then like force him into position. Like if you don't go for the nasty plot, if you don't boost, well, I'm going to boost up. I'm going to get myself set up. I'm going to have a good time. If you do, I'm just going to take advantage of it. And it really does throw a spanner in the works of so many players. Like it's hard to play, right? Imposter.
The positioning is very critical.
Totally. And you see these positions. We saw it in the top 4 of San Antonio. It was like players swapping their leads, going from game 1 to game 2 because Imposter copies the slot opposite the Ditto.
Straight
and so,
away.
like, you've got to have these mind games. Not only like, what do you lead? Can you lead Ditto? Like,
oh, I love that's the bold
little bit of
display.
swagger, little bit of swagger going on. But then also, if you're playing against a Ditto, you've got to do that calculation. Is like, well, if I knock out the slot on the left, well, that's opposite my restricted Pokemon. It's kind of threatening, but maybe I don't want to do that because the Ditto gets to come in, copy my threatening Pokemon and start running away with the game. And instead, you've got to play this like what looks like a slightly suboptimal game plan that actually just stops you from losing the game on the spot, right?
Yeah, and it was San Antonio and Merida, I believe, it top cut at as well. So it's picking up in the rankings, and we saw in the caster predictions as well. I think all 3 of you. I was not a Ditto supporter, I'm afraid. I'm a Ditto believer, but I had other priorities like Gaspardon to put onto my roster. But I feel like it is definitely a popular choice that trainers and generally competitors are talking about.
Absolutely. Well, our competitors are still getting themselves ready for our round 3. So we're going to kick it to a quick break, but don't go anywhere, trainers, because we'll be right back with you with all of the action here at the Europe International Championships.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. In every trainer's journey, luck plays a valuable role. But what is luck? At its core, VGC is a game of risk management.
The double flinch rock slide.
Assessing when it's worth it to take a risk for the chance of glory. This is the game we play.
And another flinch!
Knowing every turn there's a chance the game doesn't go your way. Commentator Adam Doricott had a favorite phrase that perfectly encapsulated luck in Pokemon. You've got to buy a ticket to win the raffle. Adam believed that luck leads to opportunity, and that opportunity can make for some of the most iconic moments in competitive Pokemon.
To knock out the Landorus. Oh, and a freeze!
Exactly how Kuno gets it!
Let's flash back to top 4 of the Salt Lake City Regional Championships in 2022. This was the first live event for Pokemon in over 2 years. With a new competitive format for the season and optimism all over the venue, Pokemon Sword and Shield was finally ready to take the spotlight. This was the first official event for the VGC Series 12 format, which allowed 2 restricted Pokemon per team. 2 of North America's best were vying for a spot in the finals. Joe Ugarte was a regional champion known for succeeding with Sun teams. Groudon and Zacian were the restricted duo, but G-Max Charizard was the powerhouse of the team. Aaron Traylor, the Dallas regional champion, with over a decade of experience in VGC, was always willing to go for the unconventional play, like Dynamaxing his Whimsicott, doing anything necessary to win.
Both of these trainers here in Game 3, only one unfortunately can move on to the finals, and one of these guys is not going to be able to realize that dream.
In Game 3, with 3 Pokemon apiece, in a tale as old as time, Groudon versus Kyogre, the combination of Sun and Gastrodon hindered Aaron's Kyogre game plan.
Behemoth Blade, though, now into the Groudon. This is in the sun with the Salt Vest. It's not enough to take out the Groudon, so he will get 1 attack into Zacian, which will be enough to knock it out. Aaron is now down to his final 2 Pokemon here.
After losing his Zacian, Aaron would rely on Kartana, the Pokemon he Dynamaxed in all 3 games, to bring this game back to neutral.
Kartana, with the Max Airstream, takes out Groudon, so now Joe has lost his Dynamax Pokemon. It is 2-2 right now.
With Groudon knocked out, Aaron would need to KO Gastrodon if Kyogre had any chance of coming back in this game.
Aaron has to deal with the Gastrodon this turn.
Gastrodon is finally taken care of. He is down to his final Pokemon, the Pokemon that this team is really built around. Single target Water Spout, but it is in the sun, so it does not do a lot of damage. It's up to the Sacred Sword. It's Kartana, does take it out, and there it is. And it's down with this Kyogre, unfortunately, against Zacian.
Aaron's chances of winning were incredibly low, but not 0. And as luck would have it, Kyogre bought in for a chance to win the raffle.
The Kyogre has to
Gotta go for double protect. He gets it. He gets the double protect. Aaron with a 30% chance protects his Kyogre, and the sun is gone. And if you want to keep using Play Rough, there's a 10% chance you won't even hit.
And the single target Origin Pulse does connect.
Finally, something going right for the Kyogre. Does bring Zacian down to under half. You know another one will knock it out. Oh my goodness! The 10% chance comes true. Kyogre nimbly dodging the Play Rough from the Zacian.
Aaron played to his outs, no matter how unlikely. The odds of getting a double protect, Origin Pulse hit, and a Play Rough miss were less than 3%. But now it was time for Kyogre to cash in.
But Joe, you've got to buy a ticket to win the raffle.
You sure do, Adam, and I think Aaron agrees with us. Water Spout, with all that HP, Zacian is dead! And Aaron Traylor is moving on to the finals here in Salt Lake City.
Kyogre wins the raffle, and Aaron Traylor proves that luck is a skill in VGC, so never give up as long as you have a chance. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
You know my favorite bit of that video, Lou?
Do tell.
It's when the Gastrodon goes down.
Yeah, but it's the pink one. It's okay. It's okay. The pink one can go down. Only winners have the 2-0, except for Paul-Reese. Paul-Reese is the only trainer who, you know, he won with a pink Gastrodon. I feel like he's the only one that we can give the credit to.
He's allowed.
He's allowed.
Gets a pass.
Yes, yes.
Welcome back, of course, trainers. We're here at the European International Championships, and if you've just joined us, we're here, of course, in round 3. We're getting our players seated, ready to go. And Lou, we have a fabulous match lined up here.
I'm very excited to see these trainers back battle it out on our international stage. I mean, we've got trainers from all around the globe here that are able to battle it out almost at a world level event. And trainers like Paul Chua and Juan Salerno are two trainers that a lot of us have our eyes on, and we're going to be able to see them duke it out on the stage.
This is just an absolutely fantastic match to be shown. Paul, of course, a multiple regional champion. He's been playing the game a long time. He's got so much experience.
Yeah.
He was, of course, our EUIC winner.
He's won it before.
From 2023. So, you know, he's got the potential to go all the way. He's running it back. 2-0 is a good start. It's arguably the start you want to be taking the run back. And of course, Juan Salerno, a player from LATAM that's been so consistent. He's top of the CP leaderboards for the LATAM region.
Yes.
But then also he's coming off the back of winning the Rio de Janeiro Special Championships as well.
That's the thing. He's a regional champion in the seniors division as well. He was an international champion at the Oceania International Championships as well. And Portua, like you said, has won this event before. And one of my little favorite facts is he is the only trainer outside of the European region to have ever won EUIC in the Masters division here.
And that's, that's a big statement, especially we've got so many players from all across the globe that could be winning it. But we got to have some regional bias.
Some rivalry.
We got to have some rivalry going on. There's always that question, like, you know, you get different regions playing up in the finals, like which one's going to be able to take it home?
Yeah.
And are we going to have the upset? You know, an EU player winning in North American International Championships later down the line. Are the NA players or the LATAM players going to win EUIC this time and take it away from our reigning champion Nils Dunlop? Like, it's all to play for.
That's the nature of the competitive sphere, though, and I think it's a lovely thing amongst the communities that we have out there as well, because you have team building groups, and sometimes, I always notice sometimes Team Spain or Team Italy will kind of collaborate together, and they will have a main core. Everyone then gets their own variation of it for their own natural play styles, but for example, I think it was at Worlds, they all kind of brought a very similar mechanic from Team Spain, for example, and it was great to be able to see that come through. But other regions might have other ideas, and it's always nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have got confirmation, Lou. Our players are on stage and ready to go. Here they are, Paul Chua on the left, Juan Salerno on the right, and it is a battle of the Calyrex Ice Rider and Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Love to see this. Juan actually changing up which horse the Calyrex is riding compared to his Rio de Janeiro winning team where he had Calyrex Ice Rider. He now has the Calyrex Shadow Rider and taking some cool selfies and some commemorative pieces as well. You got to do it on the stage, Ben.
100%. Yeah, you've got to enjoy your time up there. And let's not forget that stage looks absolutely awesome this weekend. Absolutely brilliant. But let's get back to our players, because you mentioned that Juan has switched up the Calyrex form from his regionals winning team. There's the stage. Look at it. It's absolutely beautiful. But Paul looks like he's running, and you pointed this out, Lou, a version of Juan Salerno's Rio winning team, just a slightly different Urshifu.
Yeah, it's the same six. Urshifu's maybe just had a little bit of a wardrobe change, and it's going to be very interesting then to go up against a trainer like Juan, who's obviously so well versed with the team, knows everything that it can do, and that adds a little bit of extra pressure for Paul as well to face down against someone that he knows your team well. But whether the adjustments and how you have specifically trained your Pokemon will come through. Taking a little bit of a deeper dive, I like a lot of the utility on here. You've got a lot of offensive pressure with that Landorus. You also get the speed advantage with that Choice Scarf, and you can deal a significant amount of damage thanks to Sheer Force with moves like the Earth Power or the Sandsear Storm.
Of course, you've got a lot of support as well there with this Raging Bolt having access to Snarl and its Assault Vest. It's going to be able to slow the pace of games down, and particularly good against Calyrex Shadow Rider, so that's something to definitely keep in mind in this matchup. Urshifu also having the taunt and being able to shut down opposing Amoonguss. And we saw in the usage charts for day one, there is a lot of Amoonguss that trainers have opted to bring this weekend. So hopefully that will work out in Paul's favor, and that'll be a good choice coming into this event.
Yes, and then if we take a look at his opponent, the formidable Juan Salerno, bringing a very different team to what he had in Rio de Janeiro. We've already talked about the Calyrex, and I believe this is actually the first time he's not running Calyrex Ice in this regulation. So really shaking things up here and running the classic, I love this, the classic Fire Water Grass core with the Incineroar, the Urshifu, and the Rillaboom.
You know what isn't classic though, Lou? This Calyrex Shadow Rider going full in on being able to beat the mirror with a Terra Normal and being able to boost himself up with a nasty plot and then just go Terra Normal. It's like, no, I'm not playing the mirror game. I'm not playing the speed advantage game. I'm just going to take a little bit of a neutral type, take a little bit less super effective damage, but not really resist any hits specifically, but then just be able to launch out those Astral Barrages, and supported by, of course, as you called out there, Lou, Incineroar, Amoonguss, Rillaboom. It's a really good supportive core. And of course, there is that Ice Spinner as well on Chen Pao, which could be making a difference across the event.
I think the Ice Spin is really great considering there's a lot of Miraidon out there as well, and we do see Indeedee bringing that Psychic Terrain to the field as well that can be disruptive for your priorities like the Aqua Jet and the Fake Out, but that's not going to be an issue here. I do have to ask the question though, across both teams, where really is the speed control? I don't see a lot of moves like Icy Winds or Electro Webs, for example, or Tailwinds. So from one side, it looks like he's really kind of doubling down on the damage. You've got the Nasty Plot there on the Calyrex to really set it up into prime position, Parting Shot on the Incineroar to neutralize your opponent, for example. That's where those kind of stat changes are coming in. But speed and how they have been trained by the trainer are going to be pivotal.
They are, but look, we are getting into our first game here. Round 3 at the Europe International Championships. We've got an Incineroar and Restricted on the board. We're going to be seeing that a lot this weekend. But of course, it's paired with an Incineroar and Urshifu on Juan's side.
Yeah, the Calyrex Ice Rider running that clear amulet item as well, meaning it's not going to have to take anything from this Intimidate. It's been really the item that I think has brought Calyrex Ice Rider to the forefront here.
And it's going to be able to set up a Trick Room if it wants to. Of course, there's this obligatory Fake Out turn where both of these Incineroar are going to want to stop their partners from going for big damaging attacks. Yeah, Juan doesn't want the Trick Room to really go up, but of course the Urshifu there is also a threat. But looks like Paul is not falling for that Fake Out Gambit this turn.
I like this adaptation here. You've got your Intimidate down onto 2 physical attackers on Juan's side, and then you can just bring out your Incineroar to Intimidate and Fake Out later on. The Terrestrialization is going to be banked onto the Calyrex, so it's going to become that water type as well. This is a really nice defensive play, gives it a lot of utility against Pokemon like the Incineroar as well. Isn't going to take so much damage from a Fake Out or a knockoff. Instead, it's just going to be the Fake Out straight down into it. Surging Strike is going to connect now into the Raging Bolt. That's a really nice adaptation for that Incineroar. I think it was wise for it to get out of there, Ben.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, it's a really positive switch there as well for Paul. Not just being a great defensive switch in, but Raging Bolt is actively putting pressure onto Juan's Urshifu. So again, we need to go back to the drawing board here. That Urshifu on Juan's side of the field, it doesn't have a Focus Sash, so a Thunderclap going into it may be enough to pick up the KO. Not that likely because it's the Raging Bolt's carrying an Assault Vest, but definitely more damage than Juan probably wants to take. But I like this Terra Water on the Calyrex from Paul, because there's not too many Pokemon. Only the Rillaboom on Juan's side are going to be able to hit it for super effective damage. There's no other Raging Bolt. There's no like Miraidon going on here. True. And so it's a really nice little defensive pivot for Paul going into this match.
Well, no Thunderclap coming through. Instead, the Urshifu's going to go for these Surging Strikes into the opposing Calyrex. Yes, it's not a huge amount of damage, but it might be setting it up to be able to be KO'd later on.
I'm doing okay.
Yeah, it's decent. It just keeps it in the back. Looks like the Raging Bolt, however, says, I don't need the priority. I'm just going to go for the full-out offense. Thunderbolt, one-hit KO. Urshifu is out of there.
And that's a big KO there for Paul. It really does stop Juan from being able to switch around a lot. Now knocking off the clear amulet, so Intimidate will be working. Parting Shot will now be working, but a Glacial Lance from Paul coming out and doing a good chunk of damage. Single target, so doing a little bit more damage to the Incineroar, but also covering that switch in. And I think that's really important, a good reason why Juan probably didn't want to switch the Urshifu out in that position.
I was about to say as well, it's nice to see this Calyrex. So we often see now running this kind of hybrid variant where it can work well in Trick Room or in faster paced matches. You know, not going for the Trick Room, but now that you've got the Calyrex on the opposing side that loves to be in that fast environment, it might make you question, does Paul want to try and switch things up, go for a Trick Room, and just try and get the speed on his side? But then you could give that Calyrex a utility to go for a Nasty Plot, and you definitely don't want that.
Or just an attack at this point. You know, looking at the Calyrex going for the Terra Water, it does seem like an odd choice to go for the Surging Strikes into it, but it does open the door for Calyrex Shadow Rider to be able to maybe knock out this Calyrex Ice Rider even without a type advantage.
Just playing defensively here, Juan wanting to keep the Restricted nice and cozy on the field for now. Incineroar just running rampant with these knockoffs, is able to remove that Assault Vest, leaving it more vulnerable to the Astral Barrage special attacks that can come through from the Calyrex in the following turns. Again, no Trick Room coming through, just another Glacial Lance. No damage on that Calyrex, of course, thanks to the Protect, but another little bit of significant chip into that Incineroar.
This is really tit for tat at the moment. I think, like, we saw this in round 1 as well, where Calyrex delaying its Trick Room and trying to get the most advantage, chip away at your opponent, make sure that when you get into Trick Room, those 4 turns, where you're going to be going faster are really pivotal. Here it is. The Astral Barrage, the Assault Vest got knocked off the Raging Bolt. It makes it enough to pick up the KO here.
Yes, that damage and removing the Assault Vest was detrimental for the Raging Bolt. The Calyrex still able to hang on, though. The
but not after the knockoff.
Not after that. I was about to say the Surging Strikes weren't quite enough, but the knockoff is able to get the KO.
Wow, that's a big double KO there for Juan, and didn't even get the opportunity to get the Glacial Lance off.
Yes, that's really true, actually. It looked like Incineroar was just able to edge over its opponent. The Incineroar now on Paul's side is going to make a lovely return to the field, this time paired up with that Landorus. But the issue you have to contend with is the ferocity of those Astral Barrages. They're going to be able to, I think, get some significant damage onto the Landorus, for example, could be easily a 2-hit KO. The Incineroar is going to be a little bit more difficult to deal with, though.
I think the important thing to remember is this Landorus is Choice Scarf, so it will be able to land an attack onto the Calyrex before it's able to go for a damaging move. But equally, that Calyrex is at +1 right now. It's probably going to take a Sandsear Storm or an Earth Power or a Sludge Bomb, well, certainly a Sludge Bomb, and going to be able to reply. There's no Protect coming out from this Calyrex. The Calyrex is going to be able to take that pretty well. The Amoonguss jumps out the way. Astral Barrage coming down. Is it enough to pick up the one-hit knockout?
Oh, it is. Landorus goes down. Yes, it was able to be speedier, but it wasn't able to take that damage from the Astral Barrage at +1. And now Grim Neigh is going to enable it to be at +2. And even though you're against the Incineroar, even though it's a Dark type, the combination of this Amoonguss being able to apply a lot of support, redirecting in, then you've got something like the Incineroar. If you put the Incineroar into a position where you're drawing in all of the attacks, you can't put it to sleep thanks to the safety goggles, you're then going to be in a position where you can start whittling away.
Now, Incineroar and Amoonguss versus Incineroar. This is not the end game that we see all the time. But of course, all of these Incineroars are a little bit damaged. And yeah, because you've got that extra Pollen Puff ability from Amoonguss and no Flare Blitz on either Incineroar here, the Amoonguss is pretty safe. It can just Pollen Puff up recovery. So Juan putting himself into a really nice position here. Sorry, correction there, thank you, Lou. The Flare Blitz is on Juan's side as well.
But I think where the Flare Blitz needed to be was on Paul's side, like you were saying, because that's where you're going to deal the damage out, right? Will-O-Wisp isn't going to cut it. The timer, you don't have the time to be able to go for that. And Juan, I think, really showing the capabilities of this Calyrex Shadow Rider and being able to take down a version of his own team in style to win game 1. But hey, Pokemon trainers, we play a best-of-3 set. Paul Chua still played incredibly well, being able to utilize the offensive pressure of his own Calyrex. My issue was he wasn't able to get KOs with it, so that Chilling Neigh didn't start stacking up.
I think that's the thing here in terms of overall strategy. Paul had a really good start to the game, getting the knockout on that Urshifu, getting a bit of damage onto the Incineroar with Glacial Lance, all really good parts of Paul's game plan. I think where it was started to struggle is that there was that opportunity for Paul to get a Trick Room and try to take advantage of it, and he just didn't press the button on that one opportunity, and you saw the effect of that. The Calyrex Shadow Rider was in a good situation. The Assault Vest was knocked off the Raging Bolt. You had a Calyrex, it had terrored away from its resistance, or sorry, weakness to that attack, but it was still enough to put a lot of pressure on. Here we go, game 2.
The little superstar for me on Juan's side was that Incineroar with knockoff, and it's back again, this time paired up with its Calyrex version of the Shadow Rider against the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider and the intimidating Incineroar on Paul's side. So almost a mirror if you squint hard enough.
There's a Calyrex on both sides.
Yeah, that's true. In team sheet name alone, it kind of works out. But the Intimidate's coming down, not really going to be of any effect other than to the Incineroars here.
And the Calyrex Shadow Rider is, of course, putting on a lot more pressure to the Calyrex Ice Rider than the Ice Rider is to the Shadow Rider.
True.
But the Ice Rider can just go for the Terra again and just start trying to get that Trick Room up. It may not be effective this turn because there's an Incineroar fake out on the field, but we haven't seen these Incineroar interact properly because Paul switched his out turn 1 of last game. So we don't know. It could be that if Paul's Incineroar is able to fake out the Incineroar on Juan's side of the field, then Trick Room could go up this turn.
Yeah, it's a nice way as well going for that Terra Normal to avoid taking super effective damage from the knockoff on Incineroar on Paul's side, maybe taking a leaf out of the playbook on Juan's side. I think as well, it does give the Calyrex a little bit more utility on the field. It was able to hang on, go for these Astral Barrages, or even be in a position to try and set up a nasty plot, because as a Ghost type previously, you couldn't hit it with the fake out, unlike the Calyrex Ice Rider. Instead, straight on the offensive, Astral Barrage is going to come through, significant damage onto both of them, but no risk of a KO yet.
Not just yet, but we're getting closer to those KOs coming off. A knockoff going into Juan's Calyrex Shadow Rider, and that's big because the Astral Barrage didn't quite do 50%. Now the Life Orb has gotten knocked off. Terra Normal stops it getting KO'd, so that's tick number 1 for Juan. But the downside is that once you don't have the Life Orb anymore, the combination of damage that needs to go onto the Calyrex is heightened because you need the Incineroar to kind of make up the slack a little bit. And if this Ice Rider from Paul is able to hold out the turn, gets into Trick Room, or even just goes for a Glacial Lance with a Calyrex at the range it is, might be enough to pick up a KO here. It could be getting dicey.
Well, the speediest thing on the field is that Calyrex Shadow is going to be able to get more Astral Barrages on the field, but no Grim Nade boosters. There are no KOs. Incineroar can't even get the job done onto the Calyrex here. It does remove the Clear Amulet, so maybe it can go for some parting shots or some Intimidates later on, as demonstrated here by the Incineroar on Paul's side. A really nice ball position adjustment here. Could we be seeing something like the Trick Room come through and Paul adjusting accordingly?
It definitely could be. We'll have to see what... Yeah, okay. Paul switching in the Amoonguss here is a little... Amoonguss is never humble.
It's never
It's
humble.
never humble.
Oh.
Switching in the Amoonguss. Here's the Trick Room coming out. And now Paul is a little bit more on the front foot. Yes, Calyrex had to take a lot of damage to get into this position, but the advantage of the position is now that Calyrex hasn't got an item anymore, Knockoff is not going to be doing that much damage. There's, of course, Pollen Puff onto... on Amoonguss that's just come in to recover that Calyrex up. So it's like, well, yeah, I took a lot of damage to get into Trick Room, but now I'm in Trick Room, I can just snowball with the Calyrex and make sure it's healthy.
Amoonguss has to watch out, though. It can go for a sport into only the Calyrex here. The safety goggles are on that opposing Incineroar. High horsepower does a huge amount of damage. That's one way to bypass it, because I was going to say the Flare Blitz on the Incineroar could be applying a lot of pressure, but the Intimidate will have paid off a little bit there. Parting Shot, however, now that the Clear Amulet has gone, is able to connect, is able to weaken that Calyrex a little bit more. Even if Amoonguss could give it a little bit more HP, it cannot boost its attack stat up by itself.
It's going to get a lot more HP, and I think this is the disadvantage of playing Flare Blitz over Will-O-Wisp. I think like Will-O-Wisp would have been a really nice move to have for Juan in this particular board state, but because he's running the Flare Blitz, not quite having the same opportunities as he would otherwise. But what that does open the door for, if you don't have a burnt Calyrex opposite you, maybe you can go for a Spore instead.
That's the thing, you can't run multiple status conditions, and Amoonguss being one of the perfect Pokemon we see on teams when they need a Trick Room counter, a Trick Room answer, and that's exactly what Juan has got here. The little Amoonguss with the Rocky Helmet, very traditional form here in play, and it can now start applying pressure with the Spores into the Calyrex as well. Obviously, you can't Spore the Incineroar with the safety goggles or the opposing Amoonguss, but that pressure and that Pollen Puff support as well is now something that Juan can utilize.
I think you're going to have a good time with this turn, Lou. It's like, there's one cat coming in. I've got a sneaking suspicion there's going to be another safety goggles cat coming in for Juan this turn.
That would be pretty adorable, but not yet.
No, okay.
Not yet.
All right.
Maybe it's waiting in the wings, but the Spore comes through to no avail because it is the safety goggles on there. However, the Spore on the Amoonguss is able to connect onto the opposing side. And actually, just a correction, the Amoonguss on Juan's side isn't running that Pollen Puff, so there isn't that health regenerating support. Instead, it's got a little offensive ticket up its sleeve with something like the Sludge Bomb, but I don't think that's going to come into utility here.
No, and now Paul has got the opportunity to sort of recover all the HP that he's lost by getting into Trick Room. It does kind of call into question, like, how many Trick Rooms is Paul going to need to go for in this match to be able to do the requisite damage? But as you say, the Sludge Bomb coming out there is going to give Calyrex Shadow Rider a little bit less help to work with.
I think as well the Calyrex has to watch itself here. It doesn't, you know, it is asleep. It's just going to have to go through all these turns, and you're going to be hit by the parting shots. It's going to keep lowering your special attack time and time again.
Yeah.
Also, now that it's the normal type, when Incineroar joins the field again, you can still hit it with something like a Fake Out and slow it down. Obviously, on Juan's side, you want to try and bypass as many of these Trick Room turns as possible, and Paul needs to actually kind of get a move on here and get some damage, get some KOs before those Trick Room turns expire.
And especially when you bring your Calyrex in, you've kind of always got to be thinking in Trick Room, well, do I have to get it straight back out? But here it is, one turn wake there on the Calyrex. It burnt its mandatory turn of sleep by going after the Amoonguss, going for the Spore. That's one of the advantages of fast Pokemon in Trick Room in front of an Amoonguss. You always have to play that gambit a little bit. But now the Nasty Plot goes up, takes it up to +1 special attack, and that's going to put... That's probably going to put this Calyrex in KO range unless the Amoonguss can help it out a little bit.
I mean, we saw how devastating a +1 Astral Barrage was in the previous game here. The Amoonguss is just going to actually leave the field on Juan's side. I feel like it's not able to provide the support because you can't redirect away the opposing Amoonguss, for example, and it's a double target attack with the Glacial Lances coming through. So nice to be able to bring in the Intimidate. You don't have that Clear Amulet on there anymore. You can maybe weaken some of these Glacial Lances that will come its way, but it really will now come down to whether the Calyrex is able to protect, stall out some of these Trick Room turns, and then able to unleash these Astral Barrages.
Yeah, that is really the name of the game. It's all about stalling out the Trick Room until the end. That's why Calyrex is protecting itself. It's just one turn away, I think. I've lost a little bit of count here, Lou, but it's either this turn or the end of next turn that the Trick Room is going to expire. We'll have to keep an eye out. There we go. Yeah.
This turn, yes.
Yeah, I thought it was that.
Yes.
You're looking very confident there, Lou.
Yeah, I'm bad at maths. I cannot be relied on. But there we go. We got our confirmation. It was almost like the answer to your question was ready. And now that we're in this environment, this is exactly what the Calyrex wants to do. You've got the fake out. You can stop the Incineroar from going for any damage here, as the +1 Astral Barrage will connect on both of Paul Chewer's Pokemon here. The Amoonguss, having been given a little bit of damage from that Sludge Bomb, is not enough to be able to get the knockout. It's going to go straight back to Sleep End.
That's a big miss on the KO there on the Amoonguss, and this is why Life Orb is so important on the Calyrex. This is why trainers have been opting for it. It just takes those big moves over the edge. Stacking up the multipliers. I'm not going to get too far into the maths here, Lou, but it is stacking up the multipliers, and that really does add a lot to the damage that it can do. Yeah, really unfortunate there for Juan. I think he played it really well. The one thing I was going to call out there is that it could have been a Psyshock, though.
That's true, and that would have been absolutely devastating into the opposing Amoonguss. But no, instead trying to go for that double split damage at +1. You've got to be feeling confident, but you needed that Life Orb, or maybe the +2 if you hadn't taken the Parting Shot. Speaking of Parting Shot, that's exactly what Incineroar on Juan's side is going to do. I feel like it's not really utilized into Amoonguss necessarily, but critically it's just about getting off the field, bringing your Intimidate and Fake Out later on, and bringing your own regenerated Amoonguss to the field instead.
Parting Shot going into the Calyrex. It's now down to neutral.
Yes.
Special attack, and I don't know how far down its attack is right now, but that's not going to be so relevant. Incineroar is going to get on out of there and bring in the Calyrex for Paul and try to set up this position where the Trick Room can go up yet again. Calyrex, of course, now has burnt its mandatory turn of sleep, so Juan has the opportunity to go for a move next turn and be able to wake up, but it's absolutely not guaranteed.
Particularly that Amoonguss isn't going to appreciate taking any of the Ice-type damage, and the detrimental HP remaining on that Calyrex is going to put it into a vulnerable spot too.
And the knockoff on the Clear Amulet earlier in the game, both of these restricted having items knocked off, and we can see the effect of that because Amoonguss is getting on out of there. It definitely doesn't want to be on the pointy end of those Glacial Lances. And Intimidate coming in from Incineroar and making sure that the Calyrex is just kept a little bit under wraps while Juan's Calyrex is waiting to wake up.
Yeah, I think that Intimidate is really, really important. But the Clear Smog coming through, this is fantastic. It means that you're going to reset that Intimidate drop, a little bit of chip damage, but who cares? You got Pollen Puff to get it back later. The Glacial Lance will KO, not KO, do a lot of damage, but not get 2 knockouts. Oh my goodness, Ben.
That's like 2 1 HP Pokemon. Like, Juan's training their Pokemon so perfectly here. But Paul is taking such good advantage of it. And even if the Calyrex wakes up this turn, it's not going to be able to get the KO on the Calyrex with Astral Barrage. It's certainly not going to get it on Amoonguss because Amoonguss is getting on out of there, getting some Regenerator, and allowing it to come in later down the line with a little bit more health. Incineroar coming in for that Intimidate, as it likes to do here, and slowing the pace of game down. Calyrex playing it safe, going for the Protect. Paul setting up that Fake Out Trick Room potential.
Will it wake up, though? Is the Calyrex going to be able to wake up and get some damage out on the board here? No, it's still going to be taking a turn of sleep. I like the adaptation on Paul's side. Like you said, you get that Regenerator on your Amoonguss. You've got to heal yourself sometimes as well as helping out your friends. But critically, now you have the Fake Out back on the field. So even if there is a wake up here, you can get the damage down.
And I think I really like the way that both of these players are playing their Calyrexes. They're like not quite getting KOs. It's like typically you're like, well, yeah, I want my Calyrex to pick up a KO, so it gets a boost so I can get steamrolled. But I think what both of these players are doing, and what Paul is doing particularly well, is just stopping his Pokemon being just in KO range. And this is what the story of this match is. They're both getting quite close to it, but not quite managing to convert.
Going straight for a defensive play here, the Protect on that Calyrex, allowing Juan to reassess. You've switched in that Urshifu now that can apply a lot of good pressure. Yes, you're hit with the Parting Shots, but we know that those Surging Strikes can come through with the critical hits and still get the damage done onto the opposing Incineroar later on. And the Calyrex, you know, you need to find a way to work through it a little bit. That Water Terror type is going to give the Urshifu a hard time.
Parting Shot, a reactionary move. It allows your opponent to switch in before you get an opportunity to decide on what you're going to do. Just a Glacial Lance coming out from this Calyrex, and it is going to put that little bit of extra damage onto Urshifu. But now the Raging Bolt, a reaction to the Urshifu coming in, is going to put a lot of pressure on Juan to be able to go for Thunderclaps into the Calyrex. if Paul wants to go for that. That can be blocked by a nasty plot or another defensive play, but also that Urshifu going for an attack isn't free by any stretch of the imagination.
I feel like as well the Urshifu, you'd almost be tempted to go for close combat into the Calyrex, but you have taken that Intimidate, and close combat will not be a guaranteed critical hit, so it may not be able to get the KO onto that opposing Calyrex. The double protect comes through. This is kind of what you need when you're facing down against a Thunderclap on this Pokemon, but instead it went into the Urshifu. Absolutely fantastic play. Paul calling that the protect or a switch was going to happen in the Thunderclap would be better served going into the water type next to it.
This is one of my favorite things about watching Paul play. He's always able to make those calls at the right time, and he's not afraid to do it whatsoever. It's an absolute call whether you target down the restricted there or target down the Urshifu. Now, in front of a Raging Bolt and a Calyrex, the Urshifu's not really that much of a threat. Yes, you got the close combat, but as you rightly said, it's like, it's been intimidated, so it's not so threatening, and so it can be really, I think, tempting in Paul's position to try to target down the restricted, and Paul took advantage of that.
To be honest, I really want to see the Calyrex Shady Rider starting to go here. I really want to see these Astral Barrages come through. You've switched it out here. I mean, it has gone.
It's gone.
It has gone.
It's
Okay.
gone.
Okay, fair play. But Incineroar now coming in, shaking up the ball position here. We do see an avoid coming through from the Draco Meteor here as Calyrex can follow up with the Glacial Lance. This is going to be able to get the KO onto the Incineroar and a significant chunk of damage into the Amoonguss. This will give the Chilling Nade boost to that Calyrex, and now the Calyrex on Juan's side is going to be forced to come back in. But this I quite like this. The Amoonguss can redirect in Thunderclaps. That makes it a little bit safer, but then can it get the damage off? That's the question.
Well, I think this is a really good setup for Juan to be able to get the Calyrex back in and get it going.
Yeah.
It's on low health, and now I think Juan's going to be pretty happy that he doesn't have the Life Orb anymore because it can go for multiple attacks in a row. The thing that's a little bit difficult when you're playing against this Assault Vest Raging Bolt is that it has Snarl, it has spread damage, it can't be redirected by the Amoonguss. And so while the Calyrex has to play defensively on Juan's side a little bit, it does give Calyrex on Paul's side a little bit more of an opportunity to wake up.
That's the thing, it can't be redirected, but it can be put to sleep. So possibly if you want to go for a Protect and Spore here, you can try and neutralize the threat of that Raging Bolt. As you mentioned, the knockoff there isn't a knockoff on that Raging Bolt, so it is going to have that Assault Vest in play. But actually a defensive play coming through from the Amoonguss here on Juan's side as the Nasty Plot comes through.
What a call!
Wow, banking everything onto this Calyrex.
And let's see if Paul has been able to punish that. It is the Snarl coming out, not 100% accurate.
Oh, the seconds are ticking by. It misses!
Oh, it does avoid!
It misses! Oh my goodness, that is a sigh of relief for the Calyrex. It's still in the game here.
Now you get to redirect from the Thunderclap, but Paul has been ahead of the game here, bringing in the Fake Out and going for the Snarl. Gives like, well, if it doesn't quite go right this time, I've got next time to be able to try to take advantage of. The Amoonguss has just protected itself, so you can use that Fake Out to suppress the Calyrex while you go for a second Draco Meteor onto the Amoonguss slot. There's no Pokemon in the back. The Amoonguss is here to stay on the field, and so Juan has to get another set of things in his favor. He's got the double protect on the Amoonguss, a protect on the Calyrex here. Juan is hanging on by a thread.
Really like the way both these trainers are trying to navigate their endgame situations of this game too. Calyrex playing nice and defensively and critically as well. This Amoonguss is not taking a Draco Meteor. There's now been 2, I believe, thrown in his direction, and just to no avail.
But a 2+ Astral Barrage, I'm not sure it's going to be enough to pick up the Raging Bolt here. And so the Rage Powder and Astral Barrage, I think, is kind of the only play that Juan has in this situation. Like maybe if you get a critical hit.
No Rage Powder, no Thunderclap. Maybe it's going to try and double up with the Sludge Bomb, get the extra bit. But Sludge Bomb's got a little bit more work to do. The Snarl does come through, is able to get the KO onto the Calyrex. But I have to say, even at +2, I was expecting it to do more than that.
Yeah, I think this is the Life Orb going away. Juan definitely needed the Life Orb to be gone to be able to have an endgame in that scenario. Knockoff here from the Incineroar going into the Amoonguss, and it is Paul that is taking us to a Game 3.
I love a Game 3. It's the Pokemon European International Championships. We want to bring you as much Pokemon action as we can, and Paul and Juan, Game 2 took a while there. It was a little bit, I think Game 1 was more of a sprint, Game 2 was more of a marathon. I wonder what we're going to be in store with for Game 3, but both these players constantly calculating where they need their Pokemon to be. Love to see the Trick Room adaptation coming in from Paul, and I think it gave him a little bit of advantage, but Juan was also able to play around it really well, particularly as Calyrex kept taking a nap.
Yeah, I mean, that's the... Oh, it's so tough. It's so tough, this matchup here. And I think the having the ability to go for that sort of Raging Bolt endgame after you've knocked off the Life Orb on the Calyrex really makes a big difference. I think that's something that Juan is going to have to pay close attention to. One switch up that Juan had in that match is that they brought their Calyrex Shadow Rider in the early game rather than kind of in the mid game. And so that allowed the knockoff to go off. It forced the terrestrialization early. It forced these Astral Barrages to be in a position where they're just not quite getting there, or at least the Astral Barrage and a combination of other attacks from its partner. So I think that's like, for me, that's the adaptation for Juan, is get your Calyrex in with the Life Orb intact in a little bit of a better spot.
I feel like knockoff kind of was the story here, particularly in game 1 as well. The knockoff into the Assault Vest on the Raging Bolt meant that it went down. The knockoff onto the Life Orb in game 2 on the Calyrex meant that it couldn't deal the damage. This, however, was a beautiful moment when both the Incineroar and the Calyrex were able to hang on, and Juan really did take this game right to the edge, being able to keep his Pokemon in play, making sure he could try and readjust his ball position to try and get a win condition in play. Going into game 3, are we going to see a change up in the leads, do we think?
I think we might do. I think we might do. I think both of these players aren't afraid to try something different. We've had two, as you said, different types of games. We had a sprint and a marathon.
Yep.
Maybe this is going to be like
Hill
a healthy
climb.
job. Hill climb, I like that.
Hill climb, you know.
Hill climb, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
game
the jog
3 is
more.
always a climb.
I like a jog more though. I'm gonna hope for that a little bit. If I climb a hill, I won't make it back for the end of the day. But if we take a look, it's the same leads as game 2, just a little shake up in the order. But both the Incineroars are in play. Both of the Calyrexes are in play too.
Worth noting for all our trainers at home, the same leads does not mean this game is going to go the same way whatsoever. This is a game 3. They've already had the opportunity to sort of feel out whether or not which Incineroar is going to be faster. They've had a little bit of a look at those damage calculations onto the Glacier Lances and the Astral Barrages. They know that maybe like the Astral Barrage wasn't necessarily the play where a Psyshock could have maybe knocked out that Amoonguss and changed up the game. There's a lot of information that isn't shown on our open team lists that these players will be thinking about right now.
And that's what makes a champion at the end of the day, the information you can learn from the game and then what you decide to do with it, whether there are certain speed interactions in play that need to be had. I would really like to see Paul try and get the Trick Room up again. I think it gave him an advantage over the opposing Calyrex. As long as it doesn't get that nasty plot up and start steamrolling through your team, you do get some momentum. Not surprised to see the Terrestrialization come into play. This is so important on this Calyrex that it needs to drop its weakness to the Astral Barrage.
But no terrestrialization from the Calyrex.
Not right now, indeed. It's going to keep its kind of current form as the Astral Barrage will come through, though. It's going straight onto the offensive. Is going to be able to get a significant chunk of damage, but again, no risk of a KO now thanks to that terrestrialization on Calyrex Ice Rider.
I like that adaptation for Juan as well, going for the fake out into the Incineroar instead and not having to burn your Terra first turn and not go for the Terra normal, because it's like, it's not really that effective in this particular matchup for Juan. And so it's like, well, the Incineroar is actually the threat. I can take a Glacier Lance from Calyrex. If a Trick Room goes up, maybe you have to adjust and think about how the way that you're playing that. But certainly on turn 1, you can just go for a little bit of damage, and that's what these trainers have done. Now that the Glacier Lance has come off the Calyrex and there isn't a Trick Room, it does give the opportunity for that Astral Barrage knockoff play that didn't quite make it in game 2.
But could it make it in game 3?
The
The Astral Barrage is coming through. It is going to be a Protect, however, onto that Calyrex. So no Trick Room, no damage coming through. But Incineroar is going to have to bear the brunt of this Astral Barrage. Not very effective, but I think another one with a little bit of chip from the opposing Incineroar is going to be able to put it into that knockout range. Once again, the double going down into a Protect, not going to be dealing any damage. But you had a really good call there with the play that was coming through. The knockoff will be able to get the victory, though, against the opposing Calyrex. So Juan loses very early on in this game 3 his restricted Pokemon.
I think this is the story of, like, it's not all about the restricted Pokemon all the time. Yes, that is a big detriment to Juan, but there's got to be something going on in the back here for him to be able to allow that Calyrex to go down. Yeah, you can say that maybe there's a parting shot prediction in front of an Incineroar. That's a pretty common thing to be able to do. But after that more slow-paced game 2, I think like it's pretty telegraphed that both of these trainers are thinking about how they go a little bit more on the offensive, so they don't have to play that sort of tit-for-tat mind game have lots of different turns where some things can swing in your favor and some things can swing away from you.
Exactly, and it really comes down to the damage calculations at that point. Every little bit of damage starts stacking up, and it can sometimes be out of your control how that mathematics is going to play out. You can see Paul here trying to make an adaptation, maybe bringing in that Raging Bolt from the back a bit earlier here. You don't even have to worry about taking Astral Barrages with your Assault Vest anymore because that Pokemon has gone down, but you have to watch out for these knockoffs coming your way because you still don't want to have to take that damage. You don't want to necessarily lose your item.
Calyrex and Incineroar retreating for Paul, so a double switch. We don't see that too often. Not often that there's little enough offensive pressure on your opposing side of the field to be able to allow that, but it's going to be the Amoonguss taking a massive close combat here. Urshifu's going to have its defense and special defense dropped because of that move.
It is a very bulky Pokemon, and the fact that it has that regenerator ability and can able to switch out and then regain that HP that it just lost later on does mean that this turn was a very nice one here for Paul. You were able to preserve your Calyrex that it seems to be Juan is really lasering down on at the moment, wants to make sure that that restricted gets out of here before it can get those Chilling Neigh boosts. Amoonguss now on the field, maybe going to try and threaten something like a bit of sleep onto the opposing Urshifu. It can easily take another close combat, for example.
My question is what's Juan's game plan for being able to knock out this Raging Bolt? Because at the moment there's a Raging Bolt and a Calyrex that the Urshifu really does want to go for a close combat into, but it's hard when you've got Incineroar and Amoonguss switching around to be able to find the space to be able to close combat that without either going to sleep or having it redirected.
I mean, we don't see double switches all the time, but we do see a rotation between Amoonguss and Incineroar pretty regularly here in the competitive Pokemon game.
I've never seen that before.
Never? Oh, where have you been, Benjamin? But it's true. There's such a good utility to have that Fake Out and Regenerator combination. You can see the close combats coming through from this Urshifu, but it's just not dealing enough damage. The Raging Bolt able to take this so well, and this time finds his mark with the Draco Meteor, not going for a Thunderbolt, instead just getting the damage down onto this Urshifu and remove it from play.
Don't need a Thunderbolt, just a Draco Meteor is enough to pick up the KO there and cover the Amoonguss switch in. Flare Blitz, the adaptation from Juan's team, not the usual set that we see. It's usually a Will-O-Wisp instead, but the Flare Blitz does not find its mark onto Amoonguss. Instead, sort of rebounding off the Incineroar that's coming in, but also making sure that the Raging Bolt with Intimidate onto the Urshifu is not going to take as much damage.
Nice to see the Flare Blitz come out, though, and Incineroar trying to showcase its offensive capabilities, too. The Amoonguss on the opposing side, though, this is going to be the Pokemon that's hard to get from. You know, Paul here didn't necessarily have a way to go around it, but Paul is able to still close out the game and get the victory.
What a great victory as well. Juan Salerno, one of the best Latin America players that we have in our circuit right now. He's top of the CP leaderboards in Latin America, but Paul was able to take a pretty convincing Game 3 there and just show us why he's a previous IC champion and one of our players that we're keeping an eye on this weekend.
I'm kind of sad to see the game kind of end the way it did there a little bit. I wanted to see Juan maybe try and use that Amoonguss to his advantage because Raging Bolt, for example, can't really do too much to it, and you have the capability to try and do a little bit of support. But I think at the end of the day, Juan did see the writing on the wall and kind of thought, yeah, maybe I can take a few attacks, but how am I going to deal them back? We saw how pitiful the damage that can come out from Amoonguss can be, but what a set, what a thriller from both of these trainers.
Yeah, and seeing like both of these trainers do slightly different game plans in each set, and still execute their strategy really, really well. But game 1, we go back to there. It was a pretty quick game, but it came down to the damage that was coming off turn after turn after turn. Game 2 slows things down a little bit. In game 3, let's have a little bit of a recap here, Lou.
Yes, I mean, again, it started off very similarly. We had our Calyrex here go for its Terra Water, but the difference on Juan's side is that Calyrex did not go for its terrestrialization. So instead, it really did fall victim to the onslaught of attacks that Paul was able to throw its way. It was nice for the Raging Bolt to get its redemption and hit its Draco Meteor here and find its mark down onto the opposing Urshifu. And after all of that damage, the offensive button clicked into game mode for Paul. He was able to get that victory.
Yeah, I really want to call out, I think the one turn that I think, especially in that game 2, that really took us to a game 3 and allowed Paul to show us exactly how he was able to adapt going into game 3 was that Thunderclap on the Urshifu.
Yes, that was nice.
Such a big call there. And one of the reasons that we're seeing quite a lot of Urshifu run a Focus Sash because it just prevents those one-hit knockout moves from being able to be effective, where Paul was like, well, you know, even though the Calyrex looks like the most important threat, maybe that's going to go on the defensive. Maybe the Calyrex is going to try to boost up with the nasty plot and doesn't want to take that Thunderclap this turn at least. I'm just going to go into the Urshifu and set up the rest of my team to be able to deal with the remaining Pokemon, knowing and trusting in the training of his Assault Vest Raging Bolt.
And I think going for that Draco Meteor in the end, because you kind of might think, well, Thunderbolt gets the job done. Like, surely you want to be able to guarantee you're going to connect your moves. But if there had been an adaptation, maybe something like the Amoonguss coming in, then you need that Draco Meteor to be there. And, you know, I think as well, considering that the Urshifu had gone for those close combats that had a weakened defense anyway, you can just guarantee the knockout as long as you connect. And I think it was good that Paul had faith in his Pokemon in that moment.
Yeah, I think especially after you miss a Draco Meteor, sometimes you're thinking like, do I go for it again? But yeah, I really like that call out, Lewis. It's about how you commit to those moves. There's a lot of trainers out there that are running Dragon Pulse on their Raging Bolts.
That's true.
Because, you know, a couple of Raging Bolts and you can sit there, maybe you get a Photosynthesis boost, maybe there's a booster energy, maybe there's a little bit of sun going on your side of the field. Maybe you're trying to take advantage of an opponent using that condition. But then you can just keep going for it over and over again. But where this Draco Meteor is like, well, it doesn't hit all the time.
But when it does...
it's really effective. And that Amoonguss switch that you mentioned, it sort of closes the door. If Amoonguss takes too much damage on the switch in,
it's out.
It's out. It can't redirect more than one attack. And I think that's the real key. If it can only redirect one attack instead of two, you can play a completely different turn.
And I think that's the thing as well, you know, Juan was down to kind of a limited amount of Pokemon there. It's not like you could switch out Amoonguss and get the regenerator abilities and things like that as well. So it made it a little bit difficult. But Paul, I have to say, even though it was the Calyrex Ice Rider, and he took kind of a team that Juan was so well versed with, I want to credit the other Pokemon around it, the 5 Pokemon that were there, because the Calyrex, although it was a pivotal part of the match, obviously, to me it wasn't the superstar. That Raging Bolt in games 2 and then 3 was just so oppressive. It did such a good job. But then the way that Incineroar was able to go for the knockoffs, was able to, even without the Flare Blitz, have such a presence on the field, you've got to credit it. It allowed that Calyrex Ice Rider to shine.
It did shine. And you know what else is shining this weekend, Lou?
The stage?
Everyone at home.
Everyone at home.
We're going to have a quick look at some of the tweets that we've got coming out. If you're watching along, hashtag Pokemon EUIC. Look who we've got here, Sophie Terrastar with that Eevee as well.
Yeah, Sophie, I normally see her dressed up in some kind of cosplay at these events, but this time she's hanging out with good friend Eevee here. Fantastic to see that she's already winning at life here at Pokemon EUIC, a fantastic venue to be at for sure.
Definitely winning at life there. Full-sized Eevee. Really one of the cutest Pokemon that we've got. Maybe you've got some other shout-outs there, Lou, but yeah, I'm sure as you go around the venue, I mean, for me, especially at the international events and the World Championships, it's the Pikachu hanging from the ceiling.
Yeah, that's always
you walk into the venue and you're like,
I've made it. I'm in the right location. At these event halls,
it's IC time.
You could be walking into anything at these amazing, you know, exhibition centers, but when you see the big Pikachu, you know you're in the right place.
Yeah, 100%. That's the landmark. Walk in, it's like, oh, yeah, maybe there's no Pikachu there. I'm not meant to be here.
Well, Sophie, I'm glad you got to meet Eevee, and there are other trainers here who are having a great time. Live Giving here says, welcome to the Play Lab. I still need to check that out this weekend. It was so much fun at the previous event I was at. TCG, VGC, Go and Unite are featured here. Pokemon EUIC, Pokemon EUIC 2025. This is where you can come and learn how to play these games. Maybe you're here as a spectator, a friend of the family, or something like that. Your first championship event, you can come and pick up all the different games and learn how to play them and maybe find a new favorite.
I love all of this for our spectators as well, because while the competition is all about our trainers this weekend, it's not just the trainers that are here. We've got so many spectators here to support players. As you said, friends and family as well, and they've got to have a good time too. There's a show going on. There's a lot to learn, and there's so much to the competitive game. Even if you're not going to take it like really seriously, like some of our trainers that are really at the top of their games, there's still a lot of fun to compete and go to local events, go to regional championships, come to our international championships as well.
Hey, it's a new way to play Pokemon and a different way to experience the game. Let's check out who else has been enjoying the broadcast at home or in the venue. TCG Taja, over 5,000 players. This is giving us a little insight to the Pokemon TCG. I mean, look at it. If you're at home looking at this venue, it's real, it's electric, the atmosphere is incredible. And these trainers, one of them out there, possibly in this photo, is going to be our champion.
That's it. You just don't know looking out over that sea of players.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I want to know how many cards there are going on there. I mean, seriously, there's a lot of card game action.
Brain hurts thinking about that. There's so many.
We said earlier, like, we should stay away from the maps. I'm sorry to bring it back for you, Luke, but yeah, like over 5,000 players playing in the Pokemon trading card game. and it's just incredible. More and more every single time, and for all of our games, Pokemon Go's getting bigger. Pokemon video games getting bigger.
Yeah.
Pokemon Unite is getting bigger and bigger every year. More competitors, more spectators, more stories that we get to feature at these big international events.
And you've got to remember as well, it's not just the Masters division that we have in VGC and TCG, you also have the juniors and seniors divisions as well, and they will also be able to crown international championships on Championship Sunday. And I always think it's really nice to be able to see the future generations of Pokemon trainers, even trainers like Juan that we were just seeing in the Masters division. In the seniors division, he was an international champion. We've had trainers before who have been, you know, world champions in seniors and juniors division, making waves in the Masters division. It's always nice to see those journeys really go full circle.
I think the player that really comes to the forefront of my mind when you talk about seniors aging up into Masters is Oliver Escalin.
Yes, that's true.
When they came out into the Masters division, they were absolutely just going so hard in competition. They were being able to beat all the Masters, and it's like, you can't count the seniors and juniors out just because they're a little bit younger, maybe they're a little bit less experienced. No, they have some seriously difficult competitions. I've seen some of the match slips from seniors going on
so
here.
intense.
And you're looking at it, it's like, I know who they are and I know who they are. It's like, if I was playing this weekend, I wouldn't want to be able to play them.
I always think of Nicholas Khan as well. You know,
yeah,
juniors division was fantastic. I think world champion, international champion,
Yeah, right.
so many accomplishments. And then in seniors was also being able to keep that level so high. And in Masters division, gets top cuts left, right, and center.
Because it's worth noting as well, a lot of our juniors and seniors, they do play with the Masters as well.
Yeah, they
Especially
do.
at local events where maybe there's a few less juniors and seniors than the Masters, they all get wrapped up into the same competition. So our juniors and seniors have a lot of experience playing our more experienced players. And that really does give them the opportunity to get acquainted with what it's like to play in the Masters division. When they age up, they show us old people a
Oh, they
trick or
do,
two.
for sure. And they always have their own unique metagames as
They
well
do.
sometimes. And it's really interesting. You know, if I take a look back at the junior division from San Antonio, the juniors finals was a mirror of that Dondozo Weezing team that's been rocking around. And it was just amazing to see these, you know, juniors picking up such a complicated team to pilot. You know, Dondozo itself has so many different mechanics, but then you've also got the Galarian Weezing that you need to position in the right place. You know, you don't want it counteracting your abilities and things like that. The fact that they both were in the final, playing so incredibly well, awesome to see.
I'm glad you mentioned Dondozo as well, because we have Sierra out on the floor with one of our resident Dondozo experts, Chopper Cross. So,
awesome.
Sierra, take it away.
Hello, I'm here out on the floor with none other than Chopper Cross, competing here at EUIC. How are you doing? How's your day going so far?
I've got a 2-1 record so far.
Not bad, not bad. You know, there's a lot of stack competition out there. So what restrict did you end up bringing to the event and why?
I'm using a Kyogre team this time. I want to go with it just because I think it's a really good fit for an offensive play style and something that I hope to catch people off guard with.
I mean, we've gotten to see a little bit more of Kyogre and Groudon, like, kind of popping up, so you still think it has a little bit of surprise factor? I won't ask about other quirks of the team, but you think, like, overall you still have enough of a surprise factor?
I think so. It's funny you should mention, I actually used Groudon at my last regional. I felt like, you know what, I think this Pokemon actually struggles a little bit against any compositions that are using Rain really well. Maybe I want to just become the Rain user this time.
I mean, you got 2 wins under your belt, so hopefully that keeps on going. So we have the largest event here for Europe currently. It is absolutely stacked. So how has that been for you? I mean, you've been competing for so long now.
Yeah, it's really exciting to be able to play in an event that's so big. I've played in, you know, really all the European events I've been to have been massive now that I've thought about it. Only ever come out for the internationals. And even like the first one that I went to about 8 years ago now, wow, that's a crazy number to say. Even that one was really big for its time period. EUIC is always a really exciting event.
I mean, are you at the point now still? I mean, you've been a top trainer for so long too. Do you ever get nervous for these types of events still, or are you just chill all the way?
Oh, without a doubt. I never know exactly how I'm going to do going in, but that's part of the fun. Just seeing, like, you know, what can I put together with the team that I'm using.
I mean, we're at a point too with the meta game where this is a meta that we've seen before. We saw it at Worlds. It was kind of mostly solved. Now we're back for it, and people still are kind of innovating. So is that something that you find as a team builder and as a competitor that you like, kind of being able to rebuild, but this is still comfortable, or you still think this meta is just a little too diverse?
I've got mixed feelings on it. I think restricted formats really lead themselves to like a matchup spread with more variance that I'm comfortable with. Like, let's say, I think there's very few people who can put together a team that's not going to have like 1 or 2 restricted sets, just hoping to dodge. But overall, that's kind of just part of what you get for playing with the legendary Pokemon. And if you're making a good call for the event, maybe there's going to be like benefits for that.
Which hopefully that call is Kyogre. All right, last but not least, so you can get ready for your next round. Besides yourself, who's winning UIC?
Sorry, besides me? Simone Sanvito, going for the run back.
Love that, Choma. Thank you so much for your time. Best of luck. As for us, quick break, then back to the competition.
For the first stop of the 2025 ICs, we went to Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Latin America International Championships. Over 550 trainers competed in the video game across the juniors, seniors, and masters division. This was the big international showcase for the Regulation H rule set. No Paradox Pokemon, no legendaries, no restricteds. Just back to the basics of the Scarlet and Violet Pokédexes. With so many possibilities, trainers needed to be prepared for all sorts of team archetypes and unique Pokemon choices, and it was going to be the most experienced trainers finding the wins. The Masters Division Top Cut was one of the most stacked fields we've ever seen. 5 international champions, 2 of which were the only 2 players to ever have 2 IC wins, 1 Players' Cup champion, and a ton of regional champions. It was almost fate for the 2 double IC champs to face each other in the finals, or for LAIC to finally be won by a Latin American player. But in the end, it was Marco Hamanta Caladura Silva versus Victor Medina in the grand finals. A classic sun versus rain, with either Marco making history as the first 3 times IC champ in Masters, or Victor finally getting a win after coming so close so many times before. Championship Sunday was Marco's day. In a decisive 2-0, Marco Silva made history as not just the first 3 times IC champ, but becoming the first to defend an IC title.
Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division.
In the Seniors Division, Marco's little brother Pietro Silva also won LAIC, adding another IC champion trophy to his cabinet.
Pietro Nihal Caladura Silva will be your international champion.
In the Juniors Division, Ismail Hogi finally won his first IC.
We've got Ursaluna in Trick Room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it, Ismail Hogi.
Now we look forward to the Europe International Championships in February, so make sure to follow along and catch all the action at Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
Eu acho que pra mim as principais ferramentas para você melhorar como um treinador seria ter vários amigos para jogar, pesquisar bastante, entrar em grupos e treinar. Treinar principalmente.
Quais ferramentas que eu acho que um jogador competitivo tem que ter? Primeiro é paciência, porque você tem que repetir várias vezes, várias coisas. Então, primeiro é paciência. E a segunda de tudo é, cara, é anotar as coisas. Anota bastante, porque você vai anotando e vai gravando mais fácil. Então, é persistir e paciência.
Eu acho que a gente tem ferramenta até de sobra, porque é uma comunidade muito grande, a gente consegue compartilhar a experiência um com o outro e ver onde cada consegue melhorar se ajudando.
Bueno, mira, lo más importante en este juego es caminar, caminar y atrapar. Todo el tiempo estar atrapando y siempre revisando en las mismas páginas de Play Pokémon cuáles son los Pokémon que están destacados y buscar de esos Pokémon los mejores IVs para poder dar el mayor rendimiento en las batallas.
Primero que nada es ver el meta, qué Pokémon son los mejores, un poco más avanzado, aprender a contar los básicos.
I think the players need to always look at meta, check the meta. I think this is really important because on Pokemon the game is always changed.
The first thing I always gravitate towards too is recording my matches and then looking at it afterwards. Not only just looking at it myself, but also like with friends from feedback. Just like really dissecting, like, you know, what am I thinking through this turn? Like, did I make the right correct play? Am I thinking about the high-level game plan correctly? Am I accounting for potential risks depending on what my opponent is doing? I think it's really hard to get stuck in the moment when you're actually playing, so looking at afterwards has been like really, really helpful for me.
In the game, you don't have a lot of time to think. You just do the best you can in the moment, but afterwards, when you can actually pause and slow down, you can analyze what is actually going on in the game.
La mejor oportunidad que tienen es ver las transmisiones de los campeonatos regionales, internacionales y del Mundial de Pokémon. A pesar de que el meta puede llegar a cambiar mucho, no significa que no puedas ver cómo juegan otros entrenadores, qué es lo que están pensando, qué es lo que dicen en las entrevistas, ver cuál mindset tiene. Entonces, ve lo que piensan, ve cómo juegan, imítalos y supéralos.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here. When preparing to compete at a Pokemon tournament, it's important to ensure that you choose the moves, items, and stats that best suit a Pokemon on your team. But what are these stats, and how do you ensure that you're training them in a way that unlocks their maximum potential? Let's break it down. Pokemon have 6 individual stats that determine its performance in battle: HP, attack, defense, special defense, and speed. Each species of Pokemon has different stat potential. Fully evolved Pokemon typically have higher stats when compared to the Pokemon from which they evolve. To determine a Pokemon's primary role on your team, take a look at its stats. An attacker will have an attack stat that's naturally higher than its other stats. An example of a physical attacker is Rapid Striker Shifu, and an example of a special attacker is Fluttermane. Support Pokemon typically will have higher HP, defense, or special defense when compared with their attacking stats, but that's not always the case. Examples of support Pokemon popular in VGC include Amoonguss, Tornadus Incarnate, and Cresselia. So how can you optimize a Pokemon's stats to best fit its role in your team? Start by picking a nature that aligns with that role. Most natures will boost one stat while lowering another, so attacking Pokemon should pick a nature that raises its favorite attack stat while lowering the other. For supporting Pokemon, raise your chosen defensive stat while lowering its lowest attack stat. And for speedy Pokemon, a boost in speed is best offset by dropping its lowest attack stat. Next, maximize a Pokemon's potential by training their individual strengths, which are the innate affinity each individual Pokemon has for each stat, ranging from no good to best. A Pokemon with a higher individual strength and attack will be able to reach a higher maximum attack stat than a Pokemon of the same species with a lower individual strength and attack. To examine a Pokemon's individual strengths, complete the main story of Pokemon Scarlet or Pokemon Violet and talk to the nurse at any Pokemon Center. This will unlock the judge function, which allows you to check a Pokemon's individual strengths in your boxes. You can maximize a Pokemon's individual strengths by talking to the Hyper Training trainer in Monte Nevera in exchange for a bottle cap, which can be purchased from Delibird Presents. Now it's time to train a Pokemon's base points, which help determine the growth of its 6 stats. Each Pokemon begins with 0 base points in each stat. There are limits to how many base points each stat can earn, as well as the combined total of all 6 stats. So you won't be able to train your Pokemon to have the best possible stats in every category. These limits allow you to either hit the maximum in 2 stats, with a tiny bit left over for a third, or spread your Pokemon's training more evenly amongst a greater number of stats. The simplest way to start base point training is to refer to your Pokemon's role. Attacking or speedy Pokemon should maximize their chosen attack stat alongside of their HP or speed. Supporting Pokemon should maximize their defenses alongside of their HP. You can earn base points by defeating Pokemon in battle or by using vitamins, feathers, or mochi. To maximize base points for an individual stat, you'll need 26 vitamins or mochi or 252 feathers. For more information on base point training, make sure to check out Pokemon.com. A Pokemon's stats are only one aspect of its effectiveness in battle. Champion Pokemon trainers pay close attention to a Pokemon's abilities, moves, and overall team composition to come up with their winning strategies. Testing your team and how your Pokemon are trained is an important step in figuring out your team's strategy. Make sure to practice online via Battle Stadium or in person via your local Play Pokemon League. Looking for inspiration? Check out Pokemon.com for more information on past events, upcoming tournaments, or ways to train your Pokemon. Until next time, trainers, see ya!
It is absolutely electric here at the Europe International Championships this weekend. If you've just joined us, my name is Ben Kiriakou, and of course, joined here on the desk by the wonderful Lee Provost. And Lee, we've had some fantastic matches, 3 rounds down. We've got quite a few left to go today. It's been stunning, hasn't it?
It's been amazing. Great to be here with you, Ben, as well.
You too.
Yeah. No, it's been an incredible start to the weekend. I mean, we couldn't have really asked for a better lineup to kick us into this year's European International Championships. It's been phenomenal. Like you say, we're only at the start of the event. We've got a lot more action to come. So, yeah, it's been a treat, and we're just going to be treated even more.
We've had 3 rounds down, and we've checked off the list. Reigning LAIC champion Marco Silva.
Tick.
2024 world champion Luca Ceribelli.
Tick.
And we've had previous EUIC champion Paul Chua.
Yeah, tick, tick.
We've had Rio de Janeiro special event champion Juan Soleno.
It's like when you list it out like that, it is just phenomenal, isn't it?
This could be like the end of day 2.
Yeah, it really could. And the quality of play as well that we've seen so far in the tournament, I think it makes you so excited to get into that part of the tournament, into day 2 in those latter stages, because the quality is this high now at the start of the tournament. What's it going to be like when we get there tomorrow? But of course, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because we've got so much to concentrate on here and now. And, you know, it's testament to our players. We've got, I think, you know, over 1,200 Masters here this weekend, which is just
amazing.
Mind-blowing. It's just so many players, and just the amount of talent out there, the amount of different teams, variety that we're seeing. It's just, yeah. And
it's event after event after event. I mean, this is the biggest European International Championships that we've ever had. And event after event after event in all of our titles here this weekend have been increasing and increasing and increasing. And the quality of play as well goes up as the community develops and new players come in with different ideas. And they come in and they take our events by storm. You don't have to have been playing for 10 years to be able to compete at the highest level. You can come in as a new player, you can win a regional championships, you can win an international championships, and if not, you can get right up there as well, get that first sort of step on the ladder of our journey to the World Championships, of course.
Yeah, it's made for some great narratives over the last couple of seasons, in particular with those new players coming in and taking those big titles, but getting all the way back to this tournament, we've got the Swiss standings we can take a look at to see how our players are getting on, how things are shaping up as we are heading into round 4 of this weekend.
Menelik Collymore at 3-0, a UK representative. Really nice to see him doing very well. He's been a fan of, I remember playing him in, I think it was 2022 at EUIC, using a Zacian Dialga composition, which was like when Rinya's son was really popular, using something completely different. I'm really interested to see what Menelik is running this weekend. And of course, no surprise there to see our reigning LAIC champion Marco Silva here at 3-0 as well.
Yeah, continuing after that really great result in game 1 here this weekend, round 1 I should say. Aurelien also having a flying start, a very familiar face, as well as a lot of the players on this board. You've got Hippolyte as well, a very renowned player from France, representing and doing well, coming into this, having a great start. And then go down further on, some older heads. We've got Jamie Keane having a great start coming in this weekend.
On sort of home turf as well.
Yeah.
Really does make a difference. And really special when you go into an event in your home region and to be able to have a good start, get things going. Jamie is one of the real fantastic team builders in the UK community, and most notably Nils Dunlop, who won EUIC last year, was working with Jamie Keane on their team. They were sort of testing things together and making the call as to what Nils was going to be bringing into EUIC. So definitely some really good team building chops there.
Yeah, and one to definitely keep an eye on going deeper into this tournament, whether those team building skills will come into play for the rest of the weekend. We've got some other notable names to mention, another familiar face. We've got our other finalists from the LA International Championships earlier this season. Victor Medina was the finalist there, going up against Marco Silva. Unfortunately, not able to get across the line, but Victor's had a phenomenal season so far this year, locking up, you know, with those championship points on the leaderboard, doing so well and having a great start coming into this tournament.
I think the player that's one of the most consistent in the video game right now, but hasn't taken home that big win yet, getting to the finals regularly, making top cut regularly, but just not quite making it over the line. As you said, Leah, it's just like, could this be Victor's tournament?
Yeah, and you know, it's a same tale with these players that perform well at such a consistent level. With Victor, Aurelian's another player that falls into that kind of bracket where they are phenomenal players, so much talent, but they're just not being able to get across the line at those big hurdles. And you know, is this going to be the one where Aurelian is able to come and maybe clinch it, or is Victor going to be, or is there another player that has that same sort of feel, and this one is the tournament that takes it all?
Or is it just going to be one of our tried and tested players? Is Marco going to take their 4th international championships? It's like,
sounds crazy saying that, but you know, it wouldn't surprise me, because
no, it could. It could. Smart money.
Yeah, really
Absolutely.
is.
But I was saying this earlier, Lee, when Charlie and I were kicking things off on the desk. He's got 1,900 and something championship points. It's like...
share some about, Marco.
He doesn't
Come
need
on.
any more. He probably could give half of his championship points away to somebody that had none, and still probably make it into the top 75. Obviously, he's got his automatic invitation from his placings this season already.
Yeah.
You know, if that wasn't enough, like, going to be top of the top 75, or at least close up there, top 3 certainly by the end of the season.
Yeah, you know, other players in that situation, I think it's real testament to Marco in particular for that, because a lot of players maybe would think, I've got that Worlds invite locked up, I can take it easy now, I can just take a bit of time away. But I think Marco, it just shows the love and the passion that they've got for this game and wanting to come in and keep at the forefront of being the best player in Europe, you know. And I think that dominant stance that they've been able to achieve so far this season isn't something that they want to give up lightly. And coming into this weekend, I'm sure they'll be hungry to take that 4th international championship. A lot of players to get through though, to get there, but you know, if there's one player to do it, Marco definitely at the one up there with the top players on that list.
I just love the thinking about their run in regulation set H with that Charizard, Ursaluna, Porygon team, and playing, what, 3 events and losing, what, 1 or 2 matches overall in 3 events. And it's
phenomenal.
Like,
it is phenomenal, isn't it?
Crazy consistency. Not just that, pioneering a new build, which many players did take up after that. But when you play a build like that, and you play it successfully, you know, players clock on, they're having an eye and keeping an eye on what's doing well. Then you're able to take it to another event and do well, and it's like, well, hang on a second, we've got to be really ready for this, right? What's our game plan?
Yeah.
When you're preparing for that. But then the 3rd time over, like...
Yeah, because by then there's no excuses. Everyone's prepared for that team, right?
No excuses at all.
They've got their little techs in place. They've got the game plans in place. But
if I do this, then that happens. And okay, right, I can win from here. And Marco's just being like, nah. I'm just going to take it.
Yeah, you've prepared the best, but it's not good enough. And it's interesting to see the choice of Terapagos coming into this weekend as well. You know, I think
as well.
Yeah, and I love that combination, that both of those. And when you look at it from Team Preview, you think, well, the Heatran, is that going to be one of those where you could maybe rely on a little bit more of a recovery element to it with the leftovers? Because in past formats, even in this format, when we've seen the introduction of Heatran, it has been placed with the leftovers, with that substitute, so it can position itself well. And you think, oh, are you going to run it like that alongside Terapagos, or are you running a different Terapagos? But opting for the Terapagos that we've seen tried and tested throughout the season with that leftovers Calm Mind. And I really love the Heatran because it just offers a different element to the team, especially with that Magma Storm.
Magma Storm,
just trap in,
and then of course there's
the
Scream Tail going for Encore, disable stuff. It's something definitely that we're going to have to watch out for. Now, we have our round getting ready, but we're not quite there yet, trainers, so bear with us. We're going to go to a quick break right now, but we'll be back in just a moment. So it's an opportunity, get a drink, get a snack, come back to the stream, and we'll be ready for round 4 here at EUIC.
Come on in, trainers, come on in, gather around the prize wall. No pushing at the back. Yeah, that's it. Nice and orderly, trainers. The prize wall. I'm here with Mishka, who works at our beautiful prize wall here. Mishka, I'm Charlie. Tell us, what's going on here?
So, When you want to go to the prize bowl, first what you do is playing the side events. For the side events, you're getting the tickets and then you can exchange them here for the prizing. We have many special stuff. We have plushies. We have a huge plushies. For example, this Slowpoke is amazing. Then we have beautiful pins, we have boosters, of course, playmats, bottles. We have so many stuff you can exchange for the tickets. So yeah, and then it's us. You can talk to us.
Friendly help as well, trainers. So, in terms of how our trainers build up the points they need to exchange them for prizes here, how does that work?
Well, as I said, you do the side events. For example, pick a pack. It's very nice, very fast how you can get the points. And actually, they're so much fun. You have side events for VG, for TCG, for Pokemon Go. So anything you like, you can, play, have fun. And then, I don't know, we have mostly everything, anything for the points you get. So.
Come and exchange, yeah. Can you tell us more about the VG side events?
Not quite sure, to be honest, but I think you have your team, Pokemon team, and you are battling each other. And of course, you win the points.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in previous years, I've experienced things like a Chaos Cup, where you have predetermined teams that have a certain theme, or maybe they're all one particular type, and you have to go up against another one particular type of team, and you can gather with friends. There are on-demand events as well, all sorts of ways for trainers to test their battling prowess, and slightly more relaxed side events too. So, Mishka, I've got to ask you, if you were exchanging prizes here, let's say you had all the points in the world, what would you want?
That one, the Slowpoke or the Psyduck. Look at them, they're amazing, huge and amazing. I mean, the only problem with them, we don't know how to get them through the airport, When you're gonna get them home, they're just like big plushies, so yeah.
But if the big plushies aren't so much your thing, you've got the mini ones here as well, and you've got trading cards, socks down there too. There's so much going on here. You look, there's some clothing there as well. You've got some caps, backpacks too. I love those with the Eevee and Pikachu with their backs turned.
The Chittipub and Gengar one, they're plushy, they're very soft, so they're very nice.
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much for talking to us, Mishka. Just some of the action available live here at the European International Championships. Now, trainers, we'll be back with the action very shortly.
Thank you so much, Charlie. Great to have a look at the prize wall that's going on this weekend here at the European International Championships. If you're just tuning in, my name is Lee Provost. I have the pleasure to be joined by the ever so wonderful Ben Kiriakou.
The pleasure is all mine, and the wonder is all
definitely
yours.
Oh, well, okay, we'll take that. I like that. I like that a lot. It's great to be here with you, Ben, going into round 4 that we're getting heated up. Players are getting set up. Be into it in a minute, but what have you seen so far today?
Lots of notable matches, Lee, because look at this. This is our round 4 pairings getting set up, ready to go. We have featured here this round 4 of EUIC, Davide Miraglia and Victor Medina, but we've got some fabulous matches looking down the list there.
Yeah, incredible. One notable name, I'm sure it's drawing everyone's eyes, is Wolf Glick down there, 3-0. Going up against Lois Markle, and that one in particular interests me a lot. I would love, and I'm hoping we will get to see Wolf on stream at some point today, because we're running a very interesting team this weekend. But we can't concentrate on just one player, of course. There is a field of players out here. Another really notable, well-known player who's had a really good season so far this year is Francesco Piapero, playing and having a great start to this tournament.
And Gunter as well is a player that we don't get to feature too often on stream, but they're a very consistent player in the online grassroots events.
Yeah.
They're playing consistently. They're doing really well, of course, this weekend so far. And of course, looking a little bit down the list, my eyes went immediately to Maurice Utek versus Hippolyte Bernard. 2 players from Europe, Maurice from Germany, Hippolyte from France, and they'll have played many times previously. It's both a fantastic match to be having here, but also has that extra layer of mind games going on between these 2 trainers that have seen each other play over and over again. And of course, they're both regional champions at the same time.
Yeah, and that's I think that's the key to this. There's no easy rounds at this, even at this early stage of the tournament for any of our players. And you can see the titans that are going up against each other every single round, and that's what makes these events just so good.
Every single round we could have a finals.
Pretty much.
Like, literally, like, we've already had some rounds going on if you've just joined that could have been a finals. Maybe a little bit later on, go back to that. For right now, we're going to concentrate on the match that we have in front of us. Victor Medina, Davide Miraglia. Davide, a previous regional champion.
Dortmund regionals earlier this season.
Absolutely.
Incredible performance from Davide at that event, bringing some really unique choices in a format that was feeling. It was new, but kind of settling at the same time.
Yeah.
The Clefable in that team, the Annihilate in that
Choice
team.
Specs Hydreigon.
Yeah.
That was so cool.
But an incredible performance, and having just as good a start as they did in Dortmund here in London, you know. But going up against Victor Medina, we talked about Victor a little bit, and I'm sure those that tune into these broadcasts frequently will be very well aware of Victor's accomplishments. Finalists, LAIC, coming into a different format now. Has been featured on streams in Regulation G, but it'll be, you know, it's a completely different ballpark. Got some interesting picks on their team as well.
Exactly, and I think that's something that we'll get into in just a little bit. And it's just like, really, what stands out to me in this match is, like, Victor's the kind of runner-up guy a little bit. He's made it to the finals so many times, and I don't want that to sound like that's a negative thing. As we get our trainers here, they're on the stage, they're ready to go, they're getting set up for their match here. Because getting to the finals is just that show of consistency. Almost more important than winning a single event is getting to the finals over and over again. But he's not been able to get it over the line, as we were saying earlier. Now, this is like a little bit of an opportunity. Victor's going to be able to maybe show here as like, well, I'm in front of a regional champion. I can win those matches when they count.
Yeah, and I think that experience is what makes Victor such a phenomenal player. It's being able to kind of overcome these stages of a tournament where it might seem a little bit difficult. Getting over the line in these steps, it's just that final hurdle that they need to kind of overcome, and maybe it's something to do with a mindset going into those situations. But in these situations, this is Victor's playground, and this is what it's all about. But Davide cannot be underestimated, especially with this team that they're playing. I do love the build here. You know, the cornerstone Ogerpon on this construction with the Zamazenta. Not something that you'd see that common, but a lot of the other Pokemon, obviously really good friends of Zamazenta here.
Definitely, this Fluttermane Chi-Yu with Zamazenta has definitely been picking up a lot of popularity. I think Zamazenta Amoonguss Chen Pao is the composition that we would have seen more regularly.
Yeah.
But as Regulation Set G has developed, it's definitely that partner Pokemon, those three other Pokemon that have really come into the fore. Victor on the other side, really interested to see that they're bringing Regieleki into this, especially paired with a Calyrex Ice Rider, where typically you see Calyrex Ice Rider wanting to go for a Trick Room, but instead you've got that Regieleki as a little bit of a faster mode.
Yeah, and I do like that. It makes you kind of wonder about the Calyrex Ice Rider and the how it's being trained to take advantage of maybe the Trick Room that we're seeing on the Fergaraf here, as well as that Electroweb in certain situations against opposing Pokemon where you can Electroweb, get a little bit of a speed drop, and that will be enough for the Calyrex to get that Glacial Lance off before anything else. So that double up there makes it very difficult for opponents to deal with that. The one thing that you would say on Davide's side of the field is they've got Wide Guard, so not going to be as easy to get that combination off in this match. But you've got other tools that really are going to be able to excel the Calyrex in this game. The Landorus Incarnate in particular with that Earth Power, boosted by that Life Orb, of course, is something that you are going to have to be careful of. And of course, you've got the nice support and offense almost all wrapped into one beautiful bundle in that cornerstone.
It is a beautiful bundle, isn't it?
It's a lovely Pokemon.
It's a lovely bundle. But I think Landorus is going to be really key for Victor in this particular matchup. It's like one of the Pokemon that really does put a lot of pressure onto Zamazenta. So something that maybe we'll have to check back in on as this match progresses. But we've seen a little bit of a hint at what Victor's running. We don't get all of the information, but we've had a good look at what we can see. Now, let's see what Davide is going to be running. Zamazenta Amoonguss, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Ogerpon, Cornerstone, and Chen Pao.
Yeah, you've already called it out, the Chi-Yu, the Fluttermane, the big players to support that Zamazenta, and it offers another mode to the Zamazenta team where you'd normally see that being leaned into quite heavily to lead matches to kind of pave a way almost for the Zamazenta to come in late game and kind of be the cleanup crew. You do look at Victor's side of the field and think, what have you got to contain that Fluttermane and the Chi-Yu? Is your Regieleki going to be able to outspeed the Booster Energy Fluttermane? Probably not.
Probably not.
The Booster Energy going to put it ahead, and then the Icy Wind becomes an immediate threat then, or even a Moonblast, especially boosted by that Beads of Ruin. And then have you got enough to be able to deal with that Chi-Yu before it is able to attack, especially with that speed boost on the Choice Scarf?
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you mentioned that, Lee, because that's exactly where I was going, especially with the Terra Ghost as well.
Yeah.
Chi-Yu and Fluttermane are going to be able to attack pretty quickly. If an Icy Wind does connect onto a Regieleki, then that sort of takes away the fast mode. But then it sort of leans into Davide having to use the tools like Wide Guard on Zamazenta and Amoonguss a little bit more readily, because the Chi-Yu Fluttermane being as fast as they likely are, is probably going to lead Victor down the Trick Room road and try to take advantage of the Pokemon that on his side of the field that aren't necessarily all slow, but definitely slower than a lot of the members that Davide's bringing.
Yeah, in particular with Davide, you got two of those Ruin Legendary Pokemons with the Chi-Yu and that Chen Pao, both with those Ruin abilities that are going to benefit Victor if they're on the field, depending on what Victor decides to bring. Obviously, the Chen Pao, the Calyrex Ice Rider, are going to really enjoy that being on the field to boost those Glacial Lances.
Yeah.
The same can be said of Chi-Yu's there, and Landorus is opted for from Victor.
And that's going to be a question as well, is like, these trainers are going to have to be really careful about how they're targeting down, but it looks like we're getting into this game one, Lee. Let's go. Ogerpon, Cornerstone, and Calyrex out there for Victor. Zamazenta and Fluttermane, the lead for Davide.
Yeah, we've got some nice leads here for both trainers. We've got the Zamazenta immediately putting on a lot of pressure with that body press. It is going to get that Dauntless Shield boost there, giving it a defense, making it a little bit more stable on the field. And with that Wide Guard as well, it really detracts the use of something like that Glacial Lance to better deal with the Fluttermane in this immediate presence. The Cornerstone Ogerpon, though, can't be underestimated here, because that Ivy Cudgel probably will be enough to pick up the knockout onto that Fluttermane, depending how it's been trained. So you've got to get the most out of that Fluttermane. Can you utilize something like Icy Wind here? We're not going to see it. We're just going to see that Spiky Shield.
Ogerpon definitely not going bonk mode at the start of this game. It's going to be protecting itself from any damage. No Terrestrialization coming out, and the Shadow Ball going straight into the Calyrex. Body Press follow-up is enough to pick up the KO there. And with the Fret and Follow Me, what a call for Davide, taking it straight out of the gates.
Huge call, like you say, Ben. I mean, the one thing that you don't want to do on turn one in such a high-stakes match is lose your restricted. That is so unfortunate for Victor. Got a really uphill climb. The Landorus now coming onto the field, Ben. What does it offer? Does it cause Davide any more problems than that was already present with that Calyrex?
The Terra Poison is definitely something that both of these players are going to have to consider here, because if this Landorus with the Life Orb is able to connect to Sandsear Storm or an Earth Power, and here's the clincher, Davide has Wide Guard on the field, so you've got to commit if you're Victor into the single target attack or the spread attack. And if you're Davide, well, do you just waste a Wide Guard into an Earth Power, or do you go for a Wide Guard to try and catch a Sandsear Storm?
Well, that's a big question. We're going to kick off this turn two with a Terrestrialization from Davide's side. It is going to be into that Zamazenta, take away that ground weakness into the Dragon type here, and are in response coming back at it. Another Terrestrialization from Victor, feeling at a loss after taking that Calyrex loss that turn one. It is that Poison Terror typing from the Landorus. It is going to be able to put on a lot of pressure. The Mind Games are coming into play. Do you go for the Sandsear Storm or the single attack?
Double Spiky Shield not going through this turn. Ogerpon is going to be susceptible to this Icy Wind, as is the Landorus. That's going to put Ogerpon and Landorus going to be slower than the Zamazenta on Davide's side.
Yeah, we are going to see that Body Press doubling up into that slot now, knowing that it had protected the turn before and taking another knockout. Davide taking a huge lead here. The Landorus still able to go for an attack. It is at Sandsear Storm. It is going to be not into the Fluttermane, unfortunately, but does connect with the Zamazenta, doing some considerable damage, taking it below 50%.
That Dragon Terror was absolutely crucial there, and really good information for both of our trainers, whether they knew or not. The Sandsear Storm with the Life Orb boost and the Sheer Force boost on the Landorus is enough to knock out the Zamazenta if it doesn't go for its Dragon-type Terastallization. So that's a really key bit of strategy for these two players. But Davide seems to have the real advantage here. Even if Regieleki's coming in, as you mentioned earlier, Lee, it's going to likely be slower than the booster energy speed on Fluttermane. It's going to have to maybe take an attack from the Zamazenta afterwards, but maybe the Regieleki would be able to outspeed the Zamazenta and get its own Electro Web off before the Zamazenta is able to act. It's a really difficult call to make.
Yeah, big difficult call, but because of that Protect coming out from Davide's Zamazenta, not wanting to contend with a potential Electro Web this turn, Icy Wind in response from that Fluttermane, going to lower the speed on that Regieleki and the Landorus even further. In response, we are seeing that Electro Web rightly protected the Zamazenta this turn, not wanting to contend with that. Fluttermane is going to take a bit of chip damage for that, drop its speed, and followed up by an Earth Power, which is enough to pick up a knockout.
On the critical hit as well, Victor carving their way a little bit closer into getting back on track. 3 Pokemon to 2. Let's not forget that there are 2 Pokemon in the back there for Davide, and now it is the time to bring out the Chen Pao. After the Icy Wind has gone off on the Fluttermane, Chen Pao is likely going to be able to outspeed that Regieleki, and of course the Landorus as well, because it's carrying the Focus Sash. If it manages to connect on either one of those slots, it's going to be able to take an attack, go down to its Focus Sash, and then go for another attack afterwards.
Yeah, in response, we're going to see a crunch, and it is into that Regieleki after that pivotal Icy Wind. Able to outspeed, pick up a knockout, leaving the Landorus a bit of a sitting target here. Behemoth Bash is the choice of attack. Is it going to be enough to pick up the knockout? And it certainly is. Davide picking up knockout, game 1, taking a commanding lead.
Can we just spend a moment talking about that turn 1? Because that's absolutely an insane read for Davide to go for. It's like, well, if you double target into the Calyrex there, the Ogerpon can just follow me. The Calyrex gets to do something, whether it's going for a Trick Room, whether it's going for a Glacial Lance. But the fact that Victor went for the Protect onto, or the Spiky Shield, should I say, onto the Ogerpon just gave Davide that opening. And when you lose your restricted Pokemon turn 1 for free, you can have as many game plans as you like, but you're definitely on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing you don't want to do. I mean, we outlined it during the game. I mean, it's very risky from Victor to go for this play, kind of thinking that maybe the double up's coming into the Cornerstone because of that sturdy ability. But you're so far behind after that it's such a high risk, high reward kind of play, you know? You're hoping for the Shadow Ball, the Body Press to go into that Ogerpon, but Davide just not falling for it and getting the call completely right and capitalizing on it and not letting up that pressure from that point on. And I think that's what really just didn't give Victor much movement in this match to kind of get a momentum swing back into it, especially when the Ogerpon was kind of in that situation where you went for that Protect and it was almost a double down. It made it worse going into that turn 2 where you were in that position where now, okay, well, we're just back to the same choice for Davide where I'm not going to double into that slot because you protected last turn. I'm going to double into this one, and it's just a clean 1-2. Buckle my shoe. Here we are going into game 2, and I'm 1 up.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the mind game's going into this game too, because I've got no doubt that there's going to be some. Well, maybe there is going to be an adaptation here. There's that. Well, does there have to be? There's that mind game. It's like, well, sometimes you do the same thing twice, even though it looked really bad, and you make the call that your opponent's like, well, they're never going to do that again, are they?
And
because
they do.
That didn't go exactly. And then, I mean, yeah, you've got a knowing smile there, Lee.
Yeah,
that's definitely something that's happened to both of us in competition over the years. But it is those hard mind games that these top trainers have to be playing against, and I think it's the calls that you have to make, and I've got to give some credits for Victor going for that sort of more risky play.
It's very brave.
Sometimes turn 1 is the turn that you've really got to pull out all of the stops, but here we are in turn 1 of game 2, and we've got a completely different lead coming out from Victor. Calyrex and Urshifu, but the same lead from Davide in Zamazenta and Fluttermane.
Yeah, Davide is sticking with the tried and tested pairing from that game 1. The booster energy activating on that Fluttermane, giving the speed boost. And, you know, I don't mind this. Why would you change it up if you were Davide? I think it worked game 1. The problem is now that you don't have that redirection, I was going to talk about it, but the Ogerpon had the ability to just redirect both those single target attacks away and allow you to get that Trick Room up. unfortunately, you don't have that option here. The Urshifu as well is really sitting duck now from that Fluttermane, which pressures with the Moonblast into that slot. It doesn't have a focus sash, so it really has to be careful here. And yeah, if you can get a Surging Strikes off, then you are going to be able to do some impactful damage, maybe pick up a knockout into the Fluttermane. But again, if you leave that Calyrex just vulnerable, it is going to be susceptible to getting knocked out. This
could be happening again here. Detect there coming out from the Urshifu. A taunt coming out from this Fluttermane, stopping any sort of Trick Room shenanigans happening this turn. Body press, the follow-up into the Calyrex, so Davide setting up the Calyrex to be able to be double targeted next turn, as a Glacial Lance is not enough to pick up the KO on this Fluttermane, and something I think Davide's probably prepared for, the Fluttermane that doesn't want to go down to one hit.
No, and I think this is a much better setup from Victor. Again, if the double up had come out, it's still risky. You could have lost the Calyrex like you did game one, but not playing out like that. Maybe the Urshifu put on enough pressure there to detract from that. The taunt is a nice option from Davide, because going into that, preventing the Trick Room from being an element on Victor's side of the field. But the Glacial Lance so important because it's now put that Fluttermane into Aqua Jet range. So it does put a lot of pressure on Davide to maybe switch that Pokemon out, bring something in, and utilize the Zamazenta. If you ignore that and think Davide is going to switch that Fluttermane out, then you can double down hard into that Zamazenta and start putting some work there.
Oh no, Aqua Jet coming out, just a straight Moonblast into this Urshifu, and it's enough to pick up the one-hit knockout here. No Urshifu, you're not going for any attacks this game. Body press to follow up onto Calyrex, and a high horsepower, super effective into the Zamazenta, but of course, with its defense boost, it's able to shrug that off.
Yeah, really unfortunate that there was no Aqua Jet there, because now you've got the Fluttermane on the field for Davide, and it's got that active Icy Wind that was so detrimental to Victor in game one, and the Calyrex, of course, cannot protect it, cannot Trick Room. It is going to be susceptible to going down to another body press now, and you've got the Terrestrialization is still an option. Do we see the Dragon Terra type come out? More than likely, and I think Victor's hands almost forced at this situation to go for the Poison Terra type on the Landorus to get away from that Icy Wind weakness.
And I think this is Davide playing this sort of low-risk, high-reward strategy where they just say, well, yeah, knock out my Fluttermane, no problem. I've got two Pokemon in the back. They're going to put on just as much offensive pressure as my Fluttermane would. I've still got a relatively healthy Zamazenta, and I can take those attacks from Calyrex pretty nicely. The next one's not going to come off because I can just body press into that slot, and so Davide gets the better end of that, where it's like, well, I'm just going to take a knockout for free.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, we've got Terra Orbs charging up, the Terra coming out from that Landorus into the Poison Terra typing, Protect coming out from that Zamazenta on Davide's side, and just an Icy Wind before this Fluttermane. If it does take an attack here, it's likely to go down, but it isn't going to go down without any value. It's getting that speed drop on both these Pokemon and Victor's side of the field. We do see the Sandsteel Storm. It is going to be into the Protect on the Zamazenta, and enough to take down that Fluttermane. And key here, the Glacial Lance, if it does come out, it isn't going to get a boost.
Not at all, and that's a big deal, actually. Glacial Lance there, hitting into and pinging off of that Zamazenta's Protect there. Calyrex shaking off the taunt now, so it can go for a Trick Room again. It can play a little bit on the defensive, but Calyrex playing on the defensive here sort of allows that Landorus to get targeted down, and especially this combination of Ogerpon. Now that the Landorus has gone for its Terra Poison, it is susceptible to a Rock-type Ivy Cudgel a little bit more, and maybe without crit, it's not enough to pick up the KO, but in combination with Behemoth Bash, maybe that's enough. And then you've got two Pokemon and Zamazenta to be able to deal with that sort of Trick Room environment. You've got the Wide Guard to stop those Glacial Lances, and so maybe Davide's not as worried about the Calyrex in this position.
Yeah, and with the health as well on that Calyrex being so low, you think any attack coming into that slot, which you're going to be able to do because of that Icy Wind, is going to be enough to pick it up, knock it out, and take away that option of the Trick Room. But we're seeing a Terrestrialization in response from Davide, and it is going to be into the more likely target, that Ogerpon Cornerstone, getting the Embody Aspect ability boost, and that's a boost to its defense stats.
and it's going to be able to get a big Ivy Cudgel off, but not looking like that Ivy Cudgel is necessarily going to protect. Zamazenta going for the body press is going to be able to finish off the Calyrex here and take it back to Victor. So we're left seeing if this Ivy Cudgel is going to be effective, and well, it's not. It's going into that protect, but next turn it has the ability to put in some work. Now Victor gets their chance to bring in their own Ogerpon, and I think this is a really good play here. Either you get some value out of the Calyrex, it's the Fluttermane conversation that we had last time.
Yeah.
If you get some value from the Calyrex, or you get the Ogerpon to switch in, and it's in a much better position to put some pressure onto this this Zamazenta and redirect those body presses away from the Landorus.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing. Like, do you go after the Ogerpon if you're Davide? We are seeing the Spiky Shield, maybe predicting that you are going to double into that slot, but the Wide Guard coming out, suspecting maybe a Sandsteer Storm from that Landorus to protect, get around that. Ivy Cudgel now going into what is that Landorus. Is it going to be enough to pick up the knockout? It's already taken damage, and it is enough. Getting rid of that big threat on Victor's side of the field. And now the Ogerpon got everything to do, going up against the Zamazenta and the Terastallized Cornerstone Ogerpon.
I mean, Ivy Cudgel can crit, right?
It can.
But I'm not sure that that's going to be enough in this position to be able to take the win here. Victor, seeing the writing is on the wall, and Davide Miraglia will be your winner in round 4 at EUIC.
Absolutely incredible performance from Davide, and you know, it was just so one-sided. The pin there at every moment just made it difficult for Victor to get any sort of just any momentum swing in that match, and it was really difficult. You can see what Victor was trying to do because of how awkward that matchup was. They were having to make big calls, and just unfortunately in that match in particular, those games, those calls just didn't pay off. And all credit to Davide for that, because you think, well, I don't need to play fancy here. Like you said, I can just take my time. I can just go for the tried and tested route to win, and that's exactly what he did.
I see, like, you can see there from the look on Victor's face, there's like, well, it's a bit disappointing to take a loss, of course, but he didn't feel like maybe didn't feel like he did anything particularly wrong in that situation. Like he says, like, he's got to make some calls to get things done in this matchup where things are just that little bit more uphill, and Davide just had a few more tools at their disposal. And yeah, Zamazenta is one of those Pokemon. If it gets a defense boost and you don't have too many special attackers to be able to deal with it, it's really hard to take down.
It really is, and it's not one of these flashy restricteds that can get these boosts every time it picks up a knockout. It's consistent damage, and maybe that shies away a lot of players from using it, but it's the consistency that it offers you, and the support as well with that Wide Guard that make it such a threat. And I think the big call out in game 2 there was that taunt, because it was being so easy to go for the Shadow Ball there and just get rid of the Calyrex, but I think the taunt was really key in allowing the Fluttermane to stick around a little bit longer than it maybe did. It went down at the right time, but it got the Icy Wind off crucially, and where you weren't really having to contend with the Trick Room until the point where your board position was so strong that you could have just sneezed on the Calyrex and it would have faded.
I mean, it's cold out there with Calyrex on the field. Maybe there was some sneezing going on, but
chew.
I chew to you too. Bless you, in fact. No, but I think that's a really good call. The taunt there, I think, has another layer to it that's important to call out. It's like it covers the Terra option for the Calyrex. If the Calyrex had gone for a Terra Water, gone for the Trick Room, the double up with Shadow Ball or Moonblast, whichever, and the body press probably wouldn't be enough to pick up the KO.
Yeah.
And if that was the adaptation that Victor wanted to go for, then it could have put Davide in a little bit of a sticky situation in Trick Room where he's got to play a little bit more uphill than he did in that match.
Yeah, I like that a lot, because I think the one way out for Victor in that match in particular was the Trick Room and getting that set up, which Davide just did not let up at all. He just didn't give Victor an opportunity to do. But speaking of Davide, he is on the stage with Sierra now, so we'll throw over for a winner's interview to hear all the insights from that incredible match.
Thank you so much, you two. I'm here with Davide after a very strong victory, strong run to the day so far. How are you feeling?
Good. I'm feeling well. I think today I'm playing well for now and trying to stay calm and relax and have fun, I think.
That's an important stuff, all the important stuff there. So talking about the team, the Zamazenta, was this something early on you knew you wanted to bring to the event, or?
To be fair, no. I tried many things with friends, and Zama was, something I would have loved to bring to Worlds, and I didn't do. So now here's his chance. I really like how the team works because it makes a lot of pressure on the opponent. If you are able to put yourself in advantage in the first 2 turns, you are really in a good situation, I think.
Yeah, it's cool being able to see how people have changed from Worlds teams and now. So Zamazenta in this current meta, like it's a lot of the same restricteds, but you feel like this is like the right opportunity for it?
It's the right opportunity because I love him and I didn't bring to the World Championship. I honestly think that at Worlds or in that period he had better matchups. In this moment, less because people are fairly exploring stuff and there are more situations that are tricky, in my opinion. But if you play well, it's still solid and strong.
I mean, we definitely got to see a showcase of that. That was a pretty quick match. So this is definitely one of those matchups, a little better for the Zamazenta.
Yeah. I was saying yes. I think I had a good matchup. Victor is a really great and nice opponent, but I had a good matchup, and I also flowcharted these situations, these matchups, so I knew what to do.
You had it on lock from the get-go. So, I mean, you've won a regional, you've gotten some great accomplishments. Now we're at the biggest EU event. How are you feeling about the rest of the competition and, I don't know, try and be the EUIC champion?
But I will definitely try, and I mean, it would mean a lot for myself, and I will just try to have fun and try my best with what I have.
Perfect. Last but not least, of course, any shout-outs? Anyone you want to thank?
I want to shout out my girlfriend here in front, is waving at me, and all the friends at home, and they are here to support me, and my family. And especially in this period, and that's it, I think.
Well, congratulations on the run so far. Keep having fun, and best of luck. Thank you. As for us, right now, back over to our casters.
What a wonderful interview. Thank you so much, Sierra. Great getting some insights from Davide there. I love watching him as a player, but hearing how his enthusiasm for this game as well is just really great. And he's a very gracious Victor.
I think so. It's like, remember talking to him in Dortmund when he was having that incredible run at the start of regulation set H, and he was just, you could just feel it from him. He was happy to be there and happy to be competing. And he's been competing for a while. It's getting those sort of runs that you've been working at year after year after year. You've been competing and getting further and improving as a player, and then just having that sort of almost miracle run, really. It's just, you've got to enjoy it along the way through it. I think a lot of our players really fall into that category. You can see their love of the game. Yeah, definitely, and it's kind of getting through maybe the bad moments because the good moments are on the horizon, If it just shows you put the work in, then the rewards follow after that. So, yeah, good luck to Davide for the rest of the tournament. Absolutely. I'm hoping it isn't the last that we see of them, and obviously commiserations to Victor. Like Davide mentioned, a hard matchup going into that one. And with going up against a team that's pretty tough to go up with in the first place, and one that's been so well prepared going against your team, can be an impossible task at some points. It certainly can, and Victor showing us like how to try to play into those difficult matchups, and sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes you've got to make the call and it doesn't go right. But of course, there's a lot of other players here this weekend from all across the globe, and we've got some from the APAC region here that we're going to be featuring. Yeah, we have, some very familiar faces. Shohei Kimura is a previous world champion and coming into this tournament doing very well, having a good start, obviously piloting that infamous Miraidon team with the Whimsicott, the Iron Hands, Urshifu, Ogopon, and the Farigiraf, proving again to be a top choice for another top trainer. You've got Tomoyuki Yoshimura, a very well-known Japanese player as well, having a lot of success in grassroots recently, and in particular with a very similar build to this, with that Zamazenta, leaning into it, coming in as the right choice this weekend. And as we've just seen with Davide, is a good choice, I think, coming into this event. And of course, Ko there, Actually was the 2019 world champion in the senior division, so aging up and showing their relevance, showing that you can go from the seniors to the masters and show the masters a little bit of a trick or two, because he made top 16 at his first world championships in the masters division.
Incredible.
Absolutely phenomenal run there. All of our trainers here, Ko, Shohei and Tomoyuki, are 2-1 currently, so you know, it's a pretty good start for them. They've all got the opportunity to make it all the way into our day 2. And of course, there's a lot of day 2, there's a lot of day 1 still left to go. Everything is still to play for all of these players.
Yeah, it's interesting to see with Ko and Shohei choosing that team concept with the Miraidon in particular and having such belief in it, like a lot of our trainers have had, coming in from, you know, a different region from EU where it's been that kind of common archetype, but
yeah.
Even Japan looking at it.
It's normally the other way around, isn't it? We look to Japan for inspiration.
Yeah.
And it's kind of gone the other way this time.
Yeah, definitely. And it just shows how dangerous and threatening this team still is, even though everyone is aware of this team and what it does, how it functions. In the hands of top players, it's still such a threat. But Tomoyuki is definitely a player that I would like to keep an eye on. I'm not saying I don't want to keep an eye on Ko.
All of them, absolutely.
You know, all of them.
Yeah.
But Tomoyuki in particular, a real player I admire and just want to see how far this Zamazenta can get into this tournament.
Am I right in saying that they were the runner-up at the, I think it was the 15 World Championships, like the infamous Mega Kangaskhan World Championships? I'm going to have to fact check on that. That goes back a little bit too far for me at the moment. But hey, we've got some other players that we're watching as well from APAC back into EU. And, well, unless you haven't been following the video game for too long, Luca Cherubelli, our current world champion, Marco Silva, our reigning LAIC champion from 2025, and Victor Medina, we just had him on stream. He wasn't able to be successful. We're going to round 5 with a 3-1 record, doing very, very well for himself still, and our LAIC runner-up.
Yeah, all 3 trainers opting for different teams, different restricteds here, which is nice to see the variety. Of course, we've had the luck of being able to feature all 3 of these trainers on our broadcast so far this weekend. Hopefully it's not the last we see them, but like you say, I mean, what more can we say? The praise couldn't be higher, you know. Luca Cherubelli and Marco and Victor going into that round 4 were all 3-0. We know Victor is 3-1 now.
3-1 now, yeah.
The results are still coming in for the others, but I love the Scream Tail with that Terrapagos.
Oh,
it's something, especially with the Heatran combination, the Cornerstone Organpon as well. There's just a lot of elements that are not so commonly seen on that Terrapagos, and it's really nice to see kind of Marco's take on that Pokemon and how far it can have a run into this tournament. And again, the questions there with Luca bringing the same 6, some adaptations from the Worlds build where they were crowned world champion, but are those adaptations going to be the next kind of place of this team to take it to just another level?
It certainly could be. As like one of the things I noticed about Luca was the change in his Urshifu using U-turn over close combat, which is something you never really see happen, but just the dedication of Luca to be able to still innovate, even though that he knows his team is very, very successful in Regulation Set G. Of course, there are more other EU players from our region that we are featuring this weekend as well. And just checking in on some of our results here, we had going into round 4, so not what was going on right now. Michelle Kelch was at 3-0. Frederick was at 2-1. Oliver was at 1-2, but 1-2 is still okay. Sometimes, you know, you've got to play these events on the bubble. Sometimes you maybe run into your bad matchups, or maybe you just have one of those games that really doesn't go in your favor, but you just got to play the bubble all the way up to the asymmetrical top cut. And Oliver is certainly a player that I think could easily do that.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you've got to say, coming into these events with such a large number of players, you do, despite your skill level, you still need a little bit of luck on your side. And maybe Oliver hasn't had that luck so far in the tournament, but maybe saying that if it is bad luck or bad matchups, that's out the way now. And like you say, can pave the way for Oliver, so well experienced with this particular build as well, doing so well, as we saw in Birmingham as the runner-up finalist at that event. But Michelle Kelsch, again, coming in with a tried and trusted Zamazenta, another Zamazenta here, but really great to see them taking this Pokemon, because I think that the temptation's there to try another restricted, but I love the fact that maybe going back to it and just saying, I know what this Pokemon does, I'm comfortable with it, and I know it can do me well in this tournament, and it's proving so well so far. And then we've got Frederick not having a clean start, 2-1, but with a really interesting team that had so much success in those grassroots tournaments leading up to this event.
And they're so influential, players looking around not only at our live events, but also, you know, there's not too many events that are in person before we come to our first international. So you've got to look, if you're preparing for an event like EUIC, you've got to be looking at every resource available to you. And Frederick getting the runner-up in one of the grassroots events that he played and top 16 in another, and these events were pretty big and have a lot of international representation. And also popularizing that particular team archetype with the Sneasler, proving that it wasn't just a bit of a fluke in Reg H. It actually does have some legs in Reg G. Really does pave the way for a lot of success. I think he really does hold on to the thing that he really likes to play, and especially that Ursaluna Blood Moon, which is something that
signature Pokemon of his.
Both of the Nielsen brothers are so well known for.
Yeah, I like the popularization of the Sneasler. I think that unburden ability with the electric terrain, electric seed is really undervalued here, and Frederick doing a really good job with it. But of course, we cannot forget our NA region players. We've got Justin Tang, Wolf Glick, and Marcus Dion. 3 phenomenal talents in our format.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean, Justin Tang has got his 3rd regional win recently in San Antonio.
What a performance, right?
Yeah, piloting this 6 that he was able to use there this weekend, but then having to play the mirror match against Shiliang Tang in the finals, and that's something that you never really want to have to face down when you're preparing for an event with somebody. But from 3-time regional champion to 10-time regional champion in Wolf Glick, and
not even a little jump, is it? It's like 3 times to 10 time. Here we go.
Justin's such a phenomenal player. He's like, Wolfie's been playing for a very long time. I remember first meeting him in 2012 at the World Championships there. He's been playing a long time. He's had more regional opportunities to get those wins. I'm sure Justin has the opportunity to catch up over the years. He's a little bit of a newer player, and of course, winning the first regional championships that he attended. But yeah, Wolf just bringing back what looks to me like the classic Wolf Glick Perish that he's so well known for.
Well, we know how much Wolf loves Perish, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if that's what he is running. But we can't forget about Marcus Dion, another phenomenal talent in the Video Game Championship Series. And again, I love the Zamazenta here. And there's a little bit of a mix-up, a lot of familiar faces, but no Chi Yu on this build.
No, going for an Entei instead, which really does change things up. And Marcus, of course, coming off, I think it was the Meridia Special Championships that he was able to get a runner-up position for. So, yeah, it's a really difficult thing to be able to have that consistency in this regulation, especially in a different region.
Yeah, and these players as well, going into round 4, Justin and Wolf were 3-0. Marcus was 2-1. As I say, the results from the last round are still coming in, so we'll be able to update as and when we get those. But like you say, I mean, just 3 phenomenal talents, of course, from NA, and it'll be great to get any one of these featured later on. But we can't forget about our LATAM region as well. We have had the pleasure of having Gabriel Gassi on the stream, as well as Hans Solano. We haven't had Sebastian, so that's something hopefully to look forward to later on, especially with this very spicy 6 that they brought to this tournament.
Right, that's all I'm saying. Right.
What about the Smeagol?
Okay, Smeagol, okay, we see some Smeagol out there. You know, it's paired with Calyrex Ice Rider more typically. We've seen some with Calyrex Shadow Rider a little bit, but it sort of pops up here and there. Yeah, when was the last time you saw a Raichu in Regulation Set G League?
We're going back years ago.
So I can tell you, for me it was in a locals, and Unfortunately, it didn't do so well, but it was cool to see.
Yeah, I very rarely see them, to be honest. But I think coming into this tournament in particular, with the resurgence of the Miraidon, I think a really great shout from Sebastian, because that lightning rod ability that the Raichu has, drawing in any of those threatening electric type attacks, is such a good call. It protects that Terapagos really, really well from things that Miraidon wants to do. And also you've got the nice switch in. If you haven't got the Raichu, you've got the Landorus as well to threaten there as well.
All of these trainers, of course, 2 and 1 going into round 4. So could also at the end of round 4 be 3 and 1 and well on their way at the midpoint in day 1 to be going all the way into day 2. Here's our OC region with 3 players from Australia. Representing them, Nicholas Khan, Diego Fieria, and Joji Kaida.
Yeah, incredible players. Again, you know, I can't speak higher about players that we're able to feature here, and they're being featured for a reason because they're so talented. Nicholas Khan, we've seen level up and come in and doing so well in Masters.
Phenomenal player.
Yeah, just an absolute joy to watch as well. Playing that Ice Rider Calyrex that I do love, and that is kind of a running theme for this region as well. We're seeing the Ice Rider across the board here, some different builds and iterations of it as well. We are seeing Joji coming into round 4 at 3-0, whereas Diego and Nicholas are at 2-1. The Grimmsnarl on Joji's team is interesting because it's something that we have seen previously provide that support with the light screens, whatever the 2 remaining slots on the Grimmsnarl could be, or, well, yet to be seen, of course. Hopefully we can feature that and we can discover a little bit more about the supporting role that the Grimmsnarl's providing. But a nice build all the same because it's got the redirection with the Cornerstone, it's got the offensive prowess with that Raging Bolt and the Landorus, and then you've got that really hard physical backbone of the Calyrex and that Urshifu.
You know, for me, it's Diego's team that's just whisked away off our screen that really did stand out with the Alchemy. And the Ogerpon Wellspring, which I never thought I'd say is something that we wouldn't see.
I like it though,
often.
with the water absorb.
Yeah,
and
it makes sense. Like it's still a really good
a really hard matchup, doesn't it? As well.
Yeah, it's just like drinking up those water spells.
Drink it in.
Absolutely. Well, traders, we're still getting ready for our round 5. So while we're getting our players and everything ready to go, let's have a quick break and come back later on for some more action here at EUIC.
My name is Pietro Silva, and I'm from Italy.
Pietro looking to try to nab up a new title, a new IC in a new division.
My brother made me start playing. In 2017, I started in the regional of Torino. My first tournament, I was 6 years old. I still remember everything because I never even played Pokemon, so it was really just a game changer for me. In 2018, at my first World Championship, I felt confident on bringing a Snorlax team to a simple, and they could play very, very well. This is my 3rd time on being a stream. I was here at my first LAC in 2019, and on my AOC that I won in your division. I was facing another Italian player, Federico Corino, and I had a lot of prepping that day. So it was a kind of difficult match because I had to understand what he will do, but it went smoothly just because of the prep. It's not all skill, it's also sometimes luck based, but skill plays the biggest role, and also preparation. I wasn't so confident of playing this LAC because my prep wasn't so good, and I had to lock my team the day before, so I was really desperate about having a good result here. I played this archetype multiple times in this whole season, so I just changed it up on a way that will fit me perfectly. Well, of course, my very offensive style could really be a problem for more defensive players because it's really difficult to stop me. After that poison on the Rillaboom, I just know that if I did a certain play, it was always a win, no matter what he did.
Oh my lordy!
So I was so satisfied with myself.
Pietro Nihal Caludora Silva will be your international champion here in Latin America.
But this really shocked me. It's a senior tournament this time, and not juniors. and there's a big jump. I really enjoy how much you have to train to win or place in a good position, because with all this preparation, you really just get satisfied after you win. If you're new to playing Pokemon, you should try just looking at more tournaments and how other people play. Having someone to look up to is really good. I look up, of course, to my brother, because he's really good at the game, and I want to learn from him how he plays so well. Now I'll be having the same numbers as my brother on international wins, and I believe we could keep this up on this competition between ourselves, because we can just keep on winning and maybe even try the World Championship once. For being my second year in seniors, winning Worlds will be incredible.
So I think what makes the difference between a great trainer and other trainers is consistency and persistence. I think the amount of time you put into the game makes a lot of difference. And actually today that's reflecting on my score. So I didn't put as much time as needed, so now I'm out of the day 2. So persistence throughout the years, and sometimes there's some setbacks that will happen, and we will feel pretty down. But to keep at it and to not give up, I think that's the way, and that's what makes a difference.
I would say that making a great Pokemon trainer would be someone who practice with friends, help build and everything. Just practice, practice, practice.
I think the good Pokemon trainer is someone who really knows their Pokemon, really gets around with them. He's also in VGC. Just by practicing a lot with my Pokemon, I know them through and through, and that's how I win the games.
Para ser un buen entrenador tienes que estudiar mucho, mantenerte constante en el meta y divertirte con tus amigos, que es lo principal.
I think the most important thing is practice, because without practice you cannot go anywhere. And of course, I think second comes passion, because even though you're the best player, if you don't have passion for the game, if you don't train every day, you will not win. So that's what it takes for winning.
Yo pienso que para ser un buen entrenador, la habilidad de adaptarse a cualquier situación es muy importante.
Para ser un buen entrenador Pokémon, considero que es importante la resiliencia y ser constante. Aunque hayan días malos, días buenos, seguir intentándolo, nunca rendirse. Solamente así se consigue el éxito.
I think if you just like play with the things that you like, play with the friends that you like, use like strategies that work for you and you think is the best, no matter what anyone tells you, I think that's what makes you a good Pokemon trainer.
Para ser bom treinador, precisa treinar seu Pokémon e pegar muitos Pokémons muito raros, até os míticos, e cuidar de Pokémon muito bem.
I would say a great trainer is someone who's like willing to work with other people and willing to like let other people help them be better. And also just someone who's nice to everyone, because I think it's really hard to be good at Pokemon if you're not willing to talk to other people and help them out.
I would say being able to be humble in your defeats. You can't win them all, and how you handle your interactions with your opponent even during the match and after are very, very important.
I think what makes a great trainer is someone who's passionate about it and motivated enough to learn. You gotta enjoy learning move sets, learning matchups, learning move counts and whatnot. And then the more you play and the more you do, the better you'll be.
I think a good trainer is someone who is kind and open-minded and willing to share their experience with newer trainers so that the game can be more inclusive for others.
I think what makes a great trainer is a combination of a lot of different qualities. I think it's about being honest with yourself when you maybe make mistakes, right? When you get unlucky, looking for parts of the game that are within your control. And also you just have to have this like certain eye for the game, right? Like you can look at a board state and you can kind of analyze a lot of possibilities. I think what really it takes is like kind of looking at a bunch of different successful approaches, finding what works for you, but synthesizing the things that are really good to carry over into your own prep and your own skill as a player.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah, I'ma go far. I'm a maverick, havoc in my way. High stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up to the plate. And I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere.
We're about halfway through our EUIC action, and the matches have been amazing. The energy here, it is so much fun. Been having a great time being able to go around, meet everyone, see all of the extra stuff that we have going on. And with me here, I have two spectators who are their very first EUIC. Super exciting stuff. But first thing, introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Leah. This is the first time that we've ever been able to go to one of these, and it's kind of been an extension of Valentine's Day for us. So it's been really fun. It's so much bigger than I thought it was going to be. There's so many more people here. It's been really cool.
Biggest event yet. Introduce yourself as well. How have you been finding the event?
My name is Samuel. This is my first international event as well. I mean, it's just been really fun learning more about the different sports, different opportunities. And yeah, I mean, I've loved Pokemon for about 7, 8, 9, 10, I cannot remember the number, but that many years. And it's been an on and off hobby of myself, but the opportunity to see more layers, more, I mean, different levels of how much people enjoy. And I mean, being around people that love it as much as we do is lovely.
Yeah, it's a wonderful community here, and I'm really glad that you two get to be here to experience that. So we're about halfway through the first day. What have you two been up to so far?
Well, we came to watch the video game mostly, but it's been really cool seeing the other events as well. Like, we didn't even know there was a Pokemon Go thing here, so it was really cool to like see what professional versions of that look like. And it's just been really cool, like seeing other stuff as well.
And like, has there been a favorite match for VG that isn't stuck out to either of you two so far?
There's an echo.
I know I got earplugs in, so I get to ignore that part. But yeah, favorite match so far.
The one that just played a moment ago was really fun. Yeah, the one with Zamazenta. I mean, I like Zamazenta a lot. I was one of the few people that bought Pokemon Shield out of my friends group. And yeah, I mean, seeing variety in the different teams is really fun, so yeah.
I mean, you're an OG Zamazenta then believer, because I also bought Pokemon Shield out of the two. So you're here the whole weekend. Are you going to be able to like see the other games? Like, we also have like a back alley where they're doing cosplay contests. Any other exciting plans for the weekend?
I think I want to go to the Play Lab and kind of learn more about the TCG, because it's been really cool seeing it. And I've only used the mobile app before, so obviously it plays a lot different.
And what about you? What are you excited for?
I mean, I'm not as well varied. I mean, I love all the different games that are on offer, but the main Pokemon game is kind of my personal interest. So honestly, just having a chance to sit here and watch Pokemon for 5 hours is fun in itself. But hopefully we can look around at the other things on offer here. We can hopefully play. But yeah.
I mean, I'm excited to hear that, especially the Play Lab. Like, the Play Lab is awesome. If you have been to an event and haven't been to the Play Lab, you 100% need to go. So, last but not least, and I think the most important of all, what is each of y'all's favorite Pokemon?
Mimikyu. Perfect. If you couldn't tell.
All creamy, and there's an all-team player competing, so I'm just rooting for them until they get eliminated. Hopefully, which never happens, but yeah.
Hopefully they just go and win on through, but thank you both so much. I hope you enjoy. It has been so much fun, and our competition has been as well. As for us, well, let's head back to that.
Lee, I know that Deoxys is a special Pokemon to you. I warned Lee that I'd be opening with a joke, and he's already losing it. I know Deoxys is a special Pokemon to you, Lee, but did you hear about the restaurant Deoxys opened in space?
No.
It's great food, really good food apparently, but absolutely no atmosphere. Welcome back, trainers. It's Charlie Merriman on the desk with Lee Provost. I got to chuck out these things. Let's keep things merry, Lee. I've got a surname to live up to. You enjoying the day so far?
I am, my friend. It's great to be behind the desk with you.
Certainly is.
You always live up to the Merriman name. Definitely. It is not just a name, it is the nature.
It's the nature. I feel like we talked about this before, but a provost is actually, it's a position in a university, maybe. It's like a senior position of authority, maybe.
It is, yeah.
I think you live up to that reputation too. Yeah, you've got the gravitas behind you. Got the
That's
gravitas.
nice, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
you.
You're welcome, mate. Speaking of restaurants, Lee and I have been discussing British desserts, uniquely British desserts, the past couple of days, and we've got some treats for you, Lee. Where should we start?
Oh, where should we start? It's a good idea as well to mention this now for those coming in from other areas, to experience the culinary classics of that the UK offers.
I feel like they'd have to go back in time to like the 70s, though, to have most of the desserts that we're talking about here. Like Baked Alaska.
Oh, Baked Alaska.
Baked Alaska. Tell us about Baked Alaska, Lee.
Baked Alaska is a treat. It is a treat. It's like a base of meringue with cream and normally like fruits of choice in there. You can have strawberries in there. Then you roll it up. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I think so. Yeah,
got this right. Yeah. So it's like a roll of meringue with cream and fruit in. It's delicious.
Yeah. Well, speaking of fruit, what about summer pudding? Summer pudding. It's like this. I'm not such a fan of it myself, but it's this spongy, wet thing, this pink dessert infused with fruits of the forest. So, you know, I'll have raspberries, blackberries, strawberries on there, and yeah, I don't know, it's just the texture. You know, when a texture doesn't really...
Speaking of fruits of the forest,
I've
got a Black Forest Gatto.
Black Forest Gatto. Don't be fooled by that French in there, traders. Could not be more British, really. I mean, it's chocolate cake, but with like a fruits of the forest jam sort of filling.
Yeah, like cherry, isn't it?
Yeah. Cherry. That's it. Yeah.
Very not my favorite. I don't.
Not your favorite. Yeah.
Nah, I'm not a huge fan of the old Black Forest Gatto.
Yeah.
But,
fair enough.
What about a pineapple upside down cake?
Pineapple upside down cake. It literally does what it says on the tin, especially if it's tinned pineapple.
Yeah.
But it's syrup soaked into the sponge with the pineapple sort of on the bottom of it, so it's all infused. You might have a glacé cherry on top.
Oh yeah,
those
cherries.
But we love a bit of sponge over here, don't we? Like a treacle sponge. Yeah. There's a bit of stodge. I guess that's
you
what
even
I like
get. I wouldn't recommend it, but sticky toffees put in a tin.
I love sticky. Oh, not in a tin.
Out of a tin. No, I like it, just not the tin variant.
Sticky toffee pudding is amazing. That's probably my favourite British
dessert. The canned variant.
Yeah, straight out of a tin. I don't know. Just add water sort of vibe. No, but let us know your favourite British dessert, trainers. We'd love
trifle
to read them in the chat. Trifle. Oh, that's a classic. That's a classic. I mentioned to you before a film I was in where I just had to eat trifle for days because they had to, for continuity, had to keep getting this scene over and over again.
Was it strawberry or was it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was jelly, custard. I went in not really liking trifle, but let me tell you, trainers, once you've eaten nothing but trifle for 3 days straight, it starts to grow on you. It's like if you listen to a song that you don't initially like, if you just keep listening to it for whatever reason.
Yeah, it grows on you.
Yeah, you pick up on things that actually you quite like.
Yeah. You're like that with trifle now.
Yeah, I am. Having said that, I haven't had trifle probably since then, and we're talking 15-ish years ago. So, I think I've fallen out of love with trifle again.
We should get Charlie some trifle this weekend.
Yeah. Hashtag get Charlie some trifle. Yeah, I'll tell you what, another hashtag I'm trying to get trending this weekend, Lee. Hashtag goo vibes. Goo vibes only.
Oh, I love it.
Bring them to you.
I feel like we need a little pair of shades for the Goomy.
Yeah,
good
maybe.
Vibes, good vibes Goomy.
Goo vibes, yeah. Now, I'm not sure if Sierra's introduced her Dreepy that she's picked up this weekend yet, but she's called that Dreepy Alan. We've named this Goomy Debbie. And I've got a little bit of a Dragon Powerhouse Pokemon rivalry going on this weekend. So show support for Debbie the Goomy here with hashtag Goo Vibes.
Have we got a hashtag for Alan? The
yeah,
Dreepy?
I was thinking about that. What can we do? I was going to say like third time, like Dree rhymes with 3, but I can't really. We can come up with some kind of British dessert.
Yeah, we need to. If you've got ideas, let us know for the
hashtag involving Dreepy. Well, it's a good sign for old Debs here, already potentially out in front, which Sierra won't be happy about because Alan, she was talking up a big game about far before I was yesterday about Debbie yesterday.
Yeah. I like it though. It's a great name as well, Debbie.
Good vibes. Yeah.
Debbie.
Lee, of all the Pokemon that we're not likely to see this weekend, what would you most like to see that you think could have...
Ooh, that is a great question.
A relatively good showing.
Gastrodon.
Yeah,
I do, and this isn't it's typical. You're all going to be sitting there thinking, of course he said Gastrodon.
Immediately aged about 50 years, Ellie. You young whippersnappers.
Yeah, or if we want to make an alternative, if you want me to stay up the Gastrodon train, we'll let Lou deal with that. I would say maybe Araquanid. I really like Araquanid. Yes. I played a little bit with it in the recent Global Challenge, and the utility that it has under Trick Room, of course, it does really rely on that kind of element to perform to its best abilities, but with Wide Guard, the liquidation, and that bug typing as well can be quite a detriment to the Ogerpon forms, not the Cornerstone so much, but
yeah, I guess not.
The other ones it can deal with quite well, especially with that water bubble ability, and then Leech Life or Lunge, which is quite good. It's got a lot of different things that it can do, but I do like it in this format. So what about yourself though, Charlie?
Well, what I'll tell you beforehand, Lee, is that I was out there talking to some trainers earlier. There was a player who went up against Miraidon, Latios, and Latias on the same team, all on one team. That person beat a Ho-Oh team, round 1.
Wow.
And then I was speaking to Marcus Dion, actually, out there. Round 1 went up against a Reshiram team. Really cool.
Wow.
But I think my shout-out here is going to be Alchemy, and I know that I think it's Diego Ferreira who's brought Alchemy to the tournament this weekend. Decorate under Trick Room. That can go very hard indeed. So keep your eyes out for Alchemy and indeed Araquanid, both A's as well. But Lee, let's get a little bit of a flavour of other things going on at EUIC this weekend. We will see you in just a moment, trainers. I enjoyed that music just as much as we did, trainers. It's Charlie Merriman on the desk with Lee Provost. Apologise for that little break there. I love how you kept that going there, Lee. But we are ready. We're basically ready to go straight to our stage, actually, with our trainers there. So thank you for your patience, trainers. The action resumes now.
Yeah, getting right into the action. Round 5 here at the European International Championships. And yeah, the names don't stop coming. We've got an absolute amazing match for us to go into for round 5. Two very well-known players. Judy Azzarelli against Joseph Ugarte.
And two absolutely incredible teams here. Team compositions that we don't tend to see so often. We got Grimmsnarl there being run by Joe, setting up the screens, increasing the longevity of Joe's team. Ditto, that's one of my caster predictions, Lee. It's a Pokemon that can copy any Pokemon that it's facing. Then over on Jody's side of the field, that oh so threatening Landorus. Got some Indeedee there for redirection. Jody's game plan here, playing things a little bit slower. Joe wants to catch Jody on the back foot.
Yeah, I think the big thing for Jody here is going to be getting that Trick Room up. If you can get that set up with your Calyrex, you're going to be in a way more favorable position. You do have to worry about the Iron Hands on Joe's side of the field, because that is predominantly going to be a very slow Pokemon, but I think the Trick Room element allows you to kind of play Calyrex to its best potential. You do have redirection, of course, with that Indeedee. You have the Psychic as well to threaten down that Iron Hands if you do get that Trick Room set up. But like you say, outside of Trick Room, you still have some big hitters there. You've got that Landorus that's going to play a big part in this match, in particular going up against the Miraidon. It's going to really love being in front of that Pokemon in particular and that Iron Hands. Even the Volcarona to a certain extent, the bug typing kind of evens out the ground weakness there, but it's still not going to be one of those Pokemon that wants to enjoy taking a Sandsear Storm or an Earth Power.
Yeah, exactly. Landorus threatens the Miraidon for super effective damage before and after Terra. Of course, ground type moves super effective into Electric, and Poison super effective into Fairy. Calyrex holding the Never Melt Ice for Jody, not the item that we see the most commonly on Calyrex, not like a clear amulet to prevent those stat drops, but Never Melt Ice boosting the power of ice type moves, and in this Calyrex's case, that Glacial Lance.
Yeah, we'll move over to the opposite side of the field. Joseph Ugarte running that Miraidon that we've seen so effective here at the European Championships this weekend, but some unfamiliar Pokemon that we've not seen with it, but Joe's having a lot of success with. Like we said, that Grimmsnarl going to provide great support with that Light Clear item, extending the screens of the Light Screen and the Reflect. They'll actually stay around on the field for 8 turns opposed to 5 with that Light Clear item. Got nice support in the Thunder Wave as well for a little bit of speed control disruption there. The Ditto I do love. Focus Sash, if the Calyrex on Jody's side of the field does get those chilling Nair boosts under its belt, it's going to be an option of Joe to say, well, I'm going to bring my Ditto and copy those and really take advantage of that for myself. Then you've got the Volcarona as well with that Quiver Dance. Can set up on its own and become a big threat, Charlie.
Yeah, and Fiery Dance as well. Not a move we see so commonly, but it has a chance to boost Volcarona's special attack. Now let's boost all the way into our Swiss round 5. Here are the Pokemon European International Championships, trainers. Let's get going. Jody Azzarelli versus Joseph Ugarte. Grimmsnarl and Miraidon for Joe. Calyrex and Indeedee for Jody.
Yeah, I love this lead for Jody in particular, because we are seeing the Miraidon lead out. You get that electric terrain setup, but instantly that is going to be superseded by the Psychic Surge from the Indeedee, setting that Psychic terrain up. And it takes away any option from the Prankster Thunder Wave in particular from that Grimmsnarl. It can't fire it out. Now that Psychic terrain's on the field. The Miraidon in a safe position where it can Volt Switch out, but the nice support that the Indeedee offers with that Follow Me to pull in those attacks.
Psychic Terrain preventing priority moves here. There it is. There's Volt Switch. Huge damage into the Indeedee. Not quite as much as if the Electric Terrain had been still on the field. Joseph has the luxury now of choosing a Pokemon to send in from the back, but it might be on the receiving end of a big Glacial Lance here. Volcarona going to resist it, being part Fire type.
Yeah, and especially if you can get something like a Reflect setup from that Grimmsnarl. Not going to see it as the Glacial Lance does come out. Going to do some big damage to that Grimmsnarl, but not enough to pick up the knockout and the Foul Play in return into that Indeedee.
But Indeedee doesn't have the highest attack stat. Foul Play is a move that uses its target's attack stat to its disadvantage there. Indeedee, though, hanging on. And now, potentially, you want to set up a screen with that Grimmsnarl before it's off the field totally.
Yeah, and that's the key thing for Joe here. I think you've got to go for it, and that's exactly what we see locked in. It gives you that bit of security against those Glacial Lances.
Fiery Dance here, that we may be seeing a boost to the special attack of this Volcarona, easily enough to secure the knockout, and there it is. There's that special attack boost, getting the most out of your resources, trainers, the KO and the boost.
Yeah, it's a really nice play, and the Glacial Lance following up from that Calyrex. It is going to be enough to get the Grimmsnarl, and the big thing here is you're going to get that chilling Nair boost from picking up that knockout. Not doing a massive amount to the Volcarona, but a significant amount of damage to put it in range for something else to come in and help clear it up.
The Calyrex left to go for that KO there to get a chilling Nair boost. This is how Ice Rider Calyrex starts to snowball. Miraidon rejoining the fray here. Terra very much pressured on that slot.
Yeah, and now the Miraidon comes onto the field. It can get its electric terrain, that Hadron Engine ability now active. It's going to be a real threat, but the Ogerpon offers more redirection for Judy. It is going to be able to pull in all of those single target attacks onto that side of the field, especially with that sturdy ability. Going to be able to at least take one and then protect that Calyrex, maybe allowing it to get another Glacial Lance off. It threatens the Miraidon. Volcarona, after that boost, is surely in range for it going down, or do you lock in with a Trick Room to maybe set up an end game? There are a few options here for Judy, but you can't deny the ability of the Glacial Lance here, and it is posing a huge threat for Joel.
And let's not forget, Jody's Ogerpon also threatening Volcarona with double super effective damage, those rock-type Ivy Cudgels into a Bug and Fire. But no, Joseph deciding that Terra Fairy is the play onto Miraidon, keeping that restricted, that oh-so-powerful hero from Area Zero as safe as possible. Big Terra Fairy boosted, Choice Specs boosted, Electric Terrain boosted with the Hadron Engine, Dazzling Gleam connecting down, and there it is, Volcarona, goodbye.
Yeah, 4 times super effective into the Volcarona, and definitely not standing a chance against that Ivy Cudgel. It does leave the Calyrex open, and it goes for that Trick Room. Really key here because it puts itself at the forefront. It's going to be the fastest thing on the field now, and especially because it's got that Ogerpon support. I like the play where you didn't go for me there. You went for the Volcarona to make sure you get rid of that Pokemon so it's not a threat. And now the Urshifu entering the fray, and not in its probably most preferable situation.
No, exactly. The Volcarona over on Joe's side of the field doesn't have access to Rage Powder, so there's no redirection that could happen there, but it's still a key piece of Joe's puzzle. 2 Pokemon down. Joseph cannot switch it. It's locked into Dazzling Gleam for the rest of the game with Miraidon.
Yeah, and the one thing that you would say, the Urshifu coming in here will be able to take a Glacial Lance, and it probably can pick up the Ogerpon early, but with the Glacial Lance coming out now, we're going to see the damage exactly. Not enough to pick up a knockout.
What a way to wake us up, trainers, at Swiss round 5. This fast and furious game between Jody Azarelli and Joseph Ugarte. Jody going for that first big win here at the championships this weekend. Dazzling Gleam, once again, all of those boosts, it's going to be enough to secure the knockout onto the Calyrex. What is going to be Jody's final Pokemon?
Yeah, the big difference there was going to be that single target Dazzling Gleam. We saw the damage in the previous turn, but single target enough to take it down. It's just really unfortunate how the Trick Room turns played out. Joe bringing in the Urshifu in that situation, able to capitalize in this situation because it resists the Glacial Lance. It can take down the Ogerpon, and because of that, the Miraidon was actually allowed to kind of function a lot better in that situation. Now the Landorus has got everything to do. It's going to be faster than the Urshifu faster than it in Trick Room, which we're now in, but not opting for an attack.
Not opting for the Terra either on the Landorus. It's pretty weak from the Urshifu, but yes, that's a Swords Dance coming out from Joe's Urshifu. Really nice tech that Pokemon has here, boosting itself up. Joe realizing that Jody still has that Terra option in the back, still has the ability to make itself resist a Surging Strike, but it would take neutral from a close combat.
Yeah, and now we see that the Surging Strikes is going to be boosted by that Swords Dance. A really good play here from Joe because going to be able to capitalize, no doubt, on these 2 remaining Trick Room turns. Even if we see the Terrestrialization here, you've got to think the Surging Strikes would be enough.
There it is, Surging Strikes, the mind games traders. Jody thinking, well, if I go for the Terrestrialization, Joe probably goes for the close combat and deals massive damage, maybe secures the knockout. If I don't, then yeah, could go for the Surging Strikes, would be super effective and get the knockout there. All eyes on Jody there as to whether he was going to lock in that Terra or not, but not needed. It's going to be Joe coming out on top, 1 HP, infinitely more than 0, but Lee heading into game 2. How can Jody turn that around?
Well, I think it was really close in the end game there. Like you say, it could have swung to Jody's side of the field if he'd went for the Terastallization in that situation. So really fine margins. I don't think Jody did that much wrong in that match. I think setting up the Calyrex in the way they did to get those boosts when necessary, taking down the big threats like the Volcarona, the disruption in the Grimmsnarl early on. It was just the fact of that Sword Stance play from Joe, which probably made that end game a little bit more tricky to deal with than if we hadn't seen it, because I think it would have been more favorable then to go for the Terastallization. But you have that question over your head. Now it's +2. Do you go for the Terastallization and get hit by a close combat, or do you not Terastallize and then maybe get hit by a Surgeon Strikes?
Yeah, props to Jody for keeping that Terra up their sleeve until the very, very end. Going for it too soon means that Joe has that knowledge available heading into the next turn, knowing that close combat is the safer move to go for here. But Trick Room, you know, is crucial for Jody in this game plan, but Joe's still coming out on top, knowing when to make those calls. Would love to see Ditto coming into this game too, but I don't know if it's the ideal situation for it.
No, maybe not the most ideal situation for it, and I think Jody needs to take better advantage of the Trick Room when it's set up. It was a bit of a double-edged sword in that last game, and that's testament to Joe, of course. But we are into game 2, Charlie, with a similar lead from Joe.
Yeah, very similar lead indeed. The Grimmsnarl and the Miraidon there once more. Now we've got Calyrex and Ogerpon too. You can redirect with Ogerpon, keeping your Calyrex a little bit safer, hoping to get those Chilling Neigh boosts going. Super effective Ice-type damage into Dragon, but no, Calyrex just keeping itself safe.
Yeah, the Reflect coming out from the Grimmsnarl. Just want to get that set up as soon as possible to mitigate the damage from that Glacial Lance. Volt Switch coming in, trying to chip away that Calyrex. Not fortunately this turn with that Protect coming out, and the Ivy Cudgel going to be a big hit into the Miraidon and getting some valuable damage just above that 50% mark.
No critical hit though. That Miraidon could have taken that so much worse. The Ivy Cudgel does, of course, have a boosted chance to provide a critical hit there. Now, Calyrex, much more vulnerable than it was in the previous turn. Protect, of course, successive turns that you use it gets more likely to fail. That's Jody's ace in the back, so to speak. The Landorus that threatens Miraidon so much, and it looks like it might just be winging its way right onto the field right now.
Yeah, especially if this Volt Switch from the Miraidon is into this slot. It will not be effective because it's immune and it's not going anywhere this turn, leaving it pretty vulnerable now to a Power Whip, doing some nice damage, just getting it into position for a big knockout.
Yeah, exactly. Potentially Jody thinking, maybe I don't want to claim a knockout here, so that my Calyrex can then do so and get snowballing, or perhaps covering for a switch that Joe could have brought in from the back. But Landorus is threatening both Grimmsnarl and Miraidon here with super effective damage.
Yeah, and because you've got this kind of pin in this situation where you can go for the Spiky Shield, block the Volt Switch there, and then really lock that Miraidon onto the field, you can definitely guarantee an attack off with your Landorus and not feel too threatened here. We are going to see a light screen in response to that threat of an Earth Power, Sansia Storm, or a Sludge Bomb.
I think it's a little too late here, Ben. A little too little to leave, sorry. A little too little too late, as the Miraidon is just going to go right down to the Earth Power. And of course, that Life Orb Sheer Force combination stacking so well, boosting the power of Landorus without the expense of reducing its HP.
Yeah, and it was a really smart switch from Jody when they went for that to lock the Miraidon onto the field and still have that Spiky Shield active. Now you've got a much more preferable situation for Jody where you've got this Landorus out and the Trick Room's not up, so this turn you can outspeed that Urshifu. Of course, you can go for the Terastallization here. It's a lot safer in front of the Urshifu now. It hasn't got the Sword Stance up, and you've still got all 4 Pokemon, which is a huge difference, huge contrast from that game 1.
Yeah, the electric terrain cannot now overwrite this psychic terrain on the field since the Miraidon is down. Landorus is so much safer to go for its Terra Water because, of course, Miraidon would otherwise have threatened it with super effective electric type damage. There it is. Landorus going to be the Terra option of choice in this game for Jody. It's taken a little dip in the pool, and it seems very happy about it.
It does indeed. The Thunder Wave coming out and blocked by that Psychic terrain. Really not ideal for Joe here. Sansia Storm coming out. It does miss onto that Grimmsnarl, but picking up some valuable damage onto the Urshifu. Of course, not clear knockout, but the Indeedee going to be able to soak this Surgeon Strikes up pretty easily.
Yeah, and with the Rocky Helmet doing a decent amount of chip damage, of course, causing some recoil damage to any incoming attack. Is this Urshifu going to go down here? It's going to be quite close. Indeedee down pretty low too. Yeah, no, Urshifu hanging on just by a thread, as all of the attention comes now to how Jody's going to be approaching this next turn. The Grimmsnarl's still on full HP, but it can't really do much in this situation.
Not really, and that's probably why we're seeing Joe switch it out here to opt for another option to try and get a little bit more momentum back in this game.
Okay,
it is that
there it is.
favorite Pokemon of yours, Charlie. The Ditto coming in, the Imposter activating, and Landorus turning into Landorus.
Landorus, they're looking,
Ditto.
taking a long look in the mirror, yes. That Landorus on Joe's side of the field, don't be fooled, trainers. That is a Ditto with its Imposter. It has been transformed. Indeed, redirecting attention. Sludge Bomb into the Ditto, not very effective. Ground does indeed resist poison, but crucially, the Focus Sash broken on that Ditto.
Yeah, great defensive switch there from Joe, and it does open the door a little bit more for them to take advantage of maybe the Sandsteer Storm. Anything coming out from the opposing Landorus now is not really going to be effective because you've got that flying type, you're immune to the ground attacks, and like we've just seen, the great switch in there to the Sludge Bomb, it's not really going to be anything that threatens you too much.
Sludge Bomb, though, easily enough to secure the knockout onto the Urshifu at least, and now it's just that Grimmsnarl that's lurking in the back. The main damage dealer, though, is this Ditto. It's gonna double connect with the Sandsteer Storm, not 100% accurate outside of the rain. Landorus just about hangs on there, but that is the Pokemon that Jody needs to target down here.
Yeah, and when you look at it, you think, oh, maybe the Ditto would have been better transforming into something like the Calyrex. But really, in this situation, it's fine because the Calyrex can't terastallize out of its weakness to foul play from the Grimmsnarl. You still have that Reflect Up. You do need to be careful around that Glacial Lance, of course. But maybe a double up of that Sandsteer Storm and the foul play into the Calyrex would be enough to maybe pick up the knockout. It's going to be very close.
Landorus is certainly feeling the chills right now. I do not envy Landorus in that situation. Or should I say the Ditto over on Joe's side of the field. It can go for its Terra Normal. It's no longer going to be taking double super effective damage from the incoming Glacial Lance. But is it going to be enough? I would think so, but let's find out, trainer. Sludge Bomb super effective into that Grimmsnarl there. Here comes another very accurate Sandsteer Storm. Now all eyes on this Calyrex. What's it going to be able to achieve with those chilly, freezing lances?
It's all about can it take this foul play or not, and that's the big question because it is going to be not even a contention because the Glacial Lance coming out before it and picking up a knockout onto this Grimmsnarl, tying up this match, really going to make it near impossible for this Landorus to take one for Joe.
That Landorus that is, in fact, a Ditto. Let's not forget, trainers. Ogerpon coming in from the back once more. And yeah, with all of this offense coming out from Jody's side of the field, seems like it's going to be a wrap for Jody and taking us into a Game 3. But such fast-paced games they've both been, Lee, so far.
Yeah, it's been a trend of all the games that we've had, really, today. They've all been very fast-paced, back and forward. Games really decided quite early on, and again, I think the way that Jody set that game 2 up was so commanding, really caught Joe off with that switch into the Landorus, catching that Volt Switch, and then creating that pin situation where the Ogerpon spike your shield, let's get rid of your Miraidon, and once that Restricted's gone down, well, we know the story after that, it's always going to be an uphill battle, so a great adjustment from Jody. Everything to play for going into this Game 3. I really like the Ditto adjustment as well, and it nearly paid off for Joe.
Yeah.
But all credit to Jody for being able to kind of cool, calm, and collectively tie this match up.
We're essentially now all coming down to another best of 1 between these trainers. It's best of 3 total, 1 game apiece. And I mean, with the Landorus threatening so much damage over on Joe's side of the field, you've certainly got to feel the threat of that. Ditto in the back for Joe. I mean, it can provide such a nice out in so many different situations. You can even switch it out and back in to copy another Pokemon if you don't like the position it's in, but it's kind of a high-risk, high-reward Pokemon, Lee.
Yeah, and I feel like it's the one thing that Joe could really lean into going into this Game 3, where you can maybe Imposter transform into the Calyrex Ice Rider, and then you could pressure that Landorus a lot better. And then if it does Terastallize, you've got Miraidon in the back to come in and then pressure from that angle. So I think from both sides of it, you could really use the Ditto to high effect going into this match. Whether or not that's Joe's game plan, we'll have to see. And of course, Jody isn't going to be easily conned by any of these little tricks and ways to get around his team either.
Game 3, trainers, let's go. Look at those leads right now. Indeedee and Calyrex is going to be exactly the same lead here for Joe in Grimmsnarl and Miraidon.
Yeah, and that's the once again, the Calyrex not in a great position, but a nice play from Jody. It's a callback to Game 1, where we are going to see the Electric Terrain overwritten by that Psychic Terrain. Does Jody prioritize the Trick Room here, because that's the option that you've got. You can go for the redirect, you can go for the Trick Room, and get yourself set up in a position where you can start getting a bit more damage onto the field early on. We're just going to see that reflect, though.
Both these trainers locking in their moves so quickly. Calyrex taking the Volt Switch really well, thanks to the Electric Terrain being overwritten there by Indeedee's own Psychic. Now Joe can pivot something in that could well be taking that Glacial Lance. There it is. There's that Ditto once more. No longer going for the Landorus copy. It's now going to become an Ice Rider Calyrex, resisting, of course, these Glacial Lances. Is Joe going to be giving Jody a taste of their own medicine in this 3-game thriller?
Yeah, we're going to see the Psychic, and it's not going to be effective into this Pokemon, so really great switch of the Ditto there, and just that Glacial Lance, which again is going to be resisted because of the pod Ice typing, and bolstered by that Reflect that the Grimmsnarl's just set up.
Heal Pulse, such a cool move to have on your Indeedee here, able to give your Calyrex a little bit more longevity on the field. Let's Terra Trainers in this Game 3 of Swiss Round 5 at EUIC. Time for Calyrex over on Jody's side of the field to go for its Terra Water. It's still going to be resisting the Glacial Lances coming out from the Ditto that is now a Calyrex over on Joe's side of the field, but it leaves Grimmsnarl the room to go for the Light Screen. Both screens set up now. Heal Pulse, there it is. Thank you so much, Indeedee, for your service. I'll take that HP and back up to full. Glacial Lance connecting down.
Yeah, the Glacial Lance, and you know, not enough to take down the Grimmsnarl, so we don't have to worry about that Chilling Neigh boost just yet, but undoing all of the damage done by that Miraidon with that Heal Pulse from turn 1. So the Calyrex on Jody's side, it has committed to that Terastallization, so it needs to be a little bit more careful about the Miraidon when it enters the field, especially if that Trick Room is not set up. Another Heal Pulse coming out just to keep it as healthy as possible.
Indeedee putting in so much work here, and this isn't a strategy that we saw in either of our previous 2 games. High horsepower onto the Calyrex, another Glacial Lance, Indeedee down, so now Joe's Ditto is going to get that Chilling Neigh boost, but we can see what Jody's aiming for here, bringing both of Joe's Pokemon low so that with just the one Glacial Lance, you can claim the knockout onto both and get a double attack boost. Now, Foul Play using Calyrex's attack stat against it is a good thing it didn't get a Chilling Neigh boost on that turn. As long as Grimmsnarl is on the field, it's going to threaten Jody's Calyrex with its own attack stat.
Yeah, and I think now the Trick Room is not the most optimal play for Jody because you're looking at the Ogerpon, the Landorus in the back. They don't want that Trick Room set up now. Your Calyrex does, but really the big hitters, the ones that are going to come in, be able to kind of close this match up, are going to prefer to have that no Trick Room environment. So do you preserve your Calyrex? Maybe utilize the Ogerpon here to get rid of the Ditto on Joe's side, get an Ivy Cudgel into there, and maybe switch your Calyrex, keep it for later on.
Well, just going to be Spiky Shield coming out from Ogerpon, and indeed from Ditto too. That Protect there. I feel like it's going to be some Protects all round here, Lee, as Calyrex on Jody's side does indeed go for the Protect. Grimmsnarl, once more, kind of shut down by the Psychic Train. It can only go for the Foul Play into the Calyrex. Has got the screen set up, otherwise it has access to Thunder Wave. That's blocked by the Psychic Train, blocking priority moves.
Yeah, and the problem is, I think, if you've got the Ditto out on the field for Joe, you think, oh, I could switch it out, but you don't really want to bring anything in on that Glacial Lance, which is the issue. And both of your Pokemon so low at the minute, you know, anything is going to be able to knock out, as we see the power into that Ditto, which was the Calyrex Ice Rider going down now.
Jody is able to secure the knockout power with not the most accurate move, and in fact, maybe a part of Jody was kind of hoping for the miss so that his own Calyrex could get a double attack boost. As it is, Chilling Neigh is going to go off just the once. Glacial Lance securing the knockout into the Grimmsnarl. Joe locked into the final Pokemon in the back. Miraidon and something unrevealed.
Yeah, and it's interesting that the Miraidon's able to come in now. It is going to be able to get its Electric Terrain, the Hadron engine activated, and you've got to be concerned about that Ogerpon that has redirection. So do you go for the Terastallization and the Dazzling Gleam? Because I think it will be enough to get the Calyrex on Judy's side of the field and do enough damage for a follow-up from the Urshifu to pick up the knockout. Is it going to be enough with an Aqua Jet into that slot? That's the question, though, because otherwise, if you don't, you're susceptible to getting a Power Whip. Your Urshifu doesn't have the Focus Sash that we've seen in the past. It kind of lean on a lot for that like little bit of a blanket of security, so you are going to be susceptible to losing the Urshifu, and then it all comes down to the Miraidon. Is it going to be enough to deal with the Landorus that has those threatening attacks like the Sludge Bomb, like the Earth Power, and the Sandsear Storm?
Yeah, and Miraidon with its Hadron engine boosted this time. You cannot overwrite that terrain with Indeedee. It's down and out for Jody. there it is. Joseph deciding to Terra in the last moment of this game. Terra Fairy once more on this Miraidon. Is that going to be the call that plays off for Joe? Who's going to win in this decisive third game? Now, of course, the Urshifu can hit right through that Spiky Shield if it so wanted to. And indeed the Protect. Jody head in hand, wondering if this was the right call. Dazzling Gleam, you're protected from that damage. Urshifu, though, can only target down one of these Pokemon.
Yeah, but with that Unseen Fist ability, it is going to be able to break through either of these Protects. It'll be interesting to see which direction it goes, and it is into the Ogerpon.
Okay.
Surgeon Strikes is going to be able to break that Spiky Shield and get some significant damage, putting it in range of a Dazzling Gleam this next turn. Barely hanging on.
Yeah, 4 HP there. Jody thinking, potentially I made the wrong play. Those health bars are looking real good over on Joe's side of the field. The same cannot be said for Jody's Ogerpon and Calyrex.
No, not at all, and I think both Pokemon now just going to go down to this Dazzling Gleam. It will open the door for the Landers to come in, but I think if you're Jody, you needed to deal with that Urshifu before it comes onto the field, because Sansear Storm will not be enough to pick up the knockout onto the Urshifu. You cannot Terastallize anymore, and that Surging Strikes will be probably enough to pick up a knockout onto it.
Wow, just when it looked like it was going Jody's way, Joe has been able to secure the turnaround here. Looking like Game 3 is going to be theirs. Lee, what do you think was going through Jody's mind there, going for the double tech, which is a play that didn't actually end up working so well for him?
Yeah, you never really know there, but it might have been scouting out what the Miraidon was going to lock into. But we have our winner of round 5 here. Joseph Ugarte comes out victorious after a heated 3-game set against Judy Azzarelli.
Congratulations to Joseph, stamping their ticket into the next round. Still undefeated. Joe was telling us, trainers, how Joe wasn't putting much pressure on himself coming into this tournament. Just here to enjoy the ride. That's exactly how Joe approached NAIC 2022 as well, which really worked out pretty well for Joe. So commiserations to Jody, and still very well played. Of course, took it to that third game, but ultimately, yeah, Joe coming out on top.
Yeah, coming out on top in such tight margins throughout that game, you know, and I think it is, we talk about it a lot, the micro decisions that you make in games can really have a big turn in the tide in which direction the win or the loss goes. But coming back to your question, Charlie, with the double protect there, were you scouting out to see what Miraidon locked into, or I don't know, were you maybe trying to see if there was going to be another Swords Dance from that Urshifu there just to protect for another turn? It was a really difficult situation, whichever way you look at it, because the Calyrex had taken so much damage at that point. Then I think just testament to how well Joe placed that Miraidon at that exact time to get it in. To Terastallize, not worry about the redirection with the Dazzling Gleam boost to take it down, and then with the Urshifu support as well, you can deal with that Ogerpon in a pretty easy fashion.
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? Because Jody was dealing respectable chip damage to everything on the field, left, right, and center. But then by the end game, you're thinking, I wish I'd had that Trick Room set up so I could deal with both of Joe's Pokemon that little bit better. But we can't ask too much of this Calyrex, of course. Can only go for one move per turn. Joe absolutely beaming on the field, and we are beaming for Joe as well.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that you would say really didn't help Jody out that much was the water terastallization on the Landers and the Calyrex, because like we mentioned in the game, it was a real double-edged sword where if you go for it on one Pokemon, yes, it alleviates the issues from the Urshifu in a lot of respects, but then it opens the door for the Miraidon to be an even bigger threat, and it really makes it difficult, where the Landers, I think, was the key to closing the game out for Jody in a lot of situations, but before that was able to fully function, you had to really deal and almost flush out the Urshifu to deal with that before, you know, so it was a lot of getting your eggs in a row before you're able to kind of execute the game plan.
Yeah, no matter how many boosts that Calyrex had, if it's under speeding and it's just going to go down to a Miraidon, then it all goes for nothing. But a thrilling game between these three trainers, and it was so much fun to see such a high-octane match. And we're going to keep the momentum going right now. It's time to go over to Sierra on the stage. Let's hear from your winner of that Swiss Round 5. It's none other than Joseph Ugarte.
I am here with now 5-0 at EUIC. Last round winner, Joseph Ugarte. That was a close match. I know that you and Jody have gotten to play before in the past. Went all the way to 3 games. How are you feeling after that?
I feel pretty good. I mean, obviously, you know, getting to play versus some of the best players in the world is always a good experience, but, you know, it's really nice when you're able to play well and continue to do well. So I'm just happy with the result, right? I felt like I played pretty reasonably well, and I'm content with it, you know?
Yeah, coming into this event, too, looking at this Miraidon team, this is a Miraidon team that's similar to one that we've gotten to see from the past from you, and we've seen a couple of different iterations. Now, of course, a lot of people with this Miraidon are very reminiscent of Luca Cherubelli's team, so I want to know why going back to something like this Miraidon and Ditto heading into this event?
Yeah, so like to be honest, for UIC, my prep was kind of bad, so like basically, I thought I was going to bring Groudon, and then I played a local, and I played against Paul Chua, and I just kind of lost, because like I just like lost turn 1 because I just missed Sleep Powder a bunch of times. So I was like, okay, so that's like not great. Like, what am I going to do? And then I had another local. I was hanging out with my buddy Brady, who was like visiting me, you know, for the weekend or whatever. And we're like, okay, let's go to local. So I'm like, okay, I don't have anything to play, so I'm just going to bring my old Worlds team and like see if it feels good. And I brought it. I was like, yo, this thing's still actually really good. So after that, I was like, okay, like I'm just gonna bring this. And honestly, I made like very like small changes, but this is actually probably the laziest prep I think I've had for an IC so far. But it's been kind of good because I feel like the pressure's a little bit off. Right now, I'm like ranked #1, and I feel like I just am focusing on like, I know the team's good because I spent so much time building it like before Worlds. So it's like just about playing my best, right?
I mean, it's definitely working out 5-0, and not bringing a team that relies on Sleep Powder probably a better call considering track records, you know?
Well, we get Thunderwave, right? So, you know, you still get to maybe stop them from moving, so it's not too bad.
A couple missable moves, but okay, looking back at this set, of course, you have a team that can go for a little bit more of these faster modes. You're going up against Trick Room. Starting off the first game, of course, Jody can go for this Trick Room and does still able to find a way through. So I want to know throughout the series how to navigate that, how to kind of like put that pressure on.
Yeah, honestly, like I wasn't too worried about the matchup. Like obviously there were some things I had to be aware of, like the Cali Ice getting out of control. Though I think the big thing there was the Cali Rex was never melt ice, so its Glacial Lances were adding up a lot more damage over time, right? Like I'm not running Intimidate, and I think what I kind of realized, I had brought Ditto in game 2, and it hadn't really worked to like as good effect, and partially that was due to the fact that like the what was it? I think it was the Grimmsnarl went down to like the double up of Sludge Bomb and Lance. Like maybe I could have played around that if it was able to live, but once it was like going down, there was like nothing to do. But I felt like in game 2, I was able to navigate myself in a bit of a better spot. I think a small nuanced part of it there was the Miraidon catching the Calyrex at lead, being in front of it, means that you have a safe route to Volt Switch into the Ditto, right? So in game 2, it was like a little more awkward where I couldn't really do that because of the lead switch up. So like in game 3, being in front of it, like it completely changed the dynamic of the turn 1.
I mean, then I want to talk about that Volt Switch, because in game 2, we got to see that you went for the Volt Switch. All of a sudden, Jody brings in the Landorus. You're stuck and trapped into that. So then in game 3, is that a consideration in your mind? Like, he could go for a similar thing?
So if you think about it from like the point of view of like my perspective, right? Like if I don't Volt Switch in the Calyrex, it's always going to be like really bad for me if I get the call wrong. So the reason why is because if I try to Volt Switch into Indeedee and I think like Calyrex is going to switch into Landorus, right? Like worst case, like Lando comes in, but Indeedee's not applying pressure, right? If I throw Volt Switch into Indeedee and Indeedee switches Landorus and Glacial Lance comes out, I just instantly lose the game. So it's never worth like trying to like call that out. It's always better to throw the Volt into the Calyrex.
100%. So now you're talking about this being, you know, maybe not the most prep into an event, but you're 5-0. How are you feeling now with this team, seeing what everyone else is bringing?
Oh, I feel great. Yeah, I mean, like, it was my laziest prep by far, but the team is great. So, like, the team is great. I'm playing well so far, and, like, honestly, I have no complaints. Like, I'm having a good time. And I think, like, that's an aspect of the game that I think is really important is, like, even though I really, like, honestly, I don't know if it's burnout or, like, I wasn't really but, like, the prep phase of this was, like, really hard for me to kind of, like, get into the, like, oh, I'm going to, like, build a new team, like, all that stuff. So I think, like, this approach has really helped me so that way I didn't, like, force myself or, like, force a team that I didn't want to use, and then it was a worse result. So I feel like right now, like, this is the best possible, like, outcome.
I mean, yeah, hopefully you can keep that winning record going on for the rest of the day. Make sure you can go catch up with everyone. But last but not least, any shout-outs?
Well, shout-outs for sure to my family for watching, you, of course, and then also to all my friends, you know, Momo Nation specifically. You guys are awesome. I also want to give a big shout-out to Brady. I mean, I got to spend the last 2 weeks with him before UIC, and, like, he's like a brother to me, and I really love that guy, man. And, like, Brady, if you're watching this, bro, like, I love you, man. You're really an inspiration to me, and, like, your work ethic with Pokemon and everything, man. Like, I really appreciate you, and I'm glad I got to spend time with you, man. So hopefully, you know, you see that. But, yeah, just thank you to all my friends and everyone. It's honestly, like, Pokemon's a really cool game, and, like, going a bit more into the Brady thing, like, having a really good friend like Brady from this game is, like, it's really meaningful. I'm, like, tearing up, but it's, like, really meaningful, you know, and I'm really appreciative of that.
The friends and the people you make are what make this game special, so, yeah, that's absolutely awesome. But congratulations on the 5-0. Best of luck throughout the rest of the day. As for us, great matches, a couple more great ones on the horizon, but for now, let's head back to our casters.
Such touching words there from Joseph Ugarte, and fascinating to see that Joe is running back that team from Worlds last year that he used. That's one of our headlines, of course, this weekend. Reg G2, Electric Pikachu, are players mixing up the meta game from Worlds last year, or are they going to stick with what worked for them before? Joe deciding that the latter is for him.
Yeah, and it's working out great, isn't it? I think a lot of players are kind of having the same sort of thought process coming into this tournament, because when you look at this tournament and Worlds, huge tournaments for players coming from all different regions into this one event, and you think, well, that's kind of similar to Worlds. What worked at Worlds, and it almost feels very same in the way in the run-up to this event, where players have looked at Calyrex Shadow Rider once again and said, well, this is the Pokemon, this is the time for it to perform well. It's had its moments, but it's not really had the impact like we kind of picture it to have, right? And I think that was the same at the World Championships, where Miraidon really sat on the pedestal and said, yep, I am here, I am the one that you need to beat. And everything else was kind of just looming around it, trying to claw at the chair.
Is that how you claw, Lee?
Yeah.
It's all like you were riding a horse there, actually. Yeah. But we're going to ride all the way over. We're going to gallop on our Calyrexes over to, well, it's an exciting event for Pokemon this weekend, but this upcoming week is so exciting for the Pokemon community. In case you hadn't heard, trainers, Pokemon Day, Thursday, February 27th. That's this coming week. Take a note of the time on your screen right now. Upcoming news in the Pokemon world, what we have to look forward to over the next year. We don't have much longer until we find out.
Yeah, very exciting. Make sure you don't miss it. Get it in your calendar. Get the alarm set ready for that to drop on Thursday. Of course, it is going to be 6 a.m. PST, and then I think it's 2 p.m.
Yes,
UTC.
I believe so, yeah. If you are in PST, make sure you get popping that corner around 5:30 a.m. so that you can get tuning in to the Pokemon Presents. I can't wait, Lee. I'm going to be there front row center.
Oh, yeah, me too. I cannot wait. It's one of those presents that I look forward to so much every single year, and for it to be so close now, it's very exciting, and I know that the rest of the community cannot wait to see what we're going to have up and coming for the rest of this calendar year, and maybe even into the future.
We shall have to see. That's Thursday, though. What about today on Friday? What are the restricted Pokemon of choice that trainers are bringing into our European International Championships? Well, we were calling out the horses there, Lee. There's Calyrex Shadow Rider out on top. Calyrex Ice Rider down in third. Of course, we just saw a very dominant display from Ice Rider in that game, but an even more so from Miraidon, which we have in second position.
Yeah, the Miraidon just keeps coming back, doesn't it? And it is, you know, it took Birmingham Regional by storm, won there. The first Reg G tournament after the World Championships.
And there was also that tiny what was it that it won? That really, oh yeah, it was the World Championships, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Honolulu.
Yeah. That one as well, yeah. But I mean, we've seen good showings from things like Calyrex, and obviously Justin Tang as well, with Shiliang going into the finals of San Antonio with the Ice Rider Calyrex more recently. Zamazenta has had its time to shine, probably more so in grassroots tournaments, I would say, in the run-up to this, rather than on the big stage. So maybe this is the tournament where it can come in. Maybe the players that are using Zamazenta have that Miraidon matchup locked down, ready to go, and, you know, as we get into the latter stage of this tournament, we'll see that kind of come out on top. But, you know, we've still got Koraidon, Terapagos, Kyogre, and Groudon all sneaking in that bottom row there, and I think they've all got potential to do well in this tournament, and there are players that are having success with these individual ones, but you can't deny Miraidon just feels like the best choice of this great bunch.
Miraidon certainly applies the most offensive pressure immediately. You know, there's not much boosting up that has to happen there. You just step on the gas. Is Miraidon your restricted pick for this weekend?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I've gone for the Kyogre, and my Kyogre is really quite scared of your Miraidon there.
Well, it would be, but I mean, Kyogre is in its own right really great, because it does normally go for that grass terrestrialization, so it gets rid of that electric weakness. It's one of those Pokemon that's great defensively as well, going to be able to kind of soak up those attacks from Miraidon, probably not as much as it would like to, but it would be able to do well against it, just probably not on the offensive spectrum unless it does terrestrialize. Of course, that dragon typing not helping Kyogre out one little bit, but Yeah, it's just one of those where you not only get the electric train, the hit on engine boost, you don't need to worry about things like Intimidate dropping to lower that attack boost. You do need to worry about terrain being taken away, of course, but I think one of the benefits with that terrain as well, it gives you alleviation from those disruptive moves like Sleep Powder, like Spore, that can be so detrimental to game plans, and that's kind of like a freebie on top, as well as being able to activate all those Quark Drive ability Pokemon that we haven't seen until the appearance of Miraidon really coming into the format.
What are you talking about, Lee? Pincurchin was everywhere. Pre-Miraidon setting up the electric terrain.
What am I talking about? Of course it was, yeah.
Pincurchin, we want to see it, trainers, we want to see it. But you were talking about Intimidate there. What Pokemon throws down Intimidate? Incineroar. What about our non-restricted Pokemon? How are they shaping up on day one? Well, Incineroar's in second position. Not much of a surprise to see the Rapid Strike style Urshifu out in front. What is slightly surprising, though, to me, Lee, more so, is that often on these graphics of late, we'll have seen the single strike style of Urshifu as well somewhere in that top 12, but it's nowhere to be seen here.
Yeah, that is strange, because I felt like it was one of those options where players were opting for it a lot more than what we'd seen the Rapid Strike, but it almost feels like that table's flipped once again and players are reverting back to the more stable, I guess, consistent version of Urshifu, which is that Rapid Strike variant with the water and the fighting rather than the dark and the fighting type. I mean, even looking back to round 1 today, Gabriel Gatti, was it round 1 or round 2? But Gabriel originally,
round 2, I think.
Yeah, using their Worlds team, a few iterations. One of them was changing the Urshifu from Worlds that was a single strike into the Rapid Strike for this event.
Yeah, Rapid Strike, of course. With Surging Strikes, you're able to hit through those Focus Sashes, maybe be able to KO a Pokemon with a Focus Sash on the very first turn, whereas ordinarily it would be able to hang on with at least 1 HP.
Yeah, and it makes a lot more sense as well. I think with the rise of things like Smeargle in particular, it probably offers a little bit more of a benefit of having that Surging Strikes against that Pokemon. It is better against the Landorus as well. It can pressure from that end, so there are a few caveats to why the Surging Strike's probably the better option than the single and maybe the current format.
Yeah, fascinating to see some of the other Pokemon there, like Chi-Yu and Raging Bolt being brought to the field. Will be really interesting to see how that develops heading into day 2. But for now, I think it's time for a bit of a breather after that thrilling set between our trainers.
It was a thriller, wasn't it?
Leah, yeah, you get that back down, my friend. You know, yeah, I know you're getting on a little bit.
All right, Charlie.
Me over here, a little spring chicken. We're already bouncing right over to a little video trans. We'll see you very soon.
Je m'appelle Ismaël, je viens de France.
Ismail, a EUIC London finalist last season.
Le feu, parce que c'est mon type préféré, c'est le type de mon Pokémon préféré, c'est Garden Fire. Je serais sûrement Salamèche, parce qu'il évolue en Dracofeu et c'est un de mes Pokémon préférés aussi. Un des amis à mon père, son fils faisait de la compétition Pokémon. Et mon père allait à Yokohama et a vu comment ça se passait et on a commencé avec Pokémon comme ça. C'est que souvent, nous en junior, moi et mon frère, on fait souvent des bons scores et parfois même ma sœur, ma petite sœur. Je ne sais vraiment pas décrire qu'est-ce que ça représente. Moi, ça représente beaucoup d'entraînement. Aujourd'hui, avant la finale, j'ai pas lâché l'entraînement. Les fois d'avant, j'étais plus courageux et j'étais un peu plus stressé. Cette fois-ci, j'étais un peu moins stressé que la dernière fois. Oui, c'est les switch-in. Par exemple, cette finale, j'ai fait beaucoup de switch. C'était de placer la distorsion, pouvoir taper vraiment fort avec Ursaluna.
And we've got Ursaluna in Trick Room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it. Ismail Hardy is your Latin America International Champion of the Junior Division.
Franchement, je me sens excitée et il y a plein d'émotions dans ma tête, de la joie. Je pense que c'était celui-ci. Mais je vais viser un peu plus haut, je vais viser top 4 des Worlds. Si je m'entraîne dur, je peux. Si je m'entraîne vraiment tous les jours, longtemps. Sinon, je pense que j'y arriverai pas si je m'entraîne pas beaucoup. Cette année, ça ne sera pas possible, mais l'année prochaine, oui, ça serait Kevin Han. Parce que j'ai perdu contre lui à l'UIC, j'ai toujours pas pris ma revanche. Qu'il faut pas être déçu de perdre, de ne pas rager quand l'adversaire a un coup de chance. J'ai pas assez encore de bon niveau pour me donner des vrais conseils, mais faut pas perdre espoir quand on perd.
Record my gameplay and watch it afterwards to see what I'm doing in the game and become more aware. I don't really think about it in the moment, I just perform. So I record it and then watch it afterwards to actually, have the practice mindset, see where I can improve.
Bom, eu amo muito Pokémon e uma das coisas que eu mais gosto de fazer é dar bastante carinho pra eles. Por incrível que pareça, dar carinho pra eles faz com que, às vezes, ele consiga dar uma evasiva. Apesar de não funcionar isso tanto no campeonato oficial do VGC, é muito legal ver ele saindo da Pokébola com aqueles coraçõezinhos, porque ele ama muita gente.
Para melhorar, eu sempre tento observar o estado do jogo, do oponente, sempre tento pensar à frente o que ele vai fazer. Eu acho que um treinador, para melhorar, ele pode ver os resultados de outros campeonatos, né, e sempre tentar progredir.
Eu gosto de rever os meus erros, ver onde eu poderia ter melhorado durante a partida e a partir disso ver o que eu poderia ter feito melhor naquele momento.
Bueno, para poder jugar mejor Pokémon GO es importante salir siempre a capturar muchos Pokémon, aprovechar los eventos al máximo para sacar los Pokés con mejores IVs y siempre estar entrenando constantemente en las batallas del juego para poder seguir mejorando.
That's the forfeit, and Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world, EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
My name is Kevin Hahn, and I'm from Pennsylvania. I'd be a water type because it's very calm and relaxing, and I feel like that fits my personality pretty well. I first got into competitive Pokemon when my brother won NAIC 2022. It was really cool, so I was like, I want to do that too. I just love competing in Pokemon, and I love how fun it is. I love how successful I am, and I love that it's a strategy game and you really have to think a lot or else you won't do well. Overall, Pokemon is just a really fun game. I learned how to fail and accept it gracefully. It was very tough for me in the start. I always wanted to just get first and nothing else. But now that I've competed a lot more and a lot more knowledgeable about failing, I'm completely fine if I get last. Even if I got last in this World Championships, I'd still be fine since I had a lot of fun. One of my favorite memories is when I won UIC. It was my first major win. I've never won an international or World Championships before that. My number one goal was to win an international. So to have won 2 internationals and a World Championship seems just completely crazy for me.
It continues the avalanche of success for Kevin Hahn this season.
Even if you're down a game and in a losing position in the World Championships, never give up, because you can always turn that around with some good plays. And you should always never give up, because it might be the only chance you ever get. I want to give a shout out to all my friends and all my coaches. And I also want to give the biggest shout out to my family, and especially my brother. I wouldn't even be into Pokemon without him. He helped me be way more successful, and I always want to be more like him.
Hey trainers, it's the European International Championships in London, and what better opportunity to test some of our trading card game casters on their Britishisms. These weird things that we say here, every region's gonna have them, that kind of only make sense here. Let's see how much they know. All right, starting off, Adam, Pablo, telling pork pies.
Telling pork pies?
Yeah.
Is that like telling a lie?
It is. Yeah, it is. Had you heard that?
I had never heard that.
You never heard that? Okay, nice. Now, before I tell you more about that one, let's do the second one because they kind of make sense together. Having a bubble. having a bubble. What do you think, Pablo?
Like you're having a laugh at someone?
Good, very good, very good. Now, these are two examples of Cockney rhyming slang. So, telling pork pies, you substituted pork pies for lies. So some people could say telling porkies, for example. With having a bubble, that's having a bubble bath, having a laugh, sort of thing. And like you could say going up the apples and pears, which means going up the stairs. And so some people will just say going up the apples to mean the stairs. So it really, it only makes sense if you know. It only makes sense if you know. Okay, moving on from that, a cuppa.
That's a coffee, right? Specific
tea. More British, Adam. More British, not coffee. Let's make it more British there. Cup of tea. Exactly. Okay, Pablo, keep your hair on.
Like don't exaggerate or think more straightforward?
Close. Yeah, yes. More swiftly. Oh.
I like that guess. Is it more like hold your horses? Does it mean like be patient?
You're both kind of there. It's don't panic. Keep your hair on. Don't worry about it, you know? Yeah. Okay.
And hold your horses, right, would be an Americanism.
Hold your... Ooh, I don't know where that one's from, actually, because we definitely say it here. We definitely say it here. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that one. All right. Wind your neck in.
Like calm down? Like calm down.
Calm down? What do you think?
I think it means to kind of keep your eyes to yourself, mind your business.
Yes. Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. This one I'm actually not so familiar with, but yeah, stop being annoying, stop being nosy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if they say it over here, but where I'm from, we call it rubbernecking.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Thank you for that. You learn something new every day, don't you? Think of Raging Bolt, Frigoroth, that could be told. Mind your neck in. All right, final one here. Knackered.
Completely tired.
Yes, very good. Very good. Are you knackered from those Britishisms?
I wish I would have got the coffee one.
Yeah, well, you need it now, because you're a little bit knackered, aren't you? Good, this is how we use these. We learn from our Britishisms. Fantastic, traders. Very shortly, time to get back to the action at London. Maybe we'll hear some of these Britishisms in the next bit.
Love to hear the Britishisms coming out and definitely need one to talk about how great this event is. I'll have to ask Charlie about that in a bit, but EUIC has been amazing. At this point, one round away for trainers starting to lock up those spots for day 2. But still, a lot of competition to be had here, and I cannot wait for even more. And standing by for interview, we have none other, very familiar, Nadia Zarelli. Did I just see you on stage there?
Yeah, didn't I just see you on stage there?
Yeah, I was right over there, you know, but no, I unfortunately couldn't talk to you just a little bit ago, but I get to talk to you now, talk about the day. How has everything been besides, that last match?
Yeah, it's been lovely. I love international challenges. I love being able to play against so many people from around the world. And it's off to a great start. We're 5 rounds in. I'm 4 wins, 1 loss. Honestly, it could only be better if I was 5 wins, no losses. But I'm happy with where I'm at right now, truthfully, and just enjoying the vibes.
No, that's good to hear about the vibes. And I definitely believe in you to win just a couple of more matches. So biggest international, I want to know your prep going into the event, what you're kind of thinking.
Yeah, so I actually got into EUIC about 3 weeks ago. And I was intending on I was so inspired by Justin Tang versus Chili Yang. And I was like, I want to be there. And so when EUIC was able to registration opened up again, I registered. And I was like, oh my God, wait, I have not been playing at all. But I paired up with some friends from the Portland local scene, and they're both using the same team as me. And so I kind of like tripled my prep because it's like 3 people working on the same team. And I so much love to them, truly.
I like that BGC math there. Like it's essentially triple the prep, but I like that inspiration too. So there was like no ifs, ands, or buts like Ice Rider to be called going into the weekend.
Yeah. Wait, can you repeat that? I didn't hear.
I mean, you're talking about the inspiration coming out for the Tangs going into this event. So there's not a question. You get inspired. That's the restricted you're bringing in.
Yeah, I'm like very competitive, and I was very fine with like skipping. But I love Justin. I love Chili Yang. They're some of my closest friends. and seeing them do so well just like drove me to like that competitive spark, and I'm like, all right, where's the next event? And this was the next event, so.
And now I do unfortunately have to ask you about that last match, because we did see it, you know, it'd be wrong of me not to. But I wanted to call out specifically that Game 2 play, bringing in that Landorus, reminiscent of NAIC, the Flutter main fake out, like, it was good at that moment, right?
Yeah, you know, I played Joe 2 years ago at NAIC, and that Game 2, I was really feeling myself. I was like looking at the crowd like I'm in Joe's mind, at least for this game. And for at least those 3 turns, I was. Unfortunately, just like NAIC, Joe still won this set. He's such a strong player, but it's always fun playing him. I'm just truly grateful to play against strong players.
I mean, you're definitely one of those strong players yourself, and you put up a super great match. So now I want to know how you're feeling about the rest of the day of the competition, kind of the metas that you've seen out there.
Yeah, there's 3 more rounds, so just taking them just like the last 5, you know, one by one. But the thing that's like, is so many strong names. I saw that like Tang and Wolf are both like, I don't know if they're 5-0 for 1 right now, but they're right there. And I think that it's only going to get harder as we go. But if I want to win, I have to play against strong players. So excited for where the day takes me.
The cliche, to be the best, you got to beat the best, etc. So last but not least, before I let you get rested up for the next one, any final words, shout-outs?
I feel bad because I'm going to say, can you repeat again?
You're good. If you have final words, yeah. If you don't, you're good. Yeah.
Yes, of course. Shout out to my mom. It's like 9 or 10 right now, but I sent her the stream link, and then she sent me a wave of text watching. She doesn't know anything about Pokemon, but the commentators carried her through it, and she was like, I'm so stressed. And I'm like, Ma, if you're stressed, I'm stressed. And obviously, shout out to the Portland crew and everyone here. It's been an amazing experience in London.
I'm glad that Mama Azarelli got to watch the match and really got to experience that. Best of luck for the rest of the day. Thank you for chatting. As for us, quick break before we're back with the EUIC action.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokemon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat. Even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
we go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thundurus,
Mega Salamence,
the Hyper Voice,
and Mega Charizard Y.
We go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variations seen within Chalk just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, Many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokémon. Heatran was substituted for a different fire-type Pokémon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokémon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing. We've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my God, he's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a Game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still #1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon, as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge, and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokemon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Another day, another moment, you can't wait, cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
What a swap by Yakai! Bow down to your chiefs of Unite!
Electro-Drift, this might just be all she throws. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
You know, Lou, I would open with a joke about a Weedle with a blunt stinger, but it'd be pointless. Welcome back, trainers. Charlie Merriman on the desk, providing that merriment for you. I'm glad you found it funny, Lou, because I feel like you're probably in a minority there, but it's with Lou Actros-Chromie.
Yeah, I'm just glad that, you know, I did get it, because sometimes these jokes go right over my head. So I'm very, very happy. Honestly, Charlie, it's an absolute pleasure to be behind the desk with you.
Yeah, absolutely, Lou. Our first game of the day. We cannot wait to bring that hype. And it's so hype here. We've been waiting for EUIC. It feels like simultaneously it's been a long time coming, but also just around the corner for so long.
Exactly. Like, we've done a few regional events together. We've been able to look towards EUIC and see the journeys of these trainers as well. And I think that's been the critical thing. So many of these trainers have been battling out in regionals to great success across different regulations, and now they're here at the European International Championships.
Well, speaking of those trainers, let's take a look at how they're doing right now as we head into Swiss round round 6 of EUIC. Take a look at some of those names, trainers. Fantastic. Carl Livinghouse having such a dominant performance here. UK player Josh Bullivan, of course, here in the UK, in London. Zachary Carlson, I mean, there are some names we're less familiar with, but as always, those names we're more familiar with, Lou.
Yes, exactly. Names like Eden Batchelor, regional champion from this season so far, Wolf Glick, Jamie Keane as well is doing tremendously well out on their field, using a really interesting team that, you know, maybe we'll be able to see cooking up later. A few other names that really jump out at me as well is Mao Harada, a trainer from Japan that we've been able to see over the previous seasons as well, doing phenomenally well at 5-0, as well as, again, very recent regional champ for the 3rd time, Justin Tang.
Yeah, Justin Tang actually told me before the event, Lou, that his prep had been okay. No more, no less. It had been okay. Just really here to have a good time this weekend. And, you know, the pressure that must be on Justin's shoulders coming off that very recent regional win in San Antonio and thinking, well, how much do I second guess this? Do I bring that team that I'm so comfortable with? Have trainers adapted to it? Well, whatever team is bringing is doing well for him so far.
Exactly, and that's that consistency that I know Justin was really looking for when he got that 3rd regional win, because, you know, the regional win 1 and 2 were pretty close together, almost back and back, and then actually being able to have a lot of time pass within that, maybe kind of thinking, hey, when am I going to get to that number 3? Because I don't know why, it's just always nice when it's that kind of rounder number, like, you know, 3 or 5 or 10 in Wolf Glick's case when it comes to regional championships. And I think, you know, being able to get that really meant so much to him and gave him the momentum and confidence he needed coming into an international championship.
So true, Lou. You could see Justin on the stage at San Antonio just really feeling himself, just feeling like, yeah, things are going my way. I'm in the zone. Well, let's take a look at some of our notable matches going on in the venue right now, trainers. That's what we're going to be featuring. Yosuke Takiyanagi versus that Stuttgart regional champion, Eden Batchelor, but that's just one of them, Lou.
So many incredible matches here. Francesco Piopero versus Justin Tang would be another one I would love to be able to catch on the side, as well as Luca Cerabelli, our reigning world champion, versus down against Jonathan Lin. A few other fantastic clashes here. We've got a US showdown there with Zachary Carlson and James Evans, as well as Ibrahim Maroof versus Gavin Michaels. Gavin Michaels, a previous international champion as well.
Yeah, exactly. Davide Moralia, our regional champion, right back from Dortmund, the very beginning of this season, back in regulation set H as well. This, of course, now is regulation set G. We're in a restricted format, but fantastic to see that Davide has that flexibility, able to adapt to a very different style of play.
Yes, and of course these trainers are really battling out to not only become the international champion, but also to get that amazing championship points to add to their collection to try and get a world qualification place as well. A lot of these trainers want to make it all the way there to Anaheim.
Yeah, James Evans there as well, previous NAIC champion, locking in these championship points. Worlds in Anaheim, California, just down the road, trainers. It's about 6 months away. Can you believe that, Lou? We're now like just as far from the coming Worlds as we are from the previous one.
It's going to be a cruel summer for those trainers that aren't able to make it all the way to Anaheim for the World Championships. But for those who are able to, they have a chance to be the world champion, just like Luca Cerabelli is, and already on such a tear as well, using the same team that they used to that great success. Absolutely brilliant to see.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And comfort, how far do you go with that when you're playing this game? Again, is Justin Tang, for example, going to be sticking with that team that did so well for them, or going to be mixing things up a little bit? You know, you've got to second guess the meta game, but you've also got to play to your strengths. And I think comfort, just feeling like, okay, whatever team comes across my roster, I know I have the tools to be able to deal with it, is such an important thing. Confidence goes a long way in this game.
This was something Lee and I were talking about earlier. It's kind of coming into the international sphere. Do you maybe try and go for the meta call and pick something that, you know, you've seen maybe from the grassroots streams or something from the regional streams and kind of try and make a counter, take some inspiration? Or do you pick that tried and tested combination and really try and bank on your knowledge and wisdom with the team to carry you through the tournament?
Yeah, well, we certainly know that Eden is leaning into some of those popular regulation set H picks, even though we're now in regulation set G. I'll leave that there for a little teaser for you trainers. But listen, we just want to bring all weekend those hashtag goo vibes. Bring them out, trainers. Let's see it online. Let's get that training. Pokemon EUIC and goo vibes.
Just, you know, speaking of, you know, Pokemon that maybe are a little slug-like.
Oh, yeah?
You know,
oh, here we go.
You know, sorry, you gave me the segue to that, Charlie.
You're welcome.
I have the pleasure of saying that there are a couple of Gastrodon now that at 4-1. There are currently 2 Gastrodon at 4-1. One of them, I believe, was undefeated going into the last round. But, you know, every slug has its day. Sometimes there's a little hurdle that's a bit hard to overcome, but I've got my eye on you, Gastrodon trainers, and I'm going to be rooting for you from behind the desk.
I'm trying to picture a Gastrodon overcoming a hurdle. It like, goes up.
It would be kind of slow, I think, you know.
Speaking of water types, Lou, Kingdra, don't know if we've got any of them out there. I know that Ben Kiriakou has stolen my Kingdra Plus just chilling in his pocket. He was like, Charlie, you know you're not going to get this back. And I'm like, mate, that's fine. It's like we get more Kingdra propaganda on stream. I love to see it.
There's one physically in the venue with Ben, you know, carried around. But I feel like we need duplicates. We just need to cover the whole venue. It is a regional champion at the end of the day.
Exactly. Lou, perfect. That's exactly what I was going to say. Toronto, regional champion run by Wolf Clay. In fact, I remember that day. You were messaging me at the time saying, Charlie, Kingdra on stream, Wolf is running Kingdra. And then it goes ahead and wins. Oh, that day, such a good one. Such a good one. But I hope there's Kingdra out there, but I feel like maybe not. I mean, with Kyogre, you can get some Swift Swim stuff going, but yeah, oh well. Gastrodon, I feel like probably more likely.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Kyogre as well, because it's having a hard time in the meta at the moment. Kind of when you look at the most recent top cuts, I think it's only really been Birmingham that had 2 in their top cut, and San Juan had 1 that, you know, obviously did go on to win the tournament. But other than that, across all the recent top cuts we've had, there's only those 3 that have really stood out. And I think a lot of trainers are starting to shift towards using Groudon and Koraidon. And I think at the beginning, everyone was like, Kyogre's the pick. Kyogre's the one you want to go with as well. And it was really difficult for Pokemon like Groudon to get the momentum going. But it looks like coming into this tournament, the sun is shining. It's February, but they're trying.
Yeah, spring is on its way, trainers. In terms of other Pokemon we don't tend to see too much, Dragapult apparently at 3-2 in the venue. We've got 2 Dragapult at a 3-2 record. We could see a Dragapult heading into day 2. But, well then, Lou, where do I go from here?
Well, this is the thing. I want to dive straight to the stage and see what is going down. We've got Eden Bachelor versus Yosuke Takayagi here. And honestly, these teams are so interesting. We've got some familiar faces like the Kyogre we were just talking about and the classic Calyrex Ice Rider that's been taking names left, right, and center at these regionals. Then, however, some of the other Pokemon start to get a little bit spicy, a little bit interesting. Amoonguss, obviously, tried and tested staple. But on Eden's side, Charlie, there are some Pokemon I was not expecting to see.
Basculegion and Archaludon, those regulation set H staples, and staples could not be more appropriate here with that Archaludon on the screen. But otherwise, Eden is kind of mixing up their own playstyle with what has done well on Kyogre teams up to now in San Juan, in Birmingham, as you are calling out, Lou. What with Rory Moon and the Kyogre, Rillaboom, and Amoonguss there too.
It's nice to see the Rillaboom in play as well. You know, it's one of those staples that we have around at the moment. But the key thing when I look at Eden's team there is I'm not seeing the classic fire, water, grass core. I'm seeing a lot of water with the Basculegion and the Kyogre. And obviously, depending on what ability that Basculegion has, if it's got Swift Swim, it's going to really feel the speed advantage it's able to get from that rain. But the fire element is missing. I guess technically you can have a fire type in the form of that terrestrialization on Rillaboom, but you're not going to have to deal the offensive damage.
Kyogre with the leftovers here. Carmine to get itself boosted up. Leftovers and the grassy terrain provided by Rillaboom thanks to its grassy surge ability. Just stacking and stacking so that Kyogre can recover all the better. And fun fact, actually, Yosuke was able to use Kyogre in the global challenge. Of course, Eden's restricted here, and finished top 32 and advanced to the next stage of the Japan Nationals with it. So Yosuke very familiar with how Kyogre works.
And the one thing I really like about Eden's Kyogre here is the Calm Mind on it. Because you have some positional support, obviously Rillaboom with the Fake Out, Amoonguss with Redirection, with Rage Powder. If you can get a Calm Mind up on that Kyogre, it becomes a specially defensive wall. It is so hard for trainers to be able to go through into it, and particularly with the grass terrestrialization as well. It's a really nice defensive typing. When you've got the rain up as well, then you're not going to be as susceptible to any fire type attacks, and you've got the leftovers for a bit of additional recovery. I feel like Kyogre's really going to be the kingpin of this team.
Yeah, Roaring Moon, that's the classic set that we've seen previously, for example, in San Antonio. Acrobatics, synergizing so nicely with the booster energy. Consumed, then you can go for that Terra Flying, get even more damage out of it. But what about Yosuke's team? Let's take a look. Nice to see Yosuke chuckling on the stage there. Here for a good time.
Yes, and looking at the team as well, it's going to be interesting. Chiyu and Fluttermane, an absolute dynamic duo together. Chiyu using that Bees of Ruin ability to really lower the special defense on the field, allowing not only itself, but that Fluttermane to shine as well. This is the booster energy variant, so it could easily be getting something like a special attack booster. Deal extra damage with the nice coverage moves of the Dazzling Gleam and the Moonblast, but then critically that Icy Wind for a little bit of speed control.
Yeah, so crucial in this game, and every bit of chip damage counts when you're going up against Eden's team. So, again, Calyrex here can reverse those speed dimensions with Trick Room, but you've got Chi-Yu with the Choice Scarf. It's going to be acting very fast. It's going to be a fish, kind of out of water, but also in water with the rain being brought by Kyogre. Classic moveset here, Snarl. That's going to be huge, reducing the special attack stat of the Kyogre. Nice spread damage too, and coming off a Chi-Yu that's reducing the special defense of everything around it. Snarl actually does respectable damage.
And I really like seeing the taunt on the Urshifu. This is a trend that we're noticing our trainers starting to move towards. In order to shut down Pokemon like Amoonguss, there is an Amoonguss on Eden's side, so that's something that they have to be cognizant of. As well, taking a little look, there are obviously the Carmines on the Kyogres that you can shut down, potentially the Tailwinds as well on Roaring Moon. So I think that taunt is going to come in pivotal to stopping Eden from executing their strategies of setup or speed control options.
Amoonguss has clear smog too, so that Kyogre's got to be really careful about getting too many Carmine set up, because bloop, it could just disappear like that. So Amoonguss could be a pivotal piece here. Love to see Yusuke running that London 2022 hoodie on the stage. Couldn't be a better time to wear it, really. Let's get that world type going here in EUIC. Let's get our trainers ready and to get into this battle. Trainers, we're Swiss round 6 with the European International Championships. Let's go!
Jumping onto the field, it's going to be the leads of the Kyogre and the Amoonguss out there for Eden versus the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Cornerstone Ogerpon there for Yusuke as well. So both the restricteds out on the field and both the grass types with redirectional support are there as well. This could be the opportunity for Eden to try and get a Carmine up onto that Kyogre.
But, of course, the Amoonguss cannot redirect the Ogerpon being a part grass type, whereas Ogerpon can redirect any incoming attacks, follow me, not prohibited by type.
This is a good thing as well, because the Kyogre on Eden's side doesn't necessarily have the safety to go into a grass Terra type when you've got the Calyrex on the opposing side that can fire off those Glacial Lances in its direction. So the Basculegion joining the field. Love to see this Pokemon. It is the Choice Band Swift Sim variant, so it is going to be fast, it is going to be ferocious if it is able to have got in safely. A defensive play on Eden's side though for the Kyogre.
It's going to be the Thunderstruck as well, not that there's a Miraidon on the opposing side of the field. We're just going to pivot around, we're just going to scout out, see what trends. Going for a big Ivy Cudgel, connecting down into the Basculegion. No critical hit there. Basculegion down to about a third of its HP.
Doesn't get in unscathed, but is still in a position of play. And something coming through from this Basculegion, like the Wave Crash, is going to deal a significant chunk of damage. Critically, though, as well, you could go for that flip turn, using the rain to also deal extra damage to your water type attacks, but allow Basculegion to pivot off the field, and you can maybe bring something like the Amoonguss in from the back, or even that fourth and final Pokemon. But the key thing for Basculegion is get some damage on the field now.
Yeah, and it's going to be dealing massive damage with the Choice Band, and acting so speedily, just as you called out, Lou, with the Swift Swim. It's a real big threat for Yusuke to take care of. Really thanking himself, I'm sure, for getting that little bit of chip damage, because you want to remove it as swiftly as you can. Kyogre, time for you to rest back in the bottom of the sea basin.
Yep, Kyogre getting out of there, doesn't want to take any potential grass-type attacks, like a Power Whip coming through from the Ogerpon. Instead, the Archaladon's going to join the field. Really nice to see the Splash from the past back in action, and particularly the shiny variant as Terrestrialization takes the stage on the opposing side. The Calyrex is going to become that Water Terra type. This is something we're seeing time and time again on these Calyrexes to give it a more defensive play against Pokemon like the Shadow Rider and Kyogres as well.
You say more defensive, but of course the Archaladon does have Electro Shot, so that Terra could come back to bite this Calyrex. But as it is, Ogerpon going to be the center of attention. Flip turn, bringing the Ogerpon down nearly too sturdy, but crucially allowing Eden to pivot around.
Yes, this is really nice for that Basculegion. It wants to be able to come into a position where it can deal significant damage. You want to weaken that opposing Cornerstone, so if it had gone down to sturdy, that would have been broken, and damage will be able to be dealt. The Glacial Lance, however, doing actually a significant chunk, a critical hit. That explains it onto the Archaladon that's able to get a cheeky stamina boost. So it's going to be able to take another one of those a little bit better. Kyogre, as you can see, really laughing in the face of those Glacial Lances.
The critical hit, though, still really, really big, because, of course, if Calyrex claims a knockout, it gets that Chilling Neigh boost. The lower the Archaladon is, the more likely that is to happen, the more likely Yusuke can start to snowball.
That's very true, and I like the ice reference there as well, bringing it in. But of course, the Glacial Lances can come through. This could be a significant amount to the Archaladon, particularly if followed up from that Cornerstone. But really, at the moment, the pressure comes down onto this Kyogre to start dealing out a little bit of damage. There's a lot of threats on the opposing side from that Cornerstone, so you want to get rid of it from play. Maybe even go for a defensive option here for the Protect and allow the Archaladon to deal with that Cornerstone.
Or you just go for the terrestrialization, and it's a really fascinating choice here on this Kyogre, because going for the Terra Grass is now weak to the Calyrex's Ice-type moves. Eden really hoping that Kyogre's feeling accurate today, because if there are some misses, we could be seeing it go down. But no, that Calyrex just going to keep himself safe with a Protect. So good call here from Eden. Ivy Cudgel into the Kyogre. Are we going to have a critical hit on our hands? No, we're not, but the Kyogre brought down so low.
Kyogre hanging on here, able to go for the Origin Pulse. Obviously not going to land into the opposing Calyrex, but will find its mark down onto this Ogerpon and just remove it from play. This is nice to get rid of that threat that's been on the field, you know, having that redirection as well. But critically, I think for Yusuke, it now gives the opportunity to bring in a Pokemon from the back and reposition.
You may as well go for an Electro Shot here.
Yeah.
You still get a boost to your special attack, even though it's not going to be doing any damage to this protected Calyrex, but nice and ready to go in successive turns. Going to have a reveal from the back of Yosuke, one of Yosuke's two remaining Pokemon. We know all of Eden's. There we go, that leftover so crucial for Kyogre, just to get that recovery a little bit, give it more longevity.
Yes, and I think Yusuke needs to find a way to get the speed up onto their side of the field here, because you have Pokemon like the Basculegion in the back that can benefit from the rain, and we've seen that Kyogre can deal relatively well with its speed too. Urshifu, I think, is a really nice option coming in here. You can apply pressure with something like a Surging Strikes and benefit from getting the rain boost that the Kyogre gives it onto that opposing Archaladon, but then you're going to have to worry about the stamina boosts.
Yeah, Archaladon threatening down at both of the Pokemon on Yosuke's side of the field now, super effective, both of them being a water type, but it's going to withdraw. It's not in the safest of positions in the front of that Urshifu. I love all of these marks that Eden's found on their Pokemon. Amoonguss the Sodden, perfect right now with the rain pouring down. Close combat into the Amoonguss is going to deal a decent amount of damage right back with the Rocky Helmet item, and crucially, break the Focus Sash.
Not only is the Focus Sash broken, but the defenses are lowered as well. So this follow-up with the Origin Pulse is going to connect. Not enough to get the KO, though it is a water type on its side as well, but definitely puts it in a detrimental spot. Calyrex is, however, able to get the KO. That is a KO by 1,000 cuts of ice being thrown across the field into it and getting a double knockout.
Chilling Nay online. This Calyrex will now be at +2 in its physical attack. You give Calyrex Ice Rider an inch, it'll take a mile, and it's given us all the smiles as Eden now down to just Basculegion and the Archaladon, and to me, Lou, that looks like it could just be another double knockout.
I mean, this is the thing. You see how well Calyrex Ice Rider can be once it starts to get these Chilling Nay boosts rolling up, and it was just able to get that on the double. The Urshifu as well, now in a prime position once again to go for those Surging Strikes and get a KO onto something like the Basculegion. Even though it is a water type itself, it's going to be in a vulnerable spot with that low HP bar, and the 3 critical hits guaranteed are going to be able to try and get the knockout here.
Interesting, so Yusuke just playing it as safe as possible, not leaving anything down to chance. Last Respect, easily enough here to secure the knockout onto the Urshifu. It's a move that boosts in power the more of your teammates have been knocked out. I mean, another lovely boost for this Archaladon, but let's not forget it lost the stamina boost that it had before when it switched out, so coming back in, it's now just going to be taking a +2 Glacial Lance from this Calyrex. But crucially for Eden, heading into this game too, you have the reveal of the final Pokemon in the bat for Yusuke, so you can plan better.
That rain stopping as well is detrimental for the Basculegion. It's no longer going to have its speed doubled by Swift Swim in the rain. I was going to say as well, it's nice that it's there on the field, that Last Respect dealing good damage, and nice targeting by Eden to go into the Urshifu here, as well as getting the cheeky Electroshock boost up. But now the Fluttermane's on the field. It's the speed variant with that boost to energy, so it's now going to be the fastest thing, and it looks to be in a very threatening position with something like a Dazzling Gleam.
Dazzling Gleam, Glacial Lance, it seems pretty secure here for Yusuke. Not the Focus Sash, of course, but hopefully Yusuke able to claim this game before that would even come into contention. Very well played to both trainers. Even just taking their time here, I think, knowing that potentially this game isn't going to go their way, but before you get into game 2, you just want to do all the reflection you can. It's just going to be the Moonblast, Basculegion down.
Yeah, Fluttermane and Calyrex Ice Rider really looking primed to clean up this game. The Flash Cannon is going to be enough to be able to get the KO, but the Calyrex is yet to move. Not only is it at +2, but it's also going to be single target. So it looks like this Glacial Lance with the Moonblast combination that came through from the Fluttermane is kind of making them look like Miss Americana and the Heartbreak Prince here for Eden Bachelor.
Eden Bachelor, commiserations to them. Yosuke, congratulations on that game 1 win. The first of potentially 3 in this best-of-3 set. Now, if we're approaching game 2 here, Lou, I want to call out the Terra Grass on the Kyogre because it ultimately didn't seem to suit Eden that well in the face of the Calyrex Ice Rider.
I agree, and I think it was definitely a risk that unfortunately didn't pay off for Eden here, and particularly when you get towards that endgame situation with the Glacial Lances coming through, the fact that even though Kyogre can take one of them. It puts you in such a dangerous position to a follow-up from any of the partner Pokemon here. I would like to see Eden still bring the Kyogre, obviously. You've got so much beautiful synergy on your team with the Basculegion and the Archaladon, but I really want to be able to see it shine in a position where it can get that damage off. The Origin Pulses were connecting. They were doing significant damage, but unfortunately the KOs were coming from Yukase's side.
Apparently, Eden recently defeated Paul Chur just by clicking Wave Crash after Wave Crash in a particular tournament. So, Basculegion, let's see if it's able to shine just as much in this next game about Yosuke. Also, we remind ourselves of how we got to this game too. That critical hit on the Archaladon really did matter, I think, there, bringing it low enough for the game to be able to be secured by Yosuke in the end game.
I feel like as well the grass terrestrialization was nice in the face of something like the Urshifu, for example. It gave you a little bit more flexibility around the Cornerstone Ogerpon, but really that Calyrex is the Pokemon that you had to not count out. And Kyogre, unfortunately, just fell victim to these Glaceal Lancers. This was a nice play, though, as well, you know, calling the Protect and getting that damage down onto the opposing Urshifu. But as soon as you saw that Fluttermane join the field, you knew it was curtains for Eden.
If Eden can get into a position where they can sort of pin Yosuke's Calyrex with the Archaladon on the field, threatening with super effective Flash Cannons pre-Terra, and then super effective Electro Shots afterwards, that'd be great to see. And there it is. That's the Archaladon on the field right now, and Kyogre setting up the range so Electro Shot can go off in one turn. But no Calyrex over on Yosuke's side. Heading into this game too, it's Urshifu and the Fluttermane.
I love this. I think it's a very commanding start here for Eden. You've got the Electro Shot Prime to be able to do a significant amount of damage into that opposing Urshifu. And if you go for something like the Origin Pulse, then you know you're going to be able to get the double into Urshifu and get the knockout. The Fluttermane as well, not going to appreciate taking the Origin Pulse in the rain. It does have very strong special defense, but any, again, combination coming through from Archaladon and that Kyogre will get the knockout here. So Eden really has their pick of which Pokemon they want to target down.
If the Origin Pulse connects, and that is always a big if. Fluttermane, though, going for its terrestrialization in this game. We're seeing it so much earlier in this game from Yosuke too. Terra Fairy just doubling down on the damage that this speed booster Fluttermane can do. Moonblast, which target is it going for? It's going to be reducing the health bar of the Archaladon. It takes it really, really well and gets a stamina boost to boot, but realizing that it's so threatening to the Calyrex in the back. Really fascinating. See the Urshifu going for a Surging Strikes here. This is going to give 3 free defense boosts to this Archaladon thanks to its stamina ability.
Yeah, the Assault Vest not only a fashionable item choice, but actually a really good defensive one here in the face of that Moonblast from a Terra Fairy Fluttermane. Really, really nice to see, as well as you said, Charlie, getting these 3 stamina boosts to boot. And this now really does put Archaladon into a great position going forward, because you either have to target it down to get rid of it, or it's going to be able to get some big damage off the field. The Kyogre tries its best to get some big damage here. It doesn't manage to get the KO, but I think, Charlie, the Electro Shot will get the knockout.
Maybe, Lou. Yeah, no, it absolutely will, with that special attack boost connecting down into that Urshifu. You say the Assault Vest is fashionable. I would argue it's not that fashionable, actually, Lou. I'm not sure I would go around wearing that, but I don't know how you feel. Urshifu certainly not liking the Assault Vest. It's down in the face of that Archaladon.
I mean, there's not too many fashionable items to choose from. The Choice Scarf, I think, definitely takes #1 spot.
Yeah.
But in Pokemon, you can't be too fussy, and the Assault Vest definitely making a statement out here on the field. It does, however, have to contend with the follow-up Moonblast coming up from Fluttermane in this next turn. I don't think it's going to be able to hang on from one of those, thanks to the Onslaught that also came through from the Surging Strikes. But Yosuke has the utility to switch it up now, and that Cornerstone Ogerpon is back on. This was the thing that had the Kyogre quaking with fear.
Yeah, it certainly was, and that's the thing. You can go for those Surging Strikes, and you do give Archaladon those stamina boosts, but that means nothing for its special defense, and another Moonblast would be easy enough to secure the knockout. Potentially even a Dazzling Gleam, so you get a bit of spread damage too. Yosuke is really giving a masterclass here as to how to pilot this team. Feeling like Yosuke is just in control, not giving Eden that much wiggle room.
Yes, and again, a defensive play here on the Kyogre. I think Eden obviously not wanting to commit to any terrestrialization at this point, just making sure to scout out what Yosuke is going to do. Fluttermane looks like they've changed it up, gone for the double target attack here off the Dazzling Gleam. This may even be enough to get the KO on Archaladon. Yes, it will be able to, thanks to it being in the red. And now Eden has the utility to switch things up. It doesn't really matter what the Cornerstone Ogerpon was going to do. We have got the Protect in play. But good to be able to see that the offensive button was switched on from Yosuke in this turn.
This is one of the reasons I love Ogerpon Cornerstone Mask so much, because you can be offensive, you have the threat of those critical hits, but also, of course, can support with Follow Me and its sturdy ability. Remember the feisty, finding a Fiesta on the field here. Grassy Surge, once again, stacking so well with the leftovers on Kyogre once it's low on its health. It's looking pretty healthy right now. We can assume that Yosuke has the Calyrex Ice Rider in the back as the restricted, but not necessarily.
I think this is what you need, though, as a feisty Rillaboom on the field right now. You've got the grassy terrain, so you have the priority with your grassy glide, and that's something that the opposing Flutter Mane really doesn't want to take. Its special defense may be good, but its defense is on the pitiful scale. So I think being able to try and get that pressure on the field without any risk of Intimidate could get you the knockout. Ogerpon playing very defensively, going for the spiky shield here in case something like the fake out was going down into that slot, and that was what the Rillaboom was going for here. So it is going to have to take a little bit of damage from those spikes.
Yeah, good call there by Yosuke to protect the Ogerpon. Now, Icy Wind reducing the speed of the Rillaboom and the Kyogre so that successive moves will hopefully be going off before the Pokemon on Eden's side of the field can move.
I like this, trying to buy that Ogerpon a little bit of an edge onto that Kyogre, of course, pressuring with the Power Whip, but the Rillaboom will be able to boost by having given it the grassy terrain as well. So this is where things get a little bit dicey for this Kyogre.
Yeah, absolutely, and a dodge there to boot as well. Really, really unfortunate, but now heading into this next turn, I mean, Yosuke, we sometimes see terrestrializing too early, coming back to bite trainers, but right now the Slowmane has been putting in work. It's so far the most valuable Pokemon for Yosuke, and time for Eden to say, hey, I want to have my piece of the pie, I want to have a go at that. Time for my own terrestrialization. It's going to be the Kyogre once more.
I feel like this is the time to do it, though. The Calyrex Ice Rider, we can assume is in the back, but it's not currently on the field. So this is a nice time to go into that grass Terra type. It means you don't have to fear the Cornerstone Ogerpon as much. Rillaboom cleans up that Flutter Mane with an easy grassy glide, and now you have to deal this significant damage onto the Cornerstone Ogerpon. You know you're not going to be able to get the KO thanks to the sturdy ability, but at least you can put it in range for a knockout in the following turn.
Well, let's hope so if we have a connect from Origin Pulse, if that's the move locked into. Ivyculture once more bring that Kyogre down to just above half its HP. Origin Pulse, single target, doing so much damage than it did before. Even a grassy glide, of course, Ogerpon taking neutral damage from that for being part rock type would be enough to secure it. But maybe then you go for a spiky shield, deal a little bit more all-valuable chip. But Yosuke, down to the final two Pokemon here.
Yes, and we'll finally get to see what that fourth and final Pokemon is in the back. It is, of course, going to be that Calyrex Ice Rider. And some trainers do opt to sometimes leave their restricted on the bench, but not in this particular match. It's going to be able to now apply pressure to two grass types on the field. That Icy Wind as well that the Flutter Mane was able to get off earlier, I think could pay off really strongly here, lowering the speed of these Pokemon that Calyrex, depending on how it's been trained, we have seen them be that kind of hybrid variant trained to be better in speed control, could give it the edge. So a nice adjustment by Ida here, bringing in the Basculegion.
Whatever move this Basculegion locks into, it could still reset it because you have 3 Pokemon for Eden. You could switch it out and back in. Grassy Glide was going into that Ogerpon to try and secure the knockout. Eden deciding, well, a little bit of chip damage, I don't mind too much, but certainly will do in the face of this Calyrex's Glacial Lance coming out now. Is that just going to be a free boost onto the Calyrex? Yes. Of course it is. That Chilling Nade going off. Basculegion and Kyogre locked onto the field, so you also cannot reset this raid now.
You need to calm down, Calyrex. You're getting too many Chilling Nades here in this Swiss round 6.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, I have to say as well, this has been an unfortunate turn here for Eden. The Basculegion is in a position where, I was about to say, no, Kyogre can come back onto the field. It's great. It's the Shining Star bringing the rain onto the field to help this Basculegion out now. It's going to be the speediest thing on the field thanks to the Swift Sprint ability, and it can apply pressure to something like that Cornerstone Ogerpon, but you still have to contend with this Calyrex.
Yeah, and just, again, hope that some Origin Pulses connect here, because the Kyogre is Terra Grass, is now weak to the Calyrex, and Glacial Lance, of course, securing the knockout on the Rillaboom, is already at +1. This game is going to be close, Lou.
I'd almost really like to see a Last Respects going down into that Calyrex, and then obviously just click Origin Pulse. The Spiky Shield comes up again. You fooled the Rillaboom twice, but are you going to fool any of the other remaining Pokemon?
Oh,
no! Basculegion did go down into that slot. Unfortunately, not able to pay its Last Respects here. He's going to have to wait a turn or two to do that as the Origin Pulse comes through. Now, even if this does connect onto the Calyrex, it's going to be able to hang on significantly.
It does connect, and the Calyrex down to about a fifth of its HP, or a Trick Room being set up here as well. And with the Basculegion and the Swift Swim, it's locked into its Last Respects, not the Aqua Jet. Seems like Yosuke has found the play that they needed in order to try and secure this game. Trick Room, of course, meaning that the slower Pokemon are going to be moving first.
Particularly considering the fact we've got the Grass Terra Kyogre on the field, that is going to be something that the Calyrex is so happy to throw some Glacial Lances down across at. The Ogerpon as well can just deal some damage to the Basculegion with that Power Whip, because there is no terrestrialization available for Eden on that Pokemon. It is just going to be a prime target for a Power Whip, as long as it's able to connect. I feel like even the Basculegion at this range, thanks to the +1, could even be KO'd to the Glacial Lance.
Yeah, exactly. When the fact that you have the fastest thing on the field becomes a thorn in your side. This Basque Legion going to be moving last in these twisted dimensions. This could be it, trainers. Glacial Lance connecting, super effective into Koga, already boosted. Basque Legion brought down very low indeed. Should be the Ogapon moving next tier as Eden loses their terrestrialization option. It's a team that, you know, minus the Kyogre, minus the restricted option, did so well for them in Stuttgart, but one that has been able to secure the game for them here. Ivy Cudgel into the Basque Legion. It's a 2-0 victory for Yosuke Takiyanagi.
Fantastic to see. Look at that smile on the stage from Yosuke. Congratulations, our winner of our Swiss Round 6 match. And in what style as well. A really cool team coming to the forefront. But I have to say, Eden, I love the choices that they brought. Wasn't quite Eden's match in this particular occasion, but it was nice to see Kyogre on that stage.
They're both having a laugh together, trainers, and that's what it's all about. We're here to have fun. We're playing Pokemon. We're playing a game. Let's enjoy ourselves. Yes, the stakes are high, but the fun is even greater than that.
Yes, and of course, one of these amazing things with the undefeated record is you're getting closer and closer to having that advantage going into day 2 of the competition as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's something that's so crucial going through the competition to have as good a record as you possibly can have in order to give yourself the highest possible chance of getting your place into our top cut that will be happening tomorrow. I mean, it feels like we haven't just started the day, Lou, but we are heading into the latter stages, our final 2 Swiss rounds of the day, and so these trainers now, you know, it's pretty brutal, they're feeling pretty tired, but if anything, these matches mean so much more than the ones earlier on in the day.
But the energy is so alive, and you can see that from our trainers at the end. This match really was such a thriller. The Archaladon that did so well in Game 2 unfortunately was felled early doors in this Game 3, and the Calyrex was just able to shine with these Glacial Lances, KO after KO.
Yeah, and Yosuke, even when it seemed like maybe their back was against the wall, actually was able to turn it in a favorable position there, just knowing their game plans so well. So congratulations to Yosuke, but really, really well played to Eden, of course. You know, some of the timing of when the rain had expired and then setting it back up on the field and the pressure that was coming out. But once again, we saw the Terra Grass and the Koga, which didn't end up working for Eden.
I think, honestly, the Cornerstone Ogapon gave Eden so many problems in that match and just applied the pressure, kind of forcing the terrestrialization to come through. But I think I have to credit Yosuke for is they never fell for it. They never once went for that Power Whip into a Terra Grass Kyogre. I think the Ivy Cudgels were just dealing so much decent neutral damage across the field. It was the consistent and reliable choice because Power Whip can also miss.
Yeah, exactly. And you'd often see the Power Whip rather than a Wood Hammer on the Ogapon Cornerstone, of course, because, yes, it can miss, but if you go for Wood Hammer, you're breaking your own sturdy ability thanks to the recall damage from that move. So Ogapon, you know, ordinarily able to take at least one attack and stick around on the field would not be the case with that Wood Hammer. So, you know, these are the trade-offs that these trainers have to consider. But again, huge congratulations to Yosuke.
And I want to credit the Fluttermane as well and Yusuke's team because Fluttermane was one of those Pokemon that when it first got unleashed into our Pokemon matches, it just really took the world by storm. It was everywhere. It was top of the usage stats forever. At the minute, it's kind of been brought down a little bit. It's more kind of middling when it comes to those supportive Pokemon outside of the restricted, because in a restricted format, because its defenses are not so strong, it can sometimes leave itself a little bit vulnerable. But it's really nice being able to see it with that fairy typing apply so much pressure with the terrestrialization as well, being able to allow it to use its phenomenal special attack stat to really wreak havoc on the field.
Hey, even though that was a speed booster energy Fluttermane there, you can see how much damage it was causing, bolstered, of course, by the Fairy Terror. So then, Swiss round 6 done and dusted. 2 more to go on this day. And, you know, all of the matches we've featured so far have been absolutely thrilling. I cannot wait to see what we've got in store, trainers, reaching the business end of day 1 at the European International Championships. So make sure you're sticking around.
That's the thing. We're really running through the tournament at this point, and it's really nice to be able to see the trainers that are making it closer and closer to going into day 2 with that undefeated record as well. I feel like it's time, though, to hear from maybe someone who knows what it's like to be undefeated, and let's kick it to the interview.
Thank you so much. I am here with Yosuke Takiyanagi after a great on-stream victory, now getting a spot in day 2. Great match, great victory. How are you feeling about that match?
試合勝っておめでとうございます。で、今はどういう感じでしょうか。
とりあえずこの EUIC という場所に来て Day 2に出ることは、最低限の自分の目標ではあったので、一旦落ち着いてよかったっていう気持ちです。
He said since coming to EUIC, he has gotten day 2, which makes him feel a bit more rested right now. Yeah.
That's great to hear, and congratulations on day 2. You also had a recent really good record at the Global Challenge, top 32, with Kyogre. Why did you decide a different Pokemon into this event?
で今回の、グローバルチャレンジではカイオーガを使ってトップ32になりましたが、なぜ今回は別の、伝説ポケモンを使ったのでしょうか。
私が使ってたカイオーガはクローズチームシート用の構築で本当に相手に見えてしまうと勝ちきれない部分があるなと思っていたので、それはより対応力の広い白馬、バトレックスの構築にしました。
So, the Kyogre that he used during the Global Challenge has been modified for a closed team sheet environment. So he chose a more rounded Calyrex Ice this time for his legendary Pokemon.
I mean, the choice has definitely been a good one so far. Now, day 2 of the competition, you say you feel rested. How are you feeling then going into tomorrow, looking to try and get top 4 in an invite?
明日の D2 に関しては、今の状態はどう思いますでしょうか。
今は、自分のまず目標が、ベスト4に入ることなんですけれども、そのために、トップカットに残るためにおそらく2敗で頑張らなければいけないということで、それに向けていいスタートが切れているんではないかなと思います。
So he thinks that he has a good start right now because he wanted to get into top 4 for tomorrow. And right now he's in a good position for it.
A great first step for sure. And then last but not least, do you have any shout outs, anyone you want to thank?
で最後に感謝したい人たちはありますでしょうか。
今日本で自分がツイートしたりとか連絡してすぐに試合見るよって言ってくれた皆さんのおかげで、ブリザードランスが9勝に当たったと思っているのでありがとう。
I would like to thank all his friends in Japan for helping him for this way, and thank you all.
Then thank you, congratulations, best of luck for the next matches and tomorrow. As for us, 2 more great matches on the horizon as we're starting to send people into day 2. As for now, back to our casters.
I love seeing that enthusiasm and confidence coming through as well after that victory. They have their eyes set on top 4, and the daylight may be fading here in day 1 of the competition, but there's still a couple more Swiss rounds of action to come.
Yeah, certainly 6-0 heading into day 2 of EIC. That's got to feel good, especially when you made such a long journey across the world to be here. Thanks so much to you again. Thank you so much to all our competitors this weekend for committing to EIC in such fashion. You know, go hard or go home. They've come all the way over to London. Let's give it our best shot.
And it's been record-breaking with the numbers as well.
Yeah.
You know, over 1,200 competitors here for video game, really trying to battle it out on one of those. You know, that is a 5-figure number.
Yeah.
Being able to whittle it down to 1 at the end of Championship Sunday and crown a champion, I think is always mind-blowing.
It's going to be, the excitement is going to be absolutely electric, Lou. But how are our caster predictions shaping up? I feel like
let's
not
take a
too
look.
well.
Let's take a look.
I mean, we just saw Kyogre lose in that previous game. But, I mean, you know, Ben going for ground, and I had to represent Kyogre. I had to represent my Pokemon Sapphire restricted. We talked about Kingdra before. We have seen a few Ditto, a bit of Deja Vu. We have seen a few Ditto, a bit of Deja Vu. Dozo there, of course. I'm going more with that Ting Lu Don Dozo call. We haven't actually seen too much, but Dawei C had such a fantastic showing with it at the recent San Antonio Regional Championship.
I did love that top 4 finish. The synergy with the Ting Lu going for the Sand Tomb and trapping Pokemon in as well was just so beautifully piloted. Diving into my predictions a little bit here, I mean, I've gone for the Terapagos, and I was talking about this earlier because it's one of these restricted that hasn't had the big win yet. And it's good, it's consistent, it's been out there on a couple of the top cuts. It was there in Birmingham, for example, San Juan as well, and also Rio de Janeiro. However, it's not got the #1 because I think it's so hard to pilot. You really often want to run Calm Mind or Substitute, and that requires a lot of setup and quite a hyper-offensive meta. It can be very difficult, but I feel like if there is a stage for a player to pilot it to perfection, it is the international stage. So I'm kind of rooting for it. Don't necessarily know whether it's going to win, but I would love it to see that #1 spot. Incineroar, it's a cat.
True.
It's good at Pokemon, but it's a cat.
I cannot deny that, Lou. It certainly is a cat. I was going to say about Terrapicos, we did see it claim the Japan National Championships in the previous season, but certainly over here
That's true,
in EU and in the NA region as well. As you say, it hasn't got that big win. It nearly did at NAIC, of course, the Choice Specs variant run by Aurelian Sula, but I do think that if Terrapicos does go far in this competition, potentially it's going to be a more offensive one with the Choice Specs or with a Power Herb, for example, so it can get a Meteor Beam off in one go.
Yeah, I've seen it running around seniors and juniors divisions, for example. Maybe that's where it's going to be able to get its victory. But of course, it's one that I'm rooting for. Gastrodon, I'm still rooting for you, but Incineroar, it's on a lot of teams, and I think people will expect that I picked it because it's like a safe choice. I picked it because it's a cat.
Absolutely. We know how you operate, Lou.
Yeah.
Sierra, I got to talk to Sarah about this later. Finally, there's no Slitherwing on this graph, but you do have the present-day form in Volcarona, which is a really good call.
I like to imagine that this is just some kind of graphical glitch, and throughout the day it's going to keep rotating between Iron Moth and Slitherwing, and that's the strat and the play that she's going for.
Yeah, exactly, and that kind of represents, you know, Trick Room versus the Tailwind, future versus the past. And Lee, I've got to have a word with Lee later as well, because, I mean, take away that Blood Nurse Luna, you've just chosen 3 Pokemon from the World Championships winning team last summer, Lee.
Hey, he's playing it safe, and sometimes that's what you need to do to get the victory. And this caster prediction competition is a hot side event here
at
EUIC.
Yeah. You don't want to know what's on the line for us casters here, trainers, but it may or may not involve some forfeits. I'm joking. We all love each other here, but maybe Lou and I will have to brainstorm what we'll have to make the person who has made the worst caster prediction by the end of the weekend do. So something fairly limited, you know, like I don't know, maybe order a meal they don't want at dinner time or something.
Who knows? I mean, the video game things definitely are looking exciting, but trading card game as well have some exciting surprises that are going here at the European International Championships. To celebrate Pokemon Day in 2025, we have got these amazing demo decks. These are fantastic for trainers who are maybe just wanting to get into the competitive sphere and start battling for the very first time.
Let's celebrate Pokemon Day, trainers. That is coming up on Thursday, this coming Thursday, the 27th of February. Love that Sylveon art there, just relaxing amidst the flowers. As someone myself who doesn't know a great deal about the trading card game, I've definitely got my eye on how to get into it. We've got Trading Card Game Pocket, of course, too, to help us newbies get into the game. Make sure you are well aware of what's going down on Pokemon Day for the trading card game.
Also, I love on the demo decks, you've got the Pikachu and the Charizard, probably 2 of the most iconic OG Pokemon are out there. So, you know, there's a favorite for everyone, and Charizard and Pikachu look ready for battle, even if Pikachu really does look like he's just having a fun time, and Charizard's like, I want to battle Pikachu, like, come on.
Yeah. Pikachu just wants to play, but let's move on to our illustration contest for the trading card game. Lou said earlier with Ben, that for alligator art is so iconic. I absolutely love it. I love Totodile, that entire line, love to see that. And Pikachu, that's a pose that we don't often see Pikachu in, but I'll let you take us through that, Lou the Pikachu.
Honestly, I love it, because not only is it a Pikachu and it's so cute yawning and it's just a sleepy little baby, but it also really reminds me of a cat. In that pose when they're scratching their ear, and you know, it is kind of Meowth and Pikachu play this cat and mouse game, and maybe Pikachu's picking up a few tricks.
Yeah, absolutely. Scratching his ear with that foot there. I'm going to keep a tally, Lou, of how many times you're able to link something back to cats. I think we're going to see a lot of it.
Oh, I can do it. If that's a challenge, Charlie, I generously accept.
Yeah, well, fine. Toxtricity, link that to a cat.
Well, look at it. It's got its tongue hanging out, and so, you know, cats need to clean themselves and things like that, and that's what they can do. And Toxtricity looks a little bit like a cat on a hot summer's day.
I'll take that. Yeah. Fair enough, Lou. I'll give that a solid...
That was a stretch, but it works.
I'll give it a solid, like, 5 out of 10.
Okay.
That's a solid 50%.
I start the baseline here so I can impress you later on.
Yeah, take that. Yeah, well, thanks so much, Lou. I think it's time that we have a little bit of breather from all the action going on stage there, trainers. Swiss round 7 and 8 coming up, so make sure you're staying tuned to Pokemon EUIC. Lou, always a pleasure. Trainers, see you soon.
off. And it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While your passion is a fire, always lighting up above. It's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is a fire, always lighting up above. It's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
My name is Pietro Silva, and I'm from Italy.
Pietro looking to try to nab up a new title, a new IC in a new division.
My brother made me start playing. In 2017, I started in the regional of Torino. My first tournament, I was 6 years old. I still remember everything because I never even played Pokémon, so it was really just a game changer for me. In 2018, at my first World Championship, I felt confident on bringing Asnola's team to a simple, and they could play very, very well. This is my third time on being a stream. I was here at my first LAC in 2019, and on my AOC that I won in your division. I was facing another Italian player, Federico Corino, and I had a lot of prepping that day. So it was a kind of difficult match because I had to understand what he will do, but it went smoothly just because of the prep. It's not all skill, it's also sometimes luck based, but skill plays the biggest role, and also preparation. I wasn't so confident of playing this LAC because my prep wasn't so good, and I had to lock my team the day before. So I was really desperate about having a good result here. I played this archetype multiple times in this whole season, so I just changed it up on a way that will fit me perfectly. Well, of course, my very offensive style could really be a problem for more defensive players because it's really difficult to stop me. After that poison on the Rillaboom, I just knew that if I did a certain play, it was always a win, no matter what he did.
Oh my lordy!
So I was so satisfied with myself.
Pietro Nihal Caludora Silva will be your international champion here in Latin America.
But this really shocked me. It's a senior tournament this time, and not juniors. And there's a big jump. I really enjoy how much you have to train to win or place in a good position, because with all this preparation, you really just get satisfied after you win. If you're new to playing Pokemon, you should try just looking at more tournaments and how other people play. Having someone to look up to is really good. I look up, of course, to my brother, because he's really good at the game, and I want to learn from him how he plays so well. Now I'll be having the same numbers as my brother on international wins, and I believe we can keep this up on this competition between ourselves, because we can just keep on winning and maybe even try the World Championship once. For being my second year in seniors, winning Worlds will be incredible.
With a great day of Pokemon action here at EUIC. Some of our trainers have started locking up their spots here in day 2 of the competition, being one step closer to try to make their way to Championship Sunday. I'm Sierra, again out on the floor, this time to give you a quick update on a couple of your favorites and how they're doing throughout the competition. Luca Ceribelli was someone who, I mean, we all know at this point, but you got to see him showcased on stream earlier, still sitting at a 6-0 record with that Miraidon. So congratulations, Luca. Great stuff. We're talking about people that have won stuff. Gavin Michaels, known for a lot of wins, most notably, at least in my memory, OCIC with Rain. 6-0 currently with Kyogre. James Evan was someone who we talked about earlier, and he's also at 6-0 Calyrex Shadow Rider. So we're getting a real mix of all these different restricted Pokemon out here, really showcasing that in this meta, maybe a couple of the pieces that you have on your team are pretty similar. You know, you have your Urshifu, your Incineroar, but really showcasing that any of these restricted Pokemon can and will make a run throughout the competition. Joseph Agarte also on broadcast earlier with Miraidon, 6-0, and not the only Miraidon player as well. It has been one of those restricteds we've seen a little bit more of, and we also have Luca Chiranchi with Miraidon and Gennaro Mateo as well. So a lot of Miraidon out there on the field that are securing the spots in day 2. So if you have a bad Miraidon matchup, be careful in day 2 of that competition. A couple more of the notable players, Kyle Livinghouse, Calyrex Shadow Rider as well at 6-0, Stefan Mott, Kyogre 6-0. Currently, Mao Harada and Davide Moralgia are currently playing both at a 5-0 record, so after that one will get their day 2 spot. As for a couple of other notables, Shohei Kimura and Wolf Glick, of course, world champions here, both 5-1, so one win away from getting their spot in day 2. We're gonna be having a couple more matches today to get that all locked up, so don't go anywhere. A lot of great battles soon.
Thank you, Sierra, for giving us a little bit of a rundown on how the rest of the competition out on the floor is going down. That's the thing, we get to pick some amazing stream matches, but we don't get to see everything out there, so it's nice to be able to get a bit of a snapshot.
It would be nice, wouldn't it? But we've only got 3 days here at EUIC. We've got to get through them somehow. And yeah, you definitely want to be the fly on the wall for some of these matches going on, but there is only 8 rounds that we get to feature. And of course, we are at that point in the tournament now. We've just finished round 6, or round 6 is just sort of wrapping up and concluding, where we have our players that Sierra was calling out that have made it guaranteed into day 2 Swiss.
That's got to be such a good feeling. I mean, you still want to do well in the last couple of rounds here to be able to have that perfect record and make things a bit easier in day 2.
Yeah.
But to know you've made it at this point has got to be a confidence boost going into these last couple of rounds.
Definitely, and it's one of those things where it's like, well, if you've saved your little bit of unlucky games, or you've saved like the matchup that maybe you didn't really want to play to the end of the day, you can sort of wipe the sweat off your brow and just think like, okay, I've got into day 2, step 1 complete, have that ticked off the list, go into day 2 feeling a little bit more confident. Of course, there will be a bunch of players that are 8-0 undefeated. They're going to have the best chance overall at making it into our asymmetrical top cut after the Swiss rounds in day 2. But it doesn't guarantee it. There is still everything to play for. You can't take your foot off the gas for a moment.
You also see sometimes these trainers that in kind of the Swiss rounds do phenomenally well. They maybe go undefeated, and then as soon as they hit the knockout rounds, unfortunately, the luck doesn't go their way, or they hit that one matchup they don't want to touch, and then they get knocked out. And we've seen it a couple of times where, you know, undefeated Swiss rounds looking like, hey, they're going to take the title, and then the knockout rounds have something to say about it.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that's the hard bit of this sort of level of competition. I think that speaks to the form of the players that make it all of the way into our asymmetrical top cut. because if you've gone through 8 rounds of Swiss in day 1, go into day 2, play a bunch of Swiss rounds in day 2, and you're winning consistently, like everybody in that asymmetrical top cut has a good chance. You can't count anyone out of being our international champion, because not only have they brought the right call, not only have they got a comfortable team that they're feeling good with, they're also on form, and form makes a big impact coming into these events.
That's the thing, it's not just the Pokemon, it's also the player at the end of the day, and that's why sometimes you can have literally the same 6 Pokemon and one player will just be better at it than another because of the way that they pilot it and kind of initiate different strategies as they go through. And I think that's one of the lovely things about this game is there's so much variety for so many different trainers, and that's where we get to see not just the same 6 Pokemon all the time, we get to see such a variety. And yes, there are obviously some front runners, ones that are going to be doing better than others, you know, like Gastrodon is doing great, but honestly, the fact that you have such a range in a single restricted format as well, we're seeing a lot of different restricteds out there. It's great, but I want to see some Koraidon. I'm just throwing it out there into the universe. I would personally love to see some Koraidon in our next matches.
I want to see some Groudon.
Some sun would be great. It's February in London.
It's kind of cold here. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's quite warm. We've got the lights beating down on us. It's quite warm here for us, but outside, yeah, in London, I mean, we might have one little bit of sun later in the year, but the rest of the time, it's a little bit more cold and subdued, isn't it?
Yes, walking to and from the venue, you're kind of doing it at a sprint before the rain comes down. But it would be good to see these Pokemon that are actually starting to rise up in usage, such as Groudon and Koraidon. They actually sound really similar. It's a bit of a tongue twister to say together. But I want to actually see what they can do, because at the beginning of the kind of format, a lot of people were counting them out. And, you know, you've got Miraidon that's just so well utilized. Poor Koraidon is kind of the counterpart to that. Wasn't always found in that spotlight, and it is now.
I think you've got to really commit to using those Pokemon. I think when you're looking at some of the restricteds that are just powerful, it's our top 3 in day 1 usage for restricted Pokemon. You've got Calyrex Shadow Rider, one of the fastest Pokemon in the format. Astral Barrage is really powerful. It's going to do a lot of damage straight off the bat. It's got nasty block. Then you've got Calyrex Ice Rider, so difficult to take down. Glacial Lance, really strong. And Miraidon, it's really hard to shut off its damage potential, especially with choice specs. We saw that right from the get-go when Regulation Set G came round the last time. And it's just here to stay because it's so powerful, it's so easy. If you're not going to take one of those really powerful restricted, I think you've got to have a little bit of a justification, whether that's play style, whether it's you just like the Pokemon, whether you think it's particularly well placed in the meta, like Groudon, really good against Miraidon.
Yes,
overall
true.
On balance, it's, you know, a pretty good matchup. And you've got to be thinking about those little things, like what's going to be high in usage, maybe. That could be changing your decision as to why you're not using one of those sort of big 3 that everyone's getting prepared for.
And I think there's still a couple of matches going in that previous Swiss round, so I think now is the perfect time to go and get a cup of tea. You know, get yourself a biscuit as well while you're at it, because that's what you do when you're here in London. And make sure that as we have our little bit of a break, that you come back with that cup of tea ready for the next round. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Let's hear it for Wolf
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C. I first got into Pokemon when I was probably around 5 or 6 years old. I really hated getting my hair cut. And so my mom took me to one of those places where they had TVs for the kids to watch so that they would, you know, sit still and get their hair cut. And they had an episode of Pokemon on, and, you know, my mom and I watched it. I loved it, and I was just obsessed. Like, I had the Pokemon cards, I had, you know, action figures, I had pretty much everything. I eventually was able to play the games when I was a little bit older, and I really fell in love. And yeah, I mean, ever since then, I've just kept playing, and it's just, you know, turned into something so much more than I ever could have expected. When I was in middle school, I found out that you could play Pokemon against other people, and that really got me hooked because I have such a competitive personality. And so I was playing online. There were these forums, and you would go and you'd basically like schedule a battle over Wi-Fi. And you know, on one of these forums, I saw that there was a sub-forum that said real life events, tournaments in real life. And I thought, that sounds cool, so I clicked on it, and I saw that there was one in Chantilly, Virginia, like 30 minutes from where I grew up. And yeah, so I ended up winning that first event, and it kind of snowballed into everything. You know, I think some people, when I talk about, oh, I'm still playing, I've already won Worlds, I've, you know, won every level of tournament, I think some people are like surprised, or they're thinking like, okay, like, well, why? Like, why are you still playing, right? And I think the answer that people expect is something like, I want to be the best ever. I want to be indisputably the best ever. But the truth of the matter is that I really just play because I enjoy it. Like, I really enjoy and appreciate the game, and I love that it's always changing. I love that it makes me feel like I can always change, like I can always be better. The best thing that I've gotten out of Pokemon is my friends. Some of the best people I've met in my entire life are people who I've met through this game, and I really love Pokemon because it gives us a chance to kind of all see each other a couple times a year. You know, none of my friends are really even that close to DC, so being able to come to these events, being able to work with my friends towards a common goal, being able to celebrate their successes, being able to kind of commiserate in their losses, I don't know, it's really meaningful to me. I think the game's also taught me a lot about failure, you know? People look at me and they see like, oh, all the trophies, all the accomplishments, right? But there's a lot more failures than there is victories. It's really hard to kind of truly try to be the best in the world at something, because when you fall short, like, been kind of told pretty directly, you are not good enough, you are not the best. And so one of the best things that I've got out of that is just the ability to cope with failure, to say I tried my best and I wasn't good enough, and I'm okay with that. Well, I mean, I'm a little biased. I think winning Worlds for me will be probably one of my favorite moments from competitive Pokemon history. I think there's lots of other great moments, but personally, if I'm being honest, the fake out Swords Dance play in the finals of my Worlds, it'll always kind of have a special place in my heart.
Wolfie Glick is your 2016 World Champion after so many years of hard work. I can barely stay in my seat right now.
Probably my favorite player is Shoma Honami, the 2015 World Champion. When I watch him play, I feel like he sees the game in just such a completely different way that I do. I just think it's so cool. Aaron Traylor is another one. He just is so willing to break apart the way that the game works at a higher level, and I think he's doing something that nobody else is doing. My starter Pokemon, that's a tough one. My first starter Pokemon was Charmander, but I really like Emboar. He's one of my favorites, so I feel like I have to kind of represent my boy. My goal every season is to win Worlds, just plain and simple. It's a lofty goal. It's one that I've achieved before. It's also one that I failed much more than I've achieved. And barring that, I would love to see one of my friends win the World Championship.
Well, I hope, trainers, that you did manage to go and get a cup of tea, grab a biscuit, because we're back here at EUIC. If you've just joined us, of course, I am Ben Kiriakou, and joined here on the desk, of course, by the wonderful, the lovely Lou at Josh Cromie.
This time you gave me the fabulous introduction.
Yeah.
I like, this is teamwork at its finest. Absolutely a masterclass there, Ben. And what a tournament we are having as well. We're now at the stage where a lot of trainers have kind of locked in their day 2 in that undefeated record, so they're going to be feeling confident going through the rest of day 1.
And we've had a lot of great moments on stream already. We've had matches so far that could have been a finals, and we're just getting to the end of day 1. We've still got a couple of Swiss rounds left to go before we'll know who has made it into our day 2 Swiss to fight for the opportunity to get into that top cup bracket. So looking back a little bit on today, Lou, tell me, what's been some of the highlights for you? What's been standing out?
I think I really enjoyed seeing Yosuke's Cornerstone Ogerpon, because I forgot that you existed for a moment there, you know, and particularly with all the merchandise around Wellspring Ogerpon here at EUIC, I was just a little bit like surprised to see it, but it actually put on such a formidable show. And unfortunately for Eden, you know, it forced that Kyogre to keep going for the grass terrestrialization, and then it didn't really work out. So it was nice to see the offensive pressure that the maybe lesser picked Ogerpon can actually do on the field. What about yourself?
Yeah, it's a really nice call, actually. Do you know, I'm going to continue your Cornerstone Ogerpon for just a moment, because there was a moment in the round before, I think it was round 5, where we saw Cornerstone Ogerpon actually go for its Terra. And I was like, that never happened.
Yeah, with like the waves, it looks really cool.
You don't get to see it very often. It got a defense boost, which had absolutely no relevance to the match whatsoever, but it was just able to bring that cudgel out and just bonk Alandorus and be able to pick up a one-hit knockout. And that was a really cool moment, doing something that probably wasn't really theorized in the run-up to this event.
Yeah.
But actually, like, in the moment, seeing players make those sort of calls and just be like, hang on a second, don't do this very often, but this is the thing that I need to do right now to win the match.
Exactly, and I am a lover of Ogerpon, and it's been really, really good so far in this tournament. The Half Flame Mask as well, in that match that we saw between Gabriel Agati and Luca Cerabelli, the critical hit coming through from the Ogerpon at the right moment.
Yeah.
Literally, if it didn't do that, it would have been a completely different outcome. Was great to see there.
Yeah, it's like, coming into this event, we've seen so much Ogerpon Half Flame from a lot of players. Like, the Tangag that were in San Antonio, they were both rocking that Ogerpon Half Flame, and they were talking a little bit online about how their team was constructed, and it was a little bit different. Like, it was really defensively orientated rather than the more fast, speedy, powerful Ogerpon Half Flames that we've come to sort of really expect from most teams. And seeing that, using that fire typing a little bit differently, using the ability to follow me as a little bit more of a pivot, get into Trick Room, and it's like, hey, I'm fast and offensive now.
Well, one Pokemon I also really want to see if it's out there is Jumpluff, because Jumpluff has been a Pokemon...
I thought that was going somewhere completely different there, Lou. I really did.
Did you think I was going to say Gastrodon, Ben?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, okay, I fooled ya. Got one over on Ben Kiriakou. It's live.
Well done.
But back to Jumpluff, because it's one of these Pokemon, obviously it won LAIC with Marco Silva, but then it does have this good synergy with Groudon, you know, a team that Joseph Ugarte, I think, really pioneered. And it is, you know, one of our giveaways here, and it's doing well not only in video game, but it's also doing incredibly well over on Pokemon Go. So when it comes to EUIC, I feel like Jumpluff has a lot of pressure to perform.
It's one of those Pokemon that I think if Jumpluff didn't learn Sleep Powder, it wouldn't really be considered in a lot of places. But like Amoonguss, the value of putting Pokemon to sleep scales a lot with the power level of the format. And when you bring in these restricted Pokemon, you're like, hey, if I get a couple of turns when I don't have to take an Astral Barrage or a Glacial Lance, it's like, yeah, I kind of take that. Like that's kind of feels like it's good for me. And so having those abilities to be just really fast, putting that pressure, that status pressure onto your opponent early doors, especially boosted up Chlorophyll ability from the Jumpluff, Groudon setting up the sun, or Koraidon setting up the sun, and being able to make it super, super speedy, usually carries a Covert Cloak, and then if you play defensively, it's just going to turn around and like click the Encore button and stop you in your tracks.
I remember catching a shiny one of the Jumpluffs when I was on Cornelia Street, and it was really great to be able to get it.
This is the pink one, right?
Yes, and it's so cute. And I was able to catch it in Pokemon Go and then, you know, get it into my Pokemon video game as well. So it is there in a Pokemon box ready to be put onto a competitive team.
I love that. Absolutely. Yeah, if you ever see Lou at the next event, maybe a local, maybe something else.
I like sun teams. I like
Could
weather
be.
teams generally, and I feel like, you know, we're seeing Kyogre not doing too well at the moment, but it's definitely not a Pokemon you can count out.
Actually, I'm really glad you mentioned that, Lou, because Kyogre's one of the Pokemon that we were expecting to see maybe a little bit more of coming into the UIC.
Particularly in Europe.
Yeah, definitely. It's been so prevalent. I mean, Oliver Escalin's been doing so well on an absolute tear, both in the World Championships last year and, of course, in the Birmingham Regional Championships just a few weeks ago. Being able to pilot it so well and so consistently. I think a lot of players have picked up Kyogre as an option for them to run. We're seeing a couple of little bits of variation in there. I know I heard some players like debating whether Roaring Moon or Iron Jugulus in that sort of common archetype that Oliver was running is the better choice. But there's also a little bit more variation. We saw Eden Bachelor just last round playing a Basculegion on an Archaludon. Lee and I were sitting backstage watching that match. We were like, hang on a second. Like, if you just took the Kyogre out and put a Pelipper in, this would be Regulation H.
That's true, actually. You can sometimes see where archetypes have kind of been developed from. But Kyogre, again, you know, it recently won the San Juan Regionals with Hunter Braun bringing it. And on that team, there was the Roaring Moon variant. Like you say, there's a little bit of debate. So it has this proven consistency and has done well just before this tournament. But at the tournament itself so far, it hasn't quite found its spot.
Well, let's see which trainers have found their spot. We've got a little bit of a preview of the standings going into round 7. Lou, take it away.
Honestly, love to see this. Josh Bullivant there in 6-0, as well as Kyle Livinghouse, Jamie Keane, Luca Chianti, and Mao Harada. I could keep going, but I'm going to let you do a few more.
I mean, JJ
all these 6-0s.
I think, like...
I didn't quite realize they kept going when I started this and ran out of air.
There's quite a few players playing this weekend, Lou. I don't know,
Okay, maths is not my strong point. We established this.
We did establish. And do you know what? Fair play. I can't say any more for myself. But yeah, we've got so many 6-0 players. All 16 of our players here have reached a 6-0 record. These players have guaranteed their spot into day 2. Not necessarily into Top Cut, but they've ticked off the first box over there. And a player that I'm actually, going to shout out here is Jamie Keane, a player from the UK that's been playing quite a while. Played quite a lot of these restricted formats over the years and has been one of those sort of more consistent team builders, playing in the background a little bit. Most notably, I mentioned this earlier on stream, Jamie and Nils Dunlop, our previous EUIC champion, were working together on the team that Nils was able to win the European International Championships with last season. So a little bit of a shout out there to Jamie and seeing his team building prowess really pay off.
Yeah, and he's been a veteran in the competition, has been playing for so many years as well, so it's great to be able to see this good result coming through. I want to talk as well about Stefan Mott there. I know Stefan has had some incredible runs throughout previous tournaments, but I believe at the moment is actually undefeated in games, hasn't dropped a single game during this 6-0 victory.
That's incredible. I mean, the level of competition here is absolutely fierce. And to be able to get 6-0 is one thing, but to be 12-0 in games is definitely another thing.
Yeah, definitely a player to watch. And in the next round as well, there are going to be so many incredible matchups. We can, of course, only bring you one. We're going to be bringing you, oh my goodness, Ben, it's going to be Justin Tang versus Tomoyuki Yoshimura. Oh, this is a good one.
And of course, we've got all of our 6-0s playing as well in our notable matchups. Gavin Michael, Stefan Mott, James Evans, Joseph Ugarte, Paul Chua, Davide Carrera, Wolf Glick versus Marco Silva at 5-1. I mean, these players still have another opportunity afterwards, but that is a real match. I mean, these players have played. They played in regional championships where Wolf was able to win with a Kingdra.
Was it Wolfie Con Perish was
Wolfie
coined?
Con Perish.
That was the storyline that was so strong at Toronto, I believe it was. Just amazing to be able to see that they're facing down again against each other. Also, Gavin Michaels and Stefan Mott. Gavin Michaels, an international champion at Oceania a previous couple of seasons ago, running that kind of rain team, which was the Palafin that was able to Pala win for him in that match. And Stefan Mott, again, we were just talking about having an incredible tournament so far as a regional champion as well himself.
Versing up against Gavin Michaels, who's Oceania International Championship from a few years ago. So, yeah, I mean, these notable matches are absolutely insane. But we can only feature one, and it is our winning in versus Justin and Tomoyuki.
Yeah, honestly, I'm so excited to be able to watch Justin Tang battle. He's just come off a fantastic win at the San Antonio Regional Championships, his 3rd regional title. And we were talking earlier, I can't remember if it was with you or with Charlie. It was one of the distinguished gentlemen I get the pleasure of casting with this weekend.
Well, toodaloo.
Oh, well, there we go. But he had won his 1st and 2nd regionals almost back-to-back. Very, very early doors for him as a, you know, rookie trainer, let's say. And now that he's kind of had a few more years of experience, you can see that he was a little bit nervous that he wasn't getting that win again.
Yeah.
And he wanted to kind of prove that he had that consistency, and to be able to get it at such a stacked tournament and such a unique regulation, I think was incredible to see. You could see how much it meant to him against one of his, you know, good pals, his testing partner with the same team as well. Like, you couldn't make it up.
And it could have been either of them that got the win. I mean, they worked together. That is like, it's the nicest place to meet your friend, right?
Yes.
If you're going to meet your friend, you want to meet them in the finals. And, you know, that's kind of bittersweet in many respects, but at least you know that one of the Tangs is going to win. And you're going to be happy for yourself if you win, but you're going to be happy for your friend if they win.
I think it was Wolf Glick said something along those lines where he kind of said your friends' wins feel like your wins as well. And their losses, you feel their losses too, because you've gone through this team building together and you know the practice and the effort and the passion that it takes to get to that final. So yes, even you might lose, but you're so happy for your friend that they've got that victory, and you can still celebrate that moment.
Exactly. And that is the nice thing about that validation, not just being able to win another regional championships, which is fantastic on its own, but that validation that the preparation that you're both putting in is working as effectively as you want. And that's like a real nice confidence boost going into these big international events where you do have this mix of meta games. You do have lots of players from around the world playing at the top of their game. Players that are finding their form, players that maybe you don't recognize or don't play in your home region. And you've got to kind of figure those things out on the fly. The preparation that you put into a regional championships is slightly different to what you put into an international.
And I want to know if Justin is going to rock with those same 6 that he won the regional with. I mean, it was a very interesting team. Calyrex, Ice Rider, kind of running that hybrid variant. You had the Roaring Moon with Tailwind. Then obviously you have Trick Human Utility with the Amoonguss on there as well to provide that support. So it kind of gave him so many flexible options. And I wonder if you're going to stick with that team. I mean, it clearly works in this regulation.
You know what? I think in our players to watch, we've seen Justin Tang's team.
Yeah.
Tang's team?
Justin's team.
Justin's team. And it is that same archetype that he's running this weekend. But that's not to say that it's exactly the same composition.
Some little changes could have been made.
Little bits of tweaks, a little bit of changes. And I think that's one of the really exciting things about how the metagame develops over time. Because even when you look at Luca Ceribelli's world-winning team, he's running the same Pokemon, but there is some little changes here and there under the hood that make a difference to how it's played. And especially with Luca Ceribelli losing against his own team and then deciding to bring it this weekend, I think that's like one of the best reasons to keep running that tried and tested thing.
Well, clearly it's good, right? You know, not only did you win Worlds with it, but then it's also giving you a hard time, so it's a little bit like, okay, this is the team that's going to be there, and who better to pilot it than me? You know?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to seeing how these trainers are going to pit themselves up against each other because, you know, one more win is all either of these trainers need to guarantee their spot into Day 2 Swiss. But it's not just guaranteeing your spot in Day 2 Swiss. You do, as we were talking about a little bit earlier, you do want to make that Day 2 Swiss just that little bit easier to get towards our asymmetrical top cut. So these are, even though you'd probably say Justin or Tomoyuki would be likely to win one of their next 2 matches, it's not guaranteed. So the player that isn't able to make it through with a win this round has got to play on the bubble for the last round. It's really difficult, but then you're also kind of playing on the bubble in Day 2 as well, and that's not something that you necessarily want to be putting yourself in a position. Not that you necessarily have a choice in the matter. You know, you can only play the best Pokemon you can. But you want to be doing everything that you can to be putting yourselves in the best possible situation.
Exactly, and Tomoyuki, again, another veteran of the competition, was able to top 4 the World Championships in 2017. So again, has years of wisdom, years of experience on Justin Tang when it comes to competitive Pokemon. In 2022, was also able to get World's Top 32. So there's a lot of consistency when it comes to the world stage, the international stage for Tomoyuki as well. So that's something that Justin has to contend with when it kind of comes to getting into the mindset of the opposing player.
It's worth noting, of course, that our Japanese players that have come over to play at the European International Championships have a slightly different qualification circuit than we do over in EU or NA or in Latin America. They have a slightly different system, and so when a lot of our Japanese players compete, a lot of the time it's because they've qualified in their own region, then they play on the international stage, sometimes for the first time in the season against all of our players, and they've got to pit what they've been doing in their own region up against the rest of the players out there. So coming to these international events early and playing in a different circuit with a different set of rules, with a slightly different set of qualification structures, you get a lot more practice going into something like the World Championships.
Yeah, that's
true. Really, really valuable for them. So I think it's a great experience for them, and also great for us that we get to see how the Japanese metagame. It's usually something that we look at, right?
It's very interesting.
Let's get some ideas. They're great team builders. Quite amusing on our players to watch there. We had some players featured from the APAC region that were running European teams.
Well,
and it goes the other way around sometimes, you know.
Yeah, sometimes that's
nice.
the way.
But like, it's really nice to see how these sort of metagames really collide coming in here.
But I think you make a valid point as well about getting the experience on the international stage, because particularly when you've got trainers that you haven't battled against, and maybe there's different styles and archetypes that you can prep against all you want, it's so different when you're sitting down against an opponent after a long day of competition. So I think that makes a very, very valid observation that if you can get that experience not only battling in a format that, you know, might be similar to the World Championship format, and being able to test yourselves and your skills against all these other veterans from around the globe, it can give you that advantage if you qualify for Worlds and then are obviously able to compete.
And of course, you can just get ideas as well.
Yeah, that's so true.
It's one of the best ways playing in these, even if it's just a local competition or a regional competition or an international, it doesn't matter. You're going to play a bunch of players out there that are all approaching the game in a slightly different way, and you can get a real good idea at some things that you can take home. And trainers, we're going to be taking home some inspiration from Justin and Tomoyuki here. They're sitting down on the stage, getting ready to get into Swiss Round 7 here at EUIC.
And our fantastic judging team have been able to find a little bit of some conversation amongst these trainers. And Justin, you know, he's bringing the same team, he's excited, but Tomoyuki says he's particularly excited to be able to play against Justin. And I feel like when, you know, you've seen someone very recently in this format win, maybe someone that you've taken a little bit of inspiration from before, it's always nice to play against these veterans, because particularly if you can beat them, that's always something that no one can take away from you. And also, if you don't get the victory, it's still a fantastic experience to play against a champion.
And even just an opportunity to chat to people that you haven't been able to get to meet yet, or maybe you'd only run into online. It's a really great opportunity. There he is, Justin Tang, no strangers to the competitive stage here, running that tried and tested Calyrex Ice Rider Amoonguss, Landorus Urshifu, Ogerpon, and Roaring Moon.
This is one thing I'd love to see as an adaptation, is the taunt coming through on these Urshifus. It's a really, really good way to shut down opposing Amoonguss and opposing setup on Pokemon like the Calyrex Shadow Rider, for example. But coming into this particular matchup, I would worry about a few Pokemon on Tomoyuki's side. Justin, however, I love the kind of teamship you've got here between Pokemon like the Landorus and the Amoonguss.
And this fast and slow mode that you were talking about earlier, being able to go for the Trick Room, get a Amoonguss in next to it, maybe support the Calyrex going for the Trick Room, getting it up, being able to launch Glacial Lances into your opponent while Amoonguss is putting Pokemon to sleep. It can be quite frustrating to play against in some ways if that is able to be getting up. But also, if you want to play the fast mode, you've got the Roaring Moon. It can set the Tailwind up. That Ogerpon, if it's still running the same as Justin's San Antonio team, is a little bit more on the defensive side. So maybe able to take things like Surging Strikes more effectively and be able to Horn Leech back up. But also, once you get into Trick Room, it's usable. If you get into Tailwind, it's usable. Playing that kind of middle ground rather than this sort of floors and ceilings idea where you have either the fastest Pokemon or the slowest Pokemon.
I feel like the Tailwind on Roaring Moon is going to be really critical in this particular match. When you take a look at Tomoyuki's side, for example, there isn't really there's no Tailwind on that side, and the only speed control I can really see is the Electro Web on Raging Bolt, for example. You have a Choice Scarf as well on the Chi-Yu, but if Justin's able to get the Tailwind up and the momentum on his side of the field, then he can start steamrolling through some of Tomoyuki's team.
Potentially, yeah. I think the biggest thing that Tomoyuki has in their favor is the fact that there is a Zamazenta on their team.
Yes.
And Zamazenta does really quite well into Calyrex because it gets that Dauntless Shield defense boost when it lands on the board, but it also has that support in Wide Guard. Both it can do big body press damage, but it can also stop those Glacial Lances in their tracks. And we saw a similar matchup to this earlier in the day. We'll have to see if this matchup goes even similar, because there is a few differences in what Tomoyuki has opted for. Most notably, that Electro Web speed control on the Raging Bolt could come into play here, but also the Amoonguss having Sludge Bomb rather than Pollen Puff. And so it's not going to be able to heal up that Assault Vest Raging Bolt or the Zamazenta.
I also love just the synergy of Chi-Yu and Fluttermane. It is a tried and tested combination, but particularly with the Choice Scarf on that Chi-Yu, it can apply so much offensive pressure very early on. Whether it's a Snarl to lower some of the special attackers' offensive pressure, or just purely an Overheat to really put that Calyrex in check, or even an Amoonguss if it wants to make an appearance, it can be so formidable, and the Fluttermane can follow up beautifully with something like a Moonblast here.
And the Chi-Yu being Choice Scarf is something that we're seeing find a lot of popularity, especially with the Terra Ghost. It's not susceptible to fake out. It's able to put that offensive pressure, as you say, on early doors. And especially something that you mentioned the last time we saw this sort of archetype, you've got this Chi-Yu and Chen Pao.
Yeah.
So you can make sure you're boosting whatever damage is most appropriate for you, depending on the situation.
Yes, and you see the Shadow Ball as well on there. That's kind of dropped off in the past, but on Zamazenta teams, it's so important because sometimes Zamazenta forces a Ghost Terror on the other side, and you need that Shadow Ball to get some fast offensive coverage. But doesn't look like we're going to have to worry about that too much in this match. But speaking of fast and offensive, we have got some phenomenal Pokemon on the field. It's going to be that Ogerpon with the Calyrex Ice Rider against the Chi-Yu and the Zamazenta. Both restricteds are in play.
So a lot of offensive pressure coming out early doors from Tomoyuki, trying to take advantage of the body press that it's boosted up by the Dauntless Shield defense boost on Zamazenta, and Chen Pao getting its sort of ruin on the field. Of course, neither Pokemon on Tomoyuki's side is going to worry too much about the damage that the Calyrex is going to be able to do this turn. But the Ogerpon, of course, if it is trained defensively like Justin's San Antonio team, is going to be able to take a hit really well.
Yeah, Chi-Yu, you know, playing a dangerous game right now because the Calyrex and the Ogerpon can also benefit from that Sword of Ruin defense drop that is in play. That's going to be able to help out their physical attacks, but not today for the Ogerpon. It's going to be able to go for that spiky shield, play a little bit defensively. As the Ice Core Crash will come through, this will connect now onto the Fairy type Calyrex. It's going to take a little bit more damage than usual, but critically that Fairy Terror type helping out the body press, doing not a lot of damage. There is the flinch. Okay, that's the critical thing. The Ice Core Crash getting the flinch. Wow.
And this is one of the adaptations that we're seeing a little bit after Justin was able to win San Antonio, is that this Zamazenta is playing Heavy Slam, where a lot of them have been opting to change to a Behemoth Bash because of Terra Fairy Calyrex Ice Rider, where Heavy Slam doesn't do much damage because Calyrex Ice Rider is a pretty heavy Pokemon. But Behemoth Bash does a lot more to it. So Justin really taking advantage of that in turn one and using the Terra Fairy on Calyrex to his advantage, but Body Press just doing a little bit too much damage, or more than Justin probably wanted.
The Ogerpon here able to draw in all these single target attacks, able to take the crunch from this Chi and Pao, and the follow-up coming through. This is going to be able to get the knockout. That's unfortunate here for Justin. I think you want to keep your Ogerpon in play because it can apply so much damage with a Fire-type Ivy Cudgel. Calyrex, however, is able to get that Trick Room off, and I feel like, yes, you have lost your Ogerpon, but it was worth the risk to be able to get your Trick Room in. This is where now Amoonguss can come into play, Urshifu as well. If it is built that more defensively and slower, bulkier type, then it could shine in this Trick Room environment.
And it gives the Zamazenta a little bit of a room to pause, because if you go for the Terra Dragon to make sure that you're not taking critical hit or neutral critical hit damage from the Surging Strikes, especially boosted up by that Chen Pao, then you're going to be weak to a Glacial Lance. So there's some decisions for both of these trainers to run with, but it's definitely fair to say that Tomoyuki has got the better end of this early game. A little bit with that flinch, but also putting on that offensive pressure right from the get-go.
Yeah, the Calyrex getting out of there just doesn't want to leave itself vulnerable, and Amoonguss, definitely the #1 Trick Room Pokemon, is now in play. Chi-Yu very speedy, wants to make sure that its Focus Sash is able to stay intact as well. Adapts off the field, and hey, there's another Amoonguss in Trick Room. We've seen that before.
I think we have. And also this Amoonguss is carrying the Rocky Helmet. So one thing that Justin might be tempted to do is try to target down the Focus Sash Chen Pao with Surging Strikes and take it down in 3 hits.
Yes.
but then swapping it out into Amoonguss, baiting that, getting the Rocky Helmet chip damage onto the Surging Strikes if it goes that way, but also covering for that water-type coverage with the Terra Dragon.
Really nice getting the taunt down onto that Amoonguss. The Terra Dragon coming through, even though there was the Calyrex on the field, you might think, oh, dangerous, but the White Guard able to cover from an Glacial Lancers and also would have enabled that Amoonguss to come in without taking damage, but couldn't stop it from taking the taunt.
Now this Amoonguss actually is a little bit dangerous in this scenario. It can go for a Sludge Bomb, and Sludge Bomb damage is really going to add up over time because the Urshifu isn't going to be able to do loads of damage with its only Water-type coverage against the now Dragon-type Zamazenta. And yeah, okay, Justin's going to be able to put it to sleep if he wants to go for that. But unless you have some good offensive pressure on the field in that Calyrex, you kind of need to be worried that that Zamazenta is going to have a lot of time to have its nap and then wake up when you least want it to.
And Tomoyuki as well has a couple of decisions to make here. The Zamazenta is going to go to sleep. I was wondering if you maybe wanted to try and protect and stall out some more of these Trick Room turns, but instead, Urshifu and the Amoonguss just really zoning in on that restricted Pokemon. As you can see, however, the Surging Strike's really not doing too much damage. That Dragon typing and also just the fact that it is a defensive Pokemon anyway is really helping out here. But it has gone to sleep. It is going to be taking a little bit of a nap here. The Amoonguss on the opposing side for Tomoyuki, though, has the utility to try and get that Sludge Bomb off.
And it did quite a lot of damage. I think like 3 Sludge Bombs especially, it's got a pretty good chance to go for a poison as well. So if a second Sludge Bomb was able to get the poison onto the Urshifu, then that could make a little bit of a difference here. And also the Calyrex is a Terra Fairy. It's not a safe switch in. That Sludge Bomb is actually looking really dangerous for sort of pinning Amoonguss and Urshifu onto the field. If Tomoyuki is able to target that Sludge Bomb properly, if Justin is thinking to bring in the Calyrex to put pressure onto the sleeping Zamazenta and gets a Sludge Bomb to the face, it's not going to be a nice feeling for Justin.
I think you've identified it, though. The Calyrex needs to be on the field now because it can apply super effective damage to both these Pokemon. It can deal with the Amoonguss, which the other Pokemon really cannot do without having to take Rocky Helmet damage as the Urshifu. And at the same time, you want to deal damage to that Dragon type while it is asleep. It can't Wide Guard. Beautiful Pollen Puff play here to give it a little bit more HP to keep it on the field. But the Sludge Bomb comes through. That's going to negate that Pollen Puff.
Look at that damage.
And also, it's going to wake up here. The Heavy Slam's going to come through into the Amoonguss, however. That would have been almost nice to see it go into the Fairy type, but I guess the weight isn't as instrumental here.
And Amoonguss shakes off the taunt now. So the Calyrex is on the field. It's kind of got in as quickly as it can for Justin. You know, props for him to get the Amoonguss going for the Pollen Puff, and that maybe speaks to the training of Justin and Tomoyuki's Amoonguss. We'll have to see if the speed orders of those Pokemon change as we go through to see if it's a little bit of a speed tie situation there. But, you know, when you see that much damage from Sludge Bomb on an Amoonguss to a Calyrex, I mean, it does give you room to think.
Yes, and the Calyrex now in a position where it does want to try and get damage off, but Wide Guard is back on the board. That Zamazenta has woken up, so if it wants to get damage safely and consistently, it's going to have to go for the high horsepower instead. The Pollen Puff on that slow Amoonguss on Justin Tank's side is going to be able to give Calyrex the HP it needs once again.
There he is.
But instead of the poison, it's going to be the Spore coming through. This time the Calyrex cannot evade.
And it goes to sleep there, of course, because the Amoonguss did go for the Pollen Puff. There isn't any chance that this Zamazenta is going to fall asleep, and this follow-up Heavy Slam into the Amoonguss puts it in KO range for another one. And I wouldn't be worried at all if I was Tomoyuki here about the Amoonguss being the main damage-dealing choice against that Calyrex, because Zamazenta can just go ahead next turn and Wide Guard away the Glacial Lance to protect the Amoonguss on Tomoyuki's side, while the Sludge Bomb is dealing the damage that you need. As soon as Tomoyuki is able to pick up the knockout on Justin's Amoonguss, there isn't going to be any HP recovery possible for the Calyrex, and so it causes quite a difficult endgame for Justin here.
And the Trick Room has expired as well, so the Zamazenta back in the driving seat was trying to go for the body press into the Amoonguss, but of course, really nice defensive play here by Justin, as Calyrex is able to wake up. They're not sleeping here on the UIC stage, as the Glacial Lance will connect. This is going to do super effective damage into both the Pokemon, but actually they're able to hang on here. Sludge Bomb is going to come through into Calyrex. A significant chunk of damage, but again, Calyrex is still in the game. That Amoonguss is going to have to try and Spore it to put it back to sleep, but it's slow again now outside of Trick Room.
Yeah, this is not really what Tomoyuki wanted, but this is the window into the game that Justin really needed. Calyrex is has the lights beaming down, and it can't take a kip at this point in the tournament. Justin's managed to get the damage that he needs both onto the Amoonguss, but more importantly onto the Zamazenta, I think. Putting it in range where a couple of Surging Strikes might be enough to be able to pick up the KO here. Especially important since that Zamazenta has been on the field right since the start of the game and still has that defense boost.
I was about to say, if you're Justin, you need to get rid of the opposing Amoonguss ASAP, or else it's going to switch out and use this Regenerator ability, and that's exactly what it's done here now. It can pop into the back because there are all 4 remaining Pokemon on Tomoyuki's side. Chien-Pao's going to join the field. That's going to lower the defenses as well, make them more vulnerable to these physical attacks, and Amoonguss gets felled on Justin's side, leaving him with the 2 remaining Pokemon of this Calyrex and the Urshifu. No Wide Guard coming through, of course, so this will enable the Glacial Lance to pick up the KO, but I think it was critical to then force Justin into the last 2 Pokemon here, so I think it was a good trade.
Yeah, I think that's the trade that you really need to make, and it's something that Justin and other players that we've seen playing Calyrex have been doing quite a lot this weekend already. Just don't hit the Trick Room button. Glacial Lance is going to do the work that you need it to. Calyrex is going to be able to hang on to, because it's such a bulky Pokemon, and the extra value that you get from just going for the attack, breaking the Chien-Pao Focus Sash and putting it a little bit closer, maybe into Aqua Jet ranges.
That's
that could
true,
be something that could be important in this end game. Of course, the Amoonguss now coming in back here has got that little bit more HP. And because the Calyrex is a fairy type, Tomoyuki can't rely on that Crunch or Sucker Punch to be able to do damage to it. It's got to rely on Chien-Pao's Icicle Crash, which 1, isn't 100% accurate, but 2, possibly isn't even in range, this Calyrex, of an Icicle Crash knocking it out.
But that Amoonguss as well is forcing both these Pokemon to go on the offensive. You need to go for that Glacial Lance to deal with the Amoonguss, otherwise it's simply going to put you to sleep. Urshifu wants to go for those Surging Strikes, but it cannot go into the Amoonguss thanks to the Rocky Helmet, so it's kind of left to deal with the opposing Chien-Pao. The Amoonguss actually protects here. I feel like it knows it's not going to be the target of the Urshifu, so doesn't have to worry about Unseen Fist, as the Icicle Crash was going down into the Fairy Calyrex there. So a really nice defensive play, allowing the Urshifu to actually try and go for the taunt here. So again, a great defensive play on Tomoyuki's side. The protects were really well played here, Ben.
Okay, yeah, definitely. I was wondering whether or not Urshifu was going to risk going for a Surging Strikes, but that Rage Powder was just so telegraphed here. But I think Tomoyuki was doing a really nice thing there, trying to set up the Calyrex for something else to be able to knock it out, because there is no redirectors, there's no fake outs left, and of course Tomoyuki does have 1 more Pokemon in the back that he can take advantage of, and that's what Amoonguss is going to be switching on into.
Yeah, Amoonguss once again just using this Regenerator ability to give it more longevity in this game. As the Chi-Yu joins the field, the 4th and final Pokemon, another Treasure of Ruin duo here out front and center. The Icicle Crash will connect this time onto that Calyrex, not enough to be able to get the knockout, however, and the taunt will now find its mark onto the Chi-Yu. It's a fantastic adjustment from Tomoyuki. This is Choice Scarf, so it doesn't even have any status moves to go for, as the Glacial Lance will follow up. This will be able to get the knockout on the Chien-Pao, and actually does a huge amount of damage to the Chi-Yu as well.
Getting a chilling Neigh boost as well. If this Amoonguss wasn't scared before, it
better be now.
But this Choice Scarf Chi-Yu coming onto the field, it's the perfect Pokemon to bring in for Tomoyuki. You can understand there why Justin was not budging from using that taunt, because if that move goes wrong, then you can be in all sorts of trouble against an Amoonguss. If you go for a Surging Strikes and you get Rage Powdered, then your Urshifu is taking a lot of recoil damage for not a lot of gain there. And then the Chi-Yu in the back is probably in a pretty good situation. Now Chi-Yu coming in is going to put a lot of pressure on, and Amoonguss comes in without any taunt pressure whatsoever, so it can just redirect this first attack, redirect an Aqua Jet, redirect a Surging Strikes, redirect a taunt, while Chi-Yu is going to try to get the knockout. I think the key here is that if the Calyrex is able to protect itself this turn, then a taunt can go off this turn. Chi-Yu's going to struggle to knock out the Urshifu, and then an Aqua Jet can take out the Chi-Yu.
Well, there's no redirection coming through there. It's just going to be the Heat Wave connecting down onto the Urshifu, not doing a huge amount of damage, and the taunt is able to find its mark onto the Amoonguss here.
Let's see what the Amoonguss is going for. It is going to be the Sludge Bomb, and it's enough to pick up the knockout onto this Urshifu. What a call there from Tomoyuki.
Yeah, really bold play, actually. Like I was almost thinking the Aqua Jet's so obvious into that opposing Chi-Yu that you kind of have to go for the redirection, but this Amoonguss is not messing around. It's been really the offensive variant this tournament. You know, it's taken those taunts, going for these Sludge Bombs, so game 1 is going to go to Tomoyuki and that Amoonguss.
It takes a really strong trainer to have the dedication, especially when you're going up against a trainer that you know is so good. To be able to make that call in an end game, it's like, well, if the Aqua Jet goes off and the redirection happens, that's pretty bad for Justin, but if the taunt goes off and the Aqua Jet doesn't happen and the redirection doesn't happen, instead the Sludge Bomb happens, well, yeah, that's really bad for Justin there, and vice versa, Tomoyuki can get that completely wrong and find himself in all sorts of trouble. So yeah, that end game was so close, and it really does come down to those mind games.
And I really like the way Chi-Yu was kind of left right until the end, and it came in as that kind of classic end game sweeper, applying pressure with the heat wave for the double damage onto the opposing side. It wasn't dealing a significant amount, but the fact that it had that pressure and the support utility that Amoonguss was able to give it just meant Tomoyuki was able to close out the game. But I like that it spent so much of that much unrevealed.
Yeah, and just holding it in the back. Here's that flinch in the early game from game one. Justin just getting a little bit of struggling to get off to a good start there in the match. He absolutely pulled it back, played so well in getting into Trick Room, just being able to get his Calyrex woken up. Not that Justin was, saying, wake up, Calyrex, but he was able to, the Calyrex was able to wake up a little bit early and get that offensive pressure on. If it didn't, it could have been a completely different match there. But yeah, now we're going into game two. And I'm just wondering, how does Tomoyuki consistently try to put pressure onto that fairy type Calyrex Ice Rider?
I like the Zamazenta for this play, in the sense that you've got that heavy slam, you can apply some decent damage, and it's not so much about the Calyrex. So the Zamazenta, yes, the body presses aren't going to do anything if it becomes a fairy type, that's fair. But what I like about the Zamazenta is it can pick off some of the other Pokemon as well. That's kind of where, the end of your sentence there caught me off guard. But it's really where I think it can apply a lot of pressure with those body presses, particularly as body presses damage obviously increases the more defensive capabilities you've got. If you're able to get that kind of really positioned, I think it's going to be nice to get some clean KOs. But Chi-Yu, for me, is going to be the Pokemon to take it.
Well, it's going to be coming out on the field, turn one, but we got a switch up here as well from Justin Tang, bringing that Roaring Moon mode, going for the more fast and offensive option that he has available to him. Of course, the Roaring Moon is part Dark type, and part Dragon type, so while it's feeling pretty good against a Chi-Yu, it's not going to enjoy staring down a Zamazenta with the ability to go for a body press.
But I like the pressure that you can start going for a Tailwind and switching up the modes here, because I feel like in game one, Trick Room was a bit detrimental for Justin because it allowed the opposing Amoonguss to also play quite strongly in that board state. So this way you're kind of taking away that strength of Amoonguss and you can decide the speed terms.
Yeah, I like that call out actually. It could be. I think the question for me is whether or not Tomoyuki wants to attack down into this Roaring Moon, try to sort of trade the Tailwind for a knockout and sort of play the game from there. I think wisely starting off this turn by bringing the Chi-Yu back out in favor of the Amoonguss and just, not having it sitting in front of an Urshifu Rapid Strike.
It is going to be a Terrestrialization on that Roaring Moon. It's turning into the Flying type, which I think is the most popular Terra type that Roaring Moon has. It gives you that extra same type attack bonus to something like an Acrobatics, particularly once your booster energy has been consumed. It just allows you to deal so much damage and is a fantastic way to deal with Amoonguss if it does find its way back into the match. Terrestrialization apiece, though, however, Ben, is going to be that Dragon Zamazenta once again.
I know you like it when we get Sparkly on the field here, Lou.
Yeah.
And we're getting double Sparkly here with Zamazenta. Aqua Jet going into the Amoonguss, and of course it's going to take a little bit of chip damage from that Rocky Helmet. So Urshifu's kind of got a bruised hand right now as Roaring Moon goes for an Acrobatics. It's the double up into that slot, just covering the Amoonguss, switch in, and Regenerator is going to be a big deal, but that's a lot of damage to get down onto the Amoonguss.
Yeah, I really like that play. If the Chi-Yu had stayed in, the Aqua Jet would have done a significant chunk of damage, and the follow-up by Acrobatics, I think, would have got the KO. And even though the Amoonguss came into play, it really came in and suffered a lot of damage. And Justin's in a position where he hasn't lost either Pokemon yet.
But I think this damage onto the Urshifu could actually be really critical to Tomoyuki's game plan. Once this Urshifu is taken care of, that Chi-Yu is looking much better. And with the Roaring Moon already going for its Terrestrialization, it could be a case that if Calyrex is in the back, the heat waves and the overheats are looking really, really strong for that Chi-Yu.
Yes, and I think that's nice that it's in the back, snug and safe away for maybe the endgame situation. If, for example, that Roaring Moon had gone for the Tailwind, then you don't want your Choice Scarf Pokemon to be outplayed. Aquajet will come through, do a little bit of chip onto that opposing Zamazenta, maybe covering for a potential switch in here, as the knockoff will be able to get the KO onto that Amoonguss. And this is a sigh of relief for Justin. The Amoonguss was really a thorn in his side the whole way through game 1, and now it is gone. You don't have to contend with it.
And no redirection as well is a really big deal. Heavy Slam going into the Roaring Moon. This is where Behemoth Bash would be doing significantly more damage because Roaring Moon is a heavier Pokemon as well. And of course, Heavy Slam is determined in its power based on the relative weight of the two Pokemon.
And with these Titans on the field, that weight can sometimes be a bit too easily distributed for Tomoyuki's liking here. But at least there's still some significant damage, putting Roaring Moon into maybe the KO range of something coming in from the back. Even something like that Chi-Yu, you know, it is now a flying type. Chi-Yu bringing the Beads of Ruin ability onto the field can use that to its advantage.
But the Chen Pao could also use...
There's a better option.
Yeah, take it a little bit more to the advantage. I mean, you have to worry a little bit about that sort of Ruin ability helping the two physical attackers on Justin's side. But I think the ability to go just straight up with a Sucker Punch and put some pressure on with Zamazenta is really critical in this situation. And because the Roaring Moon is no longer a Dark type, it no longer resists a Sucker Punch, and probably with that Heavy Slam is in KO range right now.
Yes, the Roaring Moon maybe has to consider if it wants to go for a status effect here, like the Tailwind, so that it doesn't have to contend with that Sucker Punch. Urshifu's certainly not wanting to play around with it, so goes for the Detect, but of course it's going to fail here, the Sucker Punch, because Roaring Moon did go for that Tailwind. So regardless of the target here, no offensive pressure coming through from Justin's side, therefore Sucker Punch will fail. Body Press is, very surprisingly going to be able to get the knockout here, despite not being very effective.
Sword of Ruin playing a big factor in the extra damage there. Yeah, sometimes Body Press comes out and like, that just did too much damage.
Yes, absolutely savage, but it's great to see in a way because Justin did what he wanted to do with that Roaring Moon, got the Tailwind up. This is going to help out the Urshifu, and Amoonguss being on the field with that redirection to stop Sucker Punch from getting up to too many shenanigans does give him a bit of momentum.
But of course, the Chen Paos in most cases, even though they're carrying a Focus Sash, and the Focus Sash is kind of taken up by stopping those one-hit knockouts. The fact that Justin is running Mystic Water on the Urshifu does make it likely that Urshifu's Surging Strikes is going to be able to pick up the KO in 3 hits, where usually Surging Chen Paos are trained just very slightly defensively, just to change that damage calculation on Surging Strikes and not be able to pick up the knockout. This is where Mystic Water really does come in clutch, and could make this Chen Pao under a lot more pressure than otherwise it would.
Well, let's see the pressure that the Amoonguss has to bear first of all. It's drawing in all those attacks, forces the Sucker Punch to fail. Justin looking relieved at that here as the Surging Strikes will come through and connect.
Close.
Is indeed going to be close. Looks like a bulky Chen Pao, but as you mentioned, the Mystic Water might be able to pay off, but it is going to come right down to the wire. That third critical hit, able to get the knockout. Justin very happy with how this turn is played out, regardless of what the Zamazenta wants to do.
And the Amoonguss, having gone for a Rage Powder, redirected that Sucker Punch. A call there, Justin popping off a little bit, making that call correctly. Heavy Slam, though, doing a good amount of damage into the Amoonguss. And it will come down to this Chi-Yu and Zamazenta. But Zamazenta's got a bit of an uphill battle because the Chi-Yu is carrying a Choice Scarf. The Zamazenta's already used the Terra option for Tomoyuki. So Justin's Urshifu is going to be outspeeding the Chi-Yu and going to be able to pick up the knockout on it pretty easily. The question is what's that last Pokemon in the back? Because Amoonguss is not known for doing loads of damage to Zamazenta. The Zamazenta is now resisting the 2 Water-type moves on the Urshifu. And yeah, like the Pokemon in the back is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting here.
Well, I feel like the Urshifu's got a really clean KO onto that Chi-Yu. It doesn't have the capability to protect, being that choice Pokemon. And then if the Amoonguss maybe puts the Zamazenta to sleep, then even if it is a bit of an uphill climb, you will be able to just keep whittling away at that Zamazenta and just remove it from the game. Amoonguss even has the capability to even switch out, reset itself with the Regenerator ability, just to keep maybe putting that Zamazenta to sleep.
And put the Pollen Puff as capability onto Justin's side of the field as well.
Yes.
Well, here is the KO coming out from this Chi-Yu. Easy knockout there. Heavy Slam into the Amoonguss, but we already saw it did less than 50%, so maybe a critical hit could have helped Tomoyuki out in this situation, but it wasn't to be. Amoonguss hanging on and going for the Spore, so now Zamazenta has its guaranteed turn of sleep.
And this is not going to do a lot, these Surging Strikes, but there's a cheeky Pokemon in the back there in the form of that Landorus Incarnate that's going to be able to hit the opposing Zamazenta on the special attacking side of things. You know, being able to hit with something like the Earth Power, Sunset Storm, Sludge Bomb, any of these attacks really are just going to be able to hit it on the side that it's not so defensively bulky in.
Surging Strikes going into the Zamazenta, and yeah, okay, it's kind of tickling the Zamazenta there. A little bit of a free turn pet there going on. Good job, Zamazenta, being able to shrug that off. Of course, it's going to take its guaranteed turn of sleep, and now it has the opportunity to wake up. Tailwind petering out could be a little bit of a deal here, but unless the Zamazenta is able to wake up, attack into the Landorus and maybe try to get a critical hit. The Landorus, boosted by the Life Orb, boosted by the Sheer Force, Earth Power into that Zamazenta is not going to be able to pick up the KO here, but the Surging Strike follow-up looks like it is.
This was a really nice positioning by Justin, switching out that Amoonguss and bringing the Landorus in because you needed that offensive pressure. You said so yourself, Ben, Amoonguss is not known for it, so this was a perfect way for Justin to clean up Game 2 and force a Game 3. I love to see this coming through. Justin had a little bit of a derailment in that Game 1. It was very difficult for him to kind of come back from the Icicle Crash. Flinch, that's it. Yep. I was like, oh, I'm going to get the word order messed up here. And he was able to do it really, really well, actually bringing Tomoyuki very close in that Game 1. In Game 2, it felt like he was really in command. I loved the switch up of that Roaring Moon, the fact that you had the acrobatics pressure, and then most critically, the Tailwind pressure that then was utilized at the perfect time. Going down, bringing in your sweepers, I think was beautifully played.
The one thing that we didn't call out in that match is that Roaring Moon came over the restricted Pokemon in Calyrex.
That's a really valid point.
Right?
It's so big, I just kind of thought it was a restricted for a second there.
You know,
it duped me.
It's a strong Pokemon, like, don't get me wrong. And I think that's a bold decision to be able to choose, especially when Roaring Moon kind of struggles a little bit against Zamazenta.
Yeah.
Good against the other Pokemon on the team, and we saw how effective that was in the early game where the Acrobatics, Terra Flying went into the Amoonguss and kind of put Tomoyuki under that early pressure. And Justin was able to kind of steamroll from there. You called it out in the game, Lou. Trade the Roaring Moon for a Tailwind, and then play from there.
I think it's actually very logical when you think about the Calyrex not being there, because in Game 1, it really struggled with the wide guard, and even when it was able to connect on the Zamazenta, it wasn't getting the KO thanks to its defensive capabilities. The Amoonguss as well, it wasn't quite able to get the damage from, and I feel like the only reason to bring your Calyrex is to deal with that Amoonguss.
Yeah.
So then switching it up and bringing the Roaring Moon that can also apply pressure with Acrobatics, for example, but then also hold its own with that Tailwind was a risky, but a correct play.
Yeah, I think like working out how important it is to knock out an Amoonguss is something that all of our trainers really have to think about. I mean, Amoonguss is pretty high up in the usage charts for day 1 at EUIC, so it's definitely something that a lot of trainers will have a lot of experience playing against. But again, it's the value of putting a Pokemon to sleep is so determined by what Pokemon you're putting to sleep, and that Zamazenta was on Tomoyuki's side, like, it went to sleep for a little while too long, and wasn't able to put the damage on the board that it really wanted to.
But it wasn't like Game 1 where it woke up quite quickly, you know?
Yeah,
in
exactly.
Game 2, it's been a long day and it's got a long set to go through, but now that we're in Game 3, it's really about getting that last little bit of energy and putting it on the line, because you want to keep your record here.
Here we go.
Chien-Pao and Zamazenta versus down against the Landorus and the Ogerpon. I love to see the Ogerpon here. It can apply so much pressure with a Fiery Ivy Cudgel into the Chien-Pao, into the Amoonguss, and, you know, unless it turns into that Dragon Zamazenta, it's also going to be a threat.
But I think the mind game here of whether or not the Earth Power or the Sunset Storm is locked into here is also a big deal, because this Ogerpon, we know from San Antonio, has been more defensively orientated, able to redirect attacks with the Follow Me, and that gives Landorus quite a lot of free reign where Chien-Pao and Zamazenta, neither of them have any spread damage, so a Follow Me can be really detrimental to Tomoyuki, where Landorus is able to, instead of coming in the end game and being able to Earth Power the Zamazenta, well, hey, you know what? Why don't I just do it turn 1?
Yeah, if you can get that damage on early doors, then the game really is yours to start rolling through. And we're going to see Terrestrializations happen early on as well. This is something that's been very consistent throughout this set, particularly on this Zamazenta, wanting to drop its typing, turning into the Dragon typing, and as you said, it really is a critical play to be making in this match.
All right, let's see if we're going to see a wide guard. Are we going to see a Sunset Storm or an Earth Power, Lou? Let's see. We're going to see a Protect here coming in from the Chien-Pao and stopping it from taking any damage. There's the Follow Me from the Ogerpon, redirecting any attacks away from that Landorus, most notably the Ice-type damage from the Chien-Pao. Body press, not enough to pick up the KO, but it's no wide guard and a Sanseer Storm coming out here.
Yes, able to use the Landorus to not be in fear of that wide guard and get some decent damage down onto the opposing Zamazenta. You obviously still have to contend with the wide guard going into the next turn. This Landorus is a life orb variant, so it does have the flexibility to switch up its moves. It could always try and go for something like the Earth Power now. But the critical thing is that Focus Sash is still intact on that Chien-Pao, though. It didn't want to play those games in that turn 1, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it maybe leave the field in this turn 2.
I see, like, you see these situations turn after turn after turn. You still got the follow me in play. The Chien-Pao is the fastest Pokemon on the field, so the Ogerpon is still protecting the Landorus from the most important coverage move that Chien-Pao is going to be going for in that Icicle Crash. But then the Zamazenta is not going to be able to pick up a KO on Landorus here. So do you go all in on the no wide guard like Tomoyuki's doing this turn, or do you try and switch things up?
Well, the Icicle Crash will get the KO on the Ogerpon that really has been playing that more bulky, supportive choice here, as the Body Press will now find its mark down onto the Landorus. It is a flying type, though, so it's not going to be very effective, but it's still significant. The critical hit definitely putting a spanner in the works here, as the Landorus will break that Focus Sash with the Earth Power. But I feel like it would have been a nice situation to go for that Sanseer Storm. You would have got the same result on the Chien-Pao with breaking the Sash, but also still started getting more damage onto that Zamazenta.
You know, I actually like this breaking the Sash and guaranteeing it with the Earth Power. I think the critical hit actually throws a little bit of a spanner in Justin's game plan, because the Body Press looks like it would have done less than 50% to the Landorus. Landorus doesn't take any recoil from Life Orb because of the sheer force ability, and so you break the Focus Sash, you have Roaring Moon, and we got a sneak preview that Urshifu is in the back. Both of those are able to deal with a Chien-Pao at its Focus Sash pretty effectively, and this allows Landorus to play a little bit differently, or would have allowed it if it was at more than 50% health. Because of the critical hit, Landorus is now potentially in Sucker Punch KO range, which might make it a little bit more difficult for Justin to be able to play into. And it could have had the opportunity to go for an Earth Power into that Zamazenta and knock it out.
The Roaring Moon's in a bit of a dicey position here as well, because it may want to go for its terrestrialization, but then it's still going to be weak to Ice-type attacks. I think Justin's pretty happy to see the Chien-Pao leave the field here if he has indeed made that adjustment here. Instead, we're going to see the Amoonguss, the difficult Pokemon that he's had to contend with, join the field, and now you have to maybe play around the redirection that is going to come down on Tomoyuki's side. The Roaring Moon is going to become that flying variant, just reduce some of the damage it can take from one of those body presses, but we saw in the previous games that it will still do a significant chunk, and it's not going to be safe from taking them repeatedly.
And it's a protect from the Landorus, so just trying to get things going with a Roaring Moon on Justin's side, get that acrobatics down, target that into the Chien-Pao. This is such a great move here. Critical hit as well. These players going tit for tat. Roaring Moon, of course, taking a little bit of Rocky Helmet chip, but the most important thing is that Amoonguss is gone down.
That is exactly the play that this Roaring Moon needed to make. Fantastic adjustment there from Justin, being able to get rid of that Amoonguss as soon as it joined the field. You no longer have to contend with that redirection, potential spores, and the terrestrialization meant that the Body Slam wasn't, the Body Press wasn't going to be able to get the KO on your Roaring Moon. It cannot take a second one, though, judging by these calculations. So if you want to hit that Tailwind button, you've got to try and hit it fast. But if Chien-Pao rejoins the field, then both these Pokemon on Justin's side are threatened by that Chien-Pao. I feel like even though you got the KO on the Amoonguss, that's great. The Chien-Pao is still in play, and that's detrimental for Justin.
But the Chien-Pao can only target one Pokemon at a time, and I think both of these trainers have got to identify both what's the most likely thing to target or what's the most important thing to target, and then say, well, hang on a second, I don't really want to target that slot because it's kind of telegraphed. But I like this. The Fluttermane coming in, getting its booster energy speed boost, so meeting Roaring Moon at the top end of the speed tiers. Fluttermane is naturally capable of being faster than Roaring Moon, so there is no Tailwind on Justin's side, and an Icy Wind can slow that Roaring Moon down to a place where it can get body pressed again. But most notably, this Landorus, because the Roaring Moon has gone for its Terror, cannot go for its Terror itself, and so an Icy Wind would easily knock it out, being quad super effective against that Landorus slot.
Yeah, I think it hurt you, Ben. So it's going for the protect here. It doesn't want to have to take that potential icy wind coming its way. And that's exactly what the Flutter Mane has locked into. It's very sensible, so you can lower the speed and allow the Zamazenta to have the advantage going into the next turn. It will still connect on that Roaring Moon, making sure that even though it was already the faster, it definitely is establishing its dominance here against the Roaring Moon that can retaliate with this acrobatics. It is going to find its mark onto that Flutter Mane. It's not going to be able to get the knockout, however, so Flutter Mane will be here in the next turn to Icy Wind again into that opposing Landorus.
I did wonder if that was going to be a tailwind for Justin trying to set up that speed control where the Flutter Mane isn't able to go for it. You can then put yourself in a position where you can go for a Sandsear Storm. But Justin getting some damage off onto the Flutter Mane really could prove quite detrimental to his game plan, and I think Tomoyuki's got an opportunity to take advantage of this position, go for another Icy Wind. The Roaring Moon, if it switches out, switches back in, another Icy Wind will make sure that it's going to be slower than the Zamazenta on Tomoyuki's side. And so it looks like Tomoyuki's won the sort of speed interaction as long as those Icy Winds connect.
I think you almost did need to play the speed game that Tomoyuki is playing and go for the Tailwind because these Icy Winds are going to come through. The Moonblast, however, is the choice from this Flutter Mane. Doesn't even have to contend with the Landorus.
Don't even risk it.
Exactly. Let's just get this Roaring Moon out of play in case it wants to get that Tailwind up. You know you have the speed advantage, and now you lock that in going into these next couple of turns. The Heavy Slam's going to come through. It will connect down onto this opposing Landorus and get the knockout. And it looks like Tomoyuki has gained so much momentum in this set. The Flutter Mane has really changed the game.
And just going for that guaranteed damage is really a testament to the caliber of trainer that Tomoyuki is. All of that experience coming into the fore and being able to allow him to see those guaranteed game plans that really do pressure what we know is an Urshifu in the back, and it will be Tomoyuki taking the win over Justin Tang and guaranteeing day 2 at EUIC.
I love the adaptation that Tomoyuki made for that game through bringing the Flutter Mane and bringing it in again in the late game. The same way that Chi-Yu was brought in the late game, was able to just have so much momentum and using that Icy Wind to control the speed. And, you know, Justin, maybe in hindsight, that Tailwind could have been beneficial for him, but he still had to contend with the Moonblast and the Icy Winds coming through afterwards.
Do you know what? I really love seeing this. Yeah. Tomoyuki was really pleased to be able to play up against Justin Tang and seeing them have a little chat after the match and both of them smiling away. They had a good game. It was a close game. They both made some really critical calls in the moment and both showed why they deserve to be here at the top tables here at EUIC.
And honestly, kudos to Justin Tang for not bringing his restricted Pokemon in games 2 and 3. Obviously, in game 2, it really worked out for him and was the perfect play. But then I think in game 3, not only benching it, but then bringing that Ogerpon into play. And Ogerpon at the beginning of the game did some good stuff with the redirection, but I actually feel like it needed to also be the offensive pressure that you'd lost from the Calyrex, for example. You needed it to be able to be in a position to go for the Ivy Cudgels, and Tomoyuki, I think, reading into that and just removing it from the field was a really nice strategy from him.
Definitely that early game was a lot of pressure was put onto that Ogerpon to redirect because Landorus is a little bit more, less defensively orientated. It's not able to take those big hits, and instead it's the one that you want to be using to put damage onto the field. But this Roaring Moon, you know, definitely did a lot of work in the match. It put a lot of pressure. It was able to knock out the Amoonguss. It was able to put some damage onto the Flutter Mane. Maybe in another game, it could have been able to set up a Tailwind and set up this Landorus a little bit. But of course, that wasn't to be this time around.
Yes, but it was a thriller of a match to be able to watch. And I feel like a lot of the games I've had the pleasure of witnessing have gone to this Game 3 scenario. Not only does that mean more Pokemon action, but I think it really does highlight the caliber of play from these trainers. Even if they lose Game 1, the information that they glean from that match, they're able to utilize and adapt accordingly. And even though it didn't work out for Justin so much in this match, I think it was still an excellent highlight for trainers at home to see how adaptations can be successful.
And also, I think for watching Tomoyuki play that set, I think it's a real lesson in how to stand your ground when you're maybe in a difficult position, or even if you're not. It's like, I don't have to do anything fancy here. And I think that's the story of Zamazenta that certainly I've seen today, is that you don't have to do anything fancy. You just have to play consistently. Every turn, you're putting that little bit of extra damage on the board. You're putting a little bit more pressure on your opponent. You're using that Chien-Pao's Sword of Ruin to really make up the damage from the Zamazenta. And it's such a difficult Pokemon to remove quickly. I think a lot of these Zamazenta players are really figuring out that actually just lead it turn 1.
Yeah, it'll stay there.
It'll stay there for the whole... And of course, we have to call out that the Dauntless Shield ability has changed in recent memory. And now if you switch it out and switch it back in, you don't get that defense boost. And that's bad defensively and offensively for the body press damage.
Yeah, the synergy kind of drops then. So if you are leading it, as you said, you kind of want to commit to it on the field, and it has the longevity and defensive space to be able to do that. I think one thing that in this match does come through that you just mentioned was about the little bits of damage. Yeah. Even like with the Urshifu using those surging strikes, just kind of whittled away at the opposing Pokemon, and the heavy slams coming through as well, just always put them in KO range. It was good. It
was very good. And you know what? Let's go over to the stage and hear a little bit more from Tomoyuki, because that was a fantastic match. Sierra, take it away.
Hello, thank you guys. I'm here with Tomoyuki after a wonderful match on stream. Congratulations on the win. You're now day 2 of the competition. How are you feeling?
今 D2 に進出しましたが、どういう気持ちになりますか？
とても最高の気分です。本当にこのために来てよかったなと思ってます。
So he feels the greatest, the best right now.
Love to hear that. Love to hear that. And you told our staff beforehand that you're really excited to play up against Justin. I'd love to hear as to why.
さっきはスタッフさんとお伝えしてましたが、ジャスティンさんにお相手してめっちゃ期待していまして、どういう気持ちでしょうか？
リージョナルの配信を見て、とても強いプレイヤー、とても強い構築ということを知っていたので、対戦できるのをとても楽しみにしていました。
So he said that Justin is a very good opponent. He has won many regionals, and he's really honored to play against him.
I mean, you're also a great trainer. We've gotten to see a lot of great stuff from you. And we've gotten to see, even in some of these online tournaments, some strong results with one Pokemon that keeps changing. We get to see the Rillaboom change to a Moltres to a Raging Bolt. So I'd love to know what you are working on with this team and if you think this is the best version of the team for the event.
この前の自主大会の時にチームにパーティーに一つのポケモンがいつも変わっていまして、ファイやタケルライコなどを使っていましたが、なぜ今回はこちらのパーティーにたどり着いたんでしょうか？
グラドン構築や会話構築に対してより強く出られるタケルライコを採用しました。
He said that he tried many different kind of compositions and found that this is the best for him.
I mean, it's definitely been working out great so far. Now you're in day 2. How are you feeling about the rest of the competition, trying to make it to top 4 to Sunday?
今、デイ室進出になりましたが、明日の試合に関してはどういう、考えなんでしょうか？
必ずトップ4を取って世界大会の権利を得たいと思います。
So he will try to do his best tomorrow and see how it goes.
Well, best of luck. Last but not least, any shout outs, anyone you want to thank?
はい、では最後に感謝したい人はありますでしょうか？
そうですね、ちょっと忙しい中、有給をくれた上司に感謝を述べたいと思います。
He would like to thank his good friend, boss. Okay, he would like to thank his friend, boss, and
vacation.
Good. Best of luck. Congratulations on this win. Good luck going on for tomorrow. Congratulations yet again. As for us, we'll be heading to a quick break and after an opportunity to sit in the lounge and talk a little about the event.
Maybe when I was like 7 or 8 on the Game Boy, Fire Red, Leaf Green, that's the first games, and then start from there. Mudkip was my favorite. It's just some guy back from Knoxville. In the competitive scene, I look up a lot to Aaron Zhang. He's just a great content creator, and I think he's just a great face for the community, and he's one of the reasons why I got into VGC. Really, really great guy. Flying after today, the Salamence, so that'd be kind of cool with all the bird types. My favorite Pokemon is Pancham. I always bring him to every event, and he's just kind of there. It's just kind of my persona. So yeah, there he is. My favorite part of Pokemon events is meeting new people and just playing just like new players and just anyone I haven't faced before. It gets like a strong challenge, and it's always great to just meet new people overall. My go-to event snacks will be protein bars. I usually have one on me all the time. They're just very convenient and they're easy to eat. And my Team Rocket? I am not Team Rocket.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah. I'ma go far. I'm a maverick, havoc in my way. Hot stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up through the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple world championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, +3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and then crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
To the Pokemon World Championship 2024. So excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon.
One more round here for day 1 at the European International Championships. The competition here has been amazing so far, but it's slowly coming to a close, and those dreams of trying to make it to day 2 to be one step closer to a Pokemon champion are slowly dashing away for some.
I can't believe it's nearly at the end of day 1.
Yeah.
I mean, I still have so much energy. The energy in the arena is still really intense, because even though, yes, there are some trainers that have already made it through to day 2 with really good records, there are others still within contention, and these kind of winning in matches can be so critical.
And it's so difficult as well, isn't it? When you get to this late stage of the event and everything's on the line, you want to make it to day 2, so you've got an opportunity to play there. It can be so difficult to play on that bubble, especially if you took some maybe early losses and you've been having to play on the bubble all the way up. man, I don't envy those players one bit.
I absolutely do not. So it's like some of the runs where someone's like, I lost my first round, my first 2 rounds, and then had to just be stressed out the entire day. I couldn't do it. Somehow being here on camera is so much like less nerve-wracking than what those players go through, honestly.
I think it's different for everyone though, right? Like I
Yeah.
definitely am with you, Sierra. I like being this side of the desk, I suppose. But there are some trainers out there who actually like that kind of backs against the wall strategy, and it gives them that extra pressure they can react to, and it gives them more momentum. Some trainers, it's completely the other way. They take that one loss and they're like, I'm already out the competition. They check out a little early, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely been on both sides of that fence, and had some tournaments where it's like, hey, yeah, doing really well in the Swiss, and you get to top cut, and it's like, oh, sorry, yeah, not going any further. But then also those times where you do go back against the wall, and it's like, well, you've either got to bring it or go home. That's the end of your tournament life, and you really do want to get, especially on the journey to the World Championships, this EUIC has so many points and prizes on the line. You really want to get as close as you can into that to secure your season.
Well, especially too, to be one of those storied trainers that's able to be taking down the competition to get that title of international champion. It is intense. So we'll have the opportunity to talk about a couple of those players that maybe did have to play back up against the wall the entire day a little bit later. But they still have another round to play. They're not out of the woods yet. But we're going to talk about some notable players that have already secured their spot in day 2 of the competition. Trainers that you know that you'll be seeing here tomorrow. So let's kick off the list. Let's get started with this, because, yeah, if you can get those 6 wins early, you're good. You're set. So,
and there's also trainers that we haven't been able to feature so far today that have this record, so it's nice to be able to highlight them.
100%. And first off, I wanted to try and group this by restricted Pokemon as well, so you can kind of see the difference in how people wanted to be going about this. Luca Ceribelli and Joseph Agarte were 2 trainers that we've already gotten to see on broadcast with the Miraidon, and then Grant here as well, rocking that restricted pick. A very strong one. There is a lot of trainers bringing that Miraidon into this event and doing really well. But I love here, Ben, the differences in these teams, like the little nuanced ones, and where you see the similarities, such as Iron Hands across the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Iron Hands is a clear partner because of the boost that it gets from its Quark Drive, paired with Miraidon setting up the electric terrain. But then what you do with the other 4 Pokemon is definitely up for grabs. Luca Ceribelli taking the run back of the 2024 World Championship winning team that he piloted all the way to the end of the World Championships. Joe also running back his Worlds team that didn't go so well for him, but he's kind of figured out exactly how he wants to play it and is confident in that team archetype. And Grant there just taking a little bit of inspiration, of course, with the Miraidon and the Iron Hands, but then doing something a little bit different with it. And I love seeing that Entei there to be able to put a lot of pressure on the board, but also that Grimmsnarl for the extra support that it offers too.
I also like the utility of prankster Pokemon across these 3 teams. You know, Luca running that Wintercott, able to have some priority speed control with something like the Tailwind, and Joseph and Grant opting more for Pokemon like the Grimmsnarl that still has that prankster ability, but maybe it's more the speed control option with the Thunder Wave to slow things down on the opposing side that has that utility in that team. Got to shout out as well, the Ditto on Joseph's side. I really like that. It's a tech that's been so nice in a single restricted format to be able to try and copy another Pokemon. And hey, if you're in a Miraidon mirror, you might even have 2 Miraidons on your team.
Yeah, I was talking to Joe a little bit earlier today, and he was talking about how it's his Calyrex Shadow answer, where he has that Volcarona, it goes for a Quiver Dance, it gets itself set up, forces the Calyrex to go for a nasty plot, and then, hey look, here's the Ditto going to be copying them and putting pressure back onto them instead.
Yeah, it is a crazy strategy. There's a reason why Ditto made it onto multiple of the caster predictions going into this weekend. It is so good in restricted format. So being able to see it in day 2, I am here for it. I love the Ditto shenanigans.
Plus we get to say like whatever Pokemon actually does make it all the way to the finals. We're like, well, you know, our Ditto is kind of that Pokemon sometimes.
It's the same thing. I don't know if that's how the caster rules work, Ben.
I'm throwing it out there early, all right?
I'm okay with that. I think Ben Point stands over here. There is a couple of other people. I mean, at 7-0, Luca Chianchi also with this Miraidon, paired with like the Chien Pao and other things, and then Kazuki Tamiya as well. And there's a lot of players. Unfortunately, we can't talk about everyone because we do have a show to keep going on with, but a couple of those notables heading into that. But next restricted and our next group of players to be talking about here, Calyrex Shadow Rider. The first time we had Regulation G, Calyrex Shadow Rider was like the nightmare fuel. Everyone's like, oh my goodness, this horse is so strong, it's so fast, it's so crazy.
Yeah, to all the above. And these 3 trainers making their way into day 2 with it.
Definitely. And again, seeing Calyrex Shadow Rider being run slightly different, it's probably one of the more balanced restricteds at the top of the sort of power level. Calyrex Shadow Rider, like, on the face of it, is really difficult to be able to go up against if you don't have a specific answer. But then, of course, the other 5 Pokemon really do make a difference to how it's built. We saw some Calm Mind stuff, but Nasty Plot seems to be the one that's taking the fore here, just setting up as much of that damage boost as possible early doors so you can launch those Astral Barrages into your opponent.
I feel like people are still trying to crack the code on Calyrex Shadow Rider a little bit.
So.
We've seen a lot of variations. You know, there is that Nasty Plot variant running around. Draining Kiss has kind of gone up and down in usage because we do see sometimes that Terra Fairy on that Calyrex, and you can utilize that not only defensively, but with Draining Kiss it can be nice. We see things like the Focus Sash on it, we see the Life Orb on it, Choice Specs even. So there's a whole plethora of options for this Calyrex, and I like the diversity we've got going in here. I want to zoom in a little bit more on Kyle Livinghouse's side, because beside the Calyrex, you have got some really unique Pokemon choices. You've got that classic combination of the Dragonite with the Chi-Empower as well, that really is just a dream partnership with the synergy of maybe a Choice Band on that Dragonite, and then the Sword of Ruin ability lowering the defenses for the Weezing. What is the Weezing doing there, Ben?
I mean, it's turning off abilities. That's what it's doing. That's what it's really there for. But I think that's really important to note, the interaction between neutralizing gas and Calyrex Shadow Rider, where Calyrex maintains its ability, it maintains that Grim Neigh. So if you can turn off your opponent's abilities, like Miraidon, when you go up against it, no electric terrain, going up and boosting up the Miraidon with its Hadron Engine ability. And instead, now that turns into a little bit more favored for Calyrex. So there's a lot of different applications there.
And got to give shout-outs as well to Davide Carrera, as well as Maddie Morgan, locking in their day 2 slots as well with this Calyrex Shadow Rider. We're slowly but surely getting these results in, but awesome to see a little bit more of that representation. And I'd love to see how it's just so built across the board. Now, for a restricted Pokemon and 3 more trainers, this is a restricted Pokemon that if you've been involved in the scene for a while, it has been a menace for a while. And it's interesting to see in this format how, I mean, it's obviously still really strong. Look at this representation here, but sometimes feels like it doesn't quite stack up as much against the other restricteds, but it's still so violent and can catch people off guard.
You can. I mean, again, it's one of those Pokemon that you can build in lots of different ways. I want to call out there Stefan's team actually looking like it's one of those Kyogres that's going for a more fast offensive strategy rather than the more Calm Mind, Stally, Origin Pulse with leftovers options that many other trainers have been running in Regulation Set G. And you get the Tailwind up with Tornadus, usually carrying a Covert Cloak. Then you switch in the Tsarina, its Queenly Majesty stops any form of priority affecting the Kyogre, and you just rain on everybody's parade.
Literally.
Yeah.
Literally.
Quite literally.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, the puns are strong today, I have to say. And honestly, when I think of Kyogre, though, and maybe Kyogre's #1 fan, I have to think of Stefan Mott. It really is a Pokemon he has championed so many times before and is having such strong success with, particularly in this tournament. When you think of Rain, though, you often have to think of Gavin Michaels from OCIC being able to win that international championships with a Rain team. So even though it's not quite the same kind of duo that there was before with Pelipper and Palafin, Kyogre's still a strong choice.
I mean, you're talking about, like, which one do you know for the Rain? They just faced against in this current round,
really?
And Gavin won, so he's reigning supreme over here. Sorry,
we got the puns all weekend, everybody.
I like that. Who needs the Britishisms when we have our play on words over here? Like, I enjoy that.
The Rain is kind of a Britishism, let's be honest.
I guess. But
we like the Rain over here.
I grew up West Coast Canada. You want to talk about rain? Let's talk about the West Coast.
We talk about snow. We talk about snow for Canada, right?
Are you not talking about the VGC player that we just saw? Also doing awesome? No, okay. More players to be watched. That was a U.S. trio there. Like, U.S. has been showing up, but so has Italy. I asked all my predictions of Pokemon to watch if I could just put Italy, and they said no. And I feel like I got robbed because they are showing up and showing out. And it's really interesting, too, when you get those regional differences to see kind of where some of these trends lie. And, I mean, for this trio, it's Terapagos.
Definitely. Terapagos has been one of those Pokemon that, again, I think hasn't really been figured out completely. Yet we haven't seen it have the big finishes that maybe it could have had by this stage. And I think it's one of those Pokemon that, unlike Calyrex Shadow Rider, Calyrex Ice Rider, unlike Miraidon, it's not immediately really powerful right off the bat. You either have to have a choice specs or you get the Carmine boosts going before it can really put a lot of damage or pressure on your opponent's team. And because of that ability of the 5 Pokemon to have to support the Terapagos a little bit more, you have to put a little bit more investment into how you build around it. So I think it's really nice to see it finding its feet here at EUIC and finding a different way to be run, especially seeing those 2 teams running Heatran as well with Francesco and Marco. And we featured Marco on the broadcast right early in day 1 as well, and he was able to get that win, of course.
I mean, I'm delighted with Terapagos, right? I mean, it's on my caster prediction. So if Italy are bringing it, surely it was a good choice.
Oh, I agree. Yeah. Like, I'm not a Terapagos fan, but when I see the list of players that brought it to this event, it's like, I guess I got to get on board. Like, it's doing well. It's doing well.
Yeah, and I'm super proud to see it doing well. As you've mentioned, you know, the way that Team Italy have got this composition has maybe finally enabled it to have that success, because a lot of trainers really struggle with the Carmine and the substitute. Yes, in the occasional match, it's very effective, but to have that in a best of 3 and the longevity throughout an entire tournament is very difficult to do. And, you know, depending on how the supportive Pokemon have helped them out with Rillabooms and Incineroars and things, I think it could be the ticket to victory. My eyes on it.
100%. And that is just a fraction, a couple of the players that we have to watch. Looking at the standings that we have, there's still a couple of restricteds that we haven't been able to talk about. We'll get to those later, but we can talk about a couple of the players. One of those restricted that was missing was that Calyrex Ice Rider, and a couple of really strong players here that are piloting that, notably as well, Joji Aida at that 7-0 record with that as well. Yosuke Takayanagi, who we got to broadcast earlier as well at that Ice Rider. So both undefeated, like the horse be horsing.
It certainly is. And you can see as well, there's only 9 trainers remaining undefeated at this point in the tournament. They've got to be feeling so confident going into day 2. Some other notable names on here as well. Obviously, we've got Francesco Piopero. Then the European scene we've been able to showcase over a couple of regionals, so it's nice to be able to see their progress here. As well as top of that list there, Josh Bullivan, a player that I really want to see, you know, break out maybe more tomorrow.
And using that Calyrex Shadow Rider as well, and having a little bit of a different composition with Dondozo Tatsugiri backing it up as well. I really want to see how Josh has been running that this weekend, because it looks like he's made a few little tweaks to that regular composition that we've seen to give him a little bit more of an advantage, and that's clearly paying off for him.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, someone on the list too, someone that we haven't gotten the opportunity to really talk about throughout this weekend, but we almost did. He was so close. It was Wolf Glick. I know it's definitely someone that we've been keeping our eye on throughout the day, and with that last match up against Marco, nonetheless, being able to take a win. So
they need to stop meeting like this.
I know, right?
And especially with Wolf opting for that Perish Song strategy again, where they met in the finals last time. And yeah, that's the result of that was Wolfie was able to come out on top yet again. But I think it did go to a 3-game set. And I heard that the first game, they were on the feature match on the side streams. It was actually a 0-0 win in game 1 for Wolfie, where there were 4 Pokemon on the field and Perish Trap was the move of choice. All 4 Pokemon fainted at the same time. The last Pokemon to faint was Wolfie's, and he was able to win 0-0, which you don't get to say every day.
Crazy stuff.
Only Wolf could pull that off. And I have to say, I feel for Marco, because he's been having a phenomenal tournament, and then to face down against Wolfie Con Perish once again is the stuff of nightmares.
I just imagine the look.
Just, oh no.
The same video clip of like way back to meeting on the ladder.
Like head in hand.
Yeah, every single time they two meet,
you couldn't make it up. Like
no, some stories like you're like, nah, this is fake. It's scripted at this point. But I mean, we have one more match of the day. We're getting super close, and we're not done with the action quite yet, but I have to ask, but we are waiting for that last round to be finishing up. What's everyone's favorite moment of the day then so far?
It's a really good question. I mean, I love a game 3 situation. And the fact that so many games behind the desk, we've been able to have those players make adjustments and kind of showcase a masterclass to maybe newer trainers at home watching for the first time, how Pokemon can be so well piloted and adjustable as a versatile game. I've really enjoyed. But I also I think the match between Luca Cerabelli and, who was the other player? Gabriele Gatti. And being able to see that end game come through with the Ogerpon, the Half-Flame Ogerpon getting the critical hit, I mean, that's just something that keeps you on the edge of your seat. And both players played so well to bring it so close to that end game, and I love that. That was my highlight.
good.
I'm going to take it a slightly different place because it was just after the match we featured on stream with Justin versus Tomoyuki. And Tomoyuki was saying like how excited they were to be able to play against Justin. Yeah. Then being able to have this really close free game set, be able to take out the win, and it was calls going on the whole way through. Tough. It was so close. But then that little moment just afterwards where they got to have a little chat after they were able to play and they were smiling, each other laughing. Justin wasn't able to get the win. He's playing on the bubble in the last round, but he was still so excited to also be playing against Tomoyuki, and I think that just shows the strength of the community.
That's the cool thing about the international events is that, I mean, normally in your own region, unless somebody is, you know, across the pond, you only really get to play people in your region. So sometimes you get to see those same matchups over and over. But being able to be at an international and actually see these people from around the world, be able to compete against someone that maybe they've watched in the past at a different event. Like, I don't know. It's one of my favorite things that I love about the community. And I'll say, I'll cheat a little, my favorite moment of the day, because there's too many great broadcast moments to name. And also it's been a long day and my brain is fried. But I love being able to walk across like the venue and talk to all these people, whether it's someone who has been attending events for a bit, whether it's people who are competing at, I'm just competing for fun, or it's their first event. Being able to see why everyone loves to come to these events, all the different things that are going on, I think is just wonderful. So it really just shows that it's not just the competitive. We love the competitive. Do not get me wrong. I love that. But there's so much here for absolutely everyone. It warms my heart.
Yeah, and I think we've loved seeing that behind the desk as well. When we kind of see those roaming segments that you have, you can see all these different trainers coming together for different reasons, but they all share that love of Pokemon, and that's what unites everybody in this room, and it's really beautiful to see.
Definitely. I mean, that's what this whole competitive scene is all about, really. It's the community at the heart of everything. And yeah, there's a competition going on. We all love it. We all are interested in what's going on. We especially behind the desk, we get to tell those trainers' stories and watch them succeed and do really, really well. But everybody's here for a good time, and I think that everybody is so enjoying the international stage and what's going on here. There's so many seats there for players to be watching all the action. Like, there's something for everyone.
The only seat they want at the end of the day is to be up there on that stage for championships.
Yeah, right.
No other seat's going to be good enough. And I know we were talking nice and heartwarming and just looking for a good time. We have pairings for round 8. Okay. So for half of these trainers, it is going to be a good time. And for the other half, not so great.
I love this. I love this. Wolf Glick versus Gennaro Matteo. This is going to be an absolutely epic match. I think everybody's excited to see what Wolf is bringing. We've been talking a little bit about this Con Parish storyline. It's nice to see it take to the center stage.
But looking down the list, of course, we have a bunch of our 7-0 trainers that we were able to talk about just a minute ago. Gavin versus Yusuke, Grant versus Joji, Francesco versus Josh. So these are trainers that have made it into Day 2 already, but they're fighting for that Day 2 record, so they've got a better Day 2 for more likelihood of getting into our asymmetrical top cut.
Which is a really good point, because of course we've been focusing on these players we will get to see again, but that is only the first step. Once you show up here tomorrow, I mean, you got more matches to win, and if you're all of a sudden leaving here with 2 losses, that room for error tomorrow gets a lot smaller.
Yeah, it gets more and more difficult with every single match, because also then you get one more step closer to getting that championship title. And these players are fully in contention to do so. And you really want to use the end of Day 1 to make your mark, get that last extra win, to make tomorrow, I don't want to say an easier process, but you can take the...
Not with the trainers out there in the field.
It's not like it's easier, but that pressure comes off a tiny little bit. You have more breathing room, let's say.
Yeah, I was thinking you whittle down to those trainers that have been doing the best, and it's something that I like to talk about, like the form of trainers going in. We know all of the trainers that could definitely do well, but it's about the day, it's about the call that they've made for their teams, it's how they're feeling, if they're playing positive Pokemon, if they're doing the execution that they've trained for on the preparation for EUIC, that really makes the difference. When we whittle all the trainers down to Day 2, just the players that have made it, like, they're all on form, nothing's easy.
No, nothing is for free out here, that is for sure. There's over 1,200 players competing. We have some of the best of the best. And sure, sometimes on the day, you need luck to go your way a little bit. You can't be paired into your auto loss a million rounds in a row. But to be able to consistently see the top trainers time after time make their way into these events. Oh, undefeated into Day 2, or here I am, like, I don't have to worry back against the wall or that nonsense. Like, I'm good. Really showcases like how strong some of the scene is.
I like the breakout stories too as well, because you have the veterans of the competition, trainers that we already know to keep an eye on and are proving their consistency time and time again. But then I always feel like at every internationals, there's a few names that when we jump into day 2, start really rising up, and we then get to know these players and we get to get familiar with their stories as they start carving out their competitive journey. And I always like to see that as the competition goes on, not only obviously who's making it that far, but who the newcomers are that we can keep an eye on for the rest of the season.
It's always so exciting, isn't it, when a trainer comes onto the broadcast and there isn't so many achievements on their list that they can showcase. It's like you're going up against someone that's got maybe multiple regional championships to their name or multiple top cuts in events over years and years and years against this player's like, well, we haven't seen them yet. We haven't seen them make their breakout performance. And that doesn't mean that they're the underdog by any stretch of the imagination, because on the day, their preparation could have been exactly what they needed to get through, and they could be our next international champion.
And I love, too, to see like the differences in everyone's backgrounds for that, because when Justin Tang was that breakout star, there was a lot of Pokemon that he had played, just never in official competitions, right? So like the experience is there, but in a very different way. And you can really see that come to life. And there's a lot of people that maybe are playing at Battle Spot or only just playing in these online competitions, and to be able to see them come out for an event and be able to pop off is crazy. And it's always nice, too, because then you can see like the veterans take on this new wave of talent, but then also how this new talent is going up against these people that they've maybe watched for years. Because like if I had to sit down going up against some of these trainers that I've seen, I wouldn't be able to cope, honestly. I'm already enough of a nervous wreck playing, and I'm sitting down across Wolf Flick.
Yeah.
Nope, absolutely,
GG,
I can't.
Straight away.
Sign the slip.
I mean, those stories, we had at AUIC last year, right? There was Tim Edwards coming up into second place against Nils Dunlop, and it really was this kind of David and Goliath storyline, where you had such a veteran of competition and then someone who was newer to the scene. And I have to say, it was a phenomenal match at the end of the day, and it's really nice to see these breakout performances go the distance to the grand finals.
Everyone has a shot. Again, you know, you make it all the way through all of these stages of competition. Day 1 is not free whatsoever. Day 2 is even harder. Then you get into those knockout rounds, and it doesn't matter what has happened before. Once you're in that knockout stage, if you lose any of your matches, that's it. You're out of the competition. All of the pressure is on, and you've got to just do everything that you can to put yourself in the best situation. One of the things I like to say to people is like, it's just 4 Pokemon. It doesn't matter who's behind them necessarily. You got to knock out 4 Pokemon at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Now that's easier said than done, don't get me wrong. But you know, it does really come down to that.
I always like that you just have to win a match of Pokemon. You won a match of Pokemon before.
Just win.
Yeah, just simply win a match of Pokemon. You can do that. But there is some winning out there, out on the field right now as we're gearing up for our final round of Swiss for the day. And of course, our final round on stage. As for now, it's going to be a good one. So this is your opportunity. Get some popcorn, get a snack, be back here. Quick break before round 8.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking. Victory Road. Where everyone can see. I'll be walking. Victory Road. That I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric.
right there, right there. Just watch me.
I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking, and I'm the best to ever be.
I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be a legend.
I'll be a legend.
Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road.
Victory Road.
I'll be a legend.
Lee, what kind of a dog Pokemon is Dax Bun?
Why have you opened with this?
Purebred. Welcome back, trainers. Charlie Merriman on the desk with Lee Proles. We're going to keep that merriment straight going away. You know that we're featuring Wolf Click. You know we're featuring Gennaro here. We asked the trainers for some thoughts heading into this final Swiss round of day one. And Gennaro telling us that Torkoal is the best Pokemon in the world. Wolf, what did he say, Lee?
Oh, well, let's Wolf con perish.
Wolfie con perish. Iconic! And it's been working so well for Wolf so far in the tournament. And there they are, getting on stage and ready. There is the Perish Trap combination that Wolf is so famous for. Screamtail, Gothitelle, Koraidon, the restricted, into Gennaro's Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, I love the Koraidon build here from Wolf, and it's so classic to some of the Pokemon that he's really great with. You know, that Screamtail, we've seen him have success with that before. The Gothitelle as well, you know, with that trap element. One of the things that we know Wolf for is being able to really pilot that particular mode better than pretty much anyone else, and doing so well coming into this tournament. It's going to be a tough matchup because when you look on paper at the teams, there are ways for Gennaro to really take advantage of the things that Wolf is going to try and do, but we'll cover everything first. We've got the Koraidon, Amoonguss, Incineroar, the Screamtail, Gothitelle, and that Fluttermane.
Fascinating to see the Life Orb on the Koraidon. Is not an item that we commonly see. Is going to be dealing a little bit of recoil damage for every hit that Wolf lands into Gennaro's team. But there it is. Screamtail also with the Encore and Disable as well as the Parasong. It can't deal any damage to Gennaro's team. So if Wolf is left in a situation where it's just the Screamtail on the field versus Gennaro's team, the Wolf loses.
Yeah, that's the thing, and I, in particular, really susceptible to things like Taunt that can really start to shut that down. Otherwise, it is one of those Pokemon that can make the difference between Perish working effectively and not at all. Just because of that booster energy, it's going to be very fast. It's going to have that instant speed boost whenever it enters the field, especially that it's got the kind of backup for when the sun's not present, the booster energy activate. If the sun is present, then the photosynthesis ability will just act on its own, and you'll get that free speed boost anywhere, which is a really nice complementing factor there. Gennaro's team, we've got the Calyrex Shadow Rider, we've got the Clefairy, Chi-Yu, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Rillaboom, and the Tornadus.
Of course, Clefairy on Gennaro's side doing exactly the same thing as Screamtail on Wolf's in terms of not running any damaging moves there. Wolf, a seasoned trainer, we're very familiar with Wolf. Gennaro, first ever day 2. So we have a 10-time regional champion against a player who's really just making their stamp in the metagame, in competitive video game as a whole, right here at EUIC 2025.
Yeah, it's great to be a part and witness these new players when they come in and they get this one of their first really big finishes, especially in such a big field here this weekend at the European Championships. The things that I'd like to point out, the Tornadus could be a big player here. Not only has it got Rain Dance, it's going to be able to use that Prankster ability to get rid of the sun straight away on that Koraidon, make it difficult for the momentum swing from that Pokemon in particular, but the Taunt. Now you look over to Wolf's side of the field and there's the Amoonguss there. It has got a Mental Herb, so it does have that alleviation from the Taunt at least turn 1. But like we've already outlined, that Screamtail going to be very susceptible to the Taunt. And not only that, you've got the Tailwind there, the ability to put all of your Pokemon way ahead of anything that Wolf's trying to do, and that could be the difference in this match in particular. Even if the sun's up, Chi-Yu's going to love the sun. If the rain's up, Urshifu going to like that. And then you've got all of these little issues here on Gennaro's side, and then you've got to worry about that Shadow Rider Calyrex, which is so dangerous, especially if it gets a nasty plot set up.
And it's running Draining Kiss, double super effective into Koraidon. And if it's boosted by those nasty plots, as you say, Lee, healing back, dealing more damage. Let's go, trainers! It's Swiss Round 8 of our European International Championships 2025. Wolfklick versus Gennaro Matteo. Make some noise for your trainers on stage. Let's go out with a bang!
We got Gennaro leading off with the Tornadus and the Calyrex, Shadow Rider and Wolf leading off with the more passive lead of that Incineroar and the Amoonguss. You've got the active Fake Out. You can't go for it into that Tornadus though because of that Covert Cloak item there, and obviously because of the Ghost typing, the Calyrex is going to be unaffected. The Amoonguss has got that Mental Herb, so it isn't going to be affected by the Taunt this turn from the Tornadus if that is what's chosen. So it is an active threat with that Spore, something that Gennaro has to be worried about, has to be prepared for, because both of these targets right now, the Calyrex and the Tornadus, are two targets that do not want to be put to sleep.
Wolf's Incineroar does not have access to a Dark-type move here. It's just the Flare Blitz. So the Calyrex, safer than it would be in the face of an Incineroar ordinarily. It's time to terror already, trainers. The Amoonguss going from a Grass and Poison type to a Dark. So even if it is taunted by the Tornadus, it's not going to work. Terra Dark, of course, that is going to be immune to Prankster boosted moves. Calyrex on Gennaro's side, keeping itself safe.
Yeah, the Protect there just to stay safe this turn. The Rain Dance coming out from the Tornadus, maybe suspecting a switch out to the Koraidon, bringing that onto the field, so trying to catch that out. Wolf not going for that. He is going to go straight for that parting shot into the Tornado slot. There's no Protect there, so you can go for it safely there to pivot out and probably get something in. Can the Koraidon come in onto the field now? Is it the right time? Probably not. Looking at maybe that Fluttermane here in the back and come in and pressure, hovering over that Koraidon though. If that does come in, it's going to get rid of the rain, and it is going to provide a little bit of pressure onto that Tornadus and maybe eat up a turn to allow a switch out, but it is the Fluttermane overall. Better option. Wolf feels coming into this turn, and the Spore, is it into the Tornadus? It's not. It is into the Calyrex.
So we have a little bit of an indication here. Fluttermane does have access to Shadow Ball, as you might be able to see in that brief glimpse there. So that's one way Wolf can cover this Calyrex without the knockoff on the Incineroar. Calyrex really pressured in this situation. Takes double super effective damage from Shadow Ball.
Yeah, and the one thing that you do have to worry about as well is the Fluttermane on Wolf's side does have that Focus Sash, so he's going to be able to take an Astral Barrage. And again, the Amoonguss going for that Terastallization into the Dark type, going to take not very effective damage from the Astral Barrage. It gets rid of the weakness from the Bleakwind Storm as well, so it's sitting in a pretty comfortable position. Doesn't need the Mental Herb to get around the taunt like we've already outlined, because of the Dark typing. The Prankster ability is not going to have any effect at all. Now, on the back of this threat from Wolf's side of the field, we are seeing Terastallization from the Calyrex. It is going to be into that Fairy type.
Fairy type, but is it going to be enough? Calyrex is not the bulkiest of Pokemon. Well, not time to find out in this turn. Fluttermane is just going to keep itself safe. Draining Kiss, boosted by the Terra Fairy. Now super effective into Terra Dark. Amoonguss, just going to be enough for the one-hit KO with a critical hit.
That is a huge critical hit and a massive knockout for Gennaro there, taking down one of the key cornerstones of Wolf's strategy here, and now has that alleviation from the Spore. Not only that, that Grimnir ability activating, getting a +1 to that special attack.
Now, both of these trainers at 6 and 1, they've guaranteed their spot in day 2. But you want to have as many wins as you possibly can to give yourself the best chances of getting into our top cut midway through tomorrow here. So everything on the line. We're just in game 1, of course. Best of 3 set here, but it's time for Wolf's Restricted to hit the field. Rain, rain, go away, come again, another day. Turn on that sun with your Koraidon.
Yeah, and that's a nice way to get it, but the problem is that Tornadus on the opposite side of the field is able to just set that Rain Dance up straight away and get rid of that boost, get rid of the Orichalcum boost from the Koraidon, and it's going to be in a really awkward position where it's not going to have the damage output that you would need. It needs to rely on the Sun to be able to utilize things like that Flare Blitz. Close combat's not going to be effective into the Calyrex, and definitely not into that Tornadus either. So if the Rain Dance does come out, it's going to make things a little bit difficult. The Fluttermane also goes, it loses that Photosynthesis ability as well, and is going to be susceptible to those Astral Barrages despite the Focus Sash that we know it has got access to.
Yeah, we'll be able to take at least 1 attack and hang on with 1 HP. Here comes Incineroar once more. Intimidate not mattering at all in this situation. You got 2 special attackers in front of you on the field. There it is. Tornadus deciding no, time to switch that rain back on. The weather war in Swiss Round 8 of EUIC. I love to see it.
Yeah, and you can kind of see what Wolf's maybe trying to do here with the Koraidon. It's kind of almost not doing anything, but by bringing the Koraidon onto the field and getting that Sun active, you're taking up the slot of what that Tornadus has to do. It's almost forced to go for the Rain Dance here. Yes, and now this next turn, you could potentially see Wolf putting on pressure again by almost pressuring a switch to the Koraidon, because if the Koraidon comes in and you don't Rain Dance, the Photosynthesis ability will activate on the Fluttermane, and that Shadow Ball will then be able to pick up the Calyrex. So it's really one of those mind games where do you commit to it, or do you utilize something like the Incineroar here, go for a Flare Blitz? It's very risky if you do think that Gennaro is going to heavily go for that Rain Dance.
Yeah, Tornadus can just click that button freely. It's something that Wolf is going to want to get rid of as soon as they possibly can. Then just having the ability to just click that as opposed to having to switch out and switch back in, really limiting Wolf's options here.
Yeah, and the Fluttermane in this position as well, without that Photosynthesis boost, this is really now on the Sash, a sitting duck. And obviously if the rain does stay up in the field and you don't see a switch at all, Bleak Windstorm is 100% accurate.
Protect coming out from the Calyrex, scouting out in the face of Wolf's Pokemon. Fake Out targeting down that sort, of course. Now it's not going to be invulnerable to a Fake Out. It's no longer a part Ghost type Pokemon. Just a Tailwind coming out here so that Calyrex can be the fastest horse in the stable. Moonblast connected out as well, so really wise protect here from Gennaro, calling that double up.
Yeah, and a really nice play overall with that Tailwind, not opting for the Rain Dance, because I think the Tailwind just supersedes your Calyrex to the point where even if the Sun comes back onto the field, the Calyrex is still going to be the fastest thing, even after that Photosynthesis boost on the Fluttermane is activated. So you naturally just putting yourself in a position now where you can Astral Barrage, Bleak Windstorm, and pretty reliably even pick up a double up onto that Incineroar, not only that Fluttermane, but it has protected here, Charlie.
Spread moves so crucial in this game, but not going for it, just the Draining Kiss. Wolf's Incineroar is down here, and nice bit of recovery on that Calyrex. It's brought it right back up into the green, and Wolf down 2 Pokemon, just Koraidon and Fluttermane. And the thing is, whilst that Tornadus is still around, can just go for that Rain Dance, but Koraidon, once it hits the field, that's it. Cannot reset this Sun.
Yeah, once it's in, it's locked, and you would think that Gennaro has kind of won that Weather War now because of this, and losing that Amoonguss so early on in this match and the manner that it happened was really detrimental to Wolf, and everything started to kind of fall apart from there. You've got to give a lot of credit to Gennaro for taking the opportunity when it was presented to them, but utilizing the Tornadus in this way and the Calyrex terrestrializing it as well to utilize that Draining Kiss, a really good way to disrupt everything on Wolf's side of the field and making it very difficult for any sort of momentum swing from that side of the field.
Yeah, and with the Koraidon, it's not like you're locked into whichever move you choose here. You do have the Life Orb, as we said before, not the most common item here, so Wolf does have the luxury of switching that up, but there it is. That's the rain coming right out. Fluttermane no longer with its Photosynthesis. Another Astral Barrage connecting down is going to be enough to pick up both of the Pokemon over on Wolf's side of the field, thanks to the boost. And that's that. A very swift, very decisive Game 1 win to Gennaro with all 4 Pokemon remaining. The underdog coming out on top of the top Wolf.
Yeah, just so powerful, that Calyrex with the Life Orb as well. You cannot underestimate it. And with that support from the Tornadus, I think a really clever lead from Gennaro, I think, going into this match and identifying that these 2 Pokemon could be the most disruptive against maybe what we'll see from Wolf, and it came off to a T. It got rid of the Amoonguss maybe a little bit easier. Whether or not it survived, you would imagine it's probably been trained to survive the Draining Kiss. It's not the highest base power move. It was boosted by Terrestrialization. It did have the Life Orb. Super effective. So, you know, you would think it would be able to survive, but it going down there regardless of the situation just made it so impossible and tenable for Wolf to kind of make any sort of comeback there.
It's fantastic to see Gennaro looking so calm on stage in the face of a veteran player like Wolf, and let's hope Gennaro can keep this confidence up. There it is, the super effective Draining Kiss into Terra Dark Amoonguss with the critical hit there. Wonder how crucial that critical hit would have been, but you know, that Amoonguss did go for its Terrestrialization very early in that game, and it didn't end up benefiting Wolf that much.
No, it didn't really at all. And I think in the moment it felt like the right thing to do, because yeah, you get rid of the taunt, you get rid of that flying weakness that you have, and you also have the resistance to the Astral Barrage, which felt at the time like maybe an option we'd see from the Calyrex, but Gennaro not going in feet first, taking their time with their decision making there. And it's going to be difficult, because I think that's the on the forefront of Wolf's mind. How can I get rid of this Tornadus? Because if once I get rid of the Tornadus, I don't need to worry about my Sun being reset. I don't need to worry about the speed control, and I don't need to worry about these taunts. But that's the big thing. Fluttermane is one of the options that he's come out with this game 2 to lead up. Is it going to be enough?
Can that Tornadus go down before it's a thorn in Wolf's paw? Well, looking like, considering the Terra Normal here on the Amoonguss, really nice because that would provide an immunity to Calyrex's Astral Barrages here.
Yeah, the Terra Normal on the Fluttermane, like you say, I think it plays a nice part in being able to sit in front of this Calyrex a little bit longer and maybe start getting that damage onto the Tornadus, and maybe that is what we're going to see. We're going to see a turn 1 Terastallization. Charlie, you called it. It is a Terastallization. It is going to get the jewel on its crown, and it is going to be a normal type, taking away that Astral Barrage weakness.
Yeah, absolutely massive Terra type, especially with the Focus Sash for this Fluttermane here. Calyrex doesn't like the look of that Fluttermane one bit, so Wolf kind of already on a front foot here. Amoonguss taunted, but just going to eat through that mental herb here, but it does mean Amoonguss is susceptible to taunt on successive turns. So is the Fluttermane going to be able to pull something off here and knock out this Tornadus? Not boosted at all. The Moonblast just brings it down low, but no, it's going to be the Amoonguss able to get that Spore off. Crucial turn 1 Locky in that Spore, because on a successive turn, wouldn't have been able to do that.
Yeah, much better turn here for Wolf, and a really good identification to say, okay, well, Tornadus is my target. I need to get rid of it. You've shut it down now with that Spore, so it's going to have a guaranteed sleep turn this next time around, and your Fluttermane in a great position to start pressuring that Calyrex on the opposite side of the field. Now, is it going to have to be forced into Terastallizing itself to get around the Shadow Ball threat? That's the big question. We are seeing the Tornadus leave the field.
That's really interesting because the Tornadus hasn't burnt any turns of sleep yet. It would have to sit on the field like a sitting duck for a while in order to do that. Just another Moonblast, please, served up from Wolf right into the Clefairy, a Pokemon you want to deal with sooner rather than later. So bulky with that Eviolite held item boosting its defenses. Astral Barrage, nothing to the Fluttermane. Amoonguss, it brings it down to about half of its HP here. Decent. You can see the dividends that Life Orb pays.
Yeah, it's incredible. And the Spore coming out, going to put it to sleep now. And the Amoonguss now in that position where Wolf's pretty free to switch it out, activate that Regenerator ability if you would like to, and then just pressure with the Shadow Ball. You don't really need to worry about the Clefairy on the opposite side of the field like we highlighted at the start of the match. It doesn't have any attacking moves, so it can support the Calyrex. You can pull in those single target attacks, but I mean, you don't mind the attacks going on to the Clefairy, because once that's gone, you lose that Friend Guard, and then the Calyrex is also having to take a turn of sleep right now. Cryogon coming onto the field, activating the Sun. The Tornadus isn't there. It's much better from Wolf this time around.
Clefairy cannot dish out any damage. That Cryogon is so much safer than it might initially seem at trainers. Yes, it's got a double weakness to Fairy, but the Clefairy just cannot hit it. Time for Responding Terror over on Gennaro's side of the field. Will be Calyrex once more going for that Terra Fairy just to give it some longevity, try and eke out these turns so it can wake up before it just goes down without achieving anything.
Yeah, the Protect coming out from the Clefairy here. Doesn't want to contend with any damage, wants to stay around on the field for as long as possible. Shadow Ball now coming out into the Calyrex. Not going to be super effective, so a nice Terastallization from Gennaro. Taking that pretty comfortably, but it takes its guaranteed sleep turn. It has a possibility the next time round of waking up, but that Photosynthesis is activated on the Fluttermane. The one thing that you do have beside your Calyrex to protect it a little bit better is that Follow Me alongside the Friend Guard, which gives you that defensive boost.
Yeah, and Koraidon will be retreating, riding back to its trainer around the Velodrome for Incineroar, hitting the field once more, providing an active Fake Out that's going to be effective into both Pokemon. Now Calyrex is no longer a Ghost type. The Intimidate, of course, not mattering in this situation. There's the Follow Me once more, redirecting the attention. Clefairy loves the spotlight that's glistening, that disco ball above its head in the sun. The Moonblast not quite enough to KO like we saw before, but there it is. The Calyrex is going to be staying asleep. That's a guaranteed Fake Out into that slot, unless it wakes up and then goes for a Protect.
Yeah, and the Clefairy now in that awkward position where it will go down to anything coming out. A Fake Out into that slot, it will go down to it. A Moonblast, of course, but the Calyrex does wake up. Is it going to go for a Protect? Yes, that's what it is.
But it's going to be locked into that. That's the thing. That's what we mean by the lock there, trainers. At least you know it's not going to attack. It will just be the double Protect here, though. Heading into the next turn, you burn the option for Fake Out on this one. Just a bit of scouting out so we can see what Wolf was thinking. A Moonblast into the Calyrex there, and Flare Blitz easily enough would have been to KO that Clefairy. If the Calyrex had stayed asleep there, looking pretty good for Wolf in that situation.
Yeah, definitely, and I think the wake up definitely helps Gennaro out. And if you're Wolf in this situation, do you want to leave your Incineroar on the field now? I think it's a bit of a target for the Draining Kiss to allow that Calyrex to get a little bit of health back, and you want to kind of prevent that. Yeah. Maybe bringing in something like the Amoonguss now. You've had that Regenerator activated. It's not going to be effective into that slot, so it does mitigate it and then deal with that Clefairy. The question is, though, are we going to see maybe the Clefairy switch out, or is it going to stay on the field? Because the sooner that Tornadus can come back on the field, the sooner it can wake up. Of course, it has that guaranteed sleep turn. Or do you just allow the Clefairy to be the bait here, get taken down, or if you're Wolf, concentrate down onto that Calyrex, try and get as much damage onto it as possible.
Gennaro, of course, still has all 4 Pokemon remaining as well, but let's not forget that Tornadus is snoozing in the back trainers, having not burned any turns of sleep. There's the Moonblast, picking up the Clefairy. It goes for a Hail Mary, last helping hand in order to boost up this Calyrex's damage output. And it is going to be the Terra boosted, Life Orb boosted, Draining Kiss into the Incineroar slot. Still Incineroar takes on just above half HP, and Calyrex looks like there. It's back up to full.
Yeah, but without those Grimnir boosts, it's not able to do as much damage. The Flare Blitz, I really like this play. The Sun's still active on the field. Now that Redirector has gone, and the burn, Charlie. The extra chip is going to be crucial here to taking it down, but still, even without it, not in a great position, and I love the play of the Flare Blitz. The Sun's still active. There's no way to remove it, so taking advantage of the Incineroar while it was in play to get that Flare Blitz onto the Calyrex was a great choice. And now the Chi-Yu coming out, obviously one of those Pokemon that Gennaro has that can take advantage of this weather that isn't their own.
Yeah, and I mean, that Tornadus, once it switches in, you do have the threat of just clicking at the Rain Dance there. So Wolf, knowing that the Koraidon in the back is so crucial to reset that. Chi-Yu, yes, it's dishing out massive damage, but this Fluttermane has taken no damage so far. It's still got its Focus Sash intact. It can hang on the field through at least one attack.
Yeah, the Beads of Ruin here as well play kind of a big part because they are boosting that Draining Kiss, which could keep that Calyrex a little bit more healthy. It may be enough to get the Incineroar now. And the problem is as well, I think if you're the Calyrex and you go for the Protect here, it leaves the Chi-Yu kind of open to go for an attack which could maybe deal with that Fluttermane that's be such detriment to Gennaro's game plan.
Whatever it chooses here will be locked into until it switches off the field with those choice bets. Just going to be protecting all around. We don't often see Protect on Incineroar, but Wolf certainly has that option in their arsenal. Heat Wave, spread move in the sun, huge damage. Of course, you do have the chance to get a burn as well, so potentially Gennaro giving Wolf a taste of their own medicine on a successive turn with the burn that landed onto the Calyrex. Speaking of which, it's going to take a little bit of that burn chip right now.
Yeah, and the sun fading away, so not going to be as powerful a Heat Wave this next time round, but the big thing is the Photosynthesis has fitted on that Fluttermane, so it is not going to be faster than that Calyrex going into this next turn. It will be susceptible to a Draining Kiss, which is going to be boosted up, but Gennaro not wanting to risk it, taking it out of the fray, out of harm's way.
Yeah, here comes the Tornadus. Gotta burn these sleep turns on the Tornadus. It's so low as well, but the Moonblast just going right into that slot. That is a huge opening for Wolf here, trainers. That is the weather setter gone. Gennaro down to 2 Pokemon and the Chi-Yu locked into the Heat Wave, which the Koraidon is going to be dodging, though it will be boosted by the sun. Incineroar dodges Heat Wave there. Focus Sash well and truly broken. Parting shot so nice onto the Chi-Yu, threading a fake out onto the next turn. Lovely jubbly.
Yeah, really nice play there from Wolf to identify that. Just go for that Moonblast into the slot. I've got my Focus Sash. If I lose the Fluttermane, if I take a Draining Kiss, if I take a Heat Wave into this Pokemon, at least I'm going to get some return and pick up the knockout onto the Calyrex and turn it worked out to be the Tornadus, which I don't think is a bad thing because that could be a little bit problematic later on in this game. Now you've got that parting shot onto the Chi-Yu. The question is, do you want to bring your Koraidon in now? You do. But the problem is the Draining Kiss is still an issue, so you've got to really make sure that your Fluttermane deals with that opposing Calyrex before you're able to activate the Koraidon fully, because if you take a Draining Kiss, with how super effective it is into the base typing, it's going to be enough to pick up the knockout onto it.
This is where the mind games start to come in. Wolf could even go for some kind of bait. You switch in the Koraidon here, but then you switch it out for the Amoonguss in the back, potentially. And Gennaro just has to play that guessing game as to getting into Wolf's head. There it is, Fluttermane getting its speed boost once more, and the Calyrex hitting the field for Gennaro.
Yeah, it's very dangerous, even switching the Koraidon out here because of that Chi-Yu. And the Calyrex so low health at the minute. Anything into that slot will pick up the knockout. It's just you've got to get rid of it before you can get this Koraidon working, because if you don't, like we say, the Draining Kiss into that slot is very risky. And we know that Chiyu has to attack. It has got that choice item. It has to lock into that Heat Wave every turn. It is going to be boosted even though it's -1. The Beads of Ruin still active on the field, so we'll be doing enough to pick up that Flutter Mane.
Wolf's Amoonguss does have access to Sludge Bomb here, so if we can get that off, it can secure the Calyrex, but no, it's not going to come down to that. There it is. Speed booster, Moonblast right into that Calyrex. No Protect coming out. That's going to be the Calyrex down. Breathing room for Wolf right now. Close combat, super effective into the Chiyu. We love to see it, trainers. We're heading to a Game 3 in our final Swiss round on day 1 of the European International Championships.
Just what we wanted, a comeback to take us to a tie. Who is going to be moving on victorious after this round 8? Who knows? But it is really starting to heat up here, and I love that end game turn where, you know, I'm not going to play any mind games. I'm just going to go for the attack. If I lose the Fluttermane here, we'll kind of have it. Wolf probably had a game plan, even if the Fluttermane goes down there. But the Koraidon not protecting either, just going straight for the close combat. So yeah.
Yeah, I think when you're Wolf, you know, known for that Perish Trap strategy, but of course Ghost types immune to the Shadow Tag onto the Gothitelle, so risky to bring when the opponent's restricted is a Calyrex Shadow Rider. Fluttermane's Terra Normal was so crucial in this game. Let's not forget how many turns that Fluttermane stuck around on the field for, meant that the Astral Barrage is just doing absolutely no damage.
Yeah, that's the big thing here, and I think the Terra Normal causes Gennaro quite a few issues. He might need to lean in a bit more to that Chiyu, which we only saw in the latter parts of that game, where you've not got super effective damage into it, but you've got good consistent damage, especially if the sun is active on the field for that photosynthesis. You can kind of use that against Wolf in a lot of ways, where you can get those big, powerful fire-type attacks into the Fluttermane. The big thing that you need to really keep in mind is breaking that Focus Sash on that Pokemon, because once that is broken, then the Fluttermane becomes a lot more vulnerable in that situation.
Lee, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Call it. Who's going to win this Game 3?
Normally it's like who is going to what Pokemon adjustments are we going to see? Who is going to win?
You can talk us through that as well, but you know, Swiss round 8. Let's up the ante here, Lee. My money is on Wolf, I think. Gennaro is the newcomer here, would be absolutely huge if they claim this, but they've guaranteed their spot in day 2 anyway.
It's such a tough game for Wolf, and I think certain things have to fall into place. It'll all depend on the adjustments both players make going into it, and there are some adjustments from Gennaro. Wolf is the more established player, but we'll see who comes out on top. This is what makes it so exciting coming into these closing rounds of this Swiss.
Well evaded, Lee. That's the photosynthesis boost to the speed onto the Fluttermane there, and that's the Orichalcum Pulse activating onto Koraidon 2. We've got these really useful information about speed tiers here, trainers. The order in which the abilities go off is an indication as to how fast they each are and when they will be acting in a turn.
Yeah, it does, and this is quite an interestingly from Gennaro in particular, because the Rillaboom provides an interesting support line where you can go for the fake out. It's pretty risky, but you can go for the fake out into the Fluttermane and click the Astral Barrage button at the same time, because if you see that terrestrialization from the Fluttermane, you catch it with the fake out and you get your Astral Barrage into the partnering slot. You don't get any damage into the Fluttermane, but you prevent it from being effective in the match. Now, it is really risky, because if you just see a switch up here, or maybe even the Koraidon left alone here, and you know, that is the risk.
Yeah.
The Rillaboom could be the target to go down, but more likely it is that Calyrex. Under the sun, the Flare Blitz is going to be doing a lot of damage, especially if there is a terrestrialization alongside it.
Well, you've spoken into existence, Lee. There it is, the Calyrex once more going for its Terra Fairy. This Koraidon is looking so vulnerable here unless it does go for its Protect just to scout out, which would be really nice information for Wolf. Okay, thank goodness, does go for the Protect. So now you've got Gennaro to spend that Terra. And as I said before, Sludge Bomb will be super effective in Calyrex. We don't often see Amoonguss going on the offensive, but it could play a pivotal role in this game.
Definitely a pivotal role, and it's something to consider, but Gennaro not going for the attack, going for that nasty plot, boosting its special attack by 2 stages, becoming a huge threat now in front of this Koraidon, and now both Pokemon on Wolf's side of the field are slower, essentially, than that Calyrex. There is no speed control here to alleviate that. Now, you can't really terrestrialize with your Amoonguss to get around the Draining Kiss threat, because you go to the Dark Terror and you become weak to it. The Astral Barrage is probably going to do a lot of damage. I do hope for the Koraidon. Maybe you have to go for the Terastallization in your Koraidon and hope that you survive an Astral Barrage, but it's going to be unlikely. A +2 with the Life Orb boost, you think, I don't know. Wolf will know better than anyone if that Amoonguss can survive a +2 Astral Barrage, but I think you've got to get that Koraidon off the field as soon as possible. But what do you switch it into? The Incineroar feels like the better choice here, but then you're in an awkward position. All the work to do for Wolfie. A great play from Gennaro to pile this pressure on.
Absolutely huge turn, trainers. Whatever else you're doing, get your attention on this stream. Saddle your horses, hop on your motorbikes. Let's see what happens in this decisive game. Going to be the Flare Blitz going off before the Calyrex Shadow Rider, boosted by the sun into Gennaro. Wow, okay then. That is something we did not see coming, Lee.
Did not see that coming. One little bit. The Koraidon outspeeding the Calyrex, picking up the knockout. That is a key moment in this battle, and hidden until this game 3. Masterfully done by Wolf, and now Gennaro in what was a great position. Doesn't look so great going into the rest of this game 3.
Amoonguss laughs in the face of a Woodhammer, double resisting it. Spore calling a switch out from that Rillaboom, perhaps, of course, immune being a grass type. Not only is that the restricted option gone for Gennaro, that is the Terra option down and out as well.
Yeah, now the Koraidon Terrifier in the face of a Rillaboom having a great time. Going to be able to pick up a knockout, pressure a knockout into that slot. The Amoonguss not really threatened. The Chi-Yu can come in, of course, but it has to be careful about that close combat. It hasn't got the Choice Scarf. It's got the Choice Specs item, so it doesn't get a boost to its speed. Now you need to rely on something like the Tornadus that's coming onto the field. It is going to be susceptible to that Spore. You haven't got 100% accurate Bleak Wind Storm here. So the Amoonguss becomes a real threat with that Spore to shut down the Tornadus, and it gives you a little bit of room with the Koraidon to kind of get rid of another target in that Rillaboom.
Tornadus, Terra Dark, it's going to be taking neutral damage from a sun-boosted Flare Blitz, whichever way you cut it, but of course it can go for the Rain Dance to switch off that sun on the field. But still, big Life Orb Flare Blitz from the Koraidon would be dealing respectable damage, and every little bit of chip here. That Chandelier on Koraidon's head, glowing bright, Flare Blitz connecting down into the Tornadus. Okay, deals about a third of its HP.
Yeah, and with that Friend Guard boost, you can see it takes it a lot better under the rain. And the Spore now coming out, and it will be shutting down that Tornadus. So now the rain is not going to be an option to reset, although it is a bit clunky to get your sun activated on the field again. You need to switch the Koraidon out, get it back in, and that gives Tornadus a little bit of room to maybe wake up. The one plus that you do have is that Amoonguss, like you've already outlined with that Sludge Bomb. It is going to be hitting super effective into that Clefairy, and you could easily target something like the Tornadus just to whittle that down. The Rillaboom can't easily switch in either because it's going to take big damage from it. So you're kind of locked in this scenario where you need to try and get that Tornadus awake, get a Bleak Wind Storm off before the rain goes away.
Clefairy is just going to be scanning out on this turn, not wanting to take a Sludge Bomb in one little bit. Tornadus burning its mandatory turn of sleep here. It could wake up on the next one. Sludge Bomb, though, targeting down into Gennaro's Tornadus instead. No poison to speak of. Tornadus not put on a timer, of course, because it is already asleep. Only one status condition applies at any one time.
Yeah, now you've got the Fluttermane onto the field, you've got the sun in the back, you're kind of having that mind game once again, the Tornadus. Do I go for a Rain Dance, expecting maybe a switch in here from either the Amoonguss or the Fluttermane? Yeah, the problem is if you go for that, then you're locking yourself into the problematic double up into that slot. And we see the wake up, it is there, but are we going to see a Moonblast and a Sludge Bomb into that target?
Yeah, a very rude awakening for this poor Tornadus over on Gennaro's side of the field. There's the Moonblast, and just that in itself is going to be enough. That means a super effective Sludge Bomb is heading Rillaboom's way.
Yeah, now the Tailwind setup, it's not the best. Really, when you've only got a Clefairy with no damaging attacks and a Rillaboom with very limited coverage against a Koraidon that has that Fire Terror typing that can come in at any point now and just click that Flare Blitz button and pick up a knockout.
Rillaboom wants to make that cacophony on the field with its drum, but no, looks like the victory fanfare will be for Wolf. What a way the tables have turned. Gennaro winning that first game with all 4 Pokemon remaining, and now Wolf giving such a decisive response, looking like it could be all 4 securing this game. Clefairy has no damaging moves. The forfeit is locked in. Your winner of our Swiss Round 8 is going to be 10-time regional champion, Wolf. Click!
Absolutely a phenomenal turnaround from that game 1 that looked so bad. Wolf proving that he is the best of all time, turning it around, making a bad matchup a good matchup with even the tools that he had, and I think just exploiting the situation and doing a phenomenal job to take him in to day 2 with only 1 loss.
We've got to give so many props, though, to Gennaro. My goodness, not only first day 2 locked in, but going up against Wolf Glick in your final Swiss round on the first day of the European International Championships, on that stage for the first time, all the lights, the crowd around you, so many people like your good selves watching at home, and to reach a 6-2 record and claim a game off Wolf, unbelievable.
Yeah, and Gennaro, you've got to say, like, played so well through that set, especially the game 1. You know, the critical hit happened, but, you know, Gennaro had to put himself in that position to have that be a thing, right? Yeah. And then just capitalize on top of that. A lot of other players might not have been able to capitalize the way that Gennaro did. And then there was other moments as well where you saw the Calyrex go for the nasty plot rather than going for just the all-out damage, setting up positions. So Gennaro doing all the right things there, just really difficult to kind of get around that Amoonguss, the mind games as well that the Cryogon played throughout that match, where is it going to switch in this one turn, or are we going to have to deal with the Amoonguss here? The Flutterman, is that going to trustalize? There's a lot going on in that match, but Wolf just taking different directions, opportunities when they presented themselves, and the Terra Fire into the Cryogon, the fact that it outsped the Calyrex was huge, and that one knockout really just made it impossible then for Gennaro to kind of get anything back from that game.
If you missed the game, trainers, tune in right now. We've got the replay going on. Yeah, that speed tier on the Cryogon absolutely crucial, and I guess, you know, with the Calyrex running at Draining Kiss, it is an indication that it could be a bulkier build. So yeah, there was that chance for the Cryogon to outspeed, but to have that information revealed only in our final game, absolutely huge.
Yeah, and that's the beauty about the Cryogon. I think there was plenty of opportunities in those earlier games where that information could have been given away. But Wolf showing his experience throughout that set and saying, well, this might be a really crucial thing. I'm going to kind of dupe you into thinking that the Cryogon is under pressure, that it is going to be exploited in this situation, and actually knowing that I do outspeed the Calyrex was just you know, just a masterpiece, masterclass.
Yeah, it really was. Huge congratulations to Wolf Glick there once more. Now heading into day 2 at a 7-1 record. And of course, when you see that the Tornadus isn't being led in that game 3, so there's no option for the Tailwind, so your Calyrex cannot outspeed, Wolf just feeling safe to go, right, okay, yeah, let's step on the gas here, trainers. Let's try and secure this knockout.
Yeah, and it was risky with the Rillaboom there because it could have went for the fake out and that turn, you know, so there was the risk there. You could see, I think it was just being brave in your convictions in that moment, and I think it is those moments that make the difference between a run-of-the-mill player and a great player, you know, and it paid off in that one.
I think we had 2 great players though.
Incredible. And Gennaro will be advancing into day 2 as well, so just a credit to them. Really great to see their build and how successful they've been on their journey so far in this tournament, and hopefully we'll see a bit more of them over the weekend as things unfold.
Yeah, Gennaro's first major accomplishment at a tournament, trainers. Get inspired. That could be you. You do the prep, you do the work, and who knows how well your tournament could go. Speaking of tournaments going well, we are ready to hear from Wolf on stage with Sierra. So let's howl at the moon and kick it over there.
Thank you so much. I am here with none other than Wolf Glick after a great stream match. I mean, you already had secured day 2 earlier on. Now you're in even better position for the competition tomorrow. How are you feeling?
I feel good. I feel like, especially with this tournament, because I've already qualified for Worlds, a big part of my goal was to like play Pokemon that I could be proud of. And I feel like after that game 1, I was kind of like, well, that might not be exactly what I'm looking for. But I'm really happy with how I played in games 2 and 3. I think I found ways of like playing a matchup that felt like it was very volatile and ways that felt like safer to me. So yeah, I'm feeling good after that win. I'm happy to go 7-1, and I'm excited to play tomorrow.
Especially, too, with such a unique team, because we went over everyone who's kind of qualified for day 2 and the restricteds, and it's all the normal stuff. Then we get to your team, it's this Cryogon. Not only that, but we're getting to see the Parish first. So I want to know then, too, is this a team that you thought was a really strong call going into the event, or is this more so, the Wolf special, we got a Parish trap, you know?
So what happened was, in Toronto, I'm gonna make a call out, production, you better get ready. In Toronto, there was this guy who went on the stream and he said, hey, like, I won the tournament with Parish Trap, but like, I don't think I'll be able to do it again. Like, I don't think that, like, yeah, I can win in Regulation G, like, there's Urshifu, there's Calyrex Shadow, like, it's not possible. That guy was me. And, like, I meant that at the time, but it kind of like, got under my skin. I was like, who is this guy to tell me what I can and can't do? So initially I was just like messing around to see if it would work, but the more I played with it, the more I realized like, oh, this is actually like very, very strong. In my opinion, I think that this team it feels like one of the strongest I've used in a while. We'll see how I feel after the tournament, because sometimes you go into a tournament and you're like, this is good, and you come out of the tournament and you're like, let's not talk about it anymore. But no, this isn't just like a meme team for me. Like I really do. Initially I was just messing around like to have fun, but it kind of grew into this team that I personally really believe in.
Oh, I love to hear that, especially to having a team that's, you know, kind of something that you're very comfortable with, but seeing how it adapts to the current format. And I want to know then first, like what kind of restricted you went through, or was Koraidon always on the list of that restricted you want to add to this team?
Yeah, so I mean, when I was wanting to build around Parastrap, I started looking at like Screamtail and Fluttermane, because just like they're the two best Parasong users by far, like just in terms of their stats and everything, and they both have like the ability that activates in the strong sunlight. So I was kind of always interested in that core. But along the way, I feel like I learned a lot more about Koraidon in general. Like I really prefer this Life Orb set to the more standard like Clear Amulet one. Yeah, like I don't want to say too much about it, but it's very, very powerful.
No, that's great to hear, and I love to see this restricted going on. And now I want to ask, going on into day 2, having seen some of the stack competition out there, but obviously being one of those stack players yourself, how you're feeling going up against the field?
So I feel good. Like I feel like I played well today for the most part, and I think that generally my matchups are pretty good across the board. Shadow Rider is one of the harder matchups, and I ended up playing 4 of them today. So like for me, the big question is like how many horses are in day 2? Because if it's a lot, like if I play a bunch of Shadow Rider tomorrow, then maybe I don't feel so good, right? But if it's a more even spread, like I didn't play a single Zamazenta, I didn't play a single Kyogre, I played 1 Miraidon, like 1 Terrapagos. So it depends, I think, a lot on kind of what matchups I draw and also how well I'm playing. Yeah, I didn't sleep very well last night, so there were a couple moments today where I not looking forward to watching those kind of games back. But for the most part, I think I'm still in it. You know, I think 7-1 I have a buffer, so I can lose 1 set tomorrow and still make cut. And you know, it's a Pokemon tournament. Anything can happen. I could really lose all 4 of my games tomorrow, but right now I'm happy to have made it this far, and I just hope to do my best.
I mean, I definitely want to give you the opportunity to go count how many horses are in day 2, but of course, before I do, the standard question, any shout-outs, thanks, final words? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm really lucky to just have such a tremendous team of people supporting me. All the usual Friends with Jellicent guys, Aaron, Ed, Dylan, Justin, Brendan, Marcus, Billa, there's probably somebody I'm forgetting, Yuki. Hopefully that's, if I forgot somebody, I'm so sorry. But I also want to say a special thank you to Montana Mott and Leonard Kraft, because for this tournament, I really wanted to figure out game plans into each of the different restricted Pokemon, and my friends, we didn't really have a Shadow Rider specialist or an Ice Rider specialist, and so I reached out to Montana and Leonard, and yeah, they gave me a ton of really, really great practice, and I think without them, I would have had a much harder time. I felt much more solid about my game plan today because I had such high quality practice partners. So yeah, thank you to everybody who helped me get this far. I'm really, really grateful. Takes a village to win an international, right? Yeah. But congratulations on this win. Best of luck going on for tomorrow. I know there's a lot of people out there rooting for you. As for us, end of round 8 and nearing the end of the day. Quick break and we'll be back to wrap up in the lounge.
Long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? Wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should. Strive
lighting up a path. It's the greatest to get to meet them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
I feel like a lot of big weaknesses right now is deck selections. A lot of players do be playtesting a whole lot with their decks, with their play groups, and then decide last minute, this may not be the best choice. And so they switch when they should have probably went with their gut feeling.
I think the biggest weakness players have is kind of getting too focused on the metagame. I think it's more important to play something you're comfortable with, because you'll always do better with something you're comfortable with rather than something that's just strictly meta.
In these regionals, it's definitely nerves. And you can fix that by scrimming, knowing your typings, and also making sure you hit the right move. And shield alignment, that's always a big one too.
I would say that the big weakness that players mostly have would be overthinking. And the best way to fix that is to just slow down, take a deep breath, and rethink your original thought, because your original thought is probably the best thought you had.
I would say the biggest weakness would be trying to memorize archetypes and patterns to specific mons and not realizing that every player is a different person. So therefore, the best way to overcome it is not to just stick to one strategy for the same team, but to diversify your own mindset going in, knowing that each player will come with their own type of biases and skill sets, and you just have to adapt in a reasonable way to allow yourself some more wiggle room and not be so stuck to one thing.
The first day of the largest EU event is starting to come to a close as day one of UIC is wrapping up. We still have a little bit to talk about though. The only thing that sucks about today is it did not have more rounds of Pokemon, I gotta tell you what.
Yeah.
But man, other than that guys, this has been a great day. I'm happy.
Oh, I'm thrilled, Sierra. I'm merry, you could say. Are we all feeling merry? Because we should be. That was such a good day one. Every single match could have been, you know, the final round that we featured today. Just big name after big name claiming titles. So exciting to see Gennaro, first big finish at a tournament, making day two, even though losing to Wolf in the previous round. Hope you're feeling proud of yourself, Gennaro.
Definitely. I mean, you've got this real great mix of new and experienced players being able to battle it out. And of course, it's not guaranteed that all of our experienced players are going to make it all of the way. You know, you still have to fight through all of these trainers. The preparation that you put in really makes a big difference. And we've seen so many examples of that where games have gone to 3 sets, so close, calls all the way through.
I mean, EUIC is my favorite event for a reason, right? And 2025 has not disappointed. We've had some incredible matches, new Pokemon coming to the forefront as well, veterans of the competition showing why they are so experienced and credible. I've absolutely loved it, and Day 2 and Championship Sunday is still to go.
EU is also my favorite event, but don't tell the NA team that, because I will get a little...
It's okay. Nobody's going to hear this conversation.
This is right here.
Right here.
Unlisted video.
I mean, can you blame me, though? Looking back and talking about a couple of these players that we've gotten to see today and that are making their way into Day 2, we have gotten, like, the best. We've gotten world champions, we got international champions, we got some of the most storied players that are consistently taking down events, are always so close. Like, there's so much here.
Exactly, and there's so many names here as well that we've been able to feature on the broadcast as well. Obviously, Wolf Glick, we've just been able to showcase Luca Cherubelli, our reigning world champion from one world champ to another. Joseph Ugarte as well, such an incredible player. And on this roster as well, the amount of kind of international champions we've got and regional champions is incredible.
I mean, the list just keeps going on, but I mean, yeah, the caliber of all of these players here. Just to name some Wolf Glick, obviously Wolf Glick, a world championship champion, Shohei Kimura as well. You've got international champions in Gavin Michaels. You've got Luca Cherubelli, of course, a world champion. You've got regional champions here in Matty Morgan and Michelle Kelsch. Like, just such a caliber of players.
And from all over the world, they've all congregated in London here this weekend for the European International Championships. A rare treat for these trainers to pitch against each other. Different play styles from different regions coming to the fore. Love it.
And of course, this is only some of the players that we're going to see in Day 2. Unfortunately, we don't have enough space or time to talk about everyone, but that is what Day 2 of the competition is for. So yeah, as for us, we're starting to wrap this up, but do not worry if you're just getting here now. There's going to be so much great Pokemon action here tomorrow. Make sure to be tuning in Pokemon.com/broadcast. It's not just our game. Our game's the best, don't get me wrong.
100%.
But there's 3 other wonderful titles that all have their great stories. Be sure to tune into all of them. And it's going to be bright and early. For y'all, it's definitely okay. For me, I'm waking up at like 2 a.m. my time to be here.
You're excited. You know, it's the energy.
It's worth it. It's worth it. Yeah. So even back in NA, West Coast, whatever you want to be, make sure to tune in. But unfortunately, that is it for us all today. We hope that you enjoyed Day 1 here at EUIC 2025, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow.